When the Doctor Has a Plug Chapter 228 to Chapter 297. After Chen Song sent it to Qinyu, he opened his WeChat moments. After all, as an excellent surgeon, these were all trophies: cysts, sarcomas, gangrenous removal. These were all the glorious achievements of a surgeon. Many people had posted the ones they liked on their WeChat moments. Chen Song only found out now that Zhang Youfu had 2 WeChat accounts and 2 phones. One phone was full of gourmet series, and the other phone was full of surgical exhibition hauls. Strange gallbladders, special appendices, rare cysts. Chen Song felt that he should teach his classmates about the common knowledge of pulmonary hydatid cysts and broaden their horizons. Of course, Chen Song swore that he was definitely not trying to scam the likes. Thinking of this, Chen Song opened his WeChat moments, wrote a message, and attached a picture. Dragon slaying saber, who will fight me, slain a level 51 rare monster, pulmonary hydatid cyst monster. Attached picture. Chen Song looked carefully and was very satisfied. This picture of a pulmonary hydatid cyst was taken from a novel angle, and the details were clear. He would definitely get a lot of likes. After posting on his WeChat moments, he did not see Qinyu reply to his message. Chen Song simply stuffed his phone into his pocket proudly. He hummed a tune and walked outside. Thinking of how Qinyu would look after seeing the picture, Chen Song suddenly felt happy and refreshed. The tune he hummed became the most dazzling ethnic style. Fresh hydatid cysts go with the meal under the soft inner capsule. The worms are high. What kind of rhythm is the most? Swaying pink eggs make you happier. Jing Ran was curious and looked at Chen Song in confusion. Why was he so happy, and why did this song sound so familiar? Just now, he saw Chen Song send the picture to a friend with his own eyes. It seemed to be a girl. Could it be his girlfriend? Jing Ran asked curiously. Dr. Chen? You sent it to your friend. Is she happy? Chen Song hesitated. Was Qinyu happy? Chen Song didn't know, but Qinyu definitely remembered him. Thinking of this, Chen Song looked at Jing Ran and said firmly, it will definitely be unforgettable. After all, she has never seen this thing before. Oh, Jing Ran replied. Then, he nodded thoughtfully. He felt that there was a reason why Chen Song was so popular with the opposite sex. In comparison, he was usually busy with work and seemed to have neglected Gung Yan. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Gung Yan. Babe, what are you doing? Gung Yan replied instantly, the school is bringing us out for a meal. Are you done? To be honest, when Gung Yan received the news, she was very excited and happy. After all, although Jing Ran was very outstanding, he didn't understand a girl's heart. Sometimes, he was even more dull in some aspects, but, after all, no one was perfect. Jing Ran was already very good, at least he didn't go out to flirt. Therefore, Gung Yan was very happy to see that Jing Ran was so concerned about her. Jing Ran nodded. Yes, I'll send you something good. You definitely haven't seen it before. Gung Yan was very happy. Okay, what is it? I'm looking forward to it. Jing Ran clicked on the send button. Thinking of Gung Yan's happy face, Jing Ran smiled with satisfaction and added, eat well. I'll be back soon. Chen Song looked at Jing Ran's strange smile and turned to ask, who did you send this to? Jing Ran smiled slightly. My girlfriend. Oh. No, I should call her my wife. We're getting married soon. She's an internal medicine practitioner and has never seen this thing before. She must be very curious. Chen Song was stunned. This, Gung Yan seemed to be the most afraid of bugs. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but gulp and look at Jing Ran with heartache. Why don't you take it back? After all, girls don't necessarily like this, Jing Ran smiled. It's nothing to study medicine. Chen Song suddenly felt that Jing Ran and Gung Yan's wedding date might be delayed. It was hard to say how long it would be delayed. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. He even felt a little nervous. I really don't want to break you two up, sigh. After all, it was the school anniversary. The people who were invited were all arranged to stay in a hotel near the school. Even if someone had an accident, they still had to gather for dinner. After all, it was the school's 60th anniversary. As a family member and an alumnus, Gung Yan was also arranged to come. The people at the table were the backbone of the medical industry in Dongyang province. After all, Gung Yan didn't have the ability to sit with those veteran directors. Gung Yan was outgoing and good at socializing. She chatted and laughed with everyone. It was quite harmonious. After all, she was a graduate of Peking Union Medical College Hospital. In addition, there was also Jing Ran, so everyone was very respectful. However, suddenly, Gung Yan, who was chatting and laughing just now, suddenly threw her phone and screamed. Everyone was so scared that their hands trembled. The soup spilled, and the fried pork fell to the ground. How expensive! Everyone couldn't help but look up and see Gung Yan's pale face. She was obviously shocked. Xianxia, a doctor from the cardiology department, couldn't help but ask, Gung Yan, what's wrong? Gung Yan turned around and ran to the bathroom. She leaned on the sink for a long time, her face was pale, and her mind kept replaying that disgusting photo. For a long time, Gung Yan still couldn't let it go. Thinking of Jing Ran, Gung Yan gritted her teeth and wanted to tear her apart. Back then, after the hateful Chen Song showed her the pork tapeworm, she was disgusted for a month and almost broke up with him. It was almost 7 o'clock. After Qian Liang came out with Chen Song and Jing Ran, he took a deep breath of the familiar haze and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the haze was bitter, for some reason, Qian Liang felt that the air in the operating theater was not so stable. It was more comfortable to breathe in the haze. Let's go. We have a meal together. After all, it's the school anniversary. Let's go together. Qian Liang looked at Chen Song and invited him with a smile. Chen Song actually wanted to go for a meal, but he glanced at Jing Ran and hesitated for a long time. If he went, Gung Yan would suspect that he instigated Jing Ran to send the photo. That would be bad. Moreover, Chen Song looked at the happy Jing Ran and felt a little regretful. Dr. Jing, you won't have a good time after you go back. Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled and said, Director Qian, there's no need. I still have something to do in the hospital. I have to go back. I won't disturb everyone. Qian Liang nodded, well, it's late today. If you have time, come over and have a chat. I have something to talk to you about. Chen Song nodded, sure. Qian Liang got into the car with Jing Ran as he spoke. Chen Song looked at Jing Ran's gentle and innocent appearance and suddenly felt a little apologetic. He couldn't help but call out to him. Dr. Jing. Jing Ran was stunned. He looked back at Chen Song and smiled, Dr. Chen, what's the matter? Chen Song hesitated and said, take care of yourself. Jing Ran was a little confused. What did he mean, take care of himself? He really couldn't understand what Chen Song meant. However, he still replied politely, well, okay. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Chen. It was a pleasure working with Dr. Chen today. I hope there will be opportunities to work together in the future. Chen Song nodded, well. Take care. Watching the car drive away, Chen Song wondered if Jing Ran's small body could withstand the test. Sigh. I hope he's fine. Thinking of Gung Yan's black belt, Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained perfect chest image examination. Chen Song nodded. This was really a good skill. The only flaw was that it only had breasts. It was too short. If you were a little taller, you could have an additional head image examination. Wouldn't that be great? If you were a little taller, you could have an additional abdominal image examination. That wouldn't be bad either. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy. The next morning, Chen Song woke up early and walked to the emergency department in high spirits. Just as he entered the door, Chen Song saw that little Lin was already busy preparing. Chen Song smiled. Little Lin, did you work the night shift last night? Little Lin snorted. Humph. Chen Song was stunned. What was going on? Chen Song thought for a moment. Women had a few days every month. He understood, then, he walked towards the office. At this moment, Chong Lina heard the sound and ran out with a syringe in her hand. Chen Song, you did it on purpose, didn't you? I'll teach you a lesson today. Chen Song was stunned. Wait, Nana, wait a moment. Let me know why I'm dying. Chong Lina snorted. Know why you're dying? Okay. Come here. Chen Song shook his head. Put down the weapon in your hand. At this time, because it was not time for the shift change, there were not many patients at 7 o'clock. Everyone was preparing for the morning work. Just as Chen Song was speaking, suddenly, a group of nurses ran out with blood pressure machines, infusion sets, thermometers, blood glucose monitors. They all ran out. Doggy Chen, stop. Doggy Chen, don't move. Chen Song was dumbfounded. What did I do? How could I do something so outrageous? The head nurse, Tian Xianlan, also rushed over. She pointed at Chen Song from afar and said, Chen Song. Come here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Chen Song was even more dumbfounded. Did I sleepwalk last night? Did I molest all of you? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little uneasy. He had never had this problem before. Chen Song looked aggrieved. Head nurse, I think everyone has misunderstood me. Tian Xianlan sneered, misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding. Come. Take a look. Where did this misunderstanding come from? As she spoke, Tian Xianlan picked up her phone and opened her WeChat chat with Chen Song. Look, what did you send? My child doesn't eat well to begin with. After she saw your WeChat message last night, she cried the whole night and refused to eat. This morning, she even told me that she had a nightmare. Look at what you've done. Chen Song was stunned. That's not right, head nurse. I don't have the habit of chatting with everyone in private. The nurse behind him snorted coldly. No? Take a good look at your chat history. We were having a good meal last night, and you sent them to us one by one. Do you think we can't finish them all by ourselves? That's right. Chen Song, where's the dinner we prepared for you last night? Don't go and eat it for me. Dog Chen, eat it and I'll spare your life. Seeing that everyone was saying this, Chen Song picked up his phone doubtfully. He looked at it carefully and scrolled through the chat history. He was dumbfounded when he saw it. What the F***ck, when did I send them the message? I actually sent all the pictures of the long-heighted worm to them. Chen Song was confused. My phone is broken. I really didn't send them. Everyone, do you think we believe you? Chen Song felt very wronged. He clearly didn't do anything, so why did he send them the message? After an apology and a cup of milk tea each, it was finally settled. However, Chen Song still had doubts in his heart. Did he see a ghost? That's right, today was the 15th of July, the Hungry Ghost Festival. When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but shiver. Damn, it can't be, right? When he thought of this, Chen Song suddenly felt a chill in the daytime. This gave Chen Song a fright. Did I encounter something unclean in the operating theater of the Provincial People's Hospital? Chen Song frowned. Today was a busy day of surgeries, but they were all ordinary surgeries for patients with acute appendicitis, cholecystitis, and cholelithiasis. After Chen Song did a few surgeries, he remembered something, and that was the reward for making small incisions. However, Chen Song was a little curious. Why haven't those people learned how to make small incisions? They're too stupid. I didn't get a single little fortune bag. When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little depressed. During the surgery, Chen Song suddenly remembered what happened last night. He could not help but ask the nurse, Yuan, did you see anything unclean in the operating theater? Kong Yuan was stunned. Dr. Chen. What do you mean? Chen Song thought for a while. Those ghosts and whatnot. Kong Yuan was silent. After a while, she slowly said, yes, I guess. At this moment, Chen Song felt the temperature of the operating theater drop by a few degrees. At this time, Wang Yong was cutting the appendix and suddenly said, I remember that some time ago, didn't someone say that someone saw the old man who jumped off the building in the shed? Kong Yuan gulped. Actually, the yin energy in the operating theater is very strong. Moreover, people die in the operating theater often. During Chinese New Year last year, there was a night shift. Sister Ling and Sister Hui did not come, so I took over the shift alone. I thought that it would be fine if I was alone, but that day, I felt that there was something wrong with the operating theater. I seemed to see shadows floating around the operating theater in the middle of the night. When Chen Song heard this, he smiled awkwardly. It can't be that bad, right? Kong Yuanyuan shook her head. I didn't sleep that night. I went to the Department of Anesthesiology and talked to Dr. Lu the whole night. The next day, I went to the temple to ask for an amulet. Dr. Chen, how should I put it? There are some things that he might have, but if he doesn't, he might not have. But we girls are more timid, so it's better to believe that it's true. Her words made Chen Song suspicious. At noon, a little girl ran into the emergency department with a pink lunchbox in her hands. She ran into the office in a hurry. After entering, she looked left and right but did not see Chen Song. At this moment, Wang Qianer suddenly smiled. Oh, Tian Tian, are you looking for Chen Song? Tian Tian glanced at Wang Qianer, her big eyes blinking as she nodded. Yes. The nurse in the emergency department smiled. Tian Tian, you're here to see your husband again. Tian Tian blushed and did not say anything. Chen Song had just returned to the emergency department when he heard someone shouting, Chen Song, your little lover is here. Chen Song was stunned and glanced at the office door. Tian Tian? Why are you here? Where are your parents? At this moment, Su Liang and his wife walked in. Dr. Chen, sorry to trouble you. Tian Tian insisted on coming to see you. We thought it was time to change the dressing, so we brought her here. Chen Song smiled. What a cute little girl. Chen Song touched Tian Tian's head. Let's go. I'll change the dressing for you first. Tian Tian shook her head like the hostess. Let's eat first. It's getting cold. Mommy made dumplings. Su Tian Tian looked like she would not leave until she finished eating. Chen Song had no choice but to sit down and finish the dumplings. Tian Tian watched Chen Song eat as usual. She wiped Chen Song's mouth and tilted her face, waiting for Chen Song to kiss her. Only then did she obediently change the dressing. After all, she was a child and recovered quickly. In the end, Tian Tian reluctantly left with the lunchbox and said sadly, Chen Song, I'll come to see you again. Boo-hoo, as soon as she walked out of the door, she started crying again. Everyone laughed at her. Chen Song looked at Tian Tian's cute appearance and suddenly wanted to have a child. However, it seemed that he did not have a girlfriend. P.S. The last 2 chapters are special medical records. You can read them. It's really not a ghost story. Don't be afraid. It's science. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the wind suddenly started to blow. The door of the emergency room was closed. Listening to the wind outside, it slowly began to rain again. Nurse Lei suddenly said, Today is the 15th of July, the Chinese Lantern Festival. When I came to work the night shift, I saw someone burning paper money on the road. Now it's raining again. The old nurse, Xianxia, nodded. Don't talk nonsense. Do your work well. The intern nurse suddenly asked, Teacher Fan, have you encountered any unclean things? Hearing this, the old nurse's expression changed, but she did not say much. Seeing this, Lei quickly said, Teacher Fan, tell us about it. Fan Xia had been in the 2nd Provincial Hospital for many years. She was 40 years old this year. Seeing everyone ask the same question, she whispered, There are also some strange things. After all, the hospital is not a particularly clean place. I used to be a nurse in the gynecology department. At that time, I had just arrived. At that time, it was still an old building. That small building was on the 6th floor, and the gynecology department was on the 3rd floor. I'm most afraid of night shifts. Because sometimes I can always hear children crying at night. Whenever I hear children crying, I panic. Chen Song happened to walk over and lay outside the nurse's station. Isn't it normal to have children in the gynecology department? Fan Xia shook her head. It's normal, but the crying doesn't come from the ward. Next to our nurse's duty room used to be a treatment room. The crying came from the storeroom next door. When I got up at night to go to the toilet, I always heard the sound of children crying when I just woke up. At that time, I was also very scared. I told my teacher about this. After she saw me, she whispered, This room next door used to not be a storeroom, but a treatment room. It's a place for curettage and abortion. Including the previous family planning, many parents were pregnant with a second child. They were sent to the hospital and all of them had an abortion next door. I don't know how many children died. When I heard that, I was scared. This story was so mysterious that even Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. The two young nurses were even more so. They lowered their voices. Xianxia glanced at the two of them. Aya, you've been in the hospital for a long time. You'll more or less hear about these things. Don't make a fuss about it. Lele tightened her nurse uniform and whispered, "Today is July 15th, don't talk nonsense." It's scary. The intern nurse nodded and searched for a photo on her phone. I have a photo of ninth uncle here. Do you want me to send you one? Xianxia returned to his office and started to deal with the cases from the surgery during the day. All doctors had fast hands. Usually, they had to write medical records, type, and perform surgeries. If they were slow, they would not be able to do it at all. They would have to work overtime every day. When it was about 1 o'clock, the nurse, Lele, suddenly rushed in. "Dr. Chen, come out quickly. There's a special patient." Xianxia felt that Lele was afraid when he spoke. Xianxia was stunned. He got up and walked out. In the hall, there was an old lady. She was chubby and had white hair. When Xianxia first looked over, the old lady was hugging her clothes. Her body was drenched and she was sitting on the chair, shivering. Her face was pale and filled with fear. Her eyes were darting around and she seemed to be drifting about unsteadily. The old lady seemed to be in her 70s or 80s. However, she sat there anxiously with wet hair. Xianxia could not help but say to Lele, "Go get a quilt. Don't catch a cold." Lele nodded and ran in quickly. Xianxia went forward and asked, "Old lady, where are you feeling unwell?" Before Xianxia could speak, the old lady ran away quickly. She seemed to be severely frightened. She ran to the corner of the nurse's station and buried her head deep between her legs. She did not dare to raise her head, she cried and begged for mercy. "Please, let me go. I really don't know. Please, I beg you, let me go. I didn't kill you." As she spoke, the old lady choked and then burst into tears. Xianxia was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was she mentally ill? Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but swallow his saliva. At this moment, a man and a woman ran in the rain. "Mom! Mom, where are you?" Seeing this, Xianxia quickly walked out. "Is that your mother?" The girl nodded. She was a little scared. When she spoke, she did not have much confidence. "Yes, doctor." "Is my mother possessed?" The man touched the rain on his face. Their clothes were soaked. It seemed that they had also chased out in the rain. The two saw their mother crying in the corner. They were nervous. At this moment, Lele covered the old lady with the quilt. Just as she was about to speak, the old lady's voice suddenly became sharp. "Don't come over." This voice scared Lele so much that she took a few steps back. The girl quickly apologized. "Nurse, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Lele shook her head. "It's okay." Xianxia asked, "What's wrong with the old lady?" The girl swallowed her saliva and suddenly said, "Doctor, let me tell you. It's like this. Tonight, my mother went to burn joss paper for me. After returning home, she was a little strange and couldn't speak clearly. I wondered if she was too sad. I thought that since my mother couldn't cook anymore, I would go out to buy some groceries. But when I came back, the living room was a mess. The chairs were all over the place. There was also a fruit plate on the sofa. The things on the table were scattered all over the floor. I was also startled at that time. I was worried that something had happened to my mother. At this moment, I heard someone crying. After I found the faint crying sound, I saw my mother curled up in the corner of the living room with her hair disheveled. She was trembling and crying. Just like now. When she saw that I was back, my mother didn't talk to me. After the girl said this, she said to Xianxia, "I thought that a thief had broken into the house, but there was no thief at all. Nothing was missing at home." At this moment, my mother suddenly turned around and looked at me. Her face was full of fear and her eyes were dull. She said to me in a trembling voice, "Daughter, they just came back." I was dumbfounded. I quickly asked my mother, "Who came back?" My mother said, "It's the Uncle Wang downstairs. He insisted on taking me away. He even said something like, 'Sister, we came back to see you.'" The daughter suddenly looked at Xianxia. "The Uncle Wang downstairs died last year." Later, I helped my mother clean up. I called my husband, sister, and brother over, and only then did she calm down. The few of us discussed if my mother had met something unclean. After all, it was the 15th of July. The girl continued, "It wasn't easy to pacify my mother. I took a sleeping pill and fell asleep. But an hour ago, I suddenly heard a commotion next door. I quickly got up and went to take a look. As soon as I entered the room, I saw my mom screaming at the top of her lungs. Everything on the bed was thrown to the ground. My mom saw me coming in and said, 'Daughter, look, they're coming again.'" The girl touched her arms and seemed a little scared. Not to mention him, even Xianxia, Lele, and the others were trembling when they heard it. Xianxia couldn't help but mutter. The girl continued, "When I was about to speak, my mom suddenly pointed behind me and shouted, 'Go. I'm begging you, hurry up and leave.' But when I turned around, I couldn't see anything. I was scared and said, 'Mom, are you confused?' But my mom just grabbed my clothes and didn't let go. She said, 'Over there, over there.' When I was about to speak, my mom ran out and shouted, 'Don't chase me. Don't catch me.' Then, we chased her all the way here." The story was over. Xianxia felt a little scared. Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head. He was a doctor. How could he be superstitious with them? At this time, Lulu and the other nurses were already scared and gathered together. They didn't dare to speak. Xianxia thought for a while and asked, "Did the old lady have any diseases before? Did she take any medicine? For example, sleeping pills, painkillers, or something?" The girl wasn't very old either. She was probably a child. She shook her head and said, "No, my mother is usually very healthy. She rarely takes sleeping pills. She only takes one in case someone doesn't know about it. She basically doesn't take painkillers. She's usually very energetic. She goes to the senior center to sing and dance every day." "Oh. Yes, she has high blood pressure." "She's had high blood pressure for more than 10 years, but she's been taking medicine." Xianxia thought about it for a long time. Even if he had a history of mental illness, he didn't have any illnesses that affected his mental state. After some thought, he said, "Let's do a CT scan of the head." The daughter nodded, but she was still a little uneasy. She asked doubtfully, "Okay, but doctor, is my mother possessed by a ghost? Did you see anything unclean?" Before Xianxia could speak, his daughter continued, "Doctor, you've seen a lot. Should I find a Taoist priest to perform the ritual tomorrow?" Xianxia was stunned and smiled. "Let's see if there's anything wrong with the patient's head first." At this time, the old lady was probably tired. She did not make a sound and seemed to have fallen asleep. Xianxia followed them for a CT scan, afraid that there might be some problems. However, the CT results soon came out, and it was beyond Xianxia's expectations. No obvious abnormality was found. Report, multiple coalomic infarcts in the basal ganglia and the center of the semioval. Her daughter also said, "My mom is really fine." At this point, the girl said, "Why don't we do this? Doctor, give my mother a sedative and let her have a good sleep. If she recovers tomorrow, nothing will happen. If not, I'll find a great immortal to perform a ritual." Xianxia thought about it and said, "I think it's better to do an MRI." The girl's husband was a little impatient. "You're too much. CT and MRI. What are you doing?" When the girl heard that, she said, "Doctor, don't mind me. I can do anything, but don't make us overdo it. Let's do something meaningful. You've seen my mother's current state. As her daughter, I'm really worried." Xianxia gritted his teeth and insisted, "I still think there's a problem. I strongly suggest that you take an MRI of the head before you leave. If there's no problem, I won't stop you." The daughter clapped her hands. "Let's do it. Just treat it as a physical examination." After saying that, she asked the man to submit the ticket. There was no one at night, so the MRI was quickly done. Chen Song looked at the film and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a new discovery this time. The clear image showed that the old lady had an infarction in the temporoparietal lobe of one side of her brain. Chen Song looked at the film and knew the reason. The temporal lobe was the brain area that managed the mind and emotions. If there was a problem in this area, it was very likely to cause hallucinations. Chen Song called the girl over and said, "Did you see that? The old lady is hallucinating because of the cerebral infarction. It's not because of something dirty. She has to be hospitalized." The boy said. Suspiciously, "Isn't cerebral infarction hemiplegia? And those who drool, can't speak clearly, and have numb hands and feet? How can it be like this?" Chen Song shook his head. The brain is the headquarters of all the functional activities of the human body, including our eating, drinking, shitting, our thinking, our psychology, spirit, and consciousness. They are all controlled by the brain. Therefore, in theory, there can be a variety of symptoms after a cerebral infarction, including personality changes, memory changes, mental abnormalities, and so on. However, even if the symptoms are varied, some manifestations still have certain characteristics. For example, paralysis mostly appears on one side of the body or face. And there is almost no paralysis on both sides of the body. What's more characteristic is the way of onset of cerebral infarction, sudden onset and rapid progression to a peak, which has great clinical significance. So, your mother's situation is an acute temporoparietal lobe infarction, which suddenly caused emotional imbalance and led to a series of diseases. When the girl heard that, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That scared me to death, I thought I was possessed." "Then, doctor, what should we do?" Chen Song turned and looked at Lulu. "Lulu, call the neurology department and tell them that there is an acute cerebral infarction patient who needs to be hospitalized immediately." Chen Song thought of this and explained, "The reason why I asked you to do a CT first is that CT is more effective in short-term cerebral hemorrhage, and CT is cheaper. As long as it's less than 200 or 300 yuan, it can play a screening role. However, MRI costs less than 900 yuan. However, MRI is more effective than CT for acute cerebral infarction, so I arranged it this way." The girl shook her head, and her face finally calmed down. "Doctor, it's okay. It's fine as long as I know what's wrong with my mother." Soon, neurology Dr. Zhang Lingyun came down and transferred the patient to the neurology department. He worked until 3 or 4 o'clock, and such a strange patient was finally dealt with. The few young nurses were still in disbelief. "Dr. Chen, do you think it's possible that she suddenly had cerebral infarction after being possessed by a ghost?" Chen Song was speechless. "Don't be so suspicious in the future, the patient was frightened by you." After that, Chen Song returned to his office. Recalling the patient just now, Chen Song smiled. The girl was also reasonable. There were very few patients who could cooperate with the re-examination. Basically, if the CT scan was fine, they would not re-examine it, and they would misunderstand that the doctor was over-examining. However, the symptoms of human diseases were sometimes very strange, especially when there were auditory hallucinations and visual hallucinations. Chen Song sat in his office and suddenly remembered that he still had something to do. He turned on the only computer in the office that was connected to the internet and was about to log into his WeChat. This computer was basically never turned off, and the lag was terrible. Chen Song moved the mouse, and suddenly the screen lit up. Just as he logged in, Chen Song was dumbfounded. "Holy sh*t, I finally know why I sent someone a picture on WeChat. I logged in here 2 days ago and did not turn it off. Qin, you happened to be on the night shift last night." Thinking of this, Chen Song was so angry that his teeth itched. "Damn you, bootlicker Qin, see if I don't teach you a lesson tomorrow. P.S. Temporarily 5 updates, thank you for your support. P.S. Recommending Ancestor Simulator." Zhongqing did not expect that after he became the ancestor on the tablet, the real cheat would appear in front of him. The emergency department was really strange. There were all kinds of diseases. Even Chief Li Baoshan, who was a genius, did not dare to say that he could handle all the patients. Around 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, there was a small peak. Most of the patients at this time were young people. They were in a hurry to go to work, so they accidentally bumped into things. Otherwise, they would feel like hanging themselves because of toothache. Chen Song realized that he seemed to be very unlucky recently. There were a lot of people on the night shift. Last time, when he changed shifts with Wang Yong, there were a lot of people on the night shift. Today, there were the same number of people on the night shift. Wouldn't it be better if there were fewer people? The country was prosperous and the people were at peace. Every family was at peace. He could also have a good night's sleep. When he got home the next day, he might even be in a good condition to become a king. After he was done, Chen Song was really sleepy. He went back to the duty room and washed his face with cold water to refresh himself. As soon as he went out, he ran into Qinyu, who was walking toward the locker room with his arms swinging. Chen Song's eyes lit up. He pulled Qinyu into the duty room and closed the door, then, he aggressively pressed Qinyu against the wall. His left hand pressed directly on the side of Qinyu's head. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a ferocious smile. It looked like love. "Oh, you slept well last night?" When Qinyu saw this, he smiled shyly. "Yes, it was quite good." Chen Song snorted coldly. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Qinyu was stunned. He looked at Chen Song with sparkling eyes and pleaded pitifully. "It's already like this. You can do whatever you want." Chen Song was dumbfounded. "Did I take the wrong script? Qinyu must think that I don't dare to do anything, right?" Thinking of this, Chen Song smirked. He lifted Qinyu's chin with his right index finger and blew a breath of fragrant air on Qinyu's face. "Then I won't hold back." As he spoke, Chen Song sneered and puckered his lips towards Qinyu's face. He wanted to see how long this drama queen could last. Qinyu's face was slightly red, and he quickly closed his eyes. His long eyelashes fluttered, and even his right calf was slightly raised. Damn it, he was clearly enjoying himself. In that case, wouldn't he have been tricked by bootlicker Qin? Why not just forget about it? No, if she didn't teach Simp Qin a lesson, she wouldn't know where she stood. Chen Song felt his heart beating faster and faster. He understood that this was a battle between mentality and mentality. It was also a battle of shamelessness. At this moment, there was no right or wrong, there was only victory or defeat. The distance between them kept changing. 20 cm. 10 centimeters. 6 centimeters. 3 centimeters. At this moment, Chen Song felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He could already feel an abnormal P wave on his heartbeat chart. His sinus rhythm was constantly accelerating, and his QRS wave was shortening and increasing in frequency. Chen Song clearly understood that this was a sign that his ventricular rate was increasing. However, this was definitely not his heart beating. Definitely not, this was just nervousness. Chen Song could already feel the sweet breath coming out of Qinyu's nose. That smell was very familiar. Contempt, disdain, and mockery. If he had to use a sentence to express it, it would definitely be, "You, come here." Chen Song gritted his teeth and glanced at Qinyu's chest. He suddenly understood the ancient saying, "Don't fight for your dignity by steaming a bun." His understanding of this sentence had now risen to the level of the original creator. At this moment, wasn't he, like this? He didn't want the bun anymore. However, he must vent his anger. Who's afraid of who? The distance between them seemed to be stuck at a distance of 3 centimeters. Chen Song gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He shouted angrily in his heart, "Fight!" At this moment, he suddenly made a strange, and terrifying discovery. Qinyu actually took the initiative to come closer, and the distance between them was reduced to 1 centimeter in an instant. Unbearable. Chen Song made up his mind, if he didn't succeed, he would die trying. At this moment, Chen Song gritted his teeth and was about to bite down. Suddenly, the door opened with a creak. When Li Baoshan opened the door and entered, he suddenly saw this scene. The scene was strange. Li Baoshan coughed and said to himself, "Eh? Where did I put my key?" As he spoke, he stared at the ceiling and didn't dare to lower his gaze. He frowned as he thought and spoke. His hands were still touching his pockets as if he was really looking for the key. "But you have already opened the door, why do you need the key? Can't you be more careful when you're lying?" After saying that, Li Baoshan sighed again. "Well, it should be in the office. I'll go take a look. It's only 7:40. Well, there's still 20 minutes before the shift change. It should be enough time. I'll go buy breakfast." After talking to himself for a long time, Li Baoshan closed the door and turned to leave. Chen Song wanted to go up and ask the director what he meant by 20 minutes before the shift change. What did he mean by it should be enough time? Who are you looking down on? Do you think it takes 20 minutes to break this 1 cm? Just as Chen Song was about to bite down, Xianxia suddenly pulled away and said softly, "AI. So lonely." After saying that, he shook his head dejectedly, raised his right index finger and shook it left and right as he walked towards the female changing room. Chen Song clenched his fists. If he had fingernails, they would have pierced into his flesh and blood would have flowed out. He gritted his teeth and stood in place, his eyes full of anger. "Bootlicker Qin, you're so bad, don't bully a young man, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, just you wait, one day, I'll make you kneel down and sing, also, I'll write the lyrics myself." Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he was humiliated by Qinyu. No, it's an insult, no, it's a humiliation, it's not an image either. It's a combination of humiliation and humiliation, it's everything. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he had a huge grudge. He must take revenge. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, Chen Song packed his clothes and walked towards the doctor's office. Chen Song, who was sleepy, suddenly felt that his body was full of energy. He had to work hard to get rid of villain Qin. At this time, Li Baoshan slowly walked in and looked at everyone. "Let's start the shift." When Chen Song saw Li Baoshan come in, he felt a little uncomfortable. Why did he feel embarrassed? He turned around and quietly glanced at Qinyu. He found that this guy didn't seem to have any reaction. He was calm and unperturbed. This woman is too ruthless." Chen Song hesitated. Was it a good idea to make such a terrible enemy for himself? Perhaps he could take the initiative to apologize, treat him to a meal and sign the peace agreement. Thinking of this, Chen Song seemed to have forgotten all the humiliation. After all, the enemy was too strong. He was really a poor and evil person. Forget it. After the shift and the emergency department, Chen Song thought about it and went back to sleep. Even a man made of iron couldn't withstand the emergency department every night. However, for some reason, Li Baoshan suddenly called out to Chen Song. "Xiao Chen?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes, Chief." "You called for me." Li Baoshan hesitated. Rest well." Chen Song was speechless. "Who are you looking down on again? P.S. For the cases in the previous 2 chapters, I wrote that even I was afraid. In order to create that kind of atmosphere, I even listened to a ghost story. I didn't expect that no one would read it. Disappointed. Forget it, I won't write horror stories in the future." Haha, actually, it's not a ghost story. It's a special medical record with scientific evidence. Those who are interested can take a look. After Jing Ran finished all the paperwork today, he went to the department to report to the department director. After he came out of the hospital, he felt sore all over. Every part of his body hurt. Where should he go for lunch? He could just find a place to eat. After all, Gung Yan would rather feed the dog at home than him. Thinking of this, Jing Ran could not help but sigh. He should have listened to Dr. Chen. Now, Jing Ran suddenly felt that there were some flaws and loopholes in the current high-end education. Especially in the teaching of doctoral and postdoctoral students, some new courses should be added, such as how to communicate with girls, how to be an excellent husband, how to make girls happy, how to make mothers-in-law obedient. After all, everyone was a young man. They had been in school for a long time and did not have time to communicate with girls, so they lacked the experience of communicating with the opposite sex. Thinking of this, Jing Ran suddenly felt that this was a very promising direction for research. After all, there were many people like him. However, he was lucky to meet Gung Yan. He felt that Chen Song should have at least a postdoctoral degree in this field. Thinking of Dr. Chen's sincere face yesterday, Jing Ran suddenly felt that this must be a person with a story and experience. Perhaps he should communicate with Dr. Chen more and communicate with him more. It was said that people in the same profession were enemies. Since they were both in the thoracic surgery field, they would definitely hold grudges. However, Jing Ran never thought so. He felt that a good partner was the key to success. His goal was not just to be a leisurely department director at Dongyang First University. What he needed was a platform that could make him bigger and stronger. With this platform, he could build an excellent thoracic surgery team. However, after he came back, there were both good and bad things. The bad things were also highlighted, and that was the lack of a strong partner. Chen Song was actually very good. He was young, capable, and kind. Thinking of this, he suddenly decided to invite Chen Song out for a meal. After all, he was a newcomer and did not have any friends. Chen Song seemed to be a good choice. He was loyal and sincere, he was not so scheming. He should be able to get to know him better. Thinking of this, Jing Ran picked up his phone and dialed Chen Song's number. Chen Song had just woken up. After seeing Jing Ran's call, he was a little flustered. What if Gung Yan was looking for him? What should he do? Yes. If it was Gung Yan, it would mean that he had called the wrong number. Thinking of this, Chen Song picked up the phone but didn't say anything. Seeing that the call was connected, Jing Ran quickly said, Dr. Chen, do you have time? Let's have lunch together? Chen Song was a little confused. Just you and me? Jing Ran sighed and smiled awkwardly. Well, I didn't listen to your advice yesterday and sent a photo to my wife. I guess I won't be able to eat for a while. Chen Song promised that he wasn't gloating. Alright, I'll treat you. Dr. Jing has just arrived in Dongyang City, so you're not familiar with the place. Let's meet at the Heavenly Street. For some reason, Chen Song felt sorry for Jing Ran. On a hot summer day, Chen Song took Jing Ran to a special hot pot restaurant. The two of them ate heatedly. The conversation was also in full swing. After getting along with him, Chen Song suddenly realized that Jing Ran was a pretty good person. Perhaps it was because of his long academic career that Jing Ran did not have the greasy and slippery personality of the people in the hospital. On the contrary, he was very honest and even a little naive. After eating, Jing Ran looked at Chen Song sincerely. Dr. Chen, I feel that we are the same kind of people. Chen Song was stunned. He hesitated for a while and looked at Jing Ran. There was something he didn't say. Dr. Jing, I'm actually an experienced person. Seeing that Chen Song didn't speak, he simply said, really? When I return to Dongyang City, I definitely don't want to be a simple director. I want to build a thoracic surgery base in Dongyang City and set up a team. I hope I can invite you to join us. Chen Song was stunned. Well, Dr. Jing, who else is in the team? Jing Ran blushed and smiled awkwardly. It's just me now. In the future, it will be you and me. Chen Song smiled. There's no hurry. I'm doing well in the second provincial hospital. However, if Dr. Jing needs any help in the future, you can call me. Similarly, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve in the future, I hope Dr. Jing can help. Jing Ran nodded. I will. The meal lasted 2 hours, and the two of them drank 2 bottles of beer. Chen Song originally thought that Jing Ran could drink quite well. After all, he was the one who suggested it first. However, he didn't expect Jing Ran to choke after drinking 2 mouthfuls. Jing Ran said embarrassedly, I rarely drink. Today, I felt like an old friend when I met Dr. Chen. I felt that it would be inappropriate if I didn't drink. Chen Song immediately smiled. This Dr. Jing was really a temperamental person. However, after 2 bottles, Jing Ran quickly shook his head, indicating that he couldn't drink anymore because he was dizzy. After sending Jing Ran to the car, Chen Song suddenly felt a little uneasy. After all, Gung Yan didn't seem to like drinking either. Shaking his head, Chen Song felt that Gung Yan probably didn't like him drinking. That's right, Jing Ran was in a particularly good mood today. She learned from Chen Song and hummed a little tune. Sure enough, she felt much better. I'll have a good rest at noon. Thinking of this, Jing Ran opened the door and saw Gung Yan standing at the door with a livid expression. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and her eyes were filled with evil intentions. She was stunned when she saw the smell of hot pot and alcohol on Jing Ran's body. She sniffed fiercely, and Gung Yan was instantly furious. Well done, Jing Ran. You know that I didn't let you eat and went out to fool around. You're still drinking, right? Oh my, look at you. I even said that I would forgive you since it was your first mistake. I specially came back early to make delicious food for you. I didn't expect you to be so amazing, Jing Ran. Tell me, who did you eat with? Jing Ran was suddenly speechless. Deng Yan's expression changed. What about me? Jing Ran, Chen, Gung Yan, Chen what? On Friday morning, during the shift change, Li Baoshan told everyone a piece of news. The microsurgical equipment for the emergency department's operating theater had finally arrived. In the near future, we'll gradually carry out the diagnosis and treatment of hand trauma and surgery. Xiao Chen, you're now the main force. Cooperate with Department Director N and perform the surgery well. Chen Song nodded and agreed. This made everyone in the department a little curious. Where in the world did Chen Song learn hand surgery? Just as Chen Song agreed, a notification from the system suddenly rang. Ding! Journey in the hand surgery department, complete 500 tendon sutures. Obtained a guide to tendon rehabilitation. Chen Song was stunned, and he could not help but laugh. Because he opened the long-term mission option and saw that completing 500 surgeries would allow him to achieve a small clinical goal. This was also the small goal that Qian Lin had set for himself to surpass Jing Ran. This time, Chen Song could not help but laugh. Chen Song felt that as a system with a conscience, it should always think for its host. In the beginning, one suture could give him 3 missions. But now, the mission started to cut corners, which was an immoral behavior. Chen Song looked at the 500 sutures happily. He suddenly looked forward to it. What kind of reward would he get if he completed 2 missions at the same time? Tendon rehabilitation guide was a good thing. As an important part of sports medicine, it played a crucial role in the later stage of recovery. Chen Song felt that this thing was very promising. Chen Song carefully clicked on the virtual screen and opened the uncompleted missions. Looking at so many missions, Chen Song suddenly felt that he was full of passion and fighting spirit. He did not expect that Qian Lin and Jing Ran could give him so many missions. Chen Song suddenly regretted it. After so many years, why did he only have one ex-girlfriend, Gung Yan? He should have dated a few more. It was not for anything else, but for those sweet and tempting missions. Looking at the screen full of missions, Chen Song began to choose one by one and tried to complete them one by one. There was no need to think about the awards. There were no competitions at all recently, and the National Inspirational Scholarship was not selected. He had not heard of any national competitions either. As for the honors, this should not be a big problem. Chief Physician Zhang Youfu said that he wanted to invite him to join the Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Danyang Province, but it was hard to say whether he could be a director. His research goal was about to be completed soon. When his article on liver transplantation was published, he would be able to achieve it very soon. The first goal of earning money was to earn 2 million yuan. Now, Chen Song estimated that his total wealth was only about 1 million yuan. He was still half away from 2 million yuan. However, this was not a big problem. If he got a few more breast enlargements and plastic surgery, it should be very soon. This weekend, when he went to the plastic surgery hospital, he should have a good talk with Zhang Zhixin and sign the contract that he designed. Then, he should contact Yang Tao and put himself up for sale. He should clearly mark the price and find more rich women. As for the girlfriend mission, Chen Song suddenly thought of a good idea. The mission prompt was to have a good-looking girlfriend, but it did not specify how long it would take. He could have an unforgettable fake love that lasted for even a second. Even if it was a love transaction, it was still possible. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu, who was busy writing medical records. The system only said that the patient was good-looking, but it did not say that the patient was big or small. Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to look for Qin Yu to complete a quest. He stood up and walked over. Qin Yu, Qin Yu. Qin Yu stared intently at the computer. Play. Chen Song nodded. What do you think of me? Qin Yu replied, nothing much. Chen Song, speak properly, speak seriously, speak the truth. Qin Yu rolled her eyes and did not say much. Ever since Chen Song sent her the picture of the pulmonary hydatid disease during dinner, Qin Yu was prepared to block Chen Song at any time. Chen Song was annoyed. Don't be like this. Give me a chance, and give yourself a chance. Let me be your boyfriend for 1 second. How about it? Qin Yu was stunned. She looked at Chen Song in disbelief. What can 1 second do? Chen Song, you're too fast. Qin Yu's voice suddenly became louder, causing Chen Song to lose his balance. Wang Qian, Shernal, Wang Yong, and the head nurse all turned around and stared at Chen Song. Their eyes were filled with heartache. Chen Song was stunned, he quickly waved his hands. Everyone misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu. It seemed that this mission would have to be postponed. Why would he want love? A man should still prioritize his career. Suturing 500 tendons was not difficult, but it was not easy either. As the emergency department of a public hospital, they had an advantage, which was that they had sufficient resources. The 120 emergency center was running every day, and there were many patients who needed emergency treatment. They were not afraid that the emergency department did not have patients, but they were afraid that the emergency department did not have the ability. Usually, there was no promotion, but there were still 8 to 10 patients who came to suture tendons every day. Now that there was a special promotion, there should be a lot more. The second provincial hospital did not have a hand surgery department, so the private Wu Hospital of Orthopedics gradually became popular. They keenly saw the business opportunities and found the shortcomings of their surroundings. They worked hard and brought in equipment from other places to start the hand surgery department. However, the fees were naturally much more expensive than the hospital, but the business was really good, and the effect was quite good. However, Chen Song was very curious about one thing. Did the second provincial hospital not establish a hand surgery department because there was no one, or was there some other reason? He even guessed that there was some secret between the boss of the private hospital and the higher-ups of the second provincial hospital. However, this did not have much to do with Chen Song. As soon as he finished speaking, the nurse outside began to summon him. Chen Song got up and went out. The atmosphere in this office was too depressing. It was more comfortable to do a mission there. He saw a middle-aged man in a white coat standing in the emergency department. He held a large ball of tissue in his left hand and was rolling it around his left hand. He was anxious. "Doctor, how much does the tendon suture cost?" When he saw Chen Song come out, the first thing the patient asked was this. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. "We have to analyze the situation in detail. Follow me, I'll see what happened first." The man should be a chef. When he ran in, there was a smell of food on him. The man hesitated for a moment. "No. If it's expensive, I'll." Chen Song shook his head. "Let's take a look at the situation first. There are many kinds of tendon sutures. Besides, it's hard to say if the nerves have been injured." The man gritted his teeth and followed Chen Song into the treatment room. After Chen Song tore off the tissue paper on the man's injured left hand, the wound was gradually exposed. There was an obvious cut mark on the second section of the index finger. The man grinned. "I cut my hand when I was chopping meat. Fortunately, I held back. Otherwise, my finger would have fallen off." Chen Song nodded. He washed it with normal saline and then disinfected it with hydrogen peroxide. This way, it would not be stained. Then, he took a pair of tweezers and took a look. There was no big problem. It was just that the extensor tendon of the index finger was cut in half and the blood vessels were damaged. However, it was not a big problem. Now, the tendon was seriously damaged. Chen Song estimated and said, "If you bring it along and take medicine for a checkup, the price will be about 1,000 yuan. When the man heard that, he immediately shrank in fear. "Oh my God, isn't that too expensive? The suture is more than 1,000 yuan. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I don't want to suture it. I'll go to a small clinic to suture it. But thank you for cleaning it for me, doctor. By the way, can you give me 2 pieces of gauze?" Chen Song still explained patiently, "Actually, there's still a huge gap between tendon sutures. Small clinics are cheaper because they use different materials, and it's easier for me to evaluate their skills. But the main thing is that the price of the sutures is different. For tendon sutures, we suggest using microbridges and prolines because the human body has less reaction to these kinds of knots. There is an antibacterial coating on the surface of the knots, which can make the tendon stronger while suturing. It can also prevent adhesion. It will not affect the movement of the patient later on. This is for your own future recovery. I'm not saying that the price I asked you is too expensive. P.S. Today, everyone thought that there would be an update at noon, but there wasn't. It's my fault. I didn't make it clear, and I apologize to everyone. Usually, when there is an update at noon, I will tell everyone in the evening update that there will be a few updates at 12 noon. Today, I'm organizing the outline and sorting out the plot. I'm used to writing daily routines, so I've been very busy today. Recently, I've been a little tired from updating, and I'm under a lot of pressure. There are only 3 chapters tonight, and there will be 2 updates at noon tomorrow. Finally, thank you for your support. I'm sincerely grateful. I'm a veteran and want to write this book well. If it's an update, I feel that I'm still working hard. Chen Song was telling the truth. The price of a thread ranged from a few RMB to a few thousand RMB. Even Chen Song was confused about the price of medical equipment. An orthopedic instrument that looked like an ear pick could be sold for at least 10,000 renminbi. Something like a vice could be sold for tens of thousands RMB. Most importantly, it could not be produced in China. Chen Song did not understand these things, but he always felt that it was a profiteering industry. However, there was still a huge gap between the large and small hemostatic gauze, microbridge thread, and other consumables. After they were sutured into the human body, the coating on the outside could effectively play a good role. After the chef heard Chen Song's introduction, he was slightly stunned. Is it really that good? Chen Song nodded. Yes, for example, you are a chef. You should know the difference between a good knife and a cheap one, right? Moreover, this thread is always in your body. The difference is huge. Moreover, this thread is bought by the strand. One strand costs a few hundred RMB. There is also a difference in toughness and endurance. Tendons are extensible tissues. Therefore, there is a lot of attention to be paid when suturing. After Chen Song finished speaking, he looked at the chef and smiled. Of course, as a doctor, I can only tell you these things. As for how you choose, it is still up to you. After the chef heard that, he fell silent. After pondering for a while, he muttered, I only sell a bowl of noodles for 10 renminbi. I earn a few hundred RMB a day and earn 200 to 300 RMB. Your thread can last me for 2 to 3 days. Seriously, after saying that, the chef obviously hesitated. Doctor, I am uneducated. Don't lie to me, Chen Song could not help but laugh. Your money is also given to the hospital. I am just earning money for my skills. When the man heard that, he could not help but sigh. Actually, I know that you are not cheap. When I went to the Wu Hospital of Orthopedics just now, that guy was scared to death when I asked him about the price. He said that the whole set would cost more than 3,000 to 5,000 RMB. He also said that my illness was very dangerous. Chen Song smiled and did not comment. After hesitating for a long time, the man gritted his teeth and made a decision. Suture it. The size of a tendon suture was considered a surgery. Other than those patients who needed urgent sutures, other people still needed to do a routine examination, and they would need to sign off on it. Although the chef was uneasy, he was more worried about what to do if there was a problem with his finger in the future. After all, he relied on his skills to make a living. If he really fell ill, it would be troublesome to earn money. Moreover, the index finger was a very functional finger. If something were to happen to it, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, although he gritted his teeth, he still had to do what he had to do. When they came to the hospital, regardless of whether they had money or not, they couldn't bear to spend it. The chef earned quite a bit every month, but he always felt a little heartache. Usually, people were willing to come to the emergency department for such minor surgeries. They came and left quickly, and they could still save a lot of money. Unless the situation was serious and the difficulty of the surgery was relatively high, only then would people wish to be hospitalized in the hand surgery department for treatment. To put it bluntly, it was because they had no choice but to be hospitalized. One of the advantages of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was that they had an emergency inpatient department. They could take in short-term hospitalized patients to handle such minor surgeries. Laparoscopic acute appendectomy, cholecystectomy, and so on were because they did not need to spend too much time. It was the same for the hand surgery department's surgeries. In fact, after the suture was completed, there was no need to stay in the hospital. They could be discharged after taking some anti-inflammatory drugs. Chen Song even felt that the emergency department could open up bract surgeries in the future. After all, they came and went in a hurry. They could finish the battle in an hour, get up, and leave. They just needed to wait for the sutures to be removed. Therefore, the emergency department was not afraid of not having patients. They were only afraid that they did not have the ability. If they did it well, there would be a crowd of patients. They were afraid that they would not be able to handle it. Of course, it was easy to suture tendons. After all, it was an acute injury and could be treated in the emergency department. However, this bract surgery could not be associated with the emergency department. After all, no patient came to the emergency department because of bract problems. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little regretful. After all, he had nowhere to use his dragon subduing technique. He felt a little depressed. After the surgery began, Chen Song deliberately came to the newly built operating theater. It was still brachial plexus anesthesia. Chen Song called Xianxia over. Because Chen Song now had an idea. He was thinking that his master-level tendon suture had two special effects. One was to reduce adhesions, and the other was to speed up recovery. The reason why special effects were special effects was not without a scientific basis. After using special surgical techniques to suture, a special purpose was achieved. Since that was the case, Chen Song wondered if he could separate these special effects. What did it mean? It meant that it was targeted research. What was the reason for this special effect? For example, reducing adhesions. What kind of technique and surgical method could achieve this result? This was very important. If the research was successful, it would be of value to the entire industry. And to do this work, he needed a helper. That helper was Xianxia. She had a unique perspective and thinking in scientific research. Chen Song felt that there were many things that he could not think of, but Xianxia could. If these special effects could be separated and summarized, each of them would be an amazing thesis or even an amazing surgical method. Professor Tang Jingbo's Mtang suture technique for flexor tendon repair was a very good example. He had an important guiding role in the principle and method of repair of flexor tendon injuries in the flexor sheath. He increased the treatment effect from the original excellent rate of 60 to 70% to 85%. This division theory and treatment principle had a great impact in the international academic community. It was called the Tang division overseas. Chen Song suddenly felt that if he studied it properly, could he also perfectly improve the success rate of the repair of the extensor tendon, no matter what. It was always necessary to have a dream. Xianxia skillfully tied a tourniquet around the upper third of the upper arm and laid out a whole drape. The damaged area was in zone 1. Chen Song had already helped the patient with early debridement before the surgery began. Chen Song had master-level tendon suture technique. This technique did not only include tendon suture, but also debridement. Early and thorough debridement was the key to directly affecting the prognosis. After removing the necrotic tissue contamination and foreign bodies, the next step was treatment. The purpose of debridement was to reduce the inflammatory reaction after the injury. At the same time, it prevented a large amount of blood from seeping into the wound and causing severe tendon adhesion after the surgery. The principle of tendon repair was no tension, no torsion, and no damage. Chen Song said to Xianxia as he dealt with the wound, "You have to remember all the steps. I feel that the suturing of the tendon is definitely not just a matter of suturing. It has a crucial relationship with the debridement in the early stages and the recovery in the later stages." Xianxia nodded and did not say anything. His big eyes kept thinking. The surgery progressed very smoothly. Chen Song's suturing method was different from others. It was an original method. Even Xianxia frowned slightly. Chen Song rarely sutured tendons in the secondary hospital of Sichuan province. Xianxia had only seen it once. When he saw it, he was a little surprised. When he watched it again, he could not help but feel that it was a novelty. Chen Song's suturing speed was very fast. He realized that the advantage brought by this speed was also very obvious. Moreover, this speed did not affect Chen Song's stability. Chen Song, who was in the middle of the surgery, suddenly remembered Qian Liang's words, Qian Liang had once commented on Zhou Xiaodong and Li Shijian when he was taking the establishment exam. He said that his surgery had no soul. Chen Song did not understand this sentence at that time. He felt that this sentence was very pretentious and did not have any substance. But Chen Song suddenly had a realization. What did it mean that there was no soul? It meant that there was no thinking, there was no depth to dig into the meaning and purpose of the surgery. It was like sculpting. You were following the template. There was no thinking and understanding of your own, and you did not have enough understanding of the work. Then, what was the soul of the surgery? Chen Song's brows were tightly knitted. He seemed to have vaguely grasped some clues. Chen Song felt that what was the soul? It should be this surgery. No matter from which angle, no matter what method was chosen, one must achieve a few goals. The soul was the curative effect. Take tendon sutures as an example. How could he make tendon sutures possess a soul? Anyone could suture a tendon. It was the same principle as anyone could make a sculpture. Then, the soul should be how to treat the tendon as a life, think of ways to put oneself into the tendon, and think about how to make the tendon heal more effectively and quickly. Chen Song seemed to have this feeling at this moment. He looked at the tissue around the tendon thoughtfully. The tissue around the tendon was very rich, including the inner and outer aponeurosis, tendon sheath, tendon button, and so on. When the tendon was repaired, damage should be avoided. The tissue around the tendon was the blood supply of the tendon. It could maintain the integrity of the tendon's sliding structure and reduce tendon adhesion after the surgery. Therefore, when Chen Song sutured, he deliberately avoided the surrounding tissue to avoid any damage. Chen Song was already thinking about all the factors that could affect tendon adhesion. He was thinking about how to minimize these factors. For example, the choice of suturing materials. Chen Song deliberately chose the microbridge thread. The antibacterial coating could effectively reduce the inflammatory reaction and avoid adhesion. Protecting the tissue around the tendon could also effectively reduce the reaction of the tissue around the shoulder and the tendon. Chen Song took every step into consideration, from the treatment of the end of the tendon to the choice of suturing method, the precise anastomosis of the tendon, and the treatment of the scar around the severed end. Steel wires should be used to suture tendons, but Chen Song did not use them because he could use special suturing techniques to increase the toughness of the microbridge suture. The advantage of the Kessler suture method was that it was firm and strong, and it was not easy for the suture to split. Chen Song combined the advantages of this suture method, but he also miraculously added his own ideas into it. This time, Chen Song took a lot longer than usual to suture the wound. However, he had to think a lot as well. After the surgery, Chen Song instructed the patient, including postoperative recovery and exercise. It was also a routine. After the patient left, Chen Song fell into deep thought. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was different. One surgery was still too short, and he lacked a conclusion. Perhaps after 500 tendon sutures, he could really create a suturing method for the extensor tendon that was not inferior to the Mtang suture method for flexor tendon treatment. At that time, he could also name a surgery, and it would be called the Chen suture method. After the theory, treatment principles, and surgical methods were formed, the division of the extensor tendon would be called the Chen division. When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little more expectant and eager to try. A person without a goal would have no motivation. The most important thing now was to concentrate, do more research, think more, and summarize more. Qin Yu saw that Chen Song was deep in thought, and he did not dare to interrupt him. He could clearly feel that Chen Song took much longer than usual this time. Suddenly, he felt that he had to bring the camera he just bought at home for the next surgery. This kind of high-precision surgical summary camera obviously could not be so detailed. Chen Song suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, hee, this time, we're going to do something big. Qin Yu was stunned. He looked at Chen Song in shock. What is it? Chen Song smiled. You know about the Tang suture method, right? Qin Yu nodded. Of course, this is our national hero. The Tang suture method for the suturing of flexor tendons has been recognized by the world. Even the division of the flexor tendon is called the Tang suture method. This achievement is hailed as the most epic-making achievement in the hand surgery department in the past 70 years. Chen Song smiled faintly. Have you ever thought about creating a Chen division and the Chen suture method? Qin Yu was stunned. He widened his mouth. Chen Song, wake up. What the hell are you thinking about? Chen Song did not say anything. He took off his gloves and walked out. We'll see. Qin Yu could not help but gulp when he saw Chen Song's confident and resolute gaze. It was not that he thought that Chen Song was incapable, but that this goal was too big. Challenging the Tang suture method? You're too daring. Right after he left the operating theater, Chen Song suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Triggered special challenge mission, create the Chen extensor tendon suture method, summarize your experience, and develop a new type of extensor tendon suture method. Recognized by the European Journal of Hand Surgery. Rewards obtained, 1. Tendon suture technique automatically upgraded to perfect level, 2. Hand surgery profession change certificate, purple quality, 3. Skill points plus 20. 4. 1 custom-made piece of equipment exclusive to the hand surgery department. Time limit, 3 years. Mission failure warning, your hand surgery profession change cannot be activated. Ding. From now on, your tendon suture technique cannot be upgraded to perfect level through skill points. You can only upgrade it by continuously increasing your experience, solving difficult cases, and breaking the shackles. After the 2 notifications sounded, Chen Song was suddenly stunned. I was just bragging. Bro, you don't have to be so serious, okay? Looking at the system's notification, Chen Song stood there, a little dumbfounded. Although the mission was very difficult, the rewards were indeed very generous. Forget about everything else, the purple mark behind the hand surgery profession change certificate was really quite tempting. 20 skill points directly. This was equivalent to leveling up 20 levels. There was also 1 custom-made piece of equipment exclusive to the hand surgery department. 3 years, Chen Song smiled faintly. It was not impossible. Professor Tang was only in his 50s. He was also very young when he discovered the Tang suture technique. There was nothing impossible about it. After returning to the emergency department, Chen Song went to the head nurse. Head nurse, if you have any tendon sutures in the future, give me a call. I'll be at your beck and call, no matter what time it is. Tian Xianlan was stunned. Are you crazy? Qin Yu followed behind and said, he said he's going to do something big. The head nurse was stunned. What big thing can he do in 1 second? P.S. Thank you for the time being. After the emergency department added hand surgery, Li Baoshan began to run around busily. After all, he had spent so much money to build the operating theater, and he could not use it as a model. At the very least, he had to earn back the money he spent. Although the hospital was a public institution, the construction of the department still required the department's funds. The emergency department was originally the hospital's targeted poverty alleviation department. Li Baoshan was not willing to let go of even the slightest chance of getting the hospital's support to open the hand surgery department. It was said that even though a sparrow was small, it still had all its vital organs. The emergency department was also doing well. The recruitment of high-level talents was in progress, and the 2 additional operating theaters could be put to use immediately. The general surgery, hand surgery, thoracic surgery, and orthopedics departments in the emergency department were gradually taking shape. Next, everything depended on the helmsman of the department, Li Baoshan. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyuan, Li Baoshan, and Li Jianwei from the orthopedics department were sitting in the office. Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Li Baoshan and told him the truth, "Old Li, your burden is not light this time. Back then, the hospital was already pressured to give you 2 operating theaters for the emergency department. The hospital also gave you money to set up the operating theater for the hand surgery department. Now, you have to bring in 2 high-level talents. Now, everyone in the hospital is watching you." Originally, the hand surgery department belonged to the orthopedics department. This time, it's all thanks to Jianwei's strong support. After the hand surgery department's operating theater is built, the 2 departments will cooperate with each other and keep in touch. After all, the hand surgery department is a branch of the orthopedics department. Jianwei has a lot of experience in this area, so you must build the prototype of the hand surgery department. The development of the surgery system in the second Chengdu Provincial Hospital is relatively backward, but it's not something that can be changed in a day or two. The emergency department is an important reflection of a hospital's medical standards. This time, we spent so much money to build it. Oldly, you have to be more careful. Let's not talk about other things, but at the very least, you have to increase the department's profits. You can't lose money every year. When he said this, Xianxia was also very helpless. Li Baoshan nodded. Although he was expressionless, he knew very well that if the hospital did not repay the hospital's support for the emergency department, Director Qin and Director Li would have a huge burden on their shoulders. The various forces in the hospital were also entangled with each other. Even a small staff had to be fought over, let alone the construction of a key department. If the hospital spent so much effort to support the emergency department and ended up with nothing, it would undoubtedly lead to doubts. These doubts were not only directed at Li Baoshan, but also at Xianxia. As the director of the hospital, you have to coordinate the relevant affairs within the hospital. Moreover, the hospital is responsible for its own profits and losses, so you have to distribute the resources reasonably. If you use the profits of other departments to develop the emergency department, people will definitely gossip. Xianxia's burden was also very heavy. The hospital was like an enterprise. The development of the hospital depended on the director. Although Tan Ligua was indeed the secretary, there were still some differences between the hospital and other institutions. At the very least, the development of the second provincial hospital was still decided by Xianxia. Li Baoshan nodded and said to Li Jianwei, "Thank you, President Li." Li Jianwei shook his head, smiled, and eased the atmosphere. "Director Li, we've been friends for so many years. Let's not talk about hypocrisy. Let's just be honest. Although the hand surgery department is indeed a type of orthopedics, the orthopedics department does not have the ability to do it systematically. After the hand surgery department is established in the emergency department, we'll take it step by step and perfect it step by step. It won't be long before the hand surgery department is developed like this. Only such a department will have a foundation." Li Baoshan nodded. Li Jianwei continued, "And the most important point is that the hand surgery department is more suitable for the emergency department. The patient's hospitalization in the emergency department is short, and the emergency department can be a perfect fit. Moreover, the profit is not low. The orthopedics department may seem to cost tens of thousands of RMB per surgery, but the materials and equipment are also expensive. There are also many people involved, so the labor costs are not that high. As for the hand surgery department, although it may not seem like a lot of 5,000 to 10,000 renminbi per patient, the large number of patients and the short time period make the profit not small. This time, the hospital has some opinions about Dean Qin's great efforts. Director Li, you have to work hard and strive to develop the hand surgery department. At the end of the day, it was still about money. How did it mean that he was developing? When the profits were calculated at the end of the month, they would know how the emergency department was developing. They would also know whether he was competent as a director. On Friday afternoon, before they got off work, Li Baoshan returned to the emergency department's office and urgently gathered everyone for a meeting. He asked the staff who were resting on the weekend to organize a publicity event. Everyone had half a day to help the hand surgery department of the second provincial hospital publicize. And Yanjun was the person in charge. The current department director and could be said to be ambitious. His gentle face was full of fighting spirit, and even his gold-rimmed glasses were more dazzling than before. No one had any complaints about this. After all, if the benefits of the emergency department were good, everyone's income would gradually increase. Adding a hand surgery department was a good thing for the emergency department. Chen Song was not arranged to do publicity work. Instead, he was sent to the job fair to recruit people. Because it was a contract worker, the department still had enough autonomy. After work, Chen Song received a call from Luo Zhou. "Song, everyone is eating on the third floor of the school. Do you want to come over for a chat?" Chen Song hesitated for a while. Before he could say anything, Luo Zhou said, Come on. Everyone from Ammonium Yang is here. If you don't come, it won't be good enough." Chen Song nodded. "Okay." The third floor of the school's cafeteria was a small restaurant that was outsourced. There were private rooms, and they mainly focused on ordering food. Everyone gathered here in university. The price was not expensive. It was half the price compared to the restaurants outside. A meal did not cost much. Chen Song took a taxi and went straight there. Chen Song's arrival was a surprise to everyone, and he was also welcomed by everyone. The meal was in full swing. It was no different from university. The dishes were still the same as when they were in university. The tone of their conversation did not change much. This made Chen Song feel that he was the one who had changed the most in the past 3 years. He was a little emotional. While eating and chatting, he found out that everyone was basically studying for a postgraduate degree in Dongyang Medical University. Many people were like Luo Zhou's girlfriend, Dong Jia. They failed the postgraduate entrance exam in their first year and passed in the second year. After learning that Chen Song was only a postgraduate student this year, a group of people kicked up a fuss and insisted that Chen Song call them senior brothers and sisters. It was also very lively. At that time, there were 58 people in the class. Now, there were more than 20 people present. 2 tables were full. Although it was not a formal gathering, there were still quite a lot of people. In fact, most of them were studying at Dongyang Medical University, and they often met each other. It was a chance to organize a gathering. After dinner, everyone suddenly suggested that they go to the football field to sit down. It was quite comfortable to sit on the football field and enjoy the breeze. Everyone sat in a big circle on the artificial grass field and smelled the familiar smell of rubber. They laughed loudly. They asked each other what they had been doing all these years, where they were going tomorrow, and what had changed in the past 3 years. They complained that the hospital did not treat housemen as doctors. They complained that it was not easy to find a job. They complained that doctors did not take care of their children when they were old, and they had nothing when they needed money to get married the most. They complained that the pork market was so good, and they wondered if they should change careers earlier. When people reached 30, they finally had to consider more things. Suddenly, Chen Song realized that 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and no one had changed much. They were still so naive, simple, and poor. The only change in the past 3 years was that Chen Song felt that everyone's hair was thinner, their hairlines were higher, they were under more pressure, their partners were uglier, their lives were closer, and their futures were further away. It was past 10 o'clock when he returned home. Chen Song did not rest. Instead, he opened the surgery professor's video and watched it. Since he wanted to do this, he naturally had to put his heart and soul into it. Chen Song turned on his computer and carefully studied every kind of tendon suture video before he reclassified and summarized them. After he obtained master-level tendon suture technique, Chen Song's horizons had also increased. When he watched the surgery videos, his concepts and thinking had also changed a lot. There were several main suture methods for tendon sutures. One of them was the figure-8 suture, which was also known as the Bonnell suture method. In fact, this method was especially suitable for hand tendon sutures. There were also the knitting suture method, the button-eye suture method, the Kessler suture method, the Kleinert suture method, and so on. Each of these methods had their own advantages, but how could they bring out their advantages, avoid their shortcomings, and find a better and more appropriate suture method? This was very important. As for the Emtang suture method, Chen Song did not know how to. Forget about Chen Song. There were not many people in Dongyang who were good at the Emtang suture method. First of all, it was expensive to train a person who knew how to use the Emtang suture method. Moreover, the surgery was more difficult and risky. The Emtang technique had very high requirements for hand surgeons. The training period was difficult, and this led to a situation where the cost was high. Moreover, the Emtang technique improved the curative effect, which increased from 60 to 70% to 85%. This 15% difficulty level required surgeons to put in twice as much effort and time, and the patient would also need to spend more than half of the surgery fee. Therefore, it wasn't that the people of Dongyang province were stupid. It was just that there was no need for them to strive for perfection. In comparison, the Kessler suture method was simple, crude, and highly effective. Anyone could master it. Wasn't that better? Besides, the Emtang suture technique was not as effective as the Kessler suture technique, which was a well-trained technique. Chen Song watched the video while writing and drawing. He only went to bed after 1 o'clock. At this time, Qin Yu was still awake. Compared to Chen Song, Qin Yu's shortcomings in the field of tendon suturing were more obvious. She was not a professional in this field, but after coming to the emergency department, she began to come into contact with all kinds of things. God knew why Chen Song suddenly wanted to daydream and set a wishful thinking goal. Improving the Mtang suture technique and creating the Chen suture technique? Why are you so careless? However, even though she complained, she still had to do what she needed to do. She took out her notebook and wrote and drew. In one night, she wrote more than 20 pages. Then, she looked for domestic and foreign literature, looking for indicators, and so on. Looking at the complicated suturing methods in the video, Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. She leaned against the back of the chair and exhaled. Suddenly, she had an idea. She touched the bear. Is it really so small? When she thought of this, Qin Yu felt a little indignant. She turned on the beauty camera on her phone, unbuttoned her pajamas, and gestured in front of the camera for a long time. It's not bad, right? It is everything that should be there. Those people who don't know what's good for them, especially Chen Song. If you force me into a corner, I'll get AD and scare you to death. After picking up her phone and taking more than 10 videos of herself from all angles, Qin Yu admired it happily. I'm really beautiful. Qin Yu asked with an intoxicated expression, Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? The smart speaker, of course it's you, master. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. When Qin Yu heard this, he was in a good mood. Then who is the biggest bear in the world? Master, this question is so embarrassing. I haven't learned it yet. The next day, Chen Song arrived at Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital early in the morning. Fu Yulan should have recovered well today. Her shape, size, elasticity, and so on were basically stable. Chen Song really wanted to see how it turned out. After all, it was his first product, and he had put in so much effort. As soon as he entered the hospital, Su Ro was already there. She nodded slightly and said respectfully, Good morning, Dr. Chen. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Good morning, Manager Su. Su Ro was now much more polite to Chen Song than before. Even her impression of him had reached 15. After all, people with ability were more respected. Other people smiled slightly, but Su Ro's smile was trembling. Dr. Chen, Miss Fu Yufeng is here. She's in the ward now. Oh right, there are a few people who want to do breast surgery recently. After seeing your price, they were very curious and wanted to ask about it. After saying this, Su Ro handed over a magazine. Chen Song took it and was a little stunned. He took up an entire page. There was a half-body photo of himself, look at the cover, surrounded by his resume, Zhang Jixin's version, and then the price, 1 million, Su Ro smiled. This is Director Zhang's idea. You are now the chief of our plastic surgery hospital. We will accept some appointments and then contact you. Dr. Chen, what do you think? Chen Song nodded. This was really high-end. A plastic surgeon with 1 million yuan. This was really a gimmick. Let them come over this morning. Can they accept the price? Chen Song was a little in disbelief. After all, 1 million yuan was really high. It was at the top level in the country. The average price was around 200,000 yuan. This one was more expensive than 5 others, Su Ro smiled. We have some high-end customers with high spending power. They are also our VIP customers. The annual maintenance cost is around 1 million yuan. Chen Song nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that a platform was still very important. Otherwise, it would be useless if you couldn't use your skills. It seemed that he would have to cooperate with Yang Tao and Qin Xiang in the future. Fu Yulan was very excited. After all, she could be a woman with a bear from now on. Anyone would be very happy. And such a change was especially important for her. The change of body shape was also very important for a dancer. It meant that she could be more outstanding. The beauty of a woman's body would be displayed incisively and vividly in dance. While testing the dance, it also had high requirements for the figure. Fu Yulan was very fresh. She was like a child who had a new toy, constantly developing new functions, it didn't seem to be fun to be alone. After Fu Yufeng came, they simply compared the two of them. After Chen Song changed into his white coat, he went to Fu Yulan's ward. After knocking on the door and entering, the two sisters were comparing their sizes. Chen Song smiled and looked at Fu Yulan. "How do you feel?" Fu Yulan was very excited. Her big eyes were shining with a smile. "Very good. Very good. That was great. Dr. Chen, to be honest, I really didn't expect it to be like this. I feel that this 1 million yuan will not only change my bear, but it may also change my life. My future." In fact, Fu Yulan was very beautiful. She dressed in a Japanese and Korean style, looking very fashionable. Chen Song smiled. "Let me see how it is now. Be more natural." Fu Yulan nodded. She didn't avoid Chen Song at all. After all, this thing was made for her. What was there to be embarrassed about? Chen Song automatically opened his beautiful eyes. After looking at it, he found that there were still some flaws in many places. However, because of his limited experience, when he did it in the future, he would try his best to change and perfect it. After checking the goods, Chen Song said, "By the way, Miss Fu, it's like this. Today, there are a few women who want to do this surgery, but they feel that the price is more expensive, so they want to know the situation. Is it convenient for you?" When Fu Yulan heard this, she smiled. "Yes, yes. Why wouldn't I want such a good opportunity to show off?" When? This directly stunned Chen Song. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. Fu Yulan saw Chen Song's surprise and said, "Dr. Chen, you have helped me so much. This is nothing. Besides, they are all women. What's the matter?" He was just taking a look. "It's not like we haven't been to public bathhouses before. We practice in public bathhouses all the time, so we're already used to it." Chen Song smiled and expressed his gratitude again. Fu Yufeng stood aside. She had been jealous for a long time, but she had to go to work recently, so she had no time at all. The earliest she could do it was on National Day. At the thought of this, she repeatedly urged Chen Song to clear out all the time on National Day and perform the surgery. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, 3 women came. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Chen Song suddenly received a call from Xianxia, which surprised him. "Hello, Director Qin." Xianxia hesitated and said, "Xiao Chen, do you have time?" Chen Song nodded and said, "Yes, I have time now." "Director Qin, if you have something to say, just say it." Xianxia then said, "Xiao Chen, I have something to tell you. It's like this. Our hospital's dermatology department recently accepted a patient. It's a patient with facial burns. Now we are preparing to do a skin flap transplant. I want to ask you to do a favor and come over to design it." Actually, the patient is a little girl, only 18 years old. She's a very good girl. What I want to tell you is that the patient's family is very poor. Her father spent a lot of effort to gather tens of thousands of yuan for this surgery. It may not be enough. I was the one who treated her burns. Speaking of this, Qin Xiang was a little embarrassed. After all, he could make less money to treat other people's illnesses, but he couldn't not spend money to treat other people's illnesses. So when he spoke, it was inevitable that he was a little embarrassed. "Xiao Chen, let's put it this way. The patient's family is poor. I know your design fee is very high, and the surgery fee is even higher, but the patient's family really doesn't have that much money. The little girl is also very pitiful. I want to ask you to do me a favor for my sake. How about it? Of course, if you need any help in the future, just let me know." Qin Xiang spoke very quickly. He was afraid that if he spoke slowly, he would feel embarrassed. After he finished speaking, he anxiously waited for Chen Song's reply. To be honest, the only person Qin Xiang could think of right now was Chen Song. However, Chen Song's price wasn't low. When he stitched up Xing Guotan's girlfriend, just the stitching alone cost tens of thousands of yuan. Later, at Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital, it was said that the design fee was as high as 100,000 yuan, not to mention the surgery fee. Recently, he heard from Yang Tao that Jixin Plastic Surgery Hospital had a new plastic surgeon who was worth 1,000,000 yuan. Xianxia didn't even have to think about it. It was definitely Chen Song. After all, he had lived in Ammoniang City for so many years. How could he not know how deep the water ran in this city? Ammoniang City was only so big, and there were only so many people coming and going. Thinking about Chen Song's current net worth, Qin Xiang felt a little embarrassed to let him design for free. After Chen Song heard this, he suddenly froze. Ding! Triggered mission: save a soul with low self-esteem and help Do Xian walk out of the shadow of her life. Hint: the fire destroyed this originally happy family and destroyed a young girl's sunny heart, causing her to suffer in a haze. Please assist Qin Xiang and help the girl complete the facial skin graft surgery. After the mission is completed, you will receive 1. Advanced skin graft surgery, 2. Qin Xiang's favorability plus 20. 3. Do Xian's favorability plus 50. Seeing that Chen Song didn't say anything, Qin Xiang thought that Chen Song didn't want to agree. He couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Xiao Chen, if it's not convenient for you, then forget it. It's fine. The reason Chen Song froze was because he read the mission description. After reading it, Chen Song basically accepted the mission without thinking. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Chen Song hurriedly said, Director Qin, no. You've misunderstood. Why would I refuse? Tell me a time and I'll be there immediately. What do you think? Qin Xiang was stunned and suddenly dumbfounded. He hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, I'll tell you the truth. The patient's family's financial situation is really poor. It's very difficult. The money is also borrowed. I just want to help the girl walk out of the shadow as soon as possible. Let's put it this way. You might not get a single cent for the surgery. At most, you'll follow me for a surgery meal. Chen Song smiled. Director Qin, you're laughing at me. Do I, Chen Song, do everything for money? If that's the case, why would I stay in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital? I, Chen Song, am a doctor first, and then a plastic surgeon second. Qin Xiang couldn't help but be excited by his frank words. He admired Chen Song. Good. Xiao Chen, if it's convenient for you, you can come over now. In fact, even if Chen Song refused, Qin Xiang wouldn't say anything. There was a saying that was very good. If you don't know the hardships of others, don't persuade others to be magnanimous. If you don't know the hardships of others, don't persuade others to do good. The story of the highly educated miss and the king of comedy persuading a prostitute to turn over a new leaf had always been played by his side. Everyone had their own lives and their own choices. At Qin Xiang's age, he had seen many people in the hospital. He had a deep understanding of the human heart, so he naturally wouldn't be so high and mighty and stand on the moral high ground to educate others. P.S. There will be updates at noon tomorrow. Remember to subscribe. After the 3 women came out of Fu Yulan's ward, their faces were full of excitement. Obviously, they were tempted. Originally, they were just accompanying one of them to inquire about the market. However, after seeing the price of 1 million, they were curious. What would 1 million look like? At this moment, when the 3 of them saw the comparison of Fu Yulan's photos, they were stunned. The difference was too big. She looked too good. The difference between her figure and the original was too big. Of course, Fu Yulan's foundation was super good. After all, she was a dancer and often exercised. After the surgery, it was icing on the cake. Well, a buyer's show and a seller's show. However, it was undeniable that Fu Yulan's change did make everyone's eyes light up. It was as if she had given everyone hope. The 5 women in the ward were chattering excitedly. Moreover, when the 3 of them learned that Fu Yufeng's face had undergone minor surgery, they were even more dumbfounded. It was easy for women to become friends. It might just be a common language of cosmetics. Therefore, Fu Yufeng simply took out her mobile phone and showed her photos to everyone. At this moment, their chests thumped. Surgery must be done. The 3 of them spent a lot of money on maintenance every year. Now that there was such an opportunity to become beautiful, no one was willing to miss it. Moreover, when they heard that Chen Song was very busy, the 3 of them became even more nervous. If they waited for him to leave and didn't have time, everything would be in vain, they would be happy for nothing. Thinking of this, the three of them quickly communicated with Chen Song and set a time. They would temporarily transfer the patient to another hospital here. After the relevant preparations were done, the surgery would begin next week. This was Chen Song's first time in the dermatology department of Eastern University First Hospital. The dermatology department of the hospital and the plastic surgery department were two completely different worlds. The environment here was much worse than the plastic surgery department, but it made Chen Song feel more like a hospital. It was almost 12 o'clock on a Saturday, and the ward was still busy. Everyone was busy, and the alarm in the nurse's station rang from time to time. Chen Song's arrival did not make the slightest ripple in this busy department. As soon as he turned around, he saw Xianxia coming straight over. Xianxia had been waiting anxiously for a long time. He was already pacing back and forth in front of the elevator. When he saw Chen Song, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly greeted him, "Xiao Chen, you're here. Thank you for your hard work." To be honest, Xianxia was really touched. After seeing Chen Song, he was naturally very happy. "Let's go. Come with me to see the patient." Xianxia did not greet Chen Song politely. He invited him to come either for tea or to visit a patient. The two of them walked together and went straight to bed 7 to 20. As soon as Chen Song came in, he saw a little girl lying on the bed near the door. She looked very beautiful from the side. Her exquisite facial features looked very delicate with the light coming in through the window. However, when the girl turned her head, a hideous burn scar appeared in front of Chen Song. He couldn't help but gulp. The right cheekbone extended to the base of the neck. The long piece was like a hideous and terrifying mask. It appeared untimely on such a delicate face. Chen Song couldn't help but raise his head to look at the girl. Suddenly, that pair of lively eyes instantly lost any luster. He quickly turned his head and lowered his head. His head shook, and his hair fell down, covering half of his face. His lowered head was like an ostrich, as humble as dust. In that instant, Chen Song felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly. He felt a wave of pain. It was very painful. Xianxia seemed to be used to it. He sighed, glanced at Chen Song, and walked inside. "Xin, where's your father?" "He went to buy food." The girl's voice was very low. It seemed that if she spoke loudly, she would scare herself. Xianxia nodded and said, "Xin, I invited this person to help you design the skin flap transplant surgery. You sit properly. Let's let Dr. Chen take a good look, okay?" The girl hesitated for a long time. Only then did she let out a long sigh. She lowered her head and tidied her hair, revealing her face. When she raised her face, her eyes were tightly closed, and she didn't speak. This set of movements was very smooth, so smooth that it made anyone who saw it feel a little distressed. What a good little girl. At this time, Chen Song carefully looked at it. He originally thought that it was yellow in the eyes, but he didn't expect it to be a red mark. Scar monster, LV50, boss monster. The scar tissue left behind after the burn. It's deep-rooted, strange in shape, and large in area. The red mark was disease, and the yellow mark was imperfection. Chen Song touched the scar with his hand and felt the degree of tissue damage after the burn. Chen Song didn't know much about burns, but he knew a lot about skin flap transplantation. The girl's skin was very white, but it was precisely because of this that the gap after the skin flap transplantation was even more obvious. Chen Song kept observing with his eyes, trying to find a more suitable way to transplant the skin flap. He wanted to find a better way to transplant the skin flap onto the face without causing too much contrast. Generally, such a large area of skin flap transplantation was more used on the limbs. This kind of skin flap transplantation on the face was very troublesome. First, it was very difficult, and second, the survival rate was not high. After seeing a lot of skin flap transplantation, the black and blue skin flap on the face looked even more terrifying. Therefore, before the skin flap transplantation, it must be ensured that the repair of the wound must be very serious. The blood supply was poor, and the important nerves, blood vessels, tendons, and so on were seriously exposed. It couldn't be directly covered with the surrounding skin. This was a big project, Because the scar on the right cheek was too wide, it was impossible to push the skin flap transplantation. Chen Song found that this design was completely different from plastic surgery. Plastic surgery was nothing more than a carving, trimming, and cutting problem. At this time, there were a lot of things to do. The first thing was the choice of skin flap. The second was the design of the skin flap. Then, after the design of the skin flap, how to stretch and suture it so that it would have a good visual effect after the recovery. What was skin flap transplantation? In fact, it was to transplant flesh from another part of the body to this part of the body. It might seem simple, but there were too many problems to consider. First of all, the transplanted flesh needed to have good blood supply so that the skin could have vitality and not be a piece of dead skin. Of course, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that the skin flap was a piece of meat. Technically speaking, the skin flap was formed by a piece of skin with a blood supply and the attached subcutaneous adipose tissue. During the process of the skin flap formation and transfer, a part of the skin flap must be connected to the main body, the area of the skin flap donor. This connected part was called the pedicle to maintain the blood supply. The rest of the skin must be separated from the main body and transferred to another wound. Then, it would be stitched up. This would allow the originally missing face to have skin. This was a high-level surgical technique. It was also the direction that the dermatology and plastic surgery departments were constantly working on. The design this time was not a simple design. Chen Song suddenly realized that the skin flap transplant was not as simple as he thought. If it was used for the hand or leg transplant, it would be easy. But the face was completely different. You can totally imagine how difficult it was to make up for a missing piece of flesh on the face and make the face look good. There were too many problems to consider. He had to consider the shape of the blood vessels, the choice of skin flap, where to cut, how much skin to cut, how to maintain a good shape when suturing. At this time, Do Xian's doctor in charge, Su Kailan, came in. She saw Chen Song constantly making gestures to Do Xian's face. Her face suddenly changed. Who is he? Just as she was about to speak, Xianxia suddenly shushed her. Su Kailan looked at the director and was stunned. Chen Song looked for a long time. His beautiful eyes were constantly outlining all kinds of possibilities. Chen Song said to the girl, "Unbutton your shirt." Do Xian was slightly stunned. After hesitating for a while, she unbuttoned her shirt. But her face suddenly turned red to her neck. Chen Song realized that this girl was really white and her skin was very good. The skin color of her chest area was not much different from her face. Chen Song suddenly had an idea. Chen Song habitually took out a pen. After searching for a long time, he could not find it. Then he remembered that he was not wearing a white coat. Xianxia saw this and quickly came over. He handed the pen in his pocket to Chen Song. "Here." Chen Song looked at the gel pen and shook his head. "Give me a marker pen." Su Kailan quickly handed over the black marker pen from her pocket. She could not help but think in her heart, this is an expert? Why is the director so respectful to him? But he looks very young. Thinking of this, Su Kailan's heart was a little more curious. She wanted to see how powerful this young person was. Chen Song took the marker pen and began to draw on Do Xian's face and chest. At this time, Xianxia came over and looked carefully. He frowned slightly. "What kind of skin flap is this? OZ skin flap? No, it doesn't look like it at all. There seemed to be a little shadow of the AT flap inside, but the AT flap had various changes and was more suitable for the repair of the nephrectomies, nasal alar sulcus, and labial sulcus. But, because the AT flap had 3 intersections, it was easy to leave a T-scar. Moreover, there was no need for AT in this part of the body. But wasn't this too different from the traditional skin flap transplantation? Xianxia had never seen this kind of skin flap transplant before. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realized that Xiaochen was not a dermatologist. He was thinking too much. Chen Song specialized in the emergency department and only performed plastic surgery occasionally. Why would he know how to perform a highly specialized surgery like skin flap transplantation? Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but shake his head and laugh at himself. How could Xiaochen have any skin flap? He was overthinking things. Perhaps he was thinking about how to use the skin plastic design. Chen Song gestured for a long time before finally putting down the pen in his hand. he picked up his phone and took a picture. This was an idea. Chen Song's choice was to choose 3 parts of the skin flap: the area behind the ear, the neck area, and the pedicle twist in the chest area. This way, it could achieve a better aesthetic effect without affecting the blood supply of the face. Chen Song felt that the recovery effect would not be very good if it was just a large skin flap transplantation. After he was done, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. He also wanted to know what he meant by spending so much, so he asked curiously, "How is it?" "Xiao Chen, do you have any ideas?" Chen Song nodded. "I have a small suggestion." At this moment, Su Kailan was already a little unhappy when she saw Chen Song draw messily on Do Xian's face. Did she think that he was some kind of expert? Did he think that the skin flap transplantation was just a piece of skin casually moved over? Thinking of this, Su Kailan could not help but sigh. Perhaps her expectations were too high. Director, Shanghai 6th Hospital said that we can have a remote consultation at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xianxia originally wanted to talk to Chen Song, but he was suddenly interrupted by Su Kailan. However, his eyes suddenly lit up after hearing it. "Oh? Good. That's great. What did they say?" Su Kailan smiled. Director Xiao replied personally. He said that he invited Director Wang to participate in the morning, hoping to help this little girl. Xianxia was excited when he heard it. Good. 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 Xianxia had to admit that he was extremely excited. By the way, has Xianxia's medical record been sent? Su Kailan nodded and said, yes. The orthopedics and hand surgery departments of Shanghai 6th Hospital were famous in the country, and Director Wang was an expert in the field of skin flap transplantation. With their assistance in the consultation, they would definitely get a perfect solution. Thinking of this, Su Kailan was suddenly full of expectations. Chen Song was a little stunned when he heard it. Shanghai 6th Hospital? This was a big name. Chen Song also wanted to hear what good ideas and suggestions they had. Even if Chen Song had master-level skin flap transplantation technology, medicine was about communication and exchange. This way, he could better help the patient. Xianxia suddenly said, Xiao Chen, let's participate in the remote consultation in the afternoon. Let's have lunch together at noon. Chen Song nodded. At this time, a thin man walked in. The man was quite tall, but he was very listless. The hair on his head was sparse and a little gray. There were more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and forehead. He looked like he was in his 60s. The man carried a lunchbox in his hand. When he entered the ward and saw Xianxia, he suddenly smiled and the wrinkles on his face deepened. Director Qin, you're here? Why don't you rest on the weekend? The man put down the lunchbox and held Xianxia's hand with both hands. He bowed and said with a smile. Xianxia also smiled. Today, I invited a few experts to improve the surgery plan. We'll try to perform the surgery tomorrow. By the way, let me introduce you to Dr. Chen. He was specially invited to design for Xianxia. His skin plastic surgery field is very good. The man quickly came over and bowed to Chen Song. Dr. Chen, sorry to trouble you. Chen Song smiled and didn't say anything. At noon, he and Xianxia ate in the hospital cafeteria. Chen Song suddenly realized that the cafeteria of the second provincial hospital was better. At least the auntie's hand didn't tremble. Moreover, when she saw him, she would ladle an extra spoonful of meat. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the doctor's office, the remote conference TV was turned on, ready for the remote consultation. This made Chen Song have to sigh at the wealth of the first hospital at Eastern University. It seemed that every department had such a remote conference equipment. The convenience brought by the development of technology was obvious to all. A huge screen was placed in the corner. When the other side's image came out, it was like a huge office. The image was very clear. Seeing 4 or 5 doctors appear on the screen, Xianxia stood up and nodded slightly. Hello, Director Wang. Director Xiao has worked hard. I'm really sorry to trouble everyone to help with the consultation on a Saturday. Wang Yushan looked very dignified. He nodded and said, Director Qin, we have a rough understanding of the patient's situation now. Let's start directly. We have already discussed the patient's situation. Now, we have a few plans, but they are not unified. Now, I will tell you our thoughts. Director Qin, listen first. P.S. Only 5 chapters for today, thank you. Wang Yushan was an expert in the field of skin flap transplantation. He was famous all over the country. The orthopedics and hand surgery departments of Shanghai 6th Hospital were famous. He had received a notice from Dongyang University First Hospital yesterday. After learning about the situation of the patient, Do Xian, he quickly organized a case discussion with the doctors in the department. This was a very difficult case of skin flap transplantation. The irregular scar involved a large extent, so an effective tissue flap transplantation was particularly important. Even Wang Yushan, who was good at this, had a headache. He discussed with several directors in the relevant fields in the hospital, but they still couldn't make up their minds. They chose a few more unique treatment methods. Wang Yushan took out the first plan and said slowly, Director Qin, the first plan is an axial skin flap. Follow the plan of an island-shaped skin flap. Here is the schematic diagram. Take a look. Speaking of this, Wang Yushan projected a picture in front of everyone. This kind of axial skin flap must be a suitable tissue transplant with a vascular pedicle on the body. In fact, we are looking for a skin flap on the body that can meet the needs of a face transplant. Our choice is the chest, arm, and scapula flap, but the problem is that it is not suitable for the face. The scapula area can be designed to include ascending, descending, and transverse branches to provide blood. Xianxia understood this type. He had also thought of this type before. Relatively speaking, it was easier to operate, but the shortcomings were more obvious. If a transplanted skin flap wanted to survive, it must have a sufficient blood supply. The face was rich in blood vessels, but they were not large blood vessels. The compatibility with the scapula area was limited. In fact, it was most suitable for the chest area, but the chest area was not enough, and the most important thing was that the pedicle could not be retained. What was the pedicle? Generally speaking, if the skin flap was transplanted on the face, the best plan was still to keep the pedicle. That was to let the skin flap continue to be supplied with blood by the original blood vessels and not cut out the blood vessels. This way, there would be a good blood supply, which could facilitate the later recovery. The most important thing was that it was natural, it would not give people a sudden feeling. Wang Yushan began to introduce them one by one. Everyone listened very carefully. Chen Song sat there and drew with a pen. After all, Wang Yushan had given many ideas to Chen Song. There were some good ideas in front of him, and they could learn from each other. After spending an hour, Wang Yushan introduced 4 methods. These 4 methods each had their own merits. The eyes of the doctors who came to participate in the discussion lit up. They could not help but sigh at the strength of Shanghai City's 6th hospital. There were not many opportunities to communicate with the 6th hospital of Shanghai. Xianxia directly called all the doctors who were resting back and collectively participated in this remote consultation. This was also a learning experience. If they were to invite him to Eastern University's first courtyard, not to mention how high the probability was, it would definitely be more troublesome and would require a lot of effort. Moreover, even if it was a consultation, not to mention the money and effort, you could only invite 1 or 2 people at most. However, it was completely impossible for everyone to participate in the discussion like this. Now, with the help of the remote video conference, 5 or 6 department heads from the other side all participated in helping Do Xian with the design and discussion of the facial flap. This was equivalent to a collaboration between the 6th hospital and the 1st hospital of the Eastern University. Not only was this a good thing for the patients, but it was also a valuable learning opportunity for the 1st hospital of Eastern University, which was lagging behind in skin flap transplantation technology. Therefore, who wouldn't cherish such an opportunity? Following the release of the 4 types of skin flap transplant designs, the office of Eastern University fell into a brief silence. The doctors of Eastern University's 1st hospital took paper and pens and wrote rapidly, constantly recalling the points that flashed through their minds. These were the years of experience of the excellent experts and department heads. For this group of junior doctors, it could be said that they had benefited a lot. After a while, Wang Yushan broke the silence. Director Qin, which of these plans do you think is more suitable? To be honest, these plans really had their own characteristics, but Qin Xiang wasn't very satisfied. These things didn't meet Qin Xiang's expectations. Qin Xiang couldn't help but ask, Director Wang, the first plan is the most feasible, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. That is, after the skin flap transplant, there may be some problems in the later recovery and the survival rate of the skin flap. The second plan mainly uses a large number of AT transplants, and the scars are more obvious. The third, Wang Yushan listened to Qin Xiang's comments and nodded slightly. He had to admit that Qin Xiang was still very capable. It could be seen from the comments just now. He was straightforward and pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of the plan. After Qin Xiang finished his comments, he thoughtfully recalled the plan on a piece of paper. He frowned and wondered if there was a better plan. Suddenly, a light flashed and Qin Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly said, Director Wang, I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Wang Yushan was also slightly surprised. I don't know what Director Qin means. Qin Xiang smiled and stood up. He pulled the office mannequin over and his eyes exuded a kind of light called confidence. Director Wang, my idea is to choose from multiple donor areas. When the few directors on the television heard Qin Xiang's words, they suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yes, this is a good idea. With more donor areas, it could completely make up for the original shortcomings and expand the advantages. Wang Yushan was also full of curiosity and quickly said, Director Qin, please explain in detail. Qin Xiang nodded. First of all, the patient, Do Xian, is still young. He is only 18 years old, so his plasticity and growth are still very good. So, in this case, can we use multiple skin flap transplantation surgeries together? We can use the VY push flap transplantation in this area on the cheeks, and use the rectangular push flap transplantation in this area below. Finally, because the area from the lower jaw to the neck is too long, we can use the same skin flap from the chest to the shoulder blade area. Then, we will keep the blood supply pedicle in the neck and perform the rotation flap transplantation. This way, we can use multiple free skin flaps to give the wounds on the face more choices of donor areas. In this way, there will be a good recovery effect in the later stages of recovery. As soon as he finished speaking, the office and the office of Shanghai 6th Hospital fell into a short silence. Then, applause sounded. In the two offices, everyone applauded for Qin Xiang. It was really a wonderful idea, a genius design, and a miraculous choice of skin flap. Even Wang Yushan couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful. It's wonderful, Department Director Qin is really amazing. This idea is really wonderful. Department Director Qin has made me look at the ability of Eastern University's first hospital in a new light. To be able to come up with such a wonderful skin flap design, ordinary people can't do it. Wang Yushan said sincerely. Department Director Xiao of Shanghai 6th Hospital's Hand Surgery Department, who was good at skin flap transplantation, was also amazed and full of praise. Yes. This idea is really wonderful, Department Director Qin. Your idea can be said to have broadened my horizons. It seems that in the future, we should strengthen communication and cooperation between our two hospitals. Listening to the exaggerations of the department directors of Shanghai 6th Hospital, Qin Xiang really felt a lot better physically and mentally. It was very comfortable. Wang Yushan sighed, then said with a smile, I don't know how Department Director Qin came up with such a skin flap transplantation plan. I have to ask for advice and learn from it. Qin Xiang was stunned. That's right, how could I come up with such a genius design plan? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang felt that it was unbelievable. He felt that he had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly, success came naturally. It was as if he was suddenly given such a plan by God. Perhaps, this was talent. After all, there was no one to teach him. In the dermatology department of the first hospital of Eastern University, everyone looked at Qin Xiang as if he was their idol. If there were bullet screens in their hearts, it would definitely be 666666666. Department Director Qin was indeed Department Director Qin. Even those people from Shanghai 6th Hospital had to admit that they were convinced after seeing it. Amazing. There was only one person who seemed to be at a loss. Su Kailan had also become Department Director Qin's little fangirl. After all, such a genius design was really not something that ordinary people could come up with. Thinking of this, Su Kailan picked up her phone and took a photo of the model. She decided to take a good look and learn from it seriously. After taking the photo, Su Kailan enlarged the photo on her phone and looked at it carefully. She could not help but smile. If it were not for Department Director Qin's detailed explanation of such a complicated design plan, she might not even be able to understand it. Not to mention not being able to understand it, she might even misunderstand it as a messy graffiti work. After all, there was no order at all. It was just like scribbling. But, suddenly, Su Kailan felt a sense of déjà vu. This time, Su Kailan was stunned. That's right, such a familiar style, such familiar lines, so familiar. She felt like she had seen such a painting somewhere before. Just as Su Kailan was feeling conflicted, she suddenly saw Chen Song sitting opposite her, writing and drawing on a piece of paper. She finally understood where she had seen that design plan before. Su Kailan was shocked. She felt as if someone had drawn a Mona Lisa, but she insisted that it was nonsense. She felt that there must be something fishy about this. So, she looked at it seriously, she looked carefully, she looked very carefully, she kept looking back and forth. However, the more she looked, the more she had to admit that this was clearly the skin flap transplant plan that the calm young man in front of her had designed for Do Xian at noon. Su Kailan widened her eyes and looked at the young man in disbelief. It turned out that he had already designed a complete set of design plans in the morning. However, after being interrupted by her, not only did he not say anything, but he was also very humble and calm. Su Kailan felt that it was very unbelievable. How good was his self-restraint? She put herself in his shoes. If Su Kailan encountered such a situation where the fruits of her labor were not respected, she would definitely not be able to be in such a state. On the other hand, not only did this young man not say anything, but he was also neither arrogant nor rash. He sat there quietly, holding a pen and drawing on the paper as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Moreover, she clearly remembered that he had led the applause after Director Qin finished his explanation. Did he not care about his reputation at all? This was a good opportunity to stand out. In such a big environment where the experts of Shanghai 6th Hospital gathered, it was a good opportunity to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. It might even change the trajectory of his life. Perhaps this was what a genius was like. He did not care about these things. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a little bloated. That was right, he felt that he must have been well prepared to be able to design such a plan. The feeling of gushing ideas should be the feeling of success when the conditions were right. Thinking of this, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Well, this should belong to the legendary late bloomer, right? Xianxia took a deep breath and made himself appear a little more dignified and mature. At this time, Wang Yushan and several directors of the hospital also communicated and discussed about this design problem. They all agreed that this was a very good, successful, and exquisite plan with ideas. However, a problem was also exposed. That was a technical problem. Generally speaking, the more exquisite the design, the more advanced the technology as the foundation. The design plan was simple and crude, which was a good thing for the medical staff. After all, it could reduce the difficulty of the surgery, ensure the safety of the surgery, improve the self-confidence of the medical staff, and so on. However, a very precise or exquisite design was a burden for medical workers, even though it was a good thing for patients. Because such an exquisite surgical plan would encounter many difficulties. Without sufficient skills, it would be difficult to perform this surgery well. Thinking of this, Wang Yushan couldn't help but say, Director Qin, this proposal is great. There is no doubt that this is a great plan, but the difficulty of the operation is not low. You see, if you want to complete this design, at least the following aspects need to be done well. First, in the treatment of the skin flaps, you need to have stable skills to ensure that the skin flaps have a good fit after the transplant. Second, in the anastomosis of the blood vessels, you need to be prepared in all aspects, and you need to have solid skills. Last, and most importantly, you need to have excellent suture skills to ensure a perfect fit between multiple skin flaps. After Wang Yushan finished speaking, Director Xiao nodded. That's right. The most important part of this surgery is the suture of the skin. This is the most important and difficult technique in this surgery. After all, there is a gap between the suture of the skin flaps and the suture of the skin. Director Qin is the director of the Department of Dermatology in Danyang Province. He has extraordinary achievements in the field of dermatology, so he must have excellent skills in suturing the skin. To be honest, now I am full of expectations for this surgery. Xianxia smiled. He had the foresight to invite Chen in advance. He had seen Chen skin suture skills with his own eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. That skill was really amazing. Since the other party had said this, Xianxia couldn't help but be modest. Actually, this idea is not my own credit. In fact, it is the result of the joint efforts of the experts of the 6th hospital. I just took advantage of it. However, we have also invited a doctor who specializes in suturing the skin. We will start the operation tomorrow. Wang Yushan smiled and asked, Department Director Qin, all of us are actually quite interested in this surgery. I have a presumptuous request. During the surgery later, can you turn on the live broadcast of the surgery so that the doctors in our hospital can also see it? Xianxia smiled slightly. Sure. After the remote video consultation ended successfully, Xianxia looked at the many doctors present and said with a smile, I believe that everyone has learned something from today's remote consultation. After today, when you go back, everyone will write a summary about the skin flap transplant. When you change shifts on Monday, everyone will share your thoughts. Also, for the surgery tomorrow morning, everyone will come to the hospital. Except for the doctors on duty, everyone will gather in the operating room to watch the surgery live. After saying this, Xianxia was very happy. After so many years, he could finally show his face in front of the many experts of the 6th hospital of Shanghai. Moreover, they would take the initiative to ask to watch his surgery live broadcast. In the past, this part-time job was a fantasy. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart was deeply moved. In the medical industry, the strong were respected. If you had the ability, you would be able to gain the respect of others. Today was Lao Qin's proudest day in the past few years. After saying this, Xianxia looked at Chen with a face full of excitement. He patted Chen shoulder. Xiao Chen, I'll have to rely on you tomorrow. Chen nodded and smiled. It's okay, Director. I'll come over early. Xianxia nodded. Okay. Tomorrow, let's also fight in front of the people of Shanghai. What an exciting time this is. I feel excited just thinking about it. One day, I can broadcast the surgery live in front of a group of experts and directors of the 6th hospital of Shanghai, the top in the country for skin flap transplantation. It's still a little unbelievable when I think about it. Chen smiled. Director, you're very good. Xianxia smiled modestly. After saying goodbye to Chen Xianxia said to the doctor in charge, Su Kailan, let's go, little Su. Let's go see Do Xian and inform her about tomorrow's surgery. Su Kailan looked at the high-spirited Xianxia and wanted to say something but stopped. On second thought, was she not looking for trouble? That junior doctor did not say anything, so what should she say? As a successful subordinate, shouldn't she praise the director a little? At this time, Director Qin definitely needed a loyal fan who was afraid of flattery and who knew how to shout 666. Thinking of this, Su Kailan smiled. Okay, Director. The director is really amazing today. I really didn't expect the director to come up with such an amazing skin flap transplant plan. To be honest, when I first heard about it, I was a little shocked and amazed. The director is really well prepared. He's old but vigorous. After saying that, Su Kailan gave Xianxia a thumbs up. After flattering him, she even stroked the horse's mane. It was very appropriate. Xianxia was also very comfortable. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the ward. Xianxia looked at the father and daughter of the Dou family and comforted them. Xinxin's surgery has been arranged for tomorrow. We have already designed a very good design. Moreover, our plan has been approved by the expert team of the 6th hospital of Shanghai. Tomorrow's surgery will be broadcasted live with the other party's experts. When Do Qianghua heard this, he immediately said gratefully, Director Qin, it's really hard on you this time. I don't know how to repay you. Xianxia waved his hand. It's okay. This is our responsibility. To be honest, I'm quite happy to be able to help Xinxin. What a cute girl. Do Qianghua said, this. Director, can we wipe the line drawn at noon? Xianxia was stunned. What line? Do Xian turned her head at this moment. Xianxia suddenly fell silent. Xianxia looked at the marks drawn on Do Xian's face. The entire outline suddenly felt very familiar. Wasn't this his design plan just now? Since when was it drawn on Xian's face? Suddenly, Xianxia was stunned. Wasn't this what Chen Song drew for Do Xian in the morning? It was very similar to his. Similar. Xianxia was stunned. What the *ck? No wonder he felt a flash of inspiration in his head. He didn't even have to think about it before it happened, so this was it. Thinking of this, Xianxia's mood at this moment was very complicated. His face turned red and white as he felt uneasy. Was this considered plagiarism? No, it shouldn't be. How could it be plagiarism when it was done by a scholar? But it shouldn't be counted. The evidence was drawn on Xian's face. Su Kailan was standing there with her big eyes. She was the one who gave him the brush. This made Xianxia feel very unconfident. Do Changguo looked at Xianxia in a daze and asked carefully, Department Director Qin, this. Are you afraid to apply it? Xianxia smiled slightly. Yes, but make sure it's clean. You still have to draw the line tomorrow. Remember to wash it well for tomorrow's surgery. After giving his instructions, Xianxia put his hands behind his back and walked out. Now that the evidence was gone, it should be considered his own creation, right? But the most important thing was still Chen Song, that kid, Sai. Why was he so outstanding? Thinking of this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. He suddenly thought of another thing. Since Chen Song could draw such a design plan, it meant that Chen Song knew a lot about skin flap transplantation. Moreover, he was not inferior to him. All of a sudden, Xianxia was stunned. How old was he? The little yellow flower in the story started floating from the year he was born. And Chen Song in the emergency department had been acting cool since then. Xianxia recalled every interaction with Chen Song. It seemed that every time Chen Song successfully acted cool, it would end perfectly. Thinking of this, Xianxia was a little doubtful. Was it because Chen Song was too awesome? Or was it because he was too lousy? How old was he? 27 years old, he had already learned skin flap transplantation, and he could come up with such an exquisite and shocking design. Xianxia thought hard about it and suddenly realized something. That's right. Wasn't such a complicated and challenging skin suture design tailor-made for Chen Song? Even if someone else got the design, would they be able to do it well? Not necessarily. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly felt that it was no wonder that Chen Song was fearless and didn't care about such a plan at all. It was because after other people got the design plan, they didn't dare to do it at all. Even if they wanted to do it, they couldn't do it. At most, they would be imitating others. Xianxia could not help but sigh. He was truly a terrifying young man. Why not? Let him be the chief surgeon for tomorrow's surgery. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but have the heart to guide him. The next day, Chen Song ran to the first courtyard of Eastern University early in the morning. The distance was less than 3 kilometers. For Chen Song, it was just the distance for a morning exercise. As soon as he arrived at the dermatology department, he saw that Xianxia had already arrived. Chen Song smiled and greeted him. Director Qin, you're here so early. Xianxia did not sleep well the whole night. He thought of his open and aboveboard life. His academic achievements were not small, and he was even more magnanimous and well-received. He could not lose his integrity because of such a small matter. Xianxia tossed and turned all night and could not sleep well. Xianxia's wife was annoyed. Lao Qin, what are you doing? You tossed and turned all night. Xianxia thought for a moment, patted his wife's shoulder, and asked, Wife, let me ask you something. What's wrong? Let me give you an example. Once upon a time, there was a doctor, a junior doctor in the department. Oh. After he finished speaking, he found that his wife had fallen asleep. Xianxia looked helpless. Sigh. He was not a good person, he did not sleep well the whole night. The next day, he naturally came to the hospital early. Xianxia nodded. Xiao Chen, you're quite early too. Chen Song smiled, I'm used to it. Xianxia glanced at Chen Song and saw that there was no one around. He smiled and said, Xiao Chen, yesterday's design plan, Chen Song, it's quite good, Director Qin. Your thinking is very similar to mine. I think we have the same point of view on this surgery. Also, I think you're more comprehensive in the details than I am. Yesterday's consultation at Shanghai City 6th Hospital made me feel a lot of emotions. I originally planned to modify it, but I didn't expect you to have thought of everything. So, Director Qin, your understanding of the patient's situation and the idea of skin flap transplantation is very clear. Xianxia was stunned. This seemed to be the case. This was not plagiarism, but innovation? Su Kailan, who was standing at the side, was also dumbfounded. Invisible flattery was the most fatal. Looking at Xianxia's happy expression, look at how happy he was, Su Kailan suddenly realized that the workplace was very difficult. In the operating theater, everything was ready. All the free doctors in the dermatology department had come to participate in this surgery. The remote video sharing was also ready. Xianxia suddenly looked at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, how did your skin flap transplant surgery go? Chen Song said honestly, it's okay. Xianxia nodded slightly. He wanted to give Chen Song a chance. Such a surgery with a special medical record with technical content could be used as a teaching case. If Chen Song had such a good surgical case, he might have more say when he joined the Dongyang Province Plastic Surgery Society and the Dermatology Society. He might even have some positions in advance. Thinking of this, Xianxia said firmly, then you'll be the chief surgeon today. That one sentence made everyone around him dumbfounded. Was this appropriate? Thinking of this, the doctors around could not help but say, Director, is this appropriate? Yes, today's surgery is very important. Everyone in the 6th hospital is watching. Director, you can't be so careless. Even the first assistant of today's surgery, Deputy Director Qing Yueza, could not help but glance at Xianxia. He hesitated for a moment and did not speak. As the deputy director, he had to act like one. Looking at the crowd, Su Kailan smiled slightly. How could a group of mortals like you understand the director's thoughts? Su Kailan even guessed that Chen Song's skill level might be better than the director's. This morning, Su Kailan felt that she had learned the essence of flattery. After all, the director could not be Chen Song's assistant, right? Thinking of this, Su Kailan smiled and said, let me help Dr. Chen? Xianxia shook his head. I'll do it. Su Kailan was stunned. Did I hit the wrong place again? Sigh. Su Kailan could not help but sigh. The workplace was so difficult. She did not know that ever since Xianxia helped Chen Song in the Tan family of the state of Jing, he seemed to be addicted to helping Chen Song. P.S. It's 3 in the evening. There will be more tomorrow. When everything was ready, the surgery began. The camera also began to record, and the remote video sharing was also activated. Everyone was ready for the surgery. At this time, Xianxia was already standing in the position of the first assistant. He looked at Chen Song and waited for the surgery to begin. The surgery was more complicated. After all, it involved more skin flaps. The most important problem was how to design them cleverly. The skin was divided into epidermis and dermis. The skin flap also needed subcutaneous tissue. The epidermis was known. The dermis could be said to be the core area of the skin. The thin layer inside contained microvessels, muscles, sebaceous glands, nerve endings, sweat glands, and so on. These formed the skin and functional areas. The subcutaneous tissue mainly consisted of subcutaneous fat, connective tissue, large blood vessels, and so on. The surgery required the skin flap to be separated and then used various ingenious methods to transplant it to another place. This was the so-called skin flap transplantation technique. Chen Song began to operate according to the area that had been drawn in advance. Everyone in the 6th hospital of Shanghai had already gathered together. They were all very interested in the case this time because the design plan for the flap transplantation proposed by Xianxia was not just a plan, but a concept and train of thought. It would even have a very good inspiration for future surgeries. For this reason, Wang Yushan and Department Director Xiao called all the doctors in the department to learn about the surgery seriously. However, after the surgery began, they suddenly realized that the chief surgeon was not Xianxia. It was a young doctor who was less than 30 years old. Was this a joke? Department Director Xiao also frowned slightly. There are so many people in Shanghai City 6th Hospital who are watching and learning. They are very serious, but Department Director Qin, you let a young man go up. Isn't this a little careless? This is not the way to guide a newcomer, is it? At this moment, the people around them started to talk. Wang Yushan coughed and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be quiet. Look, listen, learn, and don't talk nonsense." When everyone heard this, they could not help but sigh and fall silent. The process of peeling off the skin flap was very simple. It was just a sharp peeling off the surface of the muscle membrane bit by bit. However, when Xianxia operated, he left the aponeurosis and the capillary wall network intact. The design of the facial incision was directly related to the aesthetic effect of the healing. It was a key part of the art of surgery. Xianxia's choice of incision was almost to a harsh level. Even Xianxia, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel shocked. He had done a lot of research on skin flap transplantation and skin plastic surgery. Because of this, the more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. This Xiaochen was really amazing. At this moment, a group of people who were far away in Shanghai City 6th Hospital could not help but look down on the surgery when they saw it. After all, they were the best in this field. They wanted to see how a young man could perform surgery. He felt like he was displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. One of the doctors couldn't help but ask, the skin flap on the cheeks could have been omitted. Why did he have to extend it? Sigh. Where else? Loose skin? There's something wrong with that. Everyone shook their heads. When Wang Yushan saw the arrogant attitude of the surrounding junior doctors, he couldn't help but get angry. Their first impression was that the young doctor was young, but they ignored many problems. Why did Xianxia dare to let Xianxia perform such an operation? Did he not know the importance of this operation? When Wang Yushan saw this, he finally understood why he had to do this. It was because this young man's ability was really something that no one could say anything about. Looking at the young doctors around him, Wang Yushan said in a deep voice, "Do you know why? It's because it's a facial flap transplant. Pay attention to his incision. Every step of his incision should be in the same skin beauty unit as possible. This is an almost harsh requirement. Moreover, as for the choice of incision, haven't you noticed? The incision should be designed along the tension line of the skin in a relaxed state. This is an important principle of facial incision. Also, when he chose the direction of the incision, the deep skin lines were almost the same. What a stable hand, what an ingenious design." At this point, Wang Yushan could not help but sigh. This young man's mastery of every detail of his facial skin could be said to be classic. After Wang Yushan said that, everyone was stunned. Even Director Xiao had a solemn expression. He looked at Xianxia's surgery seriously and was a little dumbfounded. If Wang Yushan didn't say it, he wouldn't have known. Now that he said it, he was a little stunned. It was really like that. This young doctor's mastery of details and control of subtle operations had really reached the level of a master. The young doctors around him were silent for a moment. Looking at Wang Yushan, Director Xiao, and the surrounding chief physicians watching the surgery video seriously with a solemn expression, they couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, everyone stopped looking down on him and watched the surgery seriously. Wang Yushan began to wonder who this young man was. He was young and had extraordinary strength. There was actually the aura of a master in his every move. Xianxia was careful. He was afraid of damaging the nerves and blood vessels on his face. He tried his best to repair what could be repaired. This kind of facial flap transplant and plastic surgery was very difficult. Not only did he have to consider the structure of the face, but he also had to consider how to take care of his blood vessels and nerves. Every step had to be carefully considered. The more the surgery, the more careful Xianxia was. Design and surgery were always two completely different operations. It was always easy to talk about it on paper. However, after really doing it, every step was even more difficult. "Help me clamp the flap and reduce the pressure on the blood vessels," Xianxia said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. At this moment, everyone in the operating theater held their breaths. After Xianxia was ready, he said, "Put it down. Slow down." After every step of the flap transplant, there needed to be a good position to start suturing. At this moment, everyone around began to pay attention. They thought that Xianxia was about to start suturing, but he didn't. Xianxia didn't quickly suture after the flap was transferred to a new place after the flap was transplanted. What was he doing? Thinking of this, Wang Yushan couldn't help but stand up from his seat and stare at the screen. The few doctors around him were stunned. Wang Yushan had always been dignified, so this group of doctors was a little afraid of him. Seeing Director Wang's actions, they couldn't help but quiet down. At this moment, Xianxia also looked at Chen Song with a surprised expression. Why wasn't he suturing? It was not that Chen Song did not know how to suture, but it was not the right time yet. The skin flap transplant surgery involved the simultaneous transfer of 3 skin flaps, and the skin suture was the core operation of the surgery. How to suture the skin flaps that had been successfully selected together like a flat plate without affecting the visual aesthetic and facial structure after the healing process. This was very important. However, if the 3 skin flaps were sutured separately, it would be impossible to achieve this. This was because the transplanted skin flaps were originally free, and they were not normal. If they were sutured in advance, there would be a lot of trouble. Therefore, Chen Song wanted to suture the skin as a whole. Xianxia glanced at Chen Song and could not help but ask, Xiao Chen, why aren't you suturing? Chen Song said calmly, it's better to suture them together. These simple words were like a clap of thunder in Xianxia's heart. What kind of ability did he have to guarantee that he could say such words so calmly? There were only 2 results for suturing them together, and one was better, the other was worse. Chen Song dared to do this, and Xianxia could guarantee without a doubt that it was the former. When he thought of this, Xianxia could not help but observe carefully. Chen Song turned around, and Su Kailan had already passed the needle and thread to him. Xianxia was stunned, and he nodded in satisfaction. The way he looked at Su Kailan also became gentler. Su Kailan blushed. She finally succeeded. It seemed that Dr. Chen was Department Director Qin's bootlicker. As long as Dr. Chen was done well, Department Director Qin would be happy. There were still routines in the workplace. Suturing began. After taking the needle holder, Chen Song did not start suturing. Instead, he passed the needle holder to Xianxia and began to fiddle with the skin flaps with both hands. This process took a few minutes. During these few minutes, Chen Song's eyes had simulated hundreds and thousands of times. Finally, Chen Song stretched out his hand, and Xianxia quickly passed the needle holder to Chen Song. Suturing began. Chen Song's skin suturing was his talent and advantage. With the support of beautiful eyes, everything was traceable. He started stitching from the neck. Every stitch was ingenious and even had a sense of beauty to it. Every time Xianxia watched from the side, he couldn't help but sigh. This was talent. Ordinary people couldn't even be envious. Wang Yushan stood there with his arms crossed. His eyes were solemn as he watched Chen Song's skin suture. His eyes were fixed on it, and he was meticulous. Needless to say, he already knew what Chen Song wanted to do. The whole skin flap was sutured. This kid really has guts. However, Wang Yushan could not help but feel relieved when he thought about what he had done since the beginning of the surgery. This was a young man who pursued perfection. Every step of the operation was amazing. However, these were just appetizers. It was at this very moment that they were truly at the top. In other words, it was on top of the final flap. Thinking of this, Wang Yushan couldn't help but feel a little excited and expectant. Perhaps, he could really see a miracle. This operation was truly a wonderful piece of art. One would never get tired of watching it. In the office of C-City 6th Hospital, everyone also saw the clues. When they thought of what Chen Song wanted to do, they all held their breaths as if they were the ones doing it. After all, this kind of suturing precision was too high. They were afraid that if they took a deep breath, they would blow it askew. All of them watched seriously. Xianxia even wanted to cover his lungs with cement. It would be best if he didn't breathe. Looking at Chen Song's hand suturing, it was really stable and extremely light. It made Xianxia suddenly think of a needle master in Jin Yang's story. Su Kailan carefully looked at Chen Song's expression. Yes, there were still hands. If there was any need, she could be there immediately. As for learning the surgery, Su Kailan gave up. This kind of high difficulty, high precision, and high-level surgery. Is this a surgery that I can learn? It was obviously beyond my scope. Not to mention that her memory could not fit in. Even if the software could be installed, the hardware facilities could not keep up. Thinking of this, Su Kailan still felt that it was better to do her job well. Looking at Chen Song's fancy operation, Su Kailan only wanted to say, "It's really beautiful." Learn, I can't learn it. Time passed by minute. Xianxia felt that he was a little out of breath. Finally, he did not know how long had passed, but Xianxia felt that he saved a lot of fresh air for his country today. When Chen Song tied the last surgical knot, Xianxia took a deep breath. Xianxia finally took a deep breath. However, when he lowered his head to look at the results, he suddenly sucked in another breath of cold air. F***ck, awesome, Chen Song glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. Amazing. Chen Song was stunned. Is this what I want to say? Fortunately, Su Kailan understood the essence of the workplace. She hurriedly prepared to wash the skin and said, Dr. Chen, you've worked hard. Take a rest, I'll wash. Chen Song nodded. You've worked hard. He made way and could not help but stretch and move his neck. Such a stalemate surgery was really too tiring. Chen Song suddenly felt that the hospital should add a massage subsidy to the doctor in the future. After all, if he operated like this every day, sooner or later, he would lie on the operating table and be at the mercy of others. How did this old saying go again? Those who operate on people will always operate on them. At this moment, in the office of Shanghai 6th Hospital, everyone stood up nervously. Everyone was waiting for the scene after the washing. Nervous, expectant, that was everyone's current mood. After Su Kailan finished washing, a face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. F***ck. 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 Accompanied by the words F***ck in unison, the young nurse who was pushing the cart outside suddenly trembled in fear. Even the cart was a little unstable. The cleaning lady behind her was so scared that the mop fell to the ground. She stood there dumbfounded. The patients outside who were about to enter the ward to look for a doctor were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. A few patients who were about to take medicine in the ward suddenly forgot what medicine they were holding in their hands. Whose medicine was it? The next day, there was a rumor from Shanghai 6th Hospital. Who caused the collective screams in the hand surgery department? The cleaning lady outside turned pale with fright. What was behind it? Where did the nurse want to go with the cart? Whose medicine was the medicine in the patient's hands? Please read the news from Shanghai 6th Hospital. At this moment, Wang Yushan slammed the table and shouted, Good. It was amazing, it was really amazing. The skin suture at this time was honestly beyond everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that the skin flap transplant would be so successful, and the skin after the suture had such an extraordinary effect? Look at this young junior doctor. Wang Yushan fell into silence. If Qian Liang was here, he would definitely notice the desire in this guy's eyes. He was up to no good. He must cover Chen Song well and not let anyone find out. P.S. It's not easy to write a book. I hope those who have the means to support the original version at Qidian. Thank you. At this moment, Wang Yushan really wanted to meet that young junior doctor. Not to mention other things, just his suturing skills showed that he was definitely a genius. In other words, this was something that you could not learn no matter how hard you worked. He was the chief surgeon throughout the whole process. His full name was High Energy. Thinking of this, Wang Yushan said to everyone, By the way, did you save the surgery video? Everyone was stunned. The staff hesitated for a moment and said, This. Director Wang, we can only save the live broadcast video if we set it in advance. We did not plan to record this surgery. When Wang Yushan heard this, he was dumbfounded. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save it. Save as much as you can. The staff quickly got up and started to prepare. After thinking about it, Wang Yushan felt that this video was very good. This was not only a successful case in the field of skin flap transplantation, but also a classic surgery in the field of dermatoplastic surgery. It had a lot of research value. After thinking about it, Wang Yushan decided to talk to Xianxia and see if he could get the original video. At this moment, in the operating theater, Xianxia looked at Chen Song's surgery and was deeply moved. He even felt a little lucky that he called Chen Song over. Could he do it? Yes, but there was definitely a gap between him and Chen Song. He was really a young man with a lot of potential and a bright future. Su Kailan could be said to be the first person to see Do Xian's face after the surgery. When she saw the serious stitches, the faint traces, and the faintly discernible scars, she could not help but sigh. Medicine was really a miraculous subject. It could really change a person's future. Do Xian's fate might be rewritten from today onwards. She could also smile brightly like ordinary people, jump happily, and pursue her dreams and pursue the boy she liked. Thinking of this, Su Kailan looked at Chen Song with eyes full of respect, admiration, gratitude, and all kinds of complicated feelings. At this time, Chen Song walked over and took a look at the appearance after the surgery. After checking it, he took off his gloves and took a few photos. He went back and reflected on how he should improve in the future. Surgery was not like math problems. There was only right and wrong. The upper limit of surgery was very high, and it could be improved continuously. No matter how successful a surgery was, one needed to constantly find and discover the shortcomings in it. Only then could one continue to improve. The surrounding doctors who were originally watching the surgery were also silent. They really did not know what to say as they looked at the surgery records on the big screen. They could only look at Chen Song with eyes full of respect. Sometimes, strength was the best language. Ding. Mission completed. Save a soul with low self-esteem. Mission completed. Skin flap transplant plus facial plastic surgery. Rewards obtained: 1. Advanced skin graft transplant. 2. Xianxia's favorability plus 20. Do Xian's favorability plus 50. There were differences between skin grafting and skin flap grafting, but the basic principles remained the same. Skin graft meant that the epidermis and part or all of the dermis were directly cut off from a certain part of the body. It was different from skin flap transplantation, where the pedicle was attached, and then transplanted to another part of the body with a skin defect. However, in skin graft transplantation, after the skin was cut off, the blood circulation would automatically stop. The survival of the transplant completely depended on the re-establishment of blood circulation between the receiving area and the transplanted skin. Therefore, this surgery was also called free skin grafting in the clinic. There was an additional blood serum absorption period and blood vessel reconstruction period, but the core concept was not very different. Overall, it was a very good skill, and Xianxia's favorability directly increased by 20. Do Xian's favorability even reached 50. Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled. Ding. Doctor's benevolence mission test. You did not ask for any reward and provided free surgery for patient Do Xian. Demonstrating medical ethics and commendable. Obtained skill points plus 3. Ding. Killed level 51 scar boss. Obtained level plus 1, skin flap transplant experience plus 300. Obtained equipment, cosmetic needle, blue. Energy serum X5. After Chen Song saw the cosmetic needle, he was slightly stunned. What did this mean? Cosmetic needle, blue equipment. Attributes: 1. Skin lesion -2, 2. Scar -2. Chen Song suddenly narrowed his eyes. Oh? This was amazing, it actually decreased. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but smile. In fact, during the suturing process, because of the problem of the needle, it was easy to cause skin lesion and second-degree scar formation. After all, no matter what, the needle piercing the skin was also a kind of damage. Energy serum, after consumption, energy, stamina, endurance, will be automatically restored by 50%. Chen Song was stunned. This thing was good, absolutely good, but he did not know if it could be mass-produced. This was a woman's blessing, a man's pride, a patient's luck, and a doctor's treasure. Since the beginning of the battle of wits and courage with high-level monsters, Chen Song realized that his level had begun to increase by leaps and bounds. Now, he had reached level 27. He did not know if there would be any threshold to reach level 30 or 40. The surgery was completed successfully. Chen Song's harvest was great. Xianxia was filled with emotions. At this time, Xianxia's phone rang. Hello, how are you? Wang Yushan went straight to the point. Director Qin, I'm Wang Yushan. Is it convenient to start a video conference now? We want to talk to the doctor who performed the surgery. This surgery has given us too much of a shock. Is it convenient for you? Xianxia turned to look at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, Director Wang of Shanghai 6th Hospital wants to talk to you about the surgery just now. Do you have time? Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard this. How could he not have time for such a good thing? Yes, Director Qin can arrange it. Xianxia hurriedly said, Director Wang, the remote meeting will start in half an hour. Wang Yushan nodded. Okay. Hearing this, the doctors' faces were filled with joy. To be honest, compared to Chen Song, the dermatologists of Eastern University's first hospital were looking forward to this meeting more. This was because they had a lot of questions and did not know who would explain it. Now, Shanghai 6th Hospital had personally come to explain it. This kind of opportunity was really rare. When they came out of the operating room, everyone stood to the side and did not leave. They insisted on waiting for Chen Song to be the first to go out. This made Chen Song feel a little embarrassed. The group of people hurried back to the office and the remote meeting officially began. Wang Yushan cleared his throat and said loudly, It is a great honor to be able to see such a surgery today. To be able to witness Director Qin's wonderful and ingenious plan perfectly presented with my own eyes is really a blessing. On behalf of the Hand Surgery Department of Shanghai 6th Hospital, I would like to express my gratitude to the dermatologists of Eastern University's first hospital for your enthusiastic sharing. Hearing such high praise from Wang Yushan and looking at the room full of doctors, Qin Xiang could not help but feel proud. How many times could he have such an opportunity? Thinking of this, Qin Xiang could not help but shake his head. If he was really so awesome, how proud would it be? However, he knew that this honor did not belong to him. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang looked at the people around him and said sincerely, Here, I would like to apologize to everyone. I would also like to apologize to Xiao Chen. Perhaps the people who participated in the surgery felt that this surgery plan was tailor-made for the surgeon. From the design of the surgery to the choice of the opening, to the transplantation of the skin flap, to the exquisite suture, not a single one could be missing. Everyone nodded slightly. Wang Yushan also felt the same. He felt that such a surgery could not be completed without sufficient skill. The design of the surgery seemed to be tailor-made for the young doctor who performed the surgery. Director Xiao and the other doctors also nodded thoughtfully. Qin Xiang continued, In fact, the reason is very simple. It is because the designer of this surgery and the surgeon are the same person. He was originally Chen Song, who personally designed and performed the surgery. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Qin Xiang with their mouths agape. Wang Yushan was also stunned, because everyone had personally witnessed Qin Xiang's design of this type of flap. But what did Qin Xiang mean by that? Even the doctors in the office of Eastern University First Hospital looked at the director in surprise. What was wrong with the director? Qin Xiang smiled slightly and didn't care about everyone's eyes. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to take Chen Song's ideas because it didn't matter much to him. What was the use of having people praise him? Qin Xiang was the vice president of the Danyang Province's Plastic Surgery and Dermatological Surgery Association. Why would he care about something like that? He had enough honor. Besides, if he couldn't come up with a good plan when he really needed him next time, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? As the saying goes, a lie needs 100 lies to make up for it. At that time, Qin Xiang really didn't want to steal Chen Song's plan at all. He just felt that it was natural. Suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind, and that was why he came up with this idea. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang said faintly, Actually, before the operation I invited Dr. Chen to our hospital, hoping that he would help me with the operation on Do Xian. Dr. Chen is very talented in the field of skin plastic surgery, and he is also very good in the field of skin beauty suturing. For this surgery, the patient, Do Xian, is under the care of our department. We have tried our best to reduce the cost. Dr. Chen participated in this surgery, but he didn't have any money. It was under such conditions that Dr. Chen decided to join our operation. Yesterday afternoon, after Dr. Chen came to our department, I took him to see the patient. Then, he looked at Do Xian's situation and began to draw on it. To be honest, I didn't care at all at that time. I thought Dr. Chen was researching based on the idea of facial plastic surgery. Qin Xiang said it word by word. He didn't add any details, just a simple description. So, I was a little ashamed that I could completely conceive such a plan at that time. It was all Dr. Chen's credit. Speaking of this, Xianxia looked at Chen Song with admiration in his eyes. You can say that from beginning to end, this surgery was planned, designed, operated, and sutured by Dr. Chen. It was all a system, and it was natural. Only Dr. Chen would be able to make this design the best. Xianxia's words rendered everyone speechless. Everyone stared at Chen Song. This young, handsome, and generous guy seemed to always have a humble smile on his face. Wang Yushan believed in Chen Song, not because of anything else, but because of his confidence in the design. From the beginning to the end of the surgery, Chen Song and Xianxia basically did not have much interaction. However, Chen Song's carefree surgery, confident sutures, and last-minute changes to some small details told Wang Yushan that this young man was not simple. However, what Wang Yushan didn't expect was that this plan had already been designed before everyone had discussed it. It was enough to show that his talent and strength in skin flap transplantation had already reached a certain level. Xianxia smiled faintly and took the initiative to clap. Come, everyone, give us a round of applause. Let's welcome Dr. Chen to share today's surgery with us. Chen Song did not have stage fright. If Xianxia did not admit it, he would not say a word. However, if he had to stand up, Chen Song would not be timid. After standing up confidently, Chen Song introduced himself and went straight to the topic. He began to explain today's surgery. From the selection of the skin flap to the design of the skin flap, Chen Song explained it very clearly and thoroughly. He started from every small detail, from the human anatomy to the facial reconstruction, from the skin flap transplantation to the wound healing. Chen Song talked about the design for half an hour, and everyone listened for half an hour. During this time, they did not just listen. Instead, they discussed and expressed their opinions. They expressed their doubts and considerations. Chen Song explained. Wang Yushan, in particular, asked a lot of questions that were not related to the surgery. Perhaps he was thinking about it or he did not know why. However, Chen Song always gave a satisfactory answer. Time passed by. When the last part of the surgery was explained, everyone applauded enthusiastically again. Because of many doubts, they were suddenly enlightened by Chen Song's explanation. Moreover, Chen Song did not hide anything. Instead, he openly gave everyone a lot of suggestions and ideas. He even broadened the idea of skin flap transplantation in the future. After all, Chen Song's skin flap transplantation was at master level. Even Wang Yushan, who was well versed in this field, could not help but give him a thumbs up and say that he was convinced. At this moment, no one doubted Chen Song anymore. Even the many chief specialists and doctors of Shanghai City 6th Hospital nodded slightly in approval. Chen Song bowed slightly and sat down politely. At this time, Wang Yushan suddenly said, Dr. Chen, is it convenient for you to leave your contact information? We often have some more difficult cases in Shanghai City 6th Hospital. Perhaps we can communicate and cooperate. Chen Song nodded naturally and took the initiative to tell him his phone number and WeChat. Wang Yushan smiled and said, we will meet again. After the video conference ended, Chen Song did not stay for long. After all, the food in Eastern University's first hospital was not worth staying for. He got up and said goodbye to everyone and left. After being busy until now, it was almost 12 o'clock. Chen Song only remembered that he still had to attend the job fair in the afternoon. He casually made do with a meal in a small restaurant downstairs and went home to have a good sleep. Lying in bed, Chen Song suddenly heard a series of notifications from his phone. He suddenly realized that there were 20 to 30 friend requests on WeChat. When he looked at the names, the format was very uniform: Su Kailan, Department of Dermatology of Eastern University's First Hospital, Eastern University's First Hospital XXX, Shanghai City 6th Hospital's Hand Surgery XXX. The series of notifications made Chen Song smile and accept them one by one. Performing surgery was really tiring, and this kind of high-precision surgery was even more so. Chen Song lay there for a few minutes and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 3 o'clock. Chen Song was refreshed. After tidying up, he took a taxi and went directly to the job fair. The job fair itself was held in the gymnasium of Dongyang Medical University. Hundreds of recruitment companies in Dongyang province had come. Dongyang Medical University was considered the top medical school in Dongyang province. There were many graduates every year. This was the second or third time a job fair like this was held this year. Chen Song estimated that the school must have ulterior motives to hold a job fair in September. After all, the freshmen had just started school at this time. He wanted to tell the group of young freshmen, "Did you see? So many hospitals and pharmaceutical companies have come to our school to recruit people. Are you worried that you can't find a job?" Well, when Chen Song first entered the school, he also thought so. It was not until after he graduated that he realized that his resumes had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Recruitment was recruitment, employment was employment. These were two different things. It was not that difficult for doctors to find a job, but if your heart was higher than the sky, God would let you know what it meant to have a life thinner than paper. The main thing was that it was still relatively difficult to find a satisfactory job. Generally speaking, Chen Song believed that doctoral students could be compared to the top 3 in the province. Master's students could find municipal hospitals easily, and undergraduate students were still more popular in the county. However, if you wanted to jump ranks, it might be a little tiring. This was the first time Chen Song had walked into a job fair as a recruiter. It still felt a little strange. There were still a lot of people. Not only were there many graduates who applied for the job, but there were also some parents who came to register on behalf of their children or to inquire about the situation. 2 young women from the 2nd Provincial Hospital came to participate in the recruitment. The director of the personnel department also came in the morning, but he left after a short while. After all, the main purpose of the job fair was to collect resumes. The leaders only participated symbolically. If one wanted to talk about high-level talents, they would not take a fancy to this small job fair. No matter what, the 2nd Provincial Hospital was a provincial Class 3 Grade A hospital. Tumors, neurology, kidney, heart, liver, and infectious diseases were all very famous. This was a national key department. There were also many people who came to submit their resumes. The 2 people from the personnel department were not old. They were in their 30s. When they saw Chen Song, this young man, they also became energetic. After all, when men and women worked together, there would be passion in working. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Song called them Sister Zhao and Sister Cui affectionately. In fact, the 2 of them had also heard of Chen Song. After all, how many days had it been since the incident of the medical department's chief, Song Chong? Everyone knew that it was because of Chen Song that he had stepped down. The hospital's administrative department was only busy a few times a year. Other times, they were really free and liked to gossip. Therefore, they knew the most about Song Chong's fall. At the same time, they could not see through Chen Song. In just over a month, Chen Song had done a lot of things. First, he was transferred to a permanent staff, then he was studying for a postgraduate degree, and he took down Song Chong. With such a glorious record, it was difficult not to be famous. From time to time, some people would come over to inquire. However, the board beside the recruitment post clearly stated that if they were suitable, they could leave their contact information. Chen Song originally thought that it would be a job that would be quite passionate and emotional. He did not expect that he would come over to chat with his 2 sisters. However, it was also good. If he could build a good relationship with the people in the personnel department, many things would be very convenient. He would just treat it as increasing his favorability. Chen Song relied on his pretty face, sexy lips, and glib tongue to push their favorability to 7 or 8 points. There was no point in trying to flatter him anymore. Dong Jia pulled Luo Zhou out of the stadium. "Let's go and take a look. What if there's a new hospital?" Luo Zhou was not in a good mood. He had given all the resumes that he could, but the other party's lukewarm attitude made him feel very unconfident. Moreover, there were not many people in the general surgery department this year. There were only a few hospitals that could apply. Luo Zhou sighed and said, "I've already made several rounds this morning. I've already placed all the bets that I can. There's a prefecture-level city nearby that seems to be okay. Although it's a contract, it's not bad. The treatment is also quite good." Dong Jia looked at Luo Zhou. "I still want you to stay in Ammonium Sunday." His words made Luo Zhou feel a little sad. But, how could a provincial capital be so simple? But looking at Dong Jia's expectant eyes, Luo Zhou smiled and pinched her cheek. "Let's go and have a look." As a man who wouldn't want to satisfy their girlfriend's request, no matter how difficult it was, they would want to do their best. There were indeed some new units in the afternoon, but the temptation wasn't great. Just as the two of them were handing out resumes and writing their contact information, Dong Jia suddenly saw Chen Song. Luo Zhou, look. Isn't that Chen Song? Dong Jia tugged at Luo Zhou's clothes curiously and pointed in the direction of the second provincial hospital. Luo Zhou turned around and saw Chen Song sitting there. He immediately became curious. Didn't Chen Song just become a postgraduate student this year? What is he doing here? Dong Jia also shook her head. Maybe he's here to take a look in advance. Let's go over and say hello. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the second provincial hospital. Chen Song. It's really you. What are you doing here? Luo Zhou said with a smile. Chen Song saw Luo Zhou and laughed. He reached out and handed over the introduction to the second provincial hospital. Recruitment. Please take a seat and learn about the second provincial hospital. Luo Zhou snorted. TSK. You can just call me senior brother. By the way. Are you looking for a job too? Chen Song shook his head. He suddenly remembered that Luo Zhou seemed to be in the general surgery department, so he said, by the way, Luo Zhou, you're in the general surgery department, right? The second provincial hospital's emergency department is recruiting a postgraduate student in the general surgery department. Aren't you going to sign up? Luo Zhou smiled. I've already registered, but I think it's strange. They're only recruiting one person. How many people have registered? Chen Song nodded. Prepare well. The emergency department of the second provincial hospital is pretty good. The work atmosphere is good. I think you can fight for it. If you can get in, it'll be really good. Luo Zhou was a little dumbfounded by Chen Song's serious words. F***ck. Song You're not really from the second provincial hospital, are you? Sister Zhao from the Human Resources Department smiled. How can this be fake? Xiao Chen is in the emergency department. If you get in, you'll be colleagues. This sentence made Luo Zhou and Dong Jia dumbfounded. I know that you were originally in the second provincial hospital, but didn't you get into postgraduate school now? I thought you resigned. Luo Zhou said. Sister Zhao smiled. Xiao Chen is a staff member. How can he resign for a postgraduate student? Besides, the postgraduate student this time was sent by the hospital to further his studies. It's considered an in-service job. The hospital had publicized Chen Song's postgraduate study to the public, but it was still a full-time job. It was only because this way, the hospital could explain it, and the Human Resources Department could explain it to the public. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Staff member? Luo Zhou and Dong Jia looked at each other in disbelief. When did Chen Song become a staff member of the second provincial hospital? Wasn't he an undergraduate student, but could the people from the Human Resources Department lie? Luo Zhou suddenly realized that he did not know Chen Song anymore. 3 years after graduation, Luo Zhou originally thought that Chen Song had worked for a period of time and came out to study. He did not expect that he had already solved the issue of staff. Now, the hospital had sent him out to further his studies. To put it bluntly, it was convenient for him to be promoted in the future. At this moment, Luo Zhou could not help but feel emotional and envious. He was very clear about Chen Song's conditions. When he was in university, he applied for a stipend loan. His family was from the countryside, and he was very hardworking when he was in school. However, an undergraduate student had managed to establish a place in the provincial capital, Ammoniang City. Thinking of this, Luo Zhou actually felt some admiration. Sister Zhao from the Human Resources Department said, "Young man, prepare well. The second provincial hospital's exam this time is quite fair." Chen Song did not say much. After all, he was only here to take a look and did not have any right to speak. Don't think that he had much power just because he was an employee of the second provincial hospital. In the end, he was just one of the 1,400 staff members of the second provincial hospital. However, out of encouragement for his classmate, Chen Song still advised, Luo Zhou, the Second Provincial Hospital's emergency department is constantly developing and attaches great importance to the cultivation of talents. This is an opportunity. You should prepare well. If you can really enter, it's a good position. The income is also very good in all aspects. The key is that the atmosphere in the department is better. When Luo Zhou heard this, he nodded and smiled. He said gratefully, "Okay, thank you, Song. I'll go back and prepare well. I'll strive to be your colleague." After Luo Zhou and Dong Jia left, the two of them could be said to have mixed feelings. Who would have thought that it would be such a scene? After leaving the stadium, Dong Jia's eyes widened. He could not help but say, "Luo Zhou, why don't we invite Chen Song out for a meal tonight? After all, Chen Song is a doctor in the emergency department. Now that he's here to recruit, what if he has a say? Besides, we can ask around. If there's any news, we can know in advance. It's also beneficial for you." Luo Zhou pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it. Won't we be making things difficult for Song if we do this? Everyone knows what kind of conditions Chen Song has. Didn't he rely on himself to achieve what he has today? If we go over and cause trouble for him now, it's obviously not a kind thing to do. Besides, everyone has their own difficulties. When the time comes, don't delay him because of our matter. Don't you think so?" Dong Jia sighed. She thought so much for Luo Zhou's sake. "I'm afraid," Luo Zhou smiled and looked at Dong Jia. "All right, baby. You have to believe me. I'll definitely get in. It's good that we can get in based on our own abilities. Why should we cause trouble for others?" Dong Jia looked at Luo Zhou's eyes that were filled with determination, so she did not say anything else. "Okay, then you must work hard." Luo Zhou nodded. After all, it was a job fair. Dong Jia and Luo Zhou's appearance were not the only examples. Soon, people saw Chen Song at the job fair and came over to inquire about him one after another. Chen Song knew his limits. He did not think that he could do anything just because he was in the emergency department of the Second Provincial Hospital. He was only here to help today. As for selecting talents? Talk to him? Try to build a relationship. He knew how much he was worth. To put it bluntly, what was he? There were 1,400 staff members in the Second Provincial Hospital. He was just an ordinary staff member among the hundreds of doctors. What right did he have to speak? Therefore, Chen Song would not boast and talk nonsense. However, just because Chen Song did not speak nonsense did not mean that others would not think otherwise. For a moment, Chen Song's appearance in the recruitment post caused an uproar in the class circle. They were all amazed by Chen Song's awesomeness. After all, Chen Song seemed to be developing better among the students. He had already stabilized his job and was a staff member of a tertiary-grade hospital in the province. How proud was that? At this moment, Chen Song's phone started ringing non-stop. All kinds of messages were sent to him one after another. They asked him if he could help him get in through the back door, if he could recommend him to the emergency department's director, if he had any insider information, and so on. Chen Song did not reply. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate. He said, "I have the heart, but I don't have the strength." Those who understood sent a smiley face to show that they understood. Those who did not simply sent a chuckle to show that they understood. Chen Song smiled indifferently. There was no need to explain to those who did not understand. After all, how could you explain to such a person? What was the use of explaining? With this kind of mentality, they were only thinking about themselves. They would not consider how this matter would affect you or whether it would affect others. Befriend such a person? There was no need. However, in an instant, the news of Chen Song graduating from his undergraduate degree and entering the Second Provincial Hospital spread. Everyone in the group started to discuss it. Some of them spoke in a weird tone, saying that they were powerful now and had been appointed by the hospital to do postgraduate studies. They didn't like their old classmates anymore. It was a messy rhythm. At first, Chen Song was still replying in the group. Later on, he couldn't be bothered and left the group. After all, if they could get along well, it would be good. If they couldn't, it didn't matter. There were all kinds of people in this society. It's nothing more than jealousy in their hearts. Seeing that you're better than others, they start to feel jealous. After all, Chen Song didn't go to graduate school after graduating from university, but they had all graduated from graduate school. And now, Chen Song had an authorized position, and it was an authorized position in a tertiary-grade hospital in the province. In a few years' time, he would also have an authorized position. On the other hand, those who were mentally unbalanced felt that it was not easy for them to be admitted to a master's degree, but after graduation, there was not a single undergraduate student who could find a job. However, they were all ordinary people. How could they reap without sowing, whose success didn't come from their own hard work? However, there are all kinds of people in this world. You can't influence other people's thoughts. Chen Song ignored these things. Seeing that Chen Song had left the group became lively. Everyone fell silent. They were originally happily chatting and discussing with Chen Song, but they didn't expect to meet such a person. Everyone couldn't help but sneer and close WeChat. When Ma Zhiding saw that Chen Song had left the group, he couldn't help but say, "What's so great about that? Isn't it just an authorized position? We haven't even started the exam yet. Look at you. So what if you left the group? Your old classmate asked you for help, but you're making all kinds of excuses. You're really good." Su Huihui sent, Gung Yan didn't even say anything. She's a graduate student at Peking Union Medical College, and her husband is a postdoc at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. She has a bright future, but she doesn't put on such airs. She's really a villain getting ahead. Ma Zhiding quickly added, "I suddenly realized that Gung Yan breaking up with him was too wise. How can he be worthy of Gung Yan? He's now showing off in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. What a good department." At this moment, Gung Yan, who rarely spoke, sent a message. "That's enough. Did he offend you?" Gung Yan read the message from beginning to end. To be honest, Gung Yan was a little surprised that Chen Song could enter the 2nd Provincial Hospital. After all, it was really difficult to find a job nowadays, let alone an undergraduate. However, when she saw others say that, she also felt a little disdainful. After saying that, Gung Yan also left the group. Now, it was lively. Ma Zhiding and Su Huihui were dumbfounded. What happened? At this moment, Luo Zhou couldn't help but say, "Chen Song is awesome because of you. He was more awesome than you when he was in school. Now that he's working, he's still more awesome than you." After saying that, he also left the group. Lin He, on the other hand, laughed and sent, "Hee hee, so sour." After saying that, he also left the group. Ma Zhiding blushed. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Not long after, half of the 50-person class group left one after another. Many of the others probably blocked the group's messages and didn't speak. Ma Zhiding and Su Huihui were dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a situation to happen. Ma Zhiding sent a message to himself, "Hee hee, you're really pretentious. You're looking down on others. Don't you just think that Chen Song has a position now? TSK. All of you are in a hurry to be a bootlicker, right?" At this moment, a classmate said, "You're really a failure as a person. You actually didn't realize the reason. These 3 years of postgraduate study were really wasted." After saying that, he ignored them and left the group. Ma Zhiding was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Chen Song left the group and didn't care about that person at all. This kind of person simply lacked a correct worldview. It was useless to say anything when they didn't agree. Soon, Chen Song realized that he had been pulled into a new group. Luo Zhou smiled. "This group is quiet." Everyone laughed and started chatting. Only then did Chen Song realize what had happened. For a moment, he was touched. Actually, most people were good, but there would always be 1 or 2 people in a class who liked to cause trouble and always thought that they were awesome. Chen Song smiled and couldn't help but say, "Thank you, everyone." Dong Jia smiled slightly. Red packets, nothing is as practical as red packets." Everyone was also joking and cheering. Chen Song was also happy. He was now different from before. He had a huge sum of money. On September 1st, Jixing Plastic Surgery Hospital settled all of Chen Song's money. Now, Chen Song's card was estimated to have more than 1,000,000 yuan. Chen Song smiled and sent a few red packets of 200 yuan in the group. Originally, Dong Jia was just joking and everyone was just messing around. However, they didn't expect Chen Song to be so generous. Boss Chen is awesome. Did President Chen hook up with a rich woman? It's possible. After all, Chen Song is so handsome. He has the potential to be a gigolo. Chen Song was shocked. How the *CK did you guys find out? Speaking of which, if he wasn't a rich woman, he really didn't have that much money. P.S. Hehe. I'm not sure if there will be more tomorrow. The monthly ticket bill is almost paid off. Hehe. Also, I realized that I can't do big things. I write and post a few chapters. I can't save any at all. Sigh. I have to hide it in the future. It had to be said that the 2-day promotion over the weekend was very effective. On Sunday, a few patients with tendon injuries were sent in. Department Director N did not even have time to rest during the weekend. He immediately threw himself into work. Fortunately, with Wang Qian's help, he was still able to handle it. On Monday morning, Chen Song arrived at the hospital at around 7 as usual. He skillfully accepted the daily mission, but he suddenly realized that the mission was more difficult than usual. Ding! Daily mission: complete 10 cases of tendon sutures. Mission completion reward: Benel suture technique special training. Chen Song was slightly stunned. The Benel suture technique was a commonly used method in tendon sutures. Chen Song also knew how to use it. It was taught by Anju when he first came to the emergency department. It had to be said that Department Director N, who usually looked serious, was actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Chen Song did not take advantage of Department Director N and learned a lot of good skills. After all, he was in the emergency department. What did he not know? There was no harm in having more skills. This sentence was most suitable for the emergency department. Otherwise, he would not know what kind of patients came in when he was on duty. He could not say that it was after the patient came in. If it was a small matter, he would call it a consultation. If it was a big matter, he would transfer to another hospital. He would shirk everything. Then what was the use of having him, other than wasting the patient's time and missing the best time to save them? It was meaningless. After seeing today's daily mission, Chen Song seemed to smell something special. He might have encountered a special mission. After all, it was not easy to complete 10 cases of tendon sutures. Not to mention other things, the number of patients was a serious problem. However, the mission reward, Benel suture technique special training, was a little useless. However, according to the system's routine, there might be more advanced suture techniques in the future. After thinking about this, Chen Song could not help but laugh. During the morning shift change, Li Baoshan emphasized, the emergency department may be busier and more tired during this period of time, but this is the most important period. The emergency department of hand surgery has just opened, and we need everyone to work hard to make a name for ourselves, improve the efficiency of treatment, and satisfy the people. Yesterday, I also communicated and contacted the hand surgery departments of a few hospitals. When there are more patients, the patients will be delivered in time so that the patients can receive the best treatment as early as possible. Tendon injuries were acute wounds that required early diagnosis and treatment. Once the best time was missed, it would be detrimental to the patient's recovery. Department Director N will definitely be busy over the next few days. Chen Song, do your best to cooperate with Department Director N during this period of time and support the hand surgery department as soon as possible. Li Baoshan had not rested for the past 2 days either. He had been communicating and contacting the hand surgery departments of some of his brother hospitals. After all, the hand surgery department was a newly opened department in the emergency department, and they needed to increase their influence as soon as possible so that they could take in more patients. However, hospitals were not malls or supermarkets. They could not simply advertise. And the best way to advertise a hospital was through word of mouth. Only by spreading the word of mouth among the patients could the curative effect be improved. There were similarities between the hand surgery department and the orthopedics department, but there were also many differences. In the current environment of the orthopedics department, everything was about taking photos and performing surgeries. If you had any problems, you would basically have to go to the operating theater. However, the hand surgery department was different. There were many minor surgeries in the hand surgery department, and the operating theater would not arrange it for them. Why? Because those diseases could not bring benefits to the operating theater at all. The operating theater was also a department, and its resources were limited. There were only a few operating theaters, so how could you perform surgeries if you occupied them? To put it bluntly, small surgeries such as tendon suturing earned money from physical labor. The department's benefits depended on the doctor's surgeries. However, the emergency department of the Second Chengdu Provincial Hospital had just established the hand surgery department, and they did not refuse any patients, regardless of their size. For example, if you performed an orthopedic surgery and the cost was 30,000 renminbi, the main expenses were 20,000 renminbi for the equipment, 5,000 renminbi for the medicine, 2,000 renminbi for the surgery, and 3,000 renminbi for miscellaneous expenses. However, the hospital could only get a share of the surgery fees, commission for the medicine, commission for the equipment, and the same for the doctors. Where was the bulk of the money? On the equipment. However, tendon suturing in the hand surgery department was different. A tendon suturing surgery in the hand surgery department cost an average of 5,000 to 6,000 renminbi. The examination fees and hospital fees were more than 3,000 renminbi, the surgical consumables were a few hundred RMB, and the drugs were a few hundred to a few thousand RMB. The surgery fee was about 1,000 renminbi. But where could the doctors go to earn money? They could only get some money from the surgery fees by dividing the labor according to the coefficient. However, if the drugs and consumables cost a few hundred RMB, where could the operating theater earn money? This little bit of money was nothing to them. If one had to name a department that earned the most money in the entire hospital, the operating theater would definitely be one of them. The weekly flow of consumables was only a few million RMB. The medical consumables cost a few hundred RMB per surgery was really nothing to them. So, if the brothers met the nurses in the operating theater, they would just accept it. They earned more than the doctors. Therefore, many people in the hand surgery department looked down on tendon suturing, and the operating theater did not like this kind of nondescript surgery either. They liked the major surgeries in the hand surgery department, such as finger suturing, finger replantation, fractures, injuries, and other more serious surgeries with technical content. People looked down on tendon suturing. The hand surgery department did not want to do it because they thought it was tiring, and the operating theater did not want to make money, so they did not want to arrange it either. Therefore, many of them simply did it in the treatment room. Therefore, when Li Baoshan asked other hospitals about patients transferred from the hand surgery department, they were also happy. After all, they could not refuse to accept patients with ruptured tendons. If they accepted them, it would be difficult to arrange for the operating theater, the risk was high, and the profit would be low. The doctors would also not be interested. Tendon suturing was such an awkward surgery, big hospitals did not want to do it, and the operating theater did not want to do it. Small hospitals could not handle it well, and private hospitals charged too much. However, it undoubtedly met the needs of the current Second Ontario Hospital. The shift in the emergency department was not over yet, and the nurse on duty ran in. Department director, a few patients with hand injuries have arrived. Li Baoshan nodded and said decisively, meeting adjourned. Everyone, go back to work. And Yanjun had already taken the lead and walked out. Chen Song and Wang Qian followed closely behind. The arrival of a few patients also announced the beginning of a busy and tense day. After coming out, they found out that the patients were introduced from the hand surgery department of the First People's Hospital of Eastern University. The emergency department and hand surgery department of the First People's Hospital of Eastern University were stronger, and there were more patients, so it was understandable that they were sent here. At this time, the patients' families had already completed the relevant procedures. After Yanjun arranged the relevant examination, he glanced at Chen Song and then at Wang Qian. After thinking for a while, he said, Xiao Chen, suture 2 later, and I'll suture 2. Little Wang, help me out. After Wang Qian heard this, he was stunned. He felt a strong distrust from Yanjun that he had never felt before. This was clearly a kind of differential treatment. He looked at Yanjun unwillingly. Chen Song smiled slightly. Brother Qian, if you want to follow me, that's fine too. Wang Qian snorted and wished he could slap Chen Song's face. Humph. Don't bully a young man because he's poor. And Yanjun was stunned. He brought Wang Qian to the treatment room and said thoughtfully, "Little Wang." Wang Qian looked up. "Teacher, what's wrong?" And Yanjun asked in confusion, "Are you older than Xiaochen?" Wang Qian nodded. "Yes, I'm 29, and he's 27. And Yanjun replied, "This. Don't bully a young man because he's poor. That's not accurate." Wang Qian was dumbfounded. %yen hashtag at Yen and Yanjun continued, "However, it's a good thing to have a goal. At least, you just have to work hard towards it. But, don't bite off more than you can chew. You have to be down to earth. Also, when you choose a goal, you have to be realistic. You can't be blind." And Yanjun sincerely tried to persuade Wang Qian. Of course, he was also advising himself. After all, some people were not normal. What was there to compare with them? Thinking of this, and Yanjun also comforted himself. What was there to compare with Chen Song? P.S. There's only one update at noon. I didn't hide it. I really didn't write it. Actually, I didn't want to post this chapter, but I saw that the previous chapter was 250. This number is weird. 251 is at least better than 250. I'll leave it at 5 updates for today. Dongyang Province was one of the oldest provinces in the central region, and Ammoniang City's geographical characteristics were typical. The development of heavy industry was declining day by day, and there was a shortage of workers. Although the development of light industry was also encouraged, the speed of development was really worrying. As for tourism and high-tech industries, the development was relatively lagging behind. In recent years, to improve the environment, those enterprises with more serious pollution were relocated outside the city. The 2 patients Chen Song received were both women in their 50s. They sat there very quietly, without the kind of grimacing and screaming, nor the kind of sorrowful sighs. It was as if they were used to big scenes and appeared to be very calm. However, although they were not nervous, they were still hospitalized. With such a big wound, they were still a little worried. Both of them looked a little worried, and their uneven foreheads were also gathered together. No one knew what they were thinking. When Chen Song was about to treat the first woman who was slightly taller, he could not help but ask curiously, "Big sister, doesn't it hurt?" The big sister was called Xianxia. When she heard Chen Song's question, she was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed, "How can it not hurt?" Qinyu helped by the side, "Big sister, you are so brave. If I were like you, I would have cried a long time ago." Fan Yunxiao laughed again. She glanced at the deep wound on her hand and sighed. Then, she looked at Qinyu and said, "It is much better now. I remember when I was your age, in the 90s. At that time, the factory was still using old machines. I heard that people were injured every 2 to 3 days. Broken fingers were common. Now that technology has developed, the safety factor has also improved. Just my fingers. It is not the first time that I have injured my fingers. My left hand has sutured nerves twice, and my tendon once. However, it is the first time that my right hand has been injured." Speaking of this, Fan Yunxia sighed, "You are injured. It hurts, but I am mainly worried about the after-effects after you recover. My left hand has no strength now. The ends of my 2 fingers are numb. When I cook, my left hand can only hold the pot. I can't even lift it up. Sometimes, I don't even have the strength to flip the pot. I don't dare to do strenuous work. It's been a few years, but it's still the same. I'm just worried that my right hand will be like this." At this moment, the woman stretched out her left hand and said, "Look at this finger of mine. I can't even straighten it now. It hurts when I use a little strength. I went to check and they said that it's adhesions and tendinitis. It's an old problem. I'll get better once I retire. Don't get injured again in the next few years. Otherwise, you won't have the strength to take care of your grandchildren. Just thinking about it makes me worried." There were some sequelae after nerve and tendon suturing. Many people did not recover well after nerve damage, and they often felt numb. It was the same for tendon sutures. If tendon adhesion occurred during the recovery period of tendon suture, it would be more uncomfortable than tendinitis. The tendon would not stretch enough, and the patient's mobility would be limited. They might even feel like they could not exert any strength. This was a common occurrence. Although Chen Song and Qin Yu often sutured and knew about the adverse effects of the disease, they had never experienced it before. In the end, they did not know what the symptoms felt like. It was said that prolonged illness made the patient a good doctor. This saying was not without reason. After all, one had some understanding of many diseases. Chen Song could not help but sigh. Some diseases were like this. They were not serious, but they were really troublesome. Moreover, his skills were limited back then, and he did not know enough about tendon suturing. In the 90s, six-strand suturing was still very rare in the country, let alone ammonium cation. At this moment, Fan Yunxia suddenly said, "Doctor, there are often patients with tendon injuries in our factory. I have a colleague who happened to meet an expert from the capital when he went to the hospital. Apparently, he used some advanced surgery called the Mtang technique to suture his tendon, and the effect was very good. He's recovering quite well now. Doctor, do you know how to use the Mtang technique?" Now that the internet was developed, information spread very quickly, and the people also had a lot of knowledge. When Chen Song heard this, he smiled. "Big sister, you know a lot." Fan Yunxia smiled embarrassedly. "Oh, big sister, you're just worried for nothing. This is considered an occupational disease of ours, so I know a little more. But doctor, don't be affected by me. You'll definitely trust the doctor when you come to the hospital. My lady is a nurse, so I understand you." Fan Yunxia was like most middle-aged women. She was slightly plump, had thick lips, and a high nose bridge. She was very warm and generous, a typical northern woman. Before the surgery started, Chen Song and Fan Yunxia chatted for a while. Feng Caixia suddenly said, "You're all cultured people, different from my generation. I've only known how to sew clothes my whole life. Suturing people and suturing clothes are two different things. It requires a lot of skill." Chen Song and Qin Yu could not help but laugh. This big sister was really optimistic. She could still laugh with such a deep wound on her hand. She had a good attitude. However, Fan Yunxia's words suddenly reminded Chen Song of many things. Chen Song suddenly thought of many things. "That's right, what's the difference between suturing tendons and suturing clothes? There's a connection. There are many kinds of thread knots and many kinds of needle techniques for suturing clothes. It's the same for tendon suturing." Fan Yunxia asked, "Doctor, is this Mtang technique really that powerful?" Chen Song explained, "Big sister, you don't have to say that. Actually, tendon suturing is the same as knitting clothes. When there's a tear in the clothes, there are many kinds of suturing techniques if you want to suture it. It's the same for tendons. The Mtang technique is one of them. When machines weave clothes, the threads become denser and denser. This makes the clothes stronger. It's the same for tendon suturing. In the past, there were classic techniques such as the Kessler technique and the Tsuj technique. Later, people developed four-bundle suturing techniques such as the Hay technique and the Becker technique. Now, there are six-bundle internal suturing techniques such as the Savage technique. These were all invented by foreigners. Later, Professor Tang from our country created a six-bundle internal suturing technique called the Mtang technique. When Fan Yunxia heard this, she immediately understood. So, this Mtang technique is very powerful? Suturing with 6 threads must be good, right? Chen Song smiled and shook his head. People had this misconception that the more advanced the surgery, the better the effect. In fact, this was not the case. It's not like that either. The 6-bundle internal suturing technique used by the Mtang technique can indeed increase the resistance to gap formation and tensile strength of the repaired tendon by increasing the number of suture bundles. However, because too many sutures are used, their existence will undoubtedly affect the healing of the tendon. Even the exposed threads will inevitably increase the occurrence of tendon adhesion as the number of suture bundles increases. Therefore, the Mtang technique has certain benefits for tendon surgeries, but it's not suitable for suturing all tendons. Similarly, its flaws are also very obvious. When we choose to suture tendons, the most important thing is to choose a suturing method that's more suitable for you based on the location of your tendon and the functions it possesses. After this explanation, Fan Yunxia finally understood. She smiled and said, "Dr. Chen, you're really enthusiastic. With a doctor like you, the patients feel at ease." At the same time, she felt that the way she looked at Chen Song had changed. There was more trust in him. In fact, the relationship between doctors and patients was improved through communication. Actually, Chen Song was explaining things to Xianxia, and at the same time, he was explaining things to himself. What did that mean? Everyone had the experience of explaining questions to others. In the process of explaining questions to others, they would also have a feeling that they could improve in the process of explaining questions to others, or they could discover their own shortcomings in thinking, or they could consolidate their knowledge. What was there to say about learning and practicing? Qinyu listened even more seriously than Xianxia. He realized that Chen Song's understanding of tendon suturing was really deep. It was no wonder that he could have such amazing tendon suturing skills. He must have studied a lot after he got home from work, right? He must have a lot of surgical videos on his hard drive. He could borrow a copy from him some other day. Suddenly, Qinyu realized that maybe Chen Song really wanted to develop a new type of tendon suturing technique, and the so-called Chen suturing technique might not be impossible. When he thought of this, Qinyu could not help but feel his heart thump wildly. Chen Song might really be doing something big. At this time, Qinyu seemed to feel a sense of mission. After all, Chen Song invited him to work with her. Chen Song was working so hard, and he could not be a burden. Now, Chen Song deliberately slowed down his suturing speed and used his heart to feel and discover his own experience and shortcomings in the surgery. How could he sum up the two factors of reducing adhesion and speeding up recovery? They were busy for the whole morning. The patients with tendon injuries were like a hornet's nest. They came wave after wave, and there was no end to it. Chen Song did not complain. Instead, he was very glad that he could shorten the time he took to complete 500 tendon sutures. In the morning, Chen Song performed 6 tendon sutures with Qinyu's help. Although he performed 3 in the treatment room, it was not as easy as the operating theater. It was even more troublesome. When the two of them came out of the treatment room, it was almost 2 o'clock. Chen Song stretched and saw that Qinyu was also stretching and doing chest expansion exercises. When he took a closer look, he was stunned. It seemed that, not a. Chen Song was shocked by his discovery. This was even more interesting than discovering the flaws in the Kessler suture technique. Chen Song couldn't help but say, "What the f***ck? You're really good at hiding things." Qinyu immediately turned around and glared daggers at Chen Song. She wanted to gouge his eyes out. Chen Song coughed and quickly said, "I'll treat you to lunch. Thank you for your hard work. Qinyu, at least you have a conscience." There were 6 surgeries in the morning. Even if the suturing of tendons was not worth much, according to the surgical fee coefficient, Chen Song could earn at least a few hundred RMB. Of course, Qinyu could also earn some money. This was the benefit of being a staff member. The more you performed, the more you would earn. As long as your name was signed among the participants of the surgery, you would have some income. It was already past 1 o'clock, and the peak time for lunch had passed. The two of them walked together in a harmonious manner. Qinyu liked to wear oversized clothes. He wore clothes that looked like a big Korean gunny sack, so no one could tell that he had something on him. Chen Song could not help but laugh. "Qinyu, why don't you wear clothes that show off your figure? You'll make others think that you're a man." Qinyu snorted coldly. "Pfft. I'm afraid that you'll be greedy for my beauty." Chen Song almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Greedy for your beauty, Chen Song and Qinyu ate luiguas tingtu for lunch. As expected, the delicacies were healing. After they came out, Chen Song and Qinyu felt very comfortable and satisfied. It would be great if they could sleep at this time. However, because they got off work late in the morning and had a good meal, it was almost 3 o'clock. The two of them could only go back to work. There were still many patients in the afternoon. There were 6 or 7 tendon sutures. Even Chen Song's waist was a little sore, but Qinyu did not say that he was tired. This made Chen Song swallow back the words that he wanted to say about his back being sore. What if she said that his kidneys were weak? Wouldn't that be asking for a snub? It was a little tiring, but he still gained a lot. Chen Song felt that he had learned a lot this afternoon. When he returned home tired, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Daily mission completed. Receive special training for the Benel suturing technique. Do you want to start? Chen Song lay on the bed. He had nothing to do, so he clicked start. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changed. Chen Song appeared in the operating theater. However, a foreign man appeared in front of him. He was dressed in white and stood there. Hello, I'm Benel. The man smiled and introduced himself. Chen Song was a little dumbfounded. This was the so-called special training for the Benel suturing technique. However, Mr. Benel had passed away a long time ago. This could not be considered a ghost, right? Chen Song quickly bowed and greeted the senior. Hello, respected Mr. Benel. Benel smiled and nodded. Today, I'll help you with the special training for the Benel suturing technique. After he finished speaking, Benel stretched out his hand and pointed. A patient appeared on the operating table. He waved at Chen Song. Actually, instead of calling it the Benel suturing technique, it would be more accurate to call it the extraction tendon suturing technique. Its main principle is, you already understand the main steps of the Benel suturing technique. Next, you can perform a few surgeries to get a feel for it. You may have realized that the Benel suturing technique is not suitable for suturing all tendons. There are individual differences in tendons. Different tendons have different compartments, and the requirements are different. Similarly, it is the same for wounds. This requires you to judge what is suitable for the Benel suturing technique and what is the best choice. Please take a look. Alright, after such a long time, you already have a good understanding of the Benel suturing technique. Next, you need to understand the advantages and disadvantages of the Benel suturing technique. Its advantages are very obvious, and that is, it does not leave foreign bodies and tendons. It is convenient for the recovery of tendons in the future, and at the same time, it will not cause adhesions due to foreign bodies, threads, and other reasons. However, its operation is very complicated. If your skills are not good enough, it is easy to cause extensive adhesions. Therefore, you need to practice continuously. So, please start your practice in the following time. Once I am satisfied with your operation, you can leave. Under Benel's guidance, Chen Song seemed to have experienced the changes of an era. This was a new understanding of tendon suturing. After repeated practice and re-understanding, Chen Song's understanding of this suturing technique became deeper and deeper. After every operation, Benel personally helped Chen Song to analyze, find his shortcomings, and work hard to make a breakthrough. After an unknown period of time and countless surgeries, Chen Song's understanding of the Benel suturing technique became deeper and deeper, and the success rate of the surgery became higher and higher. Finally, Benel looked at Chen Song and smiled. Young man, you are very outstanding. I hope that Benel can shine in your hands. But remember, the method is only the way to treat the disease, and you must not be limited by the method. Any surgical method has its limitations. You must jump out of the limitations of this thinking, understand the disease, and choose the treatment method. In fact, there is no fixed method for tendon suturing. You can even combine different surgical methods to treat it. Chen Song nodded and bowed sincerely. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Benel. This time, Chen Song was sincere. Even if this was just a projection of the system, this kindness was real. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Song appeared on the bed. To be honest, after going through several special training, this was the first time Chen Song felt that it was the most real. The method was really a systematic lesson under Benel's guidance. He closed his eyes and kept recalling what he had learned. This lesson really gave him a deep understanding. It allowed Chen Song to learn the soul and essence of a suturing technique, which was very important. Although Chen Song's tendon suturing technique was already at master level, he felt that even if Mr. Benel's tendon suturing technique had not reached perfect level, it was not far away. Master level was still very far away from perfect level. And the great success of Benel's suturing technique allowed Chen Song's tendon suturing technique to take another big step forward on the road to perfect level. The next morning, Chen Song arrived at the office early in the morning. As soon as he entered the hospital, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Daily mission triggered. Complete 10 tendon sutures. Mission reward, Kessler Suture Technique Special Training. Chen Song was stunned. He felt that his breathing was a little irregular. He could vaguely feel that the system was going to play a big game this time, It seemed like it wanted him to accurately master all the suture methods. When he thought of this, Xianxia could not help but get excited. Tendon sutures had been developed for hundreds of years, and people's understanding of tendons had become deeper and deeper. And in every era, people's understanding of tendon sutures was different. From the last era, physical tensile force, to the recovery ability of tendons in the 1970s, to the endogenous healing ability of Professor Tang's six-bundle suture technique in the 1990s, concepts were constantly changing. Until today, anti-adhesion had become one of the main research directions for tendon healing. It was also the direction that most people in the field of hand surgery were currently researching. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a sense of belonging as an outsider. When he thought of this, Xianxia quickly shook his head. I want to dominate the field of surgery. How can I be restrained by the field of hand surgery? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly thought of an awesome name. Dominating the field of surgery begins with the field of hand surgery. When he arrived at the office, Xianxia suddenly realized that Qin Yu was already there. He was writing and drawing in front of the table. Qin Yu also heard someone come in. When he saw Xianxia, his face lit up with joy. He quickly got up and ran over. Xianxia, come quickly. I want to show you something. Xianxia was stunned. What is it? Qin Yu smiled and said, after I went back yesterday, I recalled the video of your surgery, but I found that some details were a little blurry. I went to the monitoring room to check the video of your surgery, but I found that some of it was not very clear. So, I brought my camera here. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu took out the camera from his phone as if he was presenting a treasure. Wait. Did you see that? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He looked at the camera in front of Qin Yu and asked, is this appropriate? Qin Yu chuckled. What's wrong with that? Look, I've even brought a tripod. Where should we put it during the surgery? I've decided to record the video of you performing surgeries in the future. Then, when I go back, I'll break it down and summarize it. I'll compare the meaningful surgical details. Perhaps we'll be able to gain something. Xianxia looked at Qin Yu's excited look and couldn't help but feel distressed. Did you not sleep well last night? Qin Yu sighed. I don't have a deep understanding of tendon suturing. That's why I've been going home every night to make up for it. I'll do my best to not be a burden to you. Xianxia asked, why are you here so early? Qin Yu chuckled and didn't say anything. If she had come late, she could have stolen the camera. This was her father, Qin Xiaoyuan's treasure. Xianxia smiled and said sincerely, thank you, Qin Yu. Qin Yu snorted. What a hypocrite. Wang Yong walked in at this moment. His face was full of fatigue from the night shift. When he saw the camera in Xianxia's hand, he was stunned. Huh? Teacher Chen. You even have a camera? It was a very normal sentence, but why did Xianxia feel that something was wrong? During this period of time, there were plenty of patients. Xianxia also lived a fulfilling life. He woke up early and worked late every day to perform surgeries. However, what made Xianxia feel touched was Qin Yu. This young lady woke up early and worked late every day. The dark circles under her eyes were becoming more and more obvious. The daily missions were constantly refreshed. In the beginning, Xianxia had heard of suturing methods such as the Hay suture method, Becker suture method, Savage suture method, and so on. In the end, all kinds of strange and messy methods were introduced. However, after checking the information, Xianxia found that these methods were based on the concepts and representative methods of different periods. However, this really verified Professor Bonnell's words in the past. Every method had its most suitable growth environment. What he needed to do was to find the most suitable suturing method according to the characteristics of the disease, which was the Achilles tendon's uniqueness. Every day, Xianxia could feel that he was improving. Xianxia felt that he was getting more and more at ease after performing more than 10 surgeries every day. As for his assistant, Qin Yu, it was obvious to all that Xianxia had changed. In every surgery, Qin Yu was the only assistant and the only audience. She witnessed with her own eyes that Xianxia seemed to be constantly changing, perfecting, and improving again and again. This made Qin Yu a little surprised. What was the upper limit of this young man? Originally, Qin Yu did not know much about tendon suturing. Even so, she witnessed Chen Song's smooth tendon suturing technique when he sutured the injured criminal police officer, Wu Gang. This was already very shocking to her at that time. However, compared to Chen Song today, the gap between them was really huge. Now, Qin Yu's understanding of tendon suturing was getting deeper and deeper. After she got off work every day, she read all kinds of Chinese and foreign literature and constantly improved her own ideas and views on tendon suturing. But when she imported the video from the camera, when she watched Chen Song with her understanding of tendon suturing, she felt that he was even more unfathomable. At this moment, Qin Yu really believed that Chen Song's words back then were not a joke. And Chen Song was also serious when it came to tendon suturing using the Chen method. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. When Chen Song entered the ward again, the system's notification rang. Ding! Daily mission: complete a complicated tendon suturing technique. Tendon monsters level is higher than level 40. Mission completion reward: in-depth special training in tendon suturing using the Mtang technique, including Mtang technique and other derivatives. Chen Song was stunned. Mtang technique? You're finally willing to come out. Moreover, the special training this time is actually an in-depth special training. Is there any difference? However, it was a little too difficult to complete a level 40 tendon suturing monster. It was not that he could not defeat a level 40 tendon monster, but that he might not necessarily encounter one. After all, Chen Song had completed more than 400 tendon suturing techniques, but he had never encountered a boss monster. Most of them had normal tendon injuries, and their levels were generally around level 20. A level 40 tendon monster, level 40 monsters were at least boss monsters, or even king tier monsters. Where could he find one? However, Chen Song was really looking forward to the Mtang technique. After all, it was a suturing technique that had a very high rating for the suturing of flexor tendons. The Mtang technique's name was renowned internationally, and it was still very attractive. At this moment, the phone in the emergency room rang. After Nurse Young Lin picked it up, she said loudly, "Dr. Chen, it's a call. P.S. Thank you for believing in idealism. It's a great reward. Thank you. I can't write any more for now. Don't worry, everyone. Rest early." When Chen Song heard that it was a call from the nurse's station, he was slightly stunned. There were only a few possibilities for a call from here, but each of them was very critical. The first was an emergency consultation in the hospital, but the emergency consultation was for a patient whose life was at stake and needed to be saved. The second was 120, which was for the timely rescue of a critically ill patient. Any of these two would make people feel a little worried. Chen Song hurriedly walked over and said decisively, "Hello. Second Provincial Hospital Emergency Department, Chen Song. Dr. Chen, I'm Xianxia." The other party's loud voice reminded Chen Song of the dignified criminal police captain. However, receiving a call from this person was not good news. Chen Song quickly asked, "Captain Zhang, what's the matter?" Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Just now, in the South Shifeng Square Opera House, the pianist Xing Yu's hand was smashed by the headlights." Chen Song was stunned. Xing Yu? Isn't he a famous pianist? Performance accident? But is this kind of thing also under the jurisdiction of the criminal police? Xing Yu is now being sent to the Provincial People's Hospital. If it's convenient for you, can you come over and take a look? Chen Song was stunned. Captain Zhang, he's a big star. Invite experts. The ones outside the province, the ones in the capital, Shanghai 6th Courtyard, and even the ones overseas. Zhang Kachin sighed. We've invited everyone we can, but, as you know, this incident happened in Ammonium City. Even if we have to put on an act, we have to invite all the experts we can. Look, my hand is recovering well, right? And Wu Gang, that kid can shoot now. Our director asked me to invite you over. Only then did Chen Song realize that they were there to make up the numbers. Just after hanging up the phone, Chen Song's phone rang. He was stunned when he saw that it was Dean Qin. Why is Dean Qin calling me? After picking up, Qin Xiaoyuan said, "Xiao Chen, cooperate fully with the rescue work regarding Xing Yu. You don't have to worry about the department for the time being." Chen Song nodded. Okay. Qin Xiaoyuan added, "Well, don't try to show off. Just go and take a look." Chen Song was stunned for a moment before he nodded and agreed. What else could Chen Song say? Since his boss had spoken, he might as well treat it as meeting the legendary Prince of Piano. I'm going to visit the people of the province. Chen Song took off his gloves and looked at Qinyu, who was standing at the side and gossiping. Qinyu's eyes widened. Xingyu is injured? Chen Song nodded. How did you know? Qinyu, I heard it. Also, the news is out. At this point, Qinyu took out her phone and pointed at the news. Chen Song ignored Qinyu. He took off his white coat and threw it to him, saying, well, I'll go first. Qinyu was stunned. I also want to go. Chen Song was speechless. Why do you want to go? Qinyu, I'm also a fan of Xingyu. Even if I can't go to the performance, I can go to the hospital. Chen Song rolled his eyes at him. What's the point of chasing after a star? Just do your work. Qinyu glanced at him. I see jealousy in your eyes. Are you jealous? Chen Song, you, Pui. Before arriving at the entrance of the People's Hospital by taxi, there were so many cars and people around that it was impossible to pass. The driver was stunned. What's the hospital doing? Medical disturbance? Why is it so crowded? I can't pass. Chen Song paid the bill and got off the car. A star was a star. Everything he did was followed by a large group of people. Even if he was injured, so many people would come to see him. What was there to see? The surrounding policemen were all maintaining order. Chen Song also saw Wu Gang, who stood there in a police uniform, looking handsome. Chen Song suddenly felt that the doctor's uniform was not so good. Wu Gang also saw Chen Song. He hurried over and said with a smile, Dr. Chen, you are here. Come on in. Wu Gang looked at Chen Song with gratitude. After all, it was Chen Song who allowed him to hold a gun again. With you here, Xingyu can be saved. Chen Song smiled. He squeezed through the crowd and walked inside. It was fine as long as the tendon suture could be completed within 12 hours. Besides, what was the point of Chen Song being anxious? To be honest, if they had not called him over, Chen Song would not have been too willing to come over. After all, numerous people were paying attention to Xingyu. If the operation was not successful, he would not be able to be a doctor for the rest of his life. The pressure of public opinion was enough to kill a person. Some time ago, a star's operation failed. The family of the chief surgeon was searched out by die-hard fans. Every day, there were people standing downstairs scolding and threatening the chief surgeon. It was useless to call the police. After all, there was nothing they could do about it. The child of the doctor was scolded in school. His wife did not dare to go to work. The family was forced to move. But the fans did not let him go. Finally, under the pressure of public opinion, the doctor jumped off the building. In the end, the celebrity's reputation was ruined and his reputation was ruined. This group of fans seemed to be satisfied. Therefore, sometimes, it was more troublesome to treat a star than a leader. Many fans did not understand the real situation, or they were too young to see things correctly. Therefore, such things were not rare. Later, the star became smarter. He saw a doctor secretly or went abroad to see a doctor. Otherwise, he would harm others and himself. After all, the star may not think so much, but the public opinion wanted a topic. The star was just a tool of public opinion. If you had a lot of traffic, you could use it. Therefore, it was like this when treating a star. Small illnesses were rushed to be treated. If they were cured, it would be their reputation. If they were not cured, they would be done for. At this time, the hand surgery department's office was also full of people. There were doctors, leaders, and related staff. At this time, Chen Song also saw Xingyu. He was sitting on a chair with his right hand on the table. His wrist was wrapped in thick gauze, and his face was covered by a cap. His expression was unknown. Chen Song went over to greet Zhang Keqin and nodded at Tan Zhonglin. When Tan Zhonglin saw Chen Song, he could not help but give him a look. Seeing that Chen Song did not understand, he simply walked over and said with his eyes wide open, "Why are you here?" Chen Song shrugged helplessly. "The hospital director brought me here." Tan Zhonglin also understood that since this incident happened in Ammoniang City, the leaders had to do their best to maintain their image. However, Tan Zhonglin looked at Chen Song and looked around. Then, he pulled Chen Song to a corner. With a serious expression, he whispered, "Xiao Chen, listen carefully. This time, you must not show off. This is not the time for you to show off. This is not a normal person. This is a star. If you don't suture it well, forget about being a doctor in the future. It will be difficult for you to live a peaceful life. You must remember this. Don't show off." Chen Song nodded. "Don't worry, Department Director Tan. I'm not a brat who will stir up trouble." Tan Zhonglin was still not at ease. He reminded him a few more times. "Okay, I'll go and debride the wound later. They are also worried about us doing it. Now, they are waiting for the specialists outside. When they come, we will discuss the surgery. Just treat this as a learning experience. Look more and speak less. You are only 27 years old. There will be many opportunities in the future. Remember my words." Tan Zhonglin still seemed to be worried. He looked at Chen Song a few times vigilantly before he turned and left. Chen Song smiled. His heart was still warm. Whether it was Tan Zhonglin or Qin Xiaoyuan, they were both worried that he was young and impetuous. From the moment Chen Song entered the office, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone was thinking and feeling conflicted. The manager was contacting the company, and the company was contacting the insurance company. The organizer of this performance was at a loss for what to do. Who the hell knew that the headlights would malfunction? One after another, specialists from various hospitals in Ammonium City entered the office. Xingyu sat there, thinking about what had happened today. He almost lost his life, let alone his hands. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh. However, thinking about his hands, Xingyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How important was a pair of hands to a pianist? It was obvious without even thinking about it. Every time he thought about this, Xingyu didn't dare to think about it anymore. Was his career going to end just as it started? Sigh. At this moment, the phone rang. He saw that it was his wife. As soon as Xingyu picked up the call, he heard a child crying, "Papa. Papa. Are you okay?" Xingyu heard and laughed. "It's okay, Tian. Daddy is fine. Don't worry. Daddy isn't home, you have to take good care of Mommy. You're a little man. Little boy, but Mommy and I saw on the news that you were hit by a headlight. It's very painful. Daddy, are you okay? Mommy and I are at the airport now." Xingyu was stunned. Tian, pass the phone to your mother." After hearing his wife speak, Xingyu immediately said in a deep voice, "Why did you bring the child here?" The other party, the child insisted on coming. "I couldn't stop him from crying. I was also very worried about you." "What happened? Is it serious?" Xingyu shook his head. "It was an accident. The headlights suddenly fell. I reacted quickly and wasn't hit. However, I was scratched a few times by the flying glass. It's not a big problem. Don't worry." After Xingyu hung up, Tan Zhonglin said, "Mr. Xing, let's go and treat the wound first. We can't waste time here, right?" The organizer's person in charge was called Zhu Ziyi. He also nodded. "Yes, Mr. Xing. We have to actively treat the wound. Otherwise, if the specialists come and do a checkup, it will be delayed. Don't worry, we will take full responsibility for this matter." The manager was Xingyu's biological sister, Xing Liping. Just as she was about to say something, Xingyu stood up and nodded. "Alright, I'll have to trouble you then, Director Tan." As they spoke, the group walked towards the treatment room. However, with so many people, how could the treatment room fit all of them? Tan Zhonglin simply said, "Except for the experts, please wait outside. Xiao Chen, you'll be my assistant." Tan Zhonglin arranged everything in an orderly manner. Chen Song was slightly stunned. He casually picked up a white coat from the chair, put it on, and followed Tan Zhonglin into the treatment room. Tan Zhonglin glanced at the crowd and said, "Directors, let's take a look at the situation. Xiao Chen, give me the medicine kit." After Tan Zhonglin finished speaking, he took a pair of scissors and gently cut off the gauze wrapped around the back of his hand. The wound was immediately exposed. The glass shard had not been completely removed and was still stuck in the wound. The entire back of his hand was a mess of flesh and blood. Most importantly, the glass was inserted on the radial side of the wrist and the back of the hand. This was not a good place to be. Tan Zhonglin and the surrounding directors frowned slightly. This part of the anatomy was called the snuff bottle region. It was located on the radial side of the wrist and the back of the hand. The nerves, blood vessels, and tendons were densely distributed here. The radial side was the abductor pollicis longus tendon and extensor pollicis brevis tendon. The ulnar side was the extensor pollicis longus tendon. The proximal side was the styloid process of the radius. The base of the fossa was the scaphoid bone and the trapezium bone. There were blood vessels and nerves passing through here. It was not a big place, but it was densely distributed. There was 1 nerve, 2 blood vessels, 3 tendons, and 4 bones. As for the back of the hand, in addition to the snuff bottle, there were 2 facial spaces on the back of the hand. These 2 spaces could be the main factor that aggravated the patient's condition and also the main reason that hindered the later stage of recovery, because the extensor tendon and intertendon union and deep fascia formed the dorsal aponeurosis of the hand. The superficial surface was the subcutaneous space on the back of the hand, and the deep surface was the subaponeurosis space. The subcutaneous space was rich in the subcutaneous venous network, shallow lymphatic vessels, and the cutaneous nerves on the back of the hand. The subaponeurosis space and the subcutaneous space on the back of the hand often communicated with each other. When infection spread, it could spread. These infections could easily cause concurrent diseases in the snuff bottle region. After the tendon was sutured, the infection between the 2 facial spaces would quickly spread to the sutured area. In other words, the possibility of adhesion was as high as 90%. Before the debridement began, all the directors' faces were full of worry. For ordinary people, this was nothing. Adhesion was a common occurrence. Suturing was also very simple, and debridement was not troublesome. However, the person in front of them was a pianist, the prince of piano, who was now in the limelight, Xianxia, who was a little famous both at home and abroad. Xianxia, who was only 33 years old, had just received the gold medal of Poland's highest art of honor, cultural medal this year. It could be said that his future was limitless, the right hand after adhesion. He could not even compare to ordinary people, let alone play the piano. It could be said that if the surgery on this hand was not successful, his future career would be over. Thinking of this, all the experts could not help but sigh. However, it was useless to think too much. Tan Zhonglin still had to do what he had to do. Now, he had to treat the wound as soon as possible. Xiao Chen, open a bottle of normal saline and rinse it. Chen Song nodded and opened a bottle of normal saline. He placed it on the rinser and began to rinse it. Then, he used hydrogen peroxide. Gradually, the wound was revealed. Tan Zhonglin used a pair of tweezers and directly pulled out the glass shards. There was some damage around it, but it was not serious. As for Chen Song, who was helping to change the dressing, a scene appeared in his eyes. Pianist's damaged tendon, King level, level 45. Serious tendon damage, coupled with infection between the facial spaces on the back of the hand, makes it very difficult to heal in the later stage. The probability of adhesion is as high as 90%. Due to the characteristics of his profession, automatically raised to King level. The difficulty of the surgery increased. Cure requirement, no adhesion. Chen Song was suddenly stunned. He finally understood why this wound was defined as King level. It was because the standards were different. If it was a normal wound, it would at most be an elite monster. It might not even be considered a boss monster. However, this surgery was especially important to Xingyi's profession. If he wanted to suture the tendon without adhesion, the difficulty would increase exponentially. It was definitely not something that could be done with just a few words. It was not that simple. Chen Song could say without hesitation that even he could not guarantee it. If he wanted no adhesion, it meant that he only had one chance to perform the surgery. If he did not handle it well, he would have to perform a second surgery. It was absolutely impossible to achieve no adhesion. Moreover, there was the possibility of a serious infection on the back of the hand, which increased the possibility of adhesion in the snuff bottle area. Suddenly, Chen Song thought of a treasure he had on him, simulation stone. Chen Song suddenly hesitated. Should he give it a try? After thinking about it, Chen Song still did not make up his mind. After all, there were still many experts. The hand surgeons of Shanghai 6th Hospital were the best in the country. If he went up, they would definitely not trust him. P.S. Until today, all the rewards and updates have been repaid. The 7,500 monthly votes will also be repaid. Comrades, you have to work hard. Let's talk about the update rules. Hall Master +1, Master +2, League Leader +3, 500 monthly votes +1 chapter. Guaranteed to be updated at least 3 times a day. The news of Xingyu's injury still attracted a lot of attention in the circle. A group of tabloid reporters were like cats that smelled blood. They immediately came to Ammoniang City, a city that the entertainment circle did not pay much attention to. In the hand surgery department of the Provincial People's Hospital, Ammoniang City's government specially arranged for the police to control the situation and not let the news leak out. After all, the cause of Xingyu's injury was unknown. Regardless of whether it was the organizer's responsibility or some other random reason, the leaders did not want to see news that was not beneficial to Ammoniang City's reputation. 4 hours had passed since Xingyu's injury. In these 4 hours, Xingyu had completed the debridement and all the examinations and tests had been completed. After Tan Zhonglin finished suturing the blood vessels and nerves, he waited for the arrival of the specialists. The vice president of Xingyu's company personally came to the Provincial People's Hospital of Danyang Province. The manager of the insurance company also came with him. Xingyu's hands were insured with insurance worth tens of millions. Now that it was like this, the insurance company wanted to cry to death. Therefore, the manager of the insurance company who was in charge of Xingyu also came. If anything happened to Xingyu's hands, the compensation amount could be as high as hundreds of millions. Even the insurance company began to tremble when they saw this number. At 3:00 in the afternoon, with the arrival of the big shots in the field of hand surgery, the threshold of the hand surgery department's office in the Provincial People's Hospital became higher and higher. Those below the rank of department director were not qualified to enter. Patients who wanted to enter the elevator and the stairs had to be approved by the hospital staff before they could enter. Otherwise, they were not allowed to enter. The office was usually large enough to accommodate all the medical staff shifts. Now, there were more than 20 people sitting in the office. All of them were very famous, but they were all discussing the patient's condition with furrowed brows. Xingyu's wife and children were waiting in the department director's office. The vice president of Xingyu's company and the manager of the insurance company sat beside Xingyu. They patiently listened to the opinions of the many specialists. The specialists invited to treat the patient this time included Hospital Director Wang Yushan of Shanghai 6th Hospital, Chang Honglei, the director of the hand surgery department of Jishuotan Hospital in the capital, and Professor Yu Jianbai, the associate chief physician of the hand surgery department of Nantong Hospital in Jiangsu Province. It could be said that in order to save Xingyu's hands, the most famous people in the field of hand surgery in the country were invited. Professor Tang, the creator of the Tang suture technique, was attending a conference in Europe and could not make it in time. The department's deputy director Yu Jianbai came. On the other hand, Chen Song was the youngest doctor in the office. If Tan Zhonglin did not take the initiative to ask him to stay, he would not have stayed. The big screen showed a picture of Xingyu's wound. Everyone had to discuss the best suturing method as soon as possible and come up with the best treatment plan. But no one said anything. The snuff bottle area was a relatively difficult area to begin with. In addition, the injury to the aponeurosis on the back of the hand was serious. The subsequent recovery would definitely be a problem. Wang Yushan looked at the silent crowd and knew that if he didn't speak now, the silence might last for a long time. Thus, he coughed and said loudly, Fellow colleagues, I won't stand on ceremony. Let me share my opinion first. Let's discuss it together. Everyone nodded. They usually interacted with each other a lot and basically met once a year. As members of the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery department, they were quite familiar with each other and could call each other by name. Wang Yushan, Chang Honglei, and the others were standing committee members of the hand surgery department's branch. They were at the same level as Professor Tang of Nanchang University's affiliated hospital. Wang Yushan glanced at everyone and said solemnly, now that everyone knows about Mr. Xing's situation, I won't talk about how difficult it is. I'll directly share my thoughts and countermeasures. In the current situation, the most important thing to suture the 3 tendons of the hand is anti-adhesion. However, if it's just anti-adhesion, using the Benel suture is better, but the operation is more difficult. It's not suitable for patients with serious back injuries. The Emtang technique with 6 bundles suture is obviously not suitable for the choice of flexor tendon. Wang Yushan analyzed in detail. I think the probability of anti-adhesion is less than 60%. And this doesn't take into account the inflammatory damage caused by rehabilitation and the patient's innate tenosynovitis. Everyone nodded slightly. Every profession had its own occupational diseases. Playing the piano might seem like a high-end profession, but every pianist's hands needed regular hand care and maintenance. Even so, tenosynovitis was a topic that was difficult to avoid. Xingyu had tenosynovitis, and it was not just in one area. It often recurred. No one dared to simply seal tenosynovitis in the hands used to play the piano, let alone perform surgery. Now, these were all risk factors that would affect the success of the surgery. After Xingyu heard this, he could not help but sigh. Chang Honglei nodded. Yes, what Associate Hospital Director Wang said is very reasonable. I think so too. But I have a small suggestion. We can try using the Emtang technique. I remember that the Emtang technique that Professor Yu and the others recently researched is targeted at this type of tendon that is prone to adhesion. After Wang Yushan spoke, everyone began to discuss it. Chen Song did not speak. He just listened attentively. These people had a deeper understanding of tendon suturing. However, the current Chen Song was no longer the same as before. He could even tell that they were lacking. However, even if he could tell, Chen Song would not say it. He was not a fool. Time ticked by. Everyone still did not have a unified view. They were not unified, but they did not oppose it either. This became the most embarrassing and most terrifying thing of all. Looking at Xingyu and the others at the side, they panicked. The company's vice president said directly, experts, we don't know how to treat it. I also know that no one is willing to take responsibility for this situation, but I hope that everyone can give us a relatively safe plan, or how high the success rate and recovery rate of the treatment will be. Xingyu also nodded and said seriously, yes, department directors and experts, everyone just has to do their best. There's no need to put pressure on everyone. I also know my situation, so please give me a plan. How confident are you? I'll make the choice myself. I won't cause any trouble for anyone. I promise. Wang Yushan and the others looked at each other. After a while, Wang Yushan said, I can guarantee a 50% recovery rate. An 80% chance of a significant effect. Recovery rate and treatment rate were 2 completely different concepts. In the medical field, there were several levels of standards for treatment. These were set according to the comprehensive indicators for the convenience of future research. They were cure, significant effect, effective, and ineffective. Cure meant complete recovery, while significant effect and effective meant that there was a flaw in a certain aspect. There were deficiencies in various indicators. When Wang Baoshan said this, everyone was slightly stunned. Chang Honglei was a little surprised. How could it be so high? She could only guarantee a 30% to 40% recovery rate. If this situation did not stick, there were too many dangerous factors. It was difficult to make a 100% estimate. This estimate was based on their sufficient understanding of this disease. It was experience, and also ability. Chang Honglei looked at Xingyu and said, I only have a 40% recovery rate, and this is under the condition that you have to undergo a month of rehabilitation in our hospital. In fact, it's hard to accurately define the concept of recovery because we can only judge based on the information we have in our experience. Although we only have a 40% success rate, I can guarantee that your tendon's healing speed, tendon's early tensile strength, and so on. In fact, at this time, the recovery rate was a reflection of the ability of all doctors. At their level, it was not a matter of speaking carelessly, but of judging how confident they were based on their experience. Every doctor had a scale in their heart, and they had a rough idea of the recovery rate of the disease. For example, Tan Zhonglin was panicking at this time. He felt that his recovery rate was less than 10%. But could he say that? No, but he did not dare to say that it was high. After all, medical treatment was not a joke. According to his previous experience of suturing tendons, he could suture 20 patients at most, and the recovery rate was only 5 to 7%. He could not guarantee a higher recovery rate, and it might not be 1 in 10. Looking at Wang Yushan and Chang Honglei's recovery rate of 40 to 50%, Tan Zhonglin could not help but feel emotional and ashamed. However, for a recovery rate of more than 20%, it did not only rely on experience, but also talent. Although Tan Zhonglin's recovery rate was less than 10%, Tan Zhonglin's efficiency could reach more than 95%, and the recovery rate was more than 80%. To put it bluntly, everyone knew how to suture tendons, but the degree of mastery was different, and the method was different, so the results were naturally different. Tan Zhonglin thought that he had worked hard in this field for his whole life, and he had some achievements, but the complexity and difficulty of the patients were not as high as those in big hospitals. Of course, there were many reasons. Besides personal reasons, the most important was the environment. After all, the surrounding patients determined the standard and ability of a doctor. There was a characteristic of hospitals in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, which was that they were more specialized in common diseases. They might study a minor disease to the extreme. As for Dongyang province, which was relatively backward, they were still satisfied with food and clothing. They were not at that stage to pursue spiritual enjoyment and a higher level. This was just like how developed cities solved the higher level needs of the masses, and ordinary cities solved the general needs of the masses. Therefore, this was also the reason for the gap between them. The people in the capital might be more experienced in pursuing high-end groups and demanding patients because of their tendon injury services. On the other hand, most people in Dongyang pursued general efficiency as long as it didn't affect their lives. There was a huge difference between the two, and the difference in cost was also huge. It was possible for a surgery to be several times more expensive. This also caused the doctors in different regions to master different diseases and specialize in different fields. Their areas of expertise, direction, and specialties gradually became different. Tan Zhonglin suddenly looked at Chen Song, who was standing at the side and pondering. He was suddenly curious. What was Xiao Chen's recovery rate? Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin laughed at himself and shook his head. How old was Xiao Chen? If Chen Song was 10 years older, he could also perform on such a stage. Tan Zhonglin sighed. He was too anxious. Young people must remember not to stand out. However, Tan Zhonglin estimated that if Chen Song walked on the right path, he would at least be on the same level as Wang Yushan and Chang Honglei. Ammonium Yang, in the end, would not be able to keep him. After everyone finished speaking, Xingyu was silent. Among these people, the highest recovery rate was only 50%. This meant that there was a 50% chance that he would not be able to play the piano in the future. For a pianist, this was undoubtedly as painful as killing him. Your most honorable thing might suddenly disappear. This kind of pain was more painful than cutting flesh and scraping bones. Chen Song stood there. What was his probability? Maybe 60%, however, without a 100% chance, Chen Song would not take the initiative to do it. Forget it, it was better not to care about this matter. A level 40 tendon monster was fine. With the support of the system, he would not have to worry about not having a chance to turn things around. Thinking of this, Chen Song still felt that he could not be anxious. After all, the road ahead was long and he would search from top to bottom before acting cool. Xingyu hesitated for a long time. After discussing with the vice president of the management company and the insurance company, it seemed that he did not have many choices. The best treatment now was Wang Yushan's treatment plan. Thinking of this, Xingyu smiled bitterly. Then I have no choice? Everyone was silent. They were doctors and could only provide these treatment plans. The specific choice of the patient was up to the patient. Xingyu nodded, stood up and bowed slightly. Dear directors, I will have to trouble you. Prepare for the surgery. After all, it was the provincial people's hospital. No matter what, Tan Zhonglin still had to participate. The final surgery list was Wang Yushan as the chief surgeon, Chang Honglei as the assistant, and Tan Zhonglin as the assistant. The other directors went to the conference room outside the operating room to watch the surgery live broadcast. Chen Song also wanted to see how an expert's surgery was like. To be honest, he had never seen a big shot perform tendon sutures. It would be good to watch. It was a pity that he could not be there. Otherwise, the feeling would be more realistic, he would also learn more things. Chen Song was about to follow the others to the conference room when Tan Zhonglin suddenly called out to Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, follow me to the operating room later." Tan Zhonglin's words did not surprise Wang Yushan and Chang Honglei. After all, it was his home ground. It was understandable that he asked someone to go. This might be Tan Zhonglin's student. However, Tan Zhonglin was really good to his students. When Wang Yushan turned to look at Chen Song, he was suddenly stunned. "Eh? You? Aren't you? You look a little familiar." It had been more than a month. Wang Yushan always felt that Chen Song looked a little familiar, but he could not remember where. Chen Song smiled slightly. "Hello, Director Wang. I am Chen Song." Wang Yushan clapped his hands and looked happy. "Oh, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. I did not expect to see you in such an occasion." "Haha, this is fate." Chen Song smiled. "I've admired Director Wang for a long time. It's my honor to be able to observe the surgery at a close distance today." Wang Yushan laughed. "The surgery you performed for us last time was amazing. Let's go to the operating room together. Why don't you help out and be my assistant?" "Director Tan, this Xiao Chen is your student? No wonder he has such a powerful skin flap transplantation technique." Wang Yushan's words confused Tan Zhonglin. He did not know what he was talking about. Tan Zhonglin smiled. "Director Wang, you've misunderstood. Xiao Chen's tendon suture is also not bad. We often communicate with the Second People's Hospital. Xiao Chen has a lot of potential. I asked him to come over and take a look at the surgery. As for the surgery, there's no need. He's still young." Wang Yushan smiled. He understood what Tan Zhonglin meant. If he wanted to give it to Wang Yushan, he would do the same. Everyone would do their best to protect an outstanding junior. No one was willing to bring their students on stage for such a controversial surgery. In the operating room, Chen Song was no longer a stranger. When the nurse saw Chen Song, she squinted her eyes and smiled. Chen Song was flattered and quickly smiled apologetically. But, why did this nurse always have a look of lust in her eyes? Xingyu's assistants, relatives, and company staff were not allowed to enter the operating room. This was to ensure the smooth operation. After the anesthesia, the operation began quickly. Wang Yushan's movements were clean and neat. There were no unnecessary operations. Every step was simple and clear. Compared to himself, he was less handsome and more efficient. Chen Song seemed to have realized that he had a lot of unnecessary movements during the operation. It was not that these movements were good, but after these movements were removed, they could reduce the interference of the operation and improve the stability of the operation. Chang Honglei was the most cooperative. Her coordination with Wang Yushan was very strong. The two of them were basically seamless. Old Chief Physician Tan Zhonglin was not to be outdone. The operation of the three of them gave people a sense of satisfaction. Chen Song watched with great interest from where he was. There was a big difference between watching videos and observing in person. It was like watching a football game. Watching on TV might be clearer, and it was from a macro perspective with commentary, etc. However, the atmosphere and shock of the scene were something you would never feel. Therefore, Chen Song was very grateful when Tan Zhonglin brought him into the operating room. In the operating room, the three of them worked in an orderly manner. Before the tendon was sutured, the surrounding damaged tissues must be cleaned up. This was because these were all hidden dangers of future adhesion. At this time, Chief Physician Chang Honglei's ability was demonstrated. She had a good grasp of details, micro-operations, and various factors. She would consider every link that could affect adhesion. Wang Yong and Chief Physician Chang were somewhat similar in this aspect. In fact, everyone had their strengths and weaknesses. Only by magnifying their strengths infinitely and improving continuously would one's value be truly reflected. After spending some time with him, Chen Song realized that Wang Yong had a very good grasp of details. Back then, Wang Yong was the first to learn the basics. This was not only because he had more contact with Wang Yong, but also because Wang Yong paid attention to details and was good at thinking about details. At this moment, Chen Song felt that it was a pity for the surgeons of the Second People's Hospital. It had been more than a month, but none of them had learned how to perform minimally invasive surgery with laparoscopy. The hospital project was about to be approved, but this group of people had not learned it yet. Who was going to do the project when the time came? Most importantly, he didn't even get a single reward. In the meeting room outside, everyone was watching the surgery video and discussing it. The only advantage of this place was that there were many people, so it was convenient for everyone to discuss with each other. This kind of atmosphere was actually not bad. The surgery proceeded as normal. Chen Song felt that if they continued at this pace, they would be very confident. However, the most important part, the suturing of the tendon, had yet to begin. Chen Song also wanted to know what kind of suturing method Chief Physician Wang Yushan was going to use. The three tendons were the extensor pollicis longus tendon and extensor pollicis brevis tendon on the radial side, and the extensor pollicis longus tendon on the ulnar side. These three tendons determined 60 to 70% of the effect of the thumb, and the thumb was the most important finger of the fingers. Without the thumb, 90% of the daily operations could not be done. Everyone could give it a try. What could you do without your thumb? The extensor pollicis longus tendon was a little thicker. The choice of suturing required attention to the tension of the extensor pollicis longus tendon and so on. After all, the repair of the tendon during the early activities and training process had to be considered. If a two-bundle suture was used, such as the Kessler and Suge sutures, it was very likely that the tendon would break, and it would not be able to satisfy the early active and passive functional exercise after the surgery. It was also possible to use 4-bundle, 6-bundle, or even 8-bundle sutures. Of course, more was not better. As long as the early exercise was satisfied, it was enough. Basically, 4-bundle sutures were enough. Choosing a simple suturing method that maintained the mechanical properties of a multi-bundle suture was the best choice. Wang Yushan used the Bonnell suture method for the first tendon. This suture method was very good because it would not leave foreign bodies in the tendon and prevent adhesion in the tendon. However, this suture was more complicated and required a lot of skill from the surgeon. After receiving the tendon suture with 2 needles, Wang Yushan held his breath and moved diagonally from one side of the tendon to the distal end. He passed through the center of the tendon and pulled out the needle from the opposite side. This set of movements had to be coherent. Even he did not dare to be careless. To be honest, although Wang Yushan looked calm, he was actually nervous. This feeling was like defusing a bomb. He had to be careful. If he was not careful, it would lead to a big mistake. The breathing of the three people was very subtle. Tan Zhonglin felt the touch from the tendon, and his eyes were meticulous. This suture method repaired the tendon connection with a higher tensile strength, but if they were not careful, it would cause the tendon to be narrowed. It was not good for the local blood supply, and it was not conducive to the healing of the tendon. Therefore, the three of them had to be careful. Department Director Chang, pull it. Let me feel it, Wang Yushan said. Chang Honglei nodded and pulled slightly with the tweezers to feel it. Department Director Tan, cut the thread and pull on the right side. Tan Zhonglin nodded and was about to pull. At this moment, he felt a sense of loss as he pulled on the tendon. There was a sound. It was very soft, but the three of them heard it. This weak voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in the minds of the three. The three people who were about to operate suddenly did not dare to move. The tendon was damaged for the second time, and the suture was broken. They had already seen that there was a crack in the area where the tendon was sutured. It was not there originally, but when suturing, the suture needle could also cause damage to the tendon. Most of the time, this kind of damage was insignificant, but at this moment, a problem appeared. There was another reason, and it was the existence of sarcoiditis. The tendon rubbed excessively in the sheath for a long time, causing swelling and chronic inflammation of the tendon and sheath. Wang Yushan said in a low voice, Xingyu often plays the piano, and his thumb is often active. There is a tenosynovitis of the radial styloid process. There is a problem with the suture injury just now. Our choice was not right. The words "was not right" made everyone's hearts tremble. With just a few simple words, the success rate of the operation was reduced to 11%. Xianxia saw the expressions of the three people and could not help but be stunned. Department Director. Looking at the three people's serious expressions and eyes full of worry, Xianxia's heart sank to the bottom. What the F***ck? Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned when they saw that the surgery was suddenly paused. What happened? I don't know. Why did it stop? I don't know, but there's nothing unusual in the image. What's going on? Something must have happened. At this moment, the three of them looked nervous in the operating theater. Wang Yushan frowned, Tan Zhonglin looked for the rupture, and Chang Honglei's back was covered in cold sweat. Because she was the one who caused the rupture, she was scared. However, this was not the time to complain. The three of them needed to find the problem and come up with a solution. The three of them were not enough. Wang Yushan looked up. Xiao Chen, come over and help. The nurse quickly dressed Chen Song. Chen Song came over. After he came over, a red tendon rupture appeared in Chen Song's eyes. Chen Song was stunned. Second injury, surgery accident, or, however, no matter what, the surgery had fallen into a very passive stage. Fortunately, Wang Yushan was experienced and did not panic. He tried hard to find a solution. However, after thinking for a long time, Wang Yushan could not guarantee the success rate of the surgery. Recovery had become an extravagant hope. Thinking up to this point, Wang Yushan looked at Xianxia and said honestly, Mr. Xing, I'm very sorry to inform you that the damage to your tendons is very serious. My recovery rate might not even be 10%. Of course, I can guarantee that after you recover, there's a 90% chance that it won't affect your daily life. However, it might affect your piano playing. Xingyi's face turned ashen. What should he do? What could he do? Halfway through the surgery, no one could do anything. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly received a mission notification. Ding! You have triggered a rescue mission. The surgery is in a critical state. Please try your best to rescue the situation and complete the surgery. After completion of the mission, you will receive 1. Chang Honglei's gratitude gift pack, 2. Xingyu's gratitude gift pack, 3. Wang Yushan's gratitude gift pack. Chen Song was stunned. What the F***ck? What's with the 3 gratitude gifts? Gratitude gift pack. According to the other party's gratitude, you will receive a random skill. The more grateful the other party is, the higher the rarity of the skill. Chen Song was dumbfounded. Does this mean that I can obtain 3 skills at once? Thinking of this, Chen Song hesitated. Should he save the situation? How confident could he be? At this stage of the surgery, no one had 100% confidence. Without sufficient confidence, it was truly risky to go up. Chen Song took a deep breath and chose to use the imitation stone without batting an eyelid. This wave was really worth it, 1 imitation stone in exchange for the gratitude of 3 people. If the surgery was successful, it would be a huge profit. At the thought of this, Chen Song activated the simulation stone. Ding! Simulation stone activated. Starting simulation of live surgery scene. Loading. 10%. 30%. 100%. Loading successful. Do you want to start simulation? Chen Song nodded and immediately chose to start the simulation. In an instant, Chen Song's vision changed and he appeared in the operating theater. However, the scene was exactly the same as outside. Chen Song took over the surgery and began to suture the tendon with the cooperation of the 3 people. For the first time after the surgery, the system notification sounded. Healing speed, 80 points. Adhesion, 60 points. Resistance, 80 points. Chen Song shook his head and continued. Every time after the surgery, there was a score. Chen Song was not satisfied and continued. What he wanted to do was to increase adhesion to 100 points and try his best to achieve no adhesion. This was a kind of effort to strive for perfection. 10 times, 20 times. Chen Song had begun to show adhesion to 100 points, but only 3 out of 10 times. After 100 times, Chen Song's adhesion to 100 points was 5 out of 10 times. Chen Song was still not satisfied. For this kind of surgery, it was either he did not intervene, or he had to succeed, otherwise, Chen Song was not willing to cause trouble for himself. However, a 100% success rate was not that simple. After the 200th time, the success rate increased to 60%. 300 times, 400 times, after the 500th time, the speed of improvement became even slower. Chen Song was dumbfounded. There were even times when the improvement speed was only 1% or 2%. This time, Chen Song was stunned. How long would this take? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but worry. In the simulation space, he could not feel the passage of time at all, and he did not even feel tired. Every surgery was as if he had just entered. Most importantly, he did not even feel anxious or uneasy. This was a terrifying thing, as if it was an endless cycle. Finally, Chen Song did not know how many surgeries he had performed, but the success rate finally reached 100%. He used countless methods, mixed various ideas, and tried countless operating techniques before finally finding a treatment plan for Xianxia. At this time, Chen Song finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes were shining with confidence. After exiting the simulation space, less than a second had passed. Tan Zhonglin suddenly asked, "Xiao Chen, do you have any good ideas?" At this time, Wang Yushan also looked at Chen Song. After all, this young man had given him a lot of surprises, and he also looked at Chen Song curiously. Chen Song hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, "I don't know about good ideas, but I have a suggestion that all the teachers can listen to." At this time, Chang Honglei was honestly a little nervous. The biggest difference between a man and a woman was probably not in normal times, but in the face of special situations, the ability to deal with emergencies without changing. Of course, it was not that women could not do it, but according to the data, male doctors were stronger than female doctors. Chen Song said, "I think that the extensor pollicis longus tendon is thicker, and after a second injury, both adhesion and tension resistance will be affected. However, the traditional suture method is a little outdated, and suturing the same tendon twice in a row is not good for the later recovery. At this time, the thread has not been cut, so I think that we can still use the Bonnell suture method, use the wire extension, and use the needle and thread to form a special suture inside the tendon using the Kessler suture method. The Kessler suture method is a two-strand suture, so its tension resistance is weaker, but if we use it here, with the advantages of the Bonnell suture method, we can make up for the adhesion." After Chen Song said a lot, the three of them were stunned. This was because this idea was very creative. It combined two suture methods to suture a tendon with a second injury, making up for the shortcomings of both sides and choosing the advantages of both sides. This was an idea. Wang Yushan didn't think that he would be surprised by Chen Song. This young lad, how good was he? In the beginning, he had creatively researched the idea of the combined flap suture. Now, in a situation where the three department directors were at a loss, he came up with a genius idea again. Chang Hongmei closed her eyes and pondered for a few seconds. Countless possibilities flashed through her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Wang Yushan with excitement in her eyes. "Dean Wang, it's feasible. I think it's feasible." Tan Zhonglin also nodded slightly. "I think it's feasible too." Wang Yushan sighed. "How can I not know that the idea is good? But I have to be able to do it well. Everyone knows that this is a good idea, but a good idea requires a good person to do it." Wang Yushan felt bitter in his heart. Wang Yushan suddenly felt a little weak. He felt like he had learned too little when he needed to. The complexity of the Bonnell suture technique was very high. If he was not careful, the tendon would be damaged and the adhesion would be greatly increased. For this kind of secondary injury, he needed to use the small-scale Kessler suture technique together with the Bonnell suture technique. The difficulty was much higher. At this moment, Wang Yushan felt a sense of helplessness. He said honestly, "I can't do it. This is too difficult." Chang Honglei was not too surprised when she heard this because this technique was difficult. She could not do it herself. Her only hope was on Wang Yushan. It seemed like Wang Yushan could not do it either. Tan Zhonglin saw the two of them looking at him and quickly shook his head. Instead, he looked at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, can you do it?" The three of them looked at Chen Song. Chen Song nodded slightly. "I can." The words "I can" were like the sound of nature. Even if Chen Song's tone was as calm as if he had just eaten, the words he said were as shocking as if he had eaten sh*t. Indeed, when the three of them looked at Chen Song, they saw that he was calm, as if it was really not a big deal. But, the words "I can" were really too shocking. However, Tan Zhonglin's expression changed immediately. He quickly winked at Chen Song. This kid was really here to show off again. If he had known, he would not have let him in. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin's heart was filled with endless regret. You still want to do it at this stage, don't tell me you. Sigh, everyone could see that this surgery was already a mess. If it could be done well, it would be because God was looking out for them. If it could not be done well, then so be it. Now that it was great, why did you come in? Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin could not help but want to persuade Chen Song to leave. He said, Xiao Chen. This is not a joke. Are you sure you can do it? This is not the time for you to show off. Wang Yushan also looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. After experiencing it twice, he really did not think that Chen Song was that kind of hothead. She was the kind of person who would do anything to become famous. Back then, as long as he exposed Xianxia, Chen Song would immediately become famous. However, Chen Song did not do so. Instead, he kept a low profile and remained humble in the dust. You want Chen Song to stand out and show off at this time? It was impossible. Wang Yushan had lived for more than 50 years. He had a good eye for people. He knew that Chen Song was the kind of person who was calm and could let go of things in his heart. He was also a truly capable person. This kind of person, if he said he would, then he definitely would. This kind of meeting might be a 100% success rate. Thinking of this, Wang Yushan did not hesitate and handed the needle holder to Chen Song. Xiao Chen, come over here. As he spoke, Wang Yushan gave up his position as the chief surgeon. This time even Xingyu was dumbfounded. Holy shit. You guys are giving up on me just like that? Xingyu almost cried. Of course, he did not think so. He saw everything that happened just now. He knew that his only hope now was Chen Song. Thinking of this, Xingyu did not blame or doubt him. Instead, he looked at Chen Song seriously and said, Doctor. Please. Chen Song smiled. Okay, relax. Xingyu, I'm F***king anesthetized. How can I relax? My hands are not listening to me, okay. After Chen Song took the needle holder, he said to Chang Honglei and Tan Zhonglin, help me pull the tendon, but don't tension it. The two nodded. Chen Song began his operation. Tan Zhonglin was still a little worried. He knew that Chen Song was capable, but he did not think that Chen Song could be better than Wang Yushan. If Chen Song was a young hero of the pugilistic world, then Wang Yushan was a grandmaster. The gap was huge. However, Chen Song's next suture stunned Tan Zhonglin. How was this a young hero? This was a lonely man. Tan Zhonglin found it hard to accept. To be precise, this was the third time Tan Zhonglin saw Chen Song suture tendons. Each time, Tan Zhonglin's view of the world was refreshed. The first time was when he sutured Wu Gang. To be honest, Tan Zhonglin was impressed by this young man. That time, Chen Song's tendon suture was an advanced level. The second time was when he sutured Zhang Kachin. That time, Tan Zhonglin felt that Chen Song's standard had reached a new level. He might be better than himself. That time, he was a master. The third time, which was now, Chen Song's suture had reached the level of a lonely man who had absorbed the strengths of many schools and gathered the essence of many schools. This time, Chen Song's suture was close to perfection. All that was left was to return to the basics. Soon, the suture was completed. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. This suture was really amazing. It was rare to see someone who could use two different suture methods to such an extent. No. It was rare. People rarely learned every suture method seriously. They only learned according to the suture method. They would never be like Chen Song, who understood the essence of a suture method so well. This was a kind of ability. Thinking of this, the three of them felt a little emotional. Wang Yushan smacked his lips. Even though he was wearing a mask, they could hear it clearly. Chang Honglei turned to look curiously. Could it be that he was drooling? Wang Yushan did not seem to care about that. He glanced at Chen Song and asked, Xiao Chen, how do you plan to suture the tendon at the back? Chen Song said, with a suture. Of course, Chen Song knew that Wang Yushan was not asking about that. He carefully took out the tendon of the abductor pollicis longus with the forceps and explained, you can use the Clenard suture method for this. This suture method is simpler and less disruptive to the blood circulation of the tendon. Most importantly, it has a strong resistance to tension. Since the tendon is further away from the bilateral aponeurosis, the adhesion may be smaller, so this method is better. After saying that, Wang Yushan muttered in his heart. The Clenard suture method was rare. Did Chen Song study this method in depth? Immediately, Chen Song told him the answer. Not only did he study it, but he also studied it thoroughly. Chen Song's suture was really elegant. Whether it was the skin suture or the tendon suture, it was really beautiful. That was how Wang Yushan felt. No one asked about the last tendon. It was useless to ask. Chen Song directly sutured it. After half an hour, Chen Song finished the surgery. Xingyu's face was full of fear. He asked Wang Yushan carefully, "Director, can I still play the piano?" Wang Yushan took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Mr. Xing, you really met a benefactor. Without Dr. Xiao Chen, even if you went abroad, I don't think the success rate of the surgery would be high. But now, let me tell you, as long as you do your rehabilitation, the success rate is as high as 99%. Because, the surgery was too successful. P.S. Today's update is 5 chapters. Thank you for your support. Also, thank you to the Chief of the Moonlight Temple for the reward. And the reward from my new friend, Demon General Young Master Wei. Chang Honglei was the director of the hand surgery department of Jishuotan Hospital. She was also the vice president of the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery branch. She was the only female president of the Hand Surgery Association. In the field of surgery, there were very few women who could achieve such a high level. Of course, it did not mean that there were no good women in surgery. Putting aside the gynecology and obstetrics department, these two departments were basically the world of women. Men were extremely rare. Other than the gynecology and obstetrics department, there were also many women in several departments, such as the hand surgery department, the cardiac surgery department, and so on. Perhaps everyone thought that women had better aesthetics. Were there many women in the plastic surgery department? Let's put it this way. There might be more women in plastic surgery hospitals, but there were almost no women in the plastic surgery department of hospitals. That was because the tasks were different. Plastic surgery hospitals were all microplastic surgery. The work intensity was not high, so there might be women. The plastic surgery department and the dermatology department of hospitals were almost the same. Some hospitals did not have dermatology and were simply plastic surgery departments. Some hospitals might be divided into 2 departments. However, plastic surgery was basically major surgery. It was common for surgeries to take a few hours. When it came to major surgeries, they might as well do it overnight. A major surgery that lasted more than 10 hours was not something an ordinary woman could handle. Therefore, when choosing a postgraduate student, most instructors would not choose a girl. It was not because they did not like her, but because it was too difficult. However, the hand surgery department was a special department. It was neither big nor small. It could be big or small. It belonged to the orthopedics system, but it was independent of the orthopedics department. Some hospitals did not have a hand surgery department at all. Most of the tertiary grade A general Chinese medicine hospitals did not have a hand surgery department because they were not so detailed. Most of the hand surgery department dealt with tendons, nerves, and blood vessels. A woman's patience and carefulness were well reflected in this field. Moreover, these surgeries were not very tiring. Therefore, there were many top female stars in this field. As the director of the hand surgery department of Jishuotan Hospital, Chang Honglei had deep attainments in the field of tendons, nerves, and blood vessels. She had studied tendon suturing techniques and methods for years. She had analyzed each method at different levels. She believed that her understanding of tendons in the hand had reached a very high level. Although she did not create a new surgical method like Professor Tang, in her opinion, there were endless surgical methods, and there were also various injury patterns of diseases. Instead of exploring a complicated suturing technique, it was better to bring out the advantages of traditional techniques. However, her views had not been widely accepted over the years because most people had a misconception that the more advanced the surgical method, the more powerful it was. Therefore, they focused on learning some top-notch surgical techniques and often neglected in-depth research on basic surgical techniques. Therefore, the number of people who supported Chang Honglei's ideas was far less than the number of people who supported Professor Tang. After all, the MTang technique for flexor tendon treatment had become an international mainstream and was recognized by the European Hand Surgery Society. As an academic field, the medical field needed articles and data to speak. Chang Honglei was indeed not as good as Professor Tang. Tang's division was constantly innovating. But now, when Chang Honglei saw Chen Song's surgery, she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of recognition, because this might coincide with Chang Honglei's philosophy. Moreover, Chen Song had truly achieved the use of different suturing methods. In this regard, Chang Honglei was not as good as Chen Song. 1 surgery, 3 tendons, and 4 suture methods. Every wound on the Achilles tendon was handled reasonably, and the best suture method was chosen. Was this not the direction of his research for many years? At this time, Chang Honglei could not help but be tempted. This was what she wanted. She suddenly realized that her research for so many years was not without results, but that no one could bring the true power of this philosophy into play. But Chen Song could. In today's surgery, he fully demonstrated his high degree of integration and understanding of basic suturing methods. He could even extract the main essence of each suturing method. This was really amazing. When she thought of this, Chang Honglei made up her mind. This time, when she returned to Beijing later, she would have a good exchange with Chen Song first. She believed that through communication and exchange with Chen Song, she would be able to bring this philosophy to the extreme and develop a guide that was truly effective. Then, she would be able to truly help those who needed help. Wang Yushan looked at Chen Song and clicked his tongue in wonder. He was filled with emotions. It was really rare to see someone who could use so many different tendon suturing methods so skillfully. Not only did this require experience in many surgeries, but it also required a high degree of knowledge and understanding of tendons, suturing, and so on. This required talent. However, Chang Honglei was probably the happiest. Wang Yushan looked at Chang Honglei and said, "Department Director Chang, today's trip was not in vain." Chang Honglei naturally knew what Wang Yushan meant. She immediately smiled and said, "This trip was not in vain. I gained a lot." Wang Yushan nodded and said, "Xiao Chen's surgery really proves that the field you have been researching is feasible. I think that when we have time, we can sit down and develop a guide for tendon suturing that belongs to Chinese people. When the time comes, let the European Hand Surgery Association come to China to learn from us." Chang Honglei's face was slightly red, and there was a yearning expression on her face. If that day really came, it would be great. It would bring glory to our country. Wang Yushan looked at Chen Song and could not help but smile. "Xiao Chen, do you know what I'm thinking now?" Chen Song shook his head. Everyone looked over. Wang Yushan sighed and stared at Chen Song. He said half-jokingly, "I want to kidnap you now and take you to our 6th hospital." When everyone heard this, they all laughed. Chen Song smiled and said, "Director Wang, you're joking. Shanghai 6th Hospital is full of talents. There is no shortage of talents. Moreover, Director Wang, even if I'm in Dongyang, we can still maintain cooperation." Wang Yushan nodded. The 6th Hospital did not lack a junior doctor, but it would not lack a top expert. Talents were scarce at any time, especially top-notch talents. Wang Yushan nodded seriously and looked at Chen Song. He said word by word, "Yes, I'm serious. Xiao Chen, when the time comes and you need to participate in a long-distance consultation or a major project, you can't refuse, right?" Wang Yushan looked at Chen Song, afraid that Chen Song was just finding an excuse to brush him off. Chen Song smiled and shook his head. He said honestly, "Of course not. I still have a lot to learn from you, Director Wang." Chen Song was telling the truth. Wang Yushan had too many shining points. To put it simply, he was a big shot in the hand surgery department who was close to the maximum level. The things that he dropped were enough for Chen Song to learn for a long time. However, he didn't want to leave Dongyang province right now. After all, it hadn't been easy to create such an atmosphere. Although this platform wasn't big, it was the most suitable one for Chen Song. On such a platform, Chen Song could slowly develop at his own pace instead of being limited to a certain industry. The emergency department was a big stage. Chen Song would not be limited to the hand surgery department for the rest of his life. Although it was a good thing for the development of Chen Song's hand surgery department, it was not the same for his other departments. Now, in the second provincial hospital, Chen Song had Li Baoshan to protect him, Qin Xiaoyuan and Li Jianwei to support him, and the old hospital director Feng Yonglin to back him up. Chen Song's development was basically stable. In addition, he had just become a postgraduate student and changed to a hidden profession. He was still waiting for Queen Mengxi to have a good impression of him. To put it bluntly, now was the time to be wretched. When he secretly reached level 99 and learned a lot of skills, he would be able to go anywhere in the world. But now? Chen Song knew himself very well. Although he looked amazing now, when he thought about it carefully, it was just a tendon suturing technique. It was just a basic skill to bluff in the hand surgery department, let alone the entire surgery department. After all, the hand surgery department did not specialize in tendon suturing, just like how the thoracic surgery department did not specialize in esophageal repair. Chen Song only listened to their praises and smiled. He knew in his heart that there were still many things he needed to do and that he still had a long way to go. If he wanted to become a real big shot, he must have enough understanding and attention in this field. For example, Associate Hospital Director Wang Yushan had studied hand surgery diseases his whole life. He could pick up and let go of any disease in the hand surgery department. With his long-term experience and skills, Wang Yushan would be able to easily solve any surgery related to the hand surgery department, no matter what kind of surgery it was. As a famous doctor, the wider your path, the brighter your future would be, and the safer your patients would be. For example, Professor Tang did not become a famous expert in the world because he had only invented the Mtang technique to suture tendons. The Mtang technique was just a tendon suturing technique he had invented when he was just over 30 years old. Compared to Chen Song, Professor Tang was much more amazing than Chen Song. He had invented the Mtang technique when he was 30 years old. When he thought of this, Chen Song suddenly wondered if Professor Tang also had a system. The reason why Professor Tang was so awesome was not just because of the Mtang technique. He was the most famous in the field of hand flexor tendon and wrist surgery. He was also good at the repair of tendon injuries in the hand, the diagnosis of wrist instability, the clinical repair of wrist bone and joint injuries, the treatment of peripheral nerve defects with autogenous intravenous transplants, and so on. Just based on the Mtang technique, there were countless suturing methods in this era. The ones that were remembered were all carefully selected. Chen Song smiled knowingly as he looked at Wang Yushan and Chang Honglei's admiring gazes around him. The path of medicine was long, broad, and profound. Xingyu's surgery had been completed, but he had not been sent away yet. He sat there and watched a group of big shots boasting. He felt that it was not a bad thing. Boasting was better than sighing, right? If they were all sighing at this time, Xingyu would cry. Go ahead and boast. I have a question after you're done boasting. However, after waiting for a long time, he realized that they were boasting more and more. Xingyu could not help but ask, I'm sorry, department directors. I would like to ask, what are the chances of me recovering, and to what extent? Will it affect me playing the piano? Only then did everyone notice that the patient had not left. Now was not the time to boast. Wang Yushan pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Xing, it's like this. Based on my many years of surgical experience, today's surgery was very successful. According to the previous scores, there is at least an 80 to 90% chance of recovery. If you include this period of active rehabilitation, I think it is very likely that it will not affect you playing the piano. At this point, Wang Yushan looked at Xingyu's excited face and could not help but persuade him, but Mr. Xing, I'm only talking about probability and possibility. You also know that medicine is full of uncertainty and risk. No one can guarantee what kind of effect it will have. Do you understand what I mean? When Xingyu heard this, he quickly nodded. To be honest, Xingyu was very satisfied to get such an answer. In just a short day, Xingyu's mental journey could be said to be extremely bumpy. He had even negotiated a claim with the insurance company and received a large amount of objective insurance money, but his career was over. Xingyu even thought of what he would do in the future. However, he did not expect that God would bless him and the surgery would be so successful. Thinking of this, Xingyu could not help but feel grateful. He looked at the few department directors, stood up, and bowed. Department directors, I'm really grateful. To put it simply, you are my saviors. These hands are really too important. It can be said that they are my second life. I started playing the piano when I was 3 years old. This life. Sigh. I really can't thank you enough. Chang Honglei and the rest smiled. Mr. Xing, you saw the surgery process. The person who really helped you was Dr. Chen. Xingyu nodded and turned to look at Chen Song. He bowed deeply to express his gratitude and said seriously, Dr. Chen, to me, these hands are my second life. I don't know how to express my feelings, but, no matter what, I will remember this kindness. If you need anything in the future, please call my personal number. When you get married, I'm willing to be there to give you my blessings. You will be my best friend. Chen Song suddenly heard. Ding. Xingyu's favorability plus 50. This should be the first superstar he knew, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled. If Xingyu's words were heard by outsiders, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Who could ask Xingyu to play a song at the wedding? This was not something that could be done with money. This was a kind of recognition, a kind of honor. Some time ago, Xingyu was invited to the British Queen's birthday banquet and played a program at the banquet. In fact, as a pianist, the only thing Xingyu could think of to express his gratitude was that he put in his best performance and gave Chen Song his best blessings at his best time. As for money, Xingyu was too embarrassed to ask. However, if Chen Song knew about this, he would definitely want to be a little more vulgar. After all, everyone was a vulgar person, Chen Song smiled. Then it looks like I'll have to wait for a while before I get married. Mr. Xing, his words made everyone laugh. Tan Zhonglin could not help but laugh and shake his head. This kid was as naughty as ever. However, at this moment, the most lively place was not here, but the various specialists who were watching the video in the conference room outside the operating theater. All the specialists in the field of hand surgery in all the hospitals in Ammoniang City were dumbfounded and speechless. A new wound was suddenly discovered during the surgery. This wound could instantly destroy a surgery that was about to succeed. This directly made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. The possibility of recovery from the surgery was suddenly reduced to an uncontrollable level because of this second injury. Who could guarantee that it could be cured at this time? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but sigh deeply. This Xingyu was really a pity. At such a young age, he could have had a bright future, surpassing his seniors and becoming a heavenly king of the piano world. What a pity, this might be fate, right? Everyone could not help but sigh and shake their heads. Medical treatment was like this. It was often full of all kinds of uncertainty. Who could guarantee that the success rate of the surgery was 100%? After all, there was only one chance for surgery. At this moment, everyone could not help but feel pity. They could only see the surgical area in their field of vision. They could not see who was performing the surgery at all. However, just when they thought that the surgery was a failure, they found that the surgery continued. The needle holder was activated again. This time, it directly turned the situation around and brought the surgery back to life. The whole suturing process was smooth and full of a sense of beauty. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was his surgery. For a moment, everyone was thinking. Suddenly, someone broke the silence at this moment. What was the suturing method for the first tendon? I've never seen it before. No. That's not one suturing method at all. It's two. Yes. The small interface used the Kessler suture method with 2 bundles of thread. Overall, there was no resuturing. Instead, the original suture was used to extend the joint. He still used the Bonnell suture method. This is too amazing. Oh my god, the Bonnell suture is difficult to begin with. He's using this suture method in such a complicated way. Will there be any problems? As time passed, everyone's emotions turned to shock. Now, they were dumbfounded and speechless. They could only see the surgical field and could not see who was performing the surgery at all. Therefore, they instinctively thought that it was Wang Yushan who was performing the surgery. Director Wang is really amazing. Yes, he can use all kinds of suturing methods so skillfully. It's really amazing. Yes, 1 surgery, 3 tendons, and 4 suturing methods. Also, didn't you notice? Every method is profound and makes people reflect on it. Yes, Shanghai 6th Hospital is really amazing. P.S. Sigh. Everyone said that I'm too short and too fast. I can't stand it. In the future, I'll have to write more chapters. One chapter will be longer than 2 chapters. Isn't it amazing? The surgery ended. Xingyu followed the crowd out of the office. The moment he walked out of the operating theater, a group of people immediately surrounded him. There were Xingyu's wife and children, who were anxious. There was the vice president of Xingyu's company, who was burning with anxiety. There was also the person in charge of the insurance company, who hoped for a miracle. When they saw the door of the operating theater open, a group of people gathered around. Doctor. How is it? Did the surgery go smoothly? Doctor. How is Xingyu? Actually, the manager of the insurance company only wanted to ask if he could still be saved. If he could, he had to save him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. It was hard to explain. Chen Song looked at the crowd, especially the group of bosses who looked sad and expectant. He suddenly felt that being a celebrity was quite good. A lot of people were afraid that you would fall sick, looked forward to your health, and prayed for you to get better. This kind of feeling was not bad. The crowd was noisy. Wang Yushan said loudly, "Everyone, quiet down. This is a hospital. Don't make a noise outside the operating theater. Mr. Xingyu's surgery was very successful. Don't gather here." This sentence was like the sound of nature to everyone's ears. Nothing could make everyone happier than this news. It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A group of people surrounded Xingyu and returned to the ward. On the way back, Chen Song finally received the reward for this mission. It was a great reward, ding. Successfully sutured a level 45 king level tendon monster. Reward obtained, 1. Hand surgery class change certificate. 2. Received eye drops X1. Ding. Completed rescue mission. Received gratitude gifts, 1. Xingyu's gratitude gift pack. 2. Chang Honglei's gratitude gift pack. 3. Wang Yushan's gratitude gift pack. Ding. Daily mission completed. Kill a level 40 tendon monster. Received in-depth special training for the Mtang suture technique. Mission notifications rang one after another. Chen Song could not help but sigh. This feeling was really good. He had killed the boss, completed the mission, received the rewards, dropped equipment, acted cool, gained affection, and befriended a group of bosses. The most important thing was that he developed in a wretched manner so that not too many people would know about it. It still felt good to have the home court advantage. It would be even better if they didn't have to be interviewed by those reporters later. Chen Song didn't want to cause an uproar and let everyone know. He wasn't strong enough to protect himself, so it was better not to be so high profile. When the matter was done, he left with a flick of his sleeves, concealing his achievements and fame. This was the feeling of a super boss behind the scenes. However, what made Chen Song a little disappointed was that his Steel Master skill had not been activated even once. Why was the 5% probability not as high as 1%? Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but suspect that the system was purposely going easy on him. Hand Surgery Profession Change Certificate. Once activated, the user will receive the Hand Surgery Profession Change mission. Upon completion of the Profession Change mission, the Hand Surgery skill tree will be unlocked. Ding. It has been detected that you have completed 2 career transitions in the Thoracic Surgery Department and the Cardiac Surgery Department. Due to the fact that you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew, and for the sake of your development, you can't continue with your career transitions at the moment. You can only activate your 3rd career after your career level has increased. Chen Song was stunned. There was such a thing, but what did it mean to raise the level of one's profession? How would they measure their own professional standards? Chen Song quietly opened the virtual screen and clicked on his own attributes. Chen Song, level 27, already changed profession, Profession 1, Thoracic Surgeon, professional level, 5 points. Profession 2, Cardiac Surgeon, professional level, 0 points. Hint, every time you master an additional skill, you will obtain the corresponding profession rating, basic skill plus 1 point, intermediate skill plus 2 points, advanced skill plus 3 points, master skill plus 4 points, perfect skill plus 5 points. Hint: you can only learn level 4 surgery when your profession rating reaches 50 points. You can only activate your third career when your profession rating reaches 100 points. Chen Song suddenly understood. He finally remembered why he couldn't learn level 4 surgery the last time. It wasn't because he didn't have enough skill points, but because his profession was not good enough. When he thought about it carefully, Chen Song could understand. After all, level 4 surgery could also be called grade A surgery. It was the top, most difficult, and most complicated surgery in each field. Any level 4 surgery was very dangerous. The surgery involved a lot of knowledge in the field, and there were also a lot of minor surgical skills to master. For example, there was a relatively famous level 4 surgery in the cardiac surgery department, correction of tetralogy of Fallot. This was not as simple as a surgery. Tetralogy of Fallot was a complicated cyanotic congenital heart disease. The tetralogy included ventricular septal defect, pulmonary ostium stenosis, aortic valve straddling, and right ventricular hypertrophy. Among them, pulmonary ostium stenosis included right ventricular outflow tract stenosis, pulmonary valve stenosis, pulmonary artery trunk stenosis, and pulmonary artery stenosis. How much professional knowledge would be needed to correct such a surgery? How many skills of various branches would be needed? How could it be so simple to learn it so easily? Chen Song could not help but fall silent. He thought about it carefully. If he wanted to learn level 4 surgery, he would need to master at least a dozen advanced skills in the field to get 50 points. However, this was also very reasonable. When he mastered more than a dozen ordinary surgeries, he would also have the ability to face level 4 surgery. This was also why level 4 surgery required associate senior surgeons and above to perform the surgery. There was still a long way to go. When he went back, it was better to develop wretchedly. He opened the second item. Eye drops, purple item. After use, vision plus 5. Hint: after dripping into the eye, your vision will permanently increase by 50%. Good stuff. The importance of vision in surgery could be imagined. Many experts did not dare to wear masks during surgery because of their nearsightedness. If they wore masks, it was easy to blur their vision with their breath. It was easy to cause big problems at critical moments. Moreover, having good eyesight was very important for delicate surgeries that required full attention and dedication. Moreover, there were also surgeries that required eyesight. It was very important to have sharp eyes and fast hands. A key-level tendon monster had finally brought him a great harvest. Chen Song was already very satisfied. However, there were still good things. That was 3 gratitude gift packs. Ding! Opened Xingyu's gratitude gift pack. Congratulations, you have obtained Xingyu's piano skills, Nocturne. Piano performance, advanced. There were many types of piano music, including prelude, concerto, sonata, rhapsody, capriccio, nocturne, and so on. Different pieces were mainly used for different occasions, such as large-scale music festivals, symphonies, and so on. The style of piano performance was different. Chen Song had obtained Xingyu's nocturne skill. Nocturne was a style created by the Irish composer Field. Its form was free, elegant, and full of romantic colors. Its style was slow or medium speed. The melody was calm, lyrical, dreamy, and had a contemplative mood. It was also excited, full of fantasy, passionate, and faster. This was a style that was better at expressing emotions and soothing. More famous was the piano poet Chopin, who wrote 19 nocturnes that were played by the piano. Nocturne piano performance, advanced. Special effect, infectious. Your performance is touching and has a strong infectious force. Chen Song was really happy to receive such a skill. In the future, if he could not work in the hospital, he could change his profession and become a pianist. How cool would that be? Ding! Obtained Wang Yushan's gratitude gift pack. Obtained peripheral nerve anastomosis, relaxation, skill, advanced. Ding! Obtained Chang Honglei's gratitude gift pack. Obtained peripheral blood vessel anastomosis skill. Advanced. These 2 skills were commonly used in the field of hand surgery, and they were not bad. At least now, even if he did not have a skill tree, he could still deal with some of the basic operations of hand surgery. Chen Song suddenly realized that if his hand surgery skill tree could be unlocked, he would probably have a professional standard of about 15 points, and the poor cardiothoracic surgery would only have 5 points. After the group returned to the office, Chen Song looked at the dense crowd that had gathered around him, and he already had the intention to leave. Chen Song did not care about other people's praises at all. These things would not bring him any substantial rewards, and they would only add to his troubles. As for fame, when a person's ability was not enough to support his fame, that was when trouble would come. As long as Xianxia remembered that he was his benefactor, those fans. Forget it, when the fans were ruthless, they would even criticize their own people. I'm not talking about you. You are not only book fans, you are also bosses. Chen Song found Tan Zhonglin. Department Director Tan, I'm going back. Tan Zhonglin was stunned. After pondering for a while, he said, come with me to the office. After he finished speaking, Tan Zhonglin brought Chen Song to the department director's office. Xiao Chen, I have something to tell you, Tan Zhonglin said. Chen Song saw that Tan Zhonglin was acting mysteriously, and he was slightly stunned. Department Director, what is it? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Tan Zhonglin looked at Chen Song. Wait a moment, I have something to tell you. After he finished speaking, Tan Zhonglin got up and opened the door. He saw Wang Yushan, Chang Honglei, and Xianxia standing at the door. Tan Zhonglin was stunned. What's going on? Wang Yushan walked in and closed the door. He looked at everyone and then stared at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, I brought Xianxia here to tell you something. It's like this. Don't be anxious after you hear it. You can take my advice as a reference. You are the one who did the surgery, but we don't want you to be too ostentatious. After all, you know the current society. If the news of the surgery spreads, you will become famous, and there will be a lot of surgeries in the future. There is no doubt about it. But it's not like there are no such examples, but the development of these people is not very good. You are still young, only 27 years old. You are just starting out in all aspects. This is also the age when you improve the fastest. I hope you can use this time to train yourself and improve yourself. Don't be disturbed by too many things. So, I am looking for you to ask Xianxia to not reveal who did the surgery. What, do you think? Wang Yushan was really thinking for Chen Song. Chen Song was too young, only 27 years old. It was not a good thing for a young person to be successful in medicine. Medicine was different from other things. It did not rely on hype. If you were an idol or a singer, you would need to borrow the wind to create a firework. But you were a doctor, a doctor. Your job was to treat patients and save people. You had to stay on the operating table every day and constantly gain medical knowledge. Wang Yushan had a deep understanding of this. The time when he improved the fastest in his life was before he became famous. Since he became a director, he had participated in various activities, associations, and so on. These jobs were indeed a great boost to Wang Yushan's social and industry influence. But, if he asked himself honestly, Wang Yushan felt that he had been living off his savings all these years. So, when he thought of this, Wang Yushan sincerely advised Chen Song, hoping that he could understand something. Otherwise, it would be too late if he missed the golden period. Of course, Wang Yushan was just saying, but the choice was on Chen Song himself. If Chen Song wanted both fame and fortune, Wang Yushan would not stop him too much. Instead, he would help Chen Song. Everything depended on Chen Song. Chang Honglei also nodded and stared at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, to be honest, if you want to be famous, we can give you a push. But you still need to think about it carefully. Xianxia was a celebrity, but he also understood some things. He stood there and after hesitating for a while, he also advised, Dr. Chen, maybe I don't know much about medicine, but as for myself, I need to practice playing the piano every day. After I became famous, the speed of my progress slowed down. I know many reasons. First, it's because of time. Second, it's because I'm under too much psychological pressure. There are all kinds of comments from the outside world. They can't wait for you to make rapid progress, but how can there be a shortcut when it comes to skills? It's nothing more than being patient and doing well. If you don't have enough strength and don't deserve your fame, you will destroy yourself. The psychological pressure and external pressure are too great. Secondly, if you become famous, there will be a lot of trouble. I deeply understand this saying. If you become famous, you don't know how many people will watch you. Your words and actions will be infinitely magnified. Your every move will be monitored. This is not a good thing. So, although I don't know much about medicine, I still think that you are young and promising. Your future is limitless. So, develop yourself well. This is also a suggestion from a friend. After listening to everyone, Tan Zhonglin smiled awkwardly. Xiao Chen, this is what I was going to talk to you about. Chen Song was stunned. He didn't want to become famous, but after hearing their suggestions, he couldn't help but smile gratefully. He scratched his head and said, "Thank you, teachers, and Mr. Xing. I understand what you mean. I didn't want to become famous. I was actually planning to sneak away." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Chen Song, this kid, was really hard to hate. Wang Yushan nodded and looked at Chen Song with satisfaction. It was really difficult to give up fame at such a young age. Not everyone had the comfortable living conditions, and not everyone had a calm heart. Everyone was different. Wang Yushan asked himself, could he have resisted such temptation back then? He couldn't guarantee it. He was old and experienced, so he had such knowledge. But when he was young, he didn't know this. However, Chen Song was able to do it. His mental fortitude and willpower were much stronger than his own. Thinking of this, Wang Yushan patted Chen Song's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Chen. Do your best. If there are no accidents, your future will definitely surpass all of us here. Tan Zhonglin hesitated. What if they ask who did the surgery later? Wang Yushan smiled. Just say it's a secret. The few old chief physicians looked at each other and smiled. Xingyu looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, Dr. Chen, don't call me Mr. Xing in the future. I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Xing. I'll call you Xiao Chen. I can't keep calling you Dr. Chen. It's weird. Chen Song nodded. Okay. Wang Yushan turned around and said, oh right, there's one more thing. Xiao Chen, I'll send you a form later. When you go back today, send me your information. I'll ask my assistant to fill in an application for you. Join the Hand Surgery Society this year, and you can attend the annual meeting at the end of the year. Chen Song was stunned. Didn't they say it was difficult to join this kind of society? Didn't they need a lot of recommendations, articles, and historical records? Didn't they need a lot of professional skills and time? It didn't seem that difficult. It was just a matter of filling in a form. No. Now it seemed that he didn't even need to fill in the form. He only needed to send the information. Sigh, as expected, rumors couldn't be trusted. After Chen Song thought of his small goal, he decided to ask again. What if he had the chance to become a director? Director Wang, do I have the chance to be a director? Chen Song's words made Wang Yushan and the others dumbfounded. Wang Yushan smiled awkwardly. Director, I'm not the only one who has the final say. It's up to everyone to decide. However, there are several aspects to consider. One is experience and qualifications, and the other is scientific research and articles. If you want to be a director, you can consider publishing some articles or something. Wang Yushan thought that Chen Song wanted to become a director of the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery branch, so it was still very difficult. Tan Zhonglin, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. I'm still not a director yet. How old are you? You want to be a director. In fact, Chen Song wanted to be a director of the Dongyang branch. A beautiful misunderstanding made Chen Song determined to write a good article when he went back. Chang Honglei said, Xiao Chen, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll add you to my new research project. The results of the research will come up immediately. Tan Zhonglin was stunned. He really wanted to ask if he could join. Chen Song nodded. It seemed that it was really not difficult to be a director. Director and lied to me before. Thinking of this, Chen Song thought about it all the way. As soon as he returned to the hospital, Qingyu, the little bootlicker, rushed over like a cat and followed Chen Song. He asked in a gossipy manner. Xianxia, how is it? Is my idol okay? Xianxia was speechless. He sneered and ignored Qinyu. He strode forward. Look at your bootlicker, promising. Qinyu saw this and quickened his pace. He sneered as he walked. Tsk. You're jealous. If you have my idol's piano skills, I'll bootlick you too. Xianxia suddenly stopped and turned around. He stared at Qinyu. Are you serious? Qinyu was following behind Xianxia. He didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly turn around. His face almost fell into Xianxia's chest. She hurriedly took a step back and pouted. I'll keep my word. Xianxia's face lit up. He was quite tempted and started thinking about how to make a move. Qinyu followed Xianxia into the locker room and asked, by the way, what's going on today? Hurry up and tell me, is there a big occasion? Xianxia sighed helplessly. You really have to thank me. If it weren't for me, your Prince Charming wouldn't be able to play the piano for the rest of his life. Qinyu rolled his eyes. Look at you. Did you see that? The news has been released. Xingyu's surgery went smoothly. The experts don't think it will affect his piano playing. However, he needs to undergo rehabilitation training in the future, so he rejected all commercial performances for the time being. The lineup for today's surgery is a gathering of heroes. Director Wang of Shanghai 6th Hospital is also here, and Director Chang of Jishuotan Pool is also here. They are all big shots in the field of hand surgery. No wonder the surgery went so smoothly. There are so many experts. Xianxia, I guess you didn't even see Xingyu when you went there, right? They're just here to watch. Xianxia sighed. Yes, they're all here. They're here to help me. Women are really superficial. They even dare to believe the news. And it's entertainment news. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Sigh, Qinyu, I found out that your existence is completely to prove that a sentence is wrong. Qinyu turned around and asked curiously, what is it? Xianxia changed into his white coat and walked out. Big boobs and no brains. In the afternoon, Xianxia sutured a few tendon surgeries. Qinyu obviously looked at him with hostility and murderous intent. Xianxia panicked when he saw this. After work, Xianxia had no choice but to treat Qin Haodong to a meal to prevent Qin Haodong from stabbing him in the back and for the sake of his own health. Needless to say, suturing tendons in the afternoon and eating tendons in the evening had a different flavor. It was quite enjoyable. The only drawback was that it was stuffed. However, Xianxia did not dare to say that. If he said that his teeth were bad, Qinyu would definitely say that it was a sign of kidney deficiency. After eating to his heart's content and drinking a cup of milk tea, Qinyu was in a good mood and finally became a bootlicker again. It had to be said that Qinyu's self-healing ability was very strong. Although he liked to complain and get angry, a cup of milk tea could solve it. If it really did not work, he could add a meal of hot pot. In short, this young lady's personality was really good, and she was hardworking. During this period of time, she had been working hard with Xianxia. Every day, he woke up early and went to work late. He performed surgeries during the day and worked overtime at night to do research. Therefore, Xianxia was reluctant to treat Qinyu to a meal. She followed him to perform so many surgeries every day. Forget about a meal, he could even provide her with meals every day. Moreover, Xianxia was a lot richer now. In 1 month, he performed 3 breast enhancement surgeries and a few plastic surgeries. In total, he earned more than 3 million RMB. It had to be said that there were rich people, but there were not that many of them. This made Xianxia's dream of becoming rich with breast enhancement slightly shattered. Because he was quite busy during this period of time, Xianxia did not have time to look at the house. 2 days later, it would be National Day, and Xianxia planned to bring his parents to look at the house. After all, for the people in his hometown, buying a house in the city was a very honorable thing. His father, Chen Dehai, was a person who could not hold back his words. When he went back, he would definitely buy good liquor, cook a few dishes, and call a few friends over to eat, drink, and brag. He wanted the whole village to know. Of course, buying a house was just buying a house. His parents might not be willing to move out with him. After all, the two of them had lived in their hometown for a long time, and they were used to it. They were villagers, and they were used to visiting each other. Chin's high skills could not leave his home. When he was a chef in the village, he visited hundreds of houses. One day, he would do something for his family, and the next day, his family would treat him. Chin felt fulfilled, happy, and satisfied. Being respected in his hometown was also a bit of a reputation. Living in the city was definitely not as comfortable as living in his hometown. After all, the most important thing for a person was to be comfortable. The feeling of being respected and needed was also the feeling that humans needed the most. After leaving Heavenly Street, Xianxia drank milk tea and sighed. Xianxia, it has been a month. Do you have any ideas? The 2 or 3 portable hard drives I bought are almost full. The data collection pile in my bedroom is taller than my bed. If you still don't think of a research direction, our hard work during this period will really be wasted. My face masks cost a few $100. Xianxia smiled. Soon. In a few days, we will publish an awesome research paper. I will put you as the first author. Xianxia rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Don't have any ideas about my teacher. My teacher doesn't know anyone from the hand surgery journal. After sending Xianxia to the hospital's family building, Xianxia went straight home. Little did he know that on the 16th floor window, an old face was staring at Xianxia's back. He muttered in his heart for a long time. Lao Qin, what are you doing at the window? Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. Looking at the scenery. Actually, what scenery was he looking at? He might be looking at his future son-in-law. Lao Qin felt a pang of heartache when he saw his daughter's absent-minded look over the past few days. After a busy day, Xianxia washed up, lay on the bed, and opened the virtual screen. Ding! Do you want to start the in-depth special training for the Mtang suture technique? Xianxia's tendon suture technique skill experience had been maxed out long ago, but it had not been upgraded. But now, Xianxia had a premonition that after the Mtang suture technique special training, his breakthrough was right in front of him. When he thought of this, Xianxia started the special training. Then, the scene before his eyes changed, and he appeared in the operating theater again. A man in his 50s with glasses appeared in front of him. There was no need to ask, it should be Professor Tang. Xianxia bowed and greeted him. The other party also started the special training. At first, Xianxia was still doubtful about why it was called in-depth special training. It was not until the special training started that Xianxia understood why. After Xianxia learned the Mtang suture technique, he started suturing training. But after every training, the tendon that was sutured by Xianxia suddenly enlarged and became as thick as Xianxia's. And the next scene completely dumbfounded Xianxia. Because he could actually see the movement of his sutured tendon, as well as the continuous changes during the slow recovery and the special training. At this moment, Xianxia was dumbfounded. What an awesome piece of technology! After every suture, Xianxia could accurately determine where the problem was and how to correct it in the future by observing the growth and recovery of the tendon. Again and again, Xianxia finally realized how amazing the Mtang technique was. Using the special 6-bundle suture technique, it ingeniously shortened the functional recovery period of the flexor tendon. It only took 12 hours for the flexor tendon to undergo rehabilitation, which reduced the possibility of adhesion damage. Logically speaking, the 6-bundle suture technique would aggravate adhesion, but the Mtang technique used its advantages to make up for its shortcomings. By reducing the rehabilitation time, it increased the treatment efficiency. Every time he learned, Xianxia could not help but sigh with emotion. He wondered why the Mtang technique could be used as the primary suture technique to treat the Mtang subdivision. Time passed. Xianxia had learned the Mtang technique a long time ago, and he also had a deep understanding of the Mtang technique. When the system notified Xianxia of the results of his training and asked if he wanted to quit, for the first time, Xianxia chose to shake his head, because he seemed to have also discovered the shortcomings of the Mtang technique. Any method was constantly being developed and improved, and the Mtang technique was the same. What Xianxia needed to do next was to explore how to improve the Mtang technique. After this idea sprouted in his mind, Xianxia could no longer hold it in. He quickly began to immerse himself in the training. The structure and function of the flexor tendon and the extensor tendon were different. This meant that the areas that needed to be emphasized during the suture were different. Time seemed to have lost its meaning here. And Chen Song seemed to have forgotten the existence of time. He just kept repeating it over and over again. The special training card was a good thing. It was a pity that he did not know how precious it was back then when he was young, and had upgraded his appendectomy to perfect level. And now, Chen Song had never received a special training card again. Now that he finally got the chance to train after going through the daily mission, how could Chen Song not grasp it well? And today's in-depth special training made Chen Song's eyes light up. He did not know when he would get the opportunity for in-depth special training again. It was an opportunity where he could train and see the growth of his tendons. Finally, he did not know how much time had passed. Chen Song finally laughed out loud. The opportunity for in-depth special training this time was too rare, and it was too obvious for him to improve. Chen Song had thoroughly understood the Mtang technique. He had also figured out the Chen technique. Satisfied, Chen Song exited the system space. Then, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, tendon suturing technique has been upgraded to perfect. Chen Song had expected this. During the learning process, Chen Song could be said to have integrated all the suturing techniques. Not only did he summarize all the suturing techniques, but he also found their strengths and weaknesses. He had thoroughly understood dozens of suturing techniques, including the Mtang technique. At this moment, Chen Song did not feel sleepy at all. He got up and turned on the computer. After thinking for a long time, he immediately started writing the first awesome research paper in his life, choosing the development direction and trend of the Mtang technique by analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the Mtang technique. This was just a simple summary. Chen Song wrote some new things in it. It was very little and limited, but it really made people's eyes light up. It was in line with his current standards, and it would also attract the attention of the big shots. Chen Song had a lot of things in his mind right now, but rice was to be eaten one bite at a time. It could not be done overnight. If he suddenly wrote an earth-shattering research paper now, he would definitely cause trouble. Therefore, before that, Chen Song decided to use this summary to test the waters. When the time came, Chen Song would take his time and dig out the information bit by bit. He believed that if Professor Tang were to read this thesis, he would definitely be very interested. Chen Song wrote faster. After spending more than 3 hours, he finally finished the draft. There were more than 4,000 words in the entire paper, and it focused on in-depth analysis and exploration of the Mtang technique, as well as the future development direction of the Mtang technique. When he signed his name at the end, Chen Song put Xianxia as the first author, and he was still the corresponding author. P.S. 3 chapters, about 14,000 words, which is equivalent to the usual 7 chapters. Please support me. Thank you. Thank you to the master who read QQ about provoking young ladies. Thank you to the 2 friends who found BU and found the antidote for me. National Day was just around the corner. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone in the emergency department to have a holiday. The number of people on duty had to be guaranteed. After the first string and second string doctors were arranged, Chen Song had 2 days of first string and 2 days of second string shifts. First string doctors worked as usual, while second string doctors could rest at home, but they had to be on call. After Chen Song walked into the hospital today, he received a mission notification. Ding! Daily mission, complete 10 patient ward rounds. Reward, clinical experience plus 30, RMB plus 30. After seeing the mission, Chen Song knew that his good days had come to an end. However, Chen Song also noticed a pattern. Special missions might only be triggered once a month, but he did not know how long it would last. The previous tendon mission lasted for a whole month, and Chen Song's tendon suturing skill had reached perfect level. The gap between perfect level and master level was too big for any skill. Xingyu's news had spread in the department yesterday. Everyone was talking about it, and it even made it to the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. As a celebrity, there were too many scandals. Even a fart would be collected and put on Taobao. It might even be sold at a sky-high price. Chen Song felt that he could not adapt to that kind of life. He was addicted to surgeries. In the hospital, the daily tasks were surgeries, cases, and ward rounds. It was boring, but not boring. Chen Song felt gratified every time he was healed. This sense of accomplishment was probably the greatest satisfaction in a doctor's life. Patients could be discharged 3 days after tendon surgery, and there were not many vacancies in the emergency department. Of course, the most important thing was that the emergency department did not have the ability to rehabilitate patients. Tendon rehabilitation did not mean that the patient could put down the mouse and wait for victory after the surgery. They still needed to undergo rehabilitation training for a period of time, which was also known as rehabilitation. However, it was a pity that the hand surgery department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital did not even have rehabilitation rooms. He opened the attribute pane and looked at the 500 tendon suturing missions. Until now, he had completed 450 tendon suturing missions in almost a month. There were only around 50 left to complete the mission. Based on the current pace, he might not be able to complete it during National Day. He originally thought that he could rely on the small monsters like tendon suturing to level up and get equipment. After completing a surgery with Xianxia, Chen Song looked at the system notification and felt a little helpless. Ding! Killed a level 20 tendon monster. Obtained experience +1, RMB +10, tendon suture experience +0. The tendon monster could no longer provide Chen Song with experience. Even the RMB was only a pitiful 10 renminbi. Chen Song sighed deeply. He originally thought that after performing 500 tendon suturing surgeries, he would at least be able to rise to level 7 or level 8. But now, it seemed that he had not even reached level 1 or level 2. Chen Song would have given up long ago if it weren't for the fact that he had to complete the 500-unit mission. Looks like I need to find a new target. When she returned to the office, she found that Director N was also sitting there, thinking about something. Chen Song couldn't help but ask, "Teacher N? No more patients?" And Yanjun frowned and said, "I was just thinking about it. It's strange. Why are there no patients today?" Xianxia smiled. "Isn't it good to have no patients? It means that the country is peaceful and the people are living and working in peace. We can also rest." During this period of time, Xianxia was really tired, and Yanjun smiled and looked at Chen Song. He said, "Xiao Chen, after watching your surgery the other day, I was especially inspired. I think that your understanding of tendon suturing is above mine. When there's a surgery later, can I help you?" Ding! Triggered a mission, helping Yanjun increase his tendon suture skill level. Mission hint, and Yanjun's tendon suture skill has been stuck at advanced level for a long time and can't break through for a long time. Help him break through advanced level. Mission completion reward, skill point +3. After hearing the system's notification, Chen Song chose to accept the mission. His tendon suture skill was taught to him by Director N after he first came to the hospital. Chen Song was still grateful to this kind and taciturn Director N. Even if there was no mission, Chen Song would still know how to be grateful. Chen Song nodded and smiled. "No problem, Teacher N." However, after waiting for a long time, there was still one patient missing. This made Yanjun dumbfounded. Chen Song was also speechless. How much did God not want Director N to break through? Last month, there was a sea of patients. After all, every hospital had to send some here. Today, it was strange. What was going on? In the hand surgery department of the Provincial People's Hospital, after the morning shift, Tan Zhonglin asked all the doctors to stay back and play the video of Chen Song's surgery on Xianxia on the big screen. Tan Zhonglin thought about it for the whole night. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind kept thinking about the surgery Chen Song performed on Xianxia during the day. He remembered that Chen Song did not have such amazing tendon suture skills in the past. Why did he improve by leaps and bounds during this period of time? Tan Zhonglin kept thinking about the reason until Li Baoshan called him. Only then did he realize. Oh. Li Haitan, I see. Tan Zhonglin suddenly remembered that a month ago, Li Baoshan asked him to send patients with tendon sutures to the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. No wonder. It turned out that Chen Song's amazing tendon suture skills were due to the continuous practice of the patients he sent. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin felt a wave of regret. Even when it was time to change shifts, the doctors looked at them with a bit of disappointment. All of you look down on tendon suture skills. Now you know the difference, right? The group of doctors in the hand surgery department were stunned when they saw the surgery video. They were dumbfounded. How could there be such high-end tendon suture skills? Or should I say, how could you play with tendon sutures? After the video ended, Tan Zhonglin looked at everyone. What are your thoughts after watching it? Everyone was silent. What can we think? You let a gold medal player watch a king's operation. What else can we do other than shout 666? When Tan Zhonglin saw that everyone was silent, he said passionately, let me tell you what I think. Tendon suture is a skill that every doctor in the hand surgery department must firmly master. It is also the most basic skill for a doctor in the hand surgery department. But now? It is a skill that all of us have neglected. Now? Do you see the difference? He can suture a tendon to such an extreme degree. He definitely did not rely on talent, but hard work. I know that all of you are proud and look down on tendon suture skills. But let me tell you, tendon suture is the soul of the hand surgery department. Today, I will say one thing. From today onwards, all tendon suture patients are not allowed to leave. Every doctor must complete more than 20 tendon sutures every month. At the end of the month, I will organize a tendon suture assessment. Those who do not meet the standards will have their bonuses deducted. Tan Zhonglin looked at the group of doctors below, then looked at the pair of hands in the surgery screen. He mumbled to himself, Brother Baoshan, don't blame me for not being loyal. If you want to blame someone, blame Chen Song for being too violent. The same thing happened in the First People's Hospital of Eastern University, the Second People's Hospital of Eastern University, and Bethune Hospital of Danyang Province. All the department directors of the hand surgery department of all the hospitals came to a sudden realization overnight. They gave a firm order to the doctors in the department. Do not let go of any patient whose tendon was sutured. If they wanted to run away, they had to drag them back. They could only run after they were sutured. More than an hour had passed, but not a single tendon was sutured. This made Yanjun extremely embarrassed. Chen Song was also extremely embarrassed. This was too much of a coincidence. However, the wait did not last long. After all, the second provincial hospital had accumulated a lot of patient reputation during this period of time. 2 patients came at 11 o'clock. Chen Song looked up and saw that they were brought by acquaintances. Xianxia walked in with 2 women in their 30s and went straight to the office to look for Chen Song. Dr. Chen. Aya, I'm here to thank you. My hand is much better now. Look at it now, it doesn't affect anything. I'm really happy. As she spoke, Xianxia placed the fruit she bought on the table in the doctor's office. Chen Song smiled. This is what I should do. Xianxia's face was filled with joy. She smiled embarrassedly and said, Dr. Chen, I still have to trouble you today. These 2 are also colleagues from our factory. They were injured and came to be stitched up. I came here specially to look for you. You have to help. In fact, for most patients, they were grateful to the doctor. When faced with diseases, everyone was filled with confusion and the unknown. They all hoped to find a reliable doctor. In Xia's opinion, Chen Song was a good doctor. Chen Song nodded. He stood up and said with a smile, It's okay, Sister Fan. Just let them in. When Xianxia heard Chen Song say this, she immediately felt very proud. She quickly thanked him and nodded with a smile. Okay. Dr. Chen Song, I'll let them in. After saying that, Xianxia turned around and looked at her 2 colleagues. I've already told you. Come in with me. This is the Dr. Chen I told you about. Last time, Sister Ing and I looked for Dr. Chen to suture us. Look at how well we're recovering now. It doesn't affect us at all. This time, we'll let Dr. Chen Song operate on you. The 2 of them were delighted. They looked at Chen Song and said gratefully, Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Song nodded and smiled. Follow me to the treatment room. I'll take a look at the situation first. Well, big sis, you're more familiar with the process. You can take the patient's family to go through the procedures first. I'll check on the patient's condition first. I'll arrange the surgery after a while. Xianxia nodded with a smile and agreed. She took the patient's family to go through the formalities. and Yanjun and Qin Yu also hurriedly got up and followed Chen Song to the treatment room. After the examination, it was already past 12 o'clock when the MRI team came back. The patient's condition was not serious. Usually, this kind of condition would have to wait until the surgery in the afternoon. However, seeing how anxious the two of them were, Chen Song decided to perform the surgery first. Chen Song spoke as he performed the two surgeries. And Yanjun listened attentively and asked some questions from time to time. Chen Song was also very patient. He constantly analyzed and explained to Yanjun what kind of fracture required what kind of suturing technique. As for the so-called fixed and inflexible suturing method, in Chen Song's eyes, it was already full of loopholes and was no longer used. Chen Song had already mastered his own set of suturing techniques. According to different fractures and injuries, he chose the best suturing method for the patient. For Chen Song, a fixed method was already an unnecessary burden. The most important thing was to formulate a suitable and accurate suturing method according to the patient's wound. Just like martial arts, Chen Song had already reached the point where no moves were better than those with moves. In his opinion, whether it was the Benel suture or the Mtang technique, they were just suturing techniques that novices used to learn quickly. What they really needed to do was to learn the essence of suturing through these techniques. When one's skill level was not up to standard, using these techniques was the fastest and easiest way to learn. Department Director in Yanjun was very experienced in tendon suturing, and he had also mastered many tendon suturing techniques. Since he could not break through the advanced level to master level, he must be lacking some inspiration. Originally, Chen Song planned to explain some special techniques and how to use them according to Yanjun's shortcomings, but, after thinking about it, Chen Song suddenly had a new idea. He did not want Yanjun to learn too many suturing techniques. Instead, he wanted Yanjun to suture according to his own ideas. After all, his own suturing ideas came from the essence of those suturing techniques. However, he did not know how high the success rate would be. In fact, this was the so-called Chen technique. If Chen Song were to really explain what the Chen technique was, he would not be able to explain it clearly, because the Chen technique did not have a fixed routine, but a complete set of treatment ideas. It included how to reduce adhesion, how to speed up recovery, how to strengthen tension, and so on. The two surgeries did not take long, but Yanjun was dumbfounded. Originally, in Yanjun's eyes, Chen Song had a deeper understanding of various suturing techniques. Yanjun felt that he might not have grasped the special techniques of these suturing techniques. However, according to Chen Song's ideas, that was not the case, and Yanjun felt that he had grasped some clues, but he still could not grasp the specifics. Of course, it was definitely not that easy. There were too few things that could be learned from the two surgeries, but it was enough to express some things clearly. After the surgery, Yanjun looked at Chen Song with eyes full of doubt and disbelief. "Xiao Chen. Why can't I tell what suturing technique you used just now? What suturing technique is this? I keep feeling that it's very powerful." Qin Yu also nodded with a blank expression. Chen Song smiled slightly. "This is the Chen technique." The two of them were dumbfounded. After Qin Yu heard it, he sneered. "You're pretending again," and Yanjun frowned and stared straight at Chen Song. "You came up with it yourself?" Chen Song nodded. And Yanjun suddenly said sincerely, "Can you teach me?" Qin Yu was instantly dumbfounded. He saw that department director and was so serious that he did not seem to be joking. Could it be that Chen Song really came up with the so-called Chen technique? When he thought of this, Qin Yu's face was full of shock and disbelief. In fact, no matter how much Qin Yu looked up and learned, his understanding of tendon suturing was too limited. Rome was not built in a day. And Yanjun was different. As a hand surgeon, he had a good understanding of tendon suturing. At this time, when he saw Chen Song's operation, he naturally saw many clues. There were some things that he could not describe, but they were very mysterious. This feeling made Yanjun suddenly realize that Chen Song was not joking. That was why he asked Chen Song if he could teach him. Chen Song smiled. "Of course." And Yanjun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Thank you, Xiao Chen." In the afternoon, a few more patients with tendon injuries came in one after another. There were a few surgeries, and Chen Song was the chief surgeon for each of them, with An Yanjun as his assistant. Qingyu and Wang Qian stood quietly at the side and looked at each other. They suddenly realized that they had been abandoned by their own chief surgeons. It was rare for Chen Song to have some free time. Suddenly, he received a call from Wang Yushan from Sorcery City. Xiao Chen? Send me your application form. I'll ask the staff to complete the approval as soon as possible and send you the certificate. Chen Song then remembered that he had joined the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery department. He smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Associate Director Wang. I've been so busy recently that I forgot. Wang Yushan chuckled. It's fine. I'm just rushing you. Also, this year's annual meeting will be held in Sorcery City. Just remember to come. After hanging up, Chen Song printed out the form that Wang Yushan sent him. He sat there and filled it in. It was all routine information. However, the more Chen Song wrote, the more he felt that it was not enough. When he wrote the application for a position at the end, Chen Song blushed a little. However, he still patiently wrote, Director, Education, Bachelor's Degree. Direction, Emergency Department? Is it not very suitable? Academic achievements, none. Published research papers in related fields, none. Works, none. Research projects, none. Awards, none. Chen Song suddenly felt that he only needed to send his name and ID number to Wang Yushan. He did not care if he filled in the rest, it would be nothing anyway. Wang Yushan was a good youth, while he was a bad youth. Application for position, Director. When he reached the end of the application, Chen Song looked at the word director he wrote and felt a little embarrassed. Was it a little too much? Just wait for the successful publication of the thesis. The employment notice would be fine too. Otherwise, it would be so awkward. Looking at the personal achievements at the end, Chen Song suddenly did not want to fill it in. He wanted to crumple the paper and throw it into the trash can next to him. It would be fine if he did not fill it in. If he filled it in, would he be able to join the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery department? Forget about whether the judges would be able to stand it, even he himself could not stand it. After all, this association was very prestigious. It represented the authority in the field of hand surgery in the country. Chen Song sighed. He still picked up his phone and took a picture. He gritted his teeth and sent it to Wang Yushan. You asked me to send it, don't regret it. Anyway, I didn't take the initiative to join. You were the one who invited me. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but feel at ease. His nervousness and blush also disappeared a little. At this time, Wang Qian happened to pass by and suddenly saw Chen Song filling in something. He looked at it curiously and suddenly shouted. F***CK. Song, you're awesome. You're going to join the Chinese Medical Association's Hand Surgery Society, or apply to be a director? What the hell? Are you crazy? Wang Qian's shouting and wrangling immediately attracted everyone's attention. A group of people looked over curiously. An Yanjun was a member of the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery branch. When he heard this, he could not help but laugh and say, Xiao Chen, you can first apply to join the branch in Dongyang province. Then, you can consider joining the National Hand Surgery Association. As for the director, you have to apply. In our Dongyang province, Director Su of the Second People's Hospital of Dongyang University is the director. If you want to join the association in the province, I can help introduce you. By the way, Director Tan Zhonglin is the vice president. Talk to him and see if it's okay. Sherna also smiled. Xiao Chen, you have to take one step at a time. You have to eat one bite at a time. Qingyu simply did not say anything. After all, he had seen Chen Song talk so much that he could even come up with the Chen Law. Joining the association's director was nothing. However, when he saw everyone jeering, he could not help but laugh and say, Chen Song, you should apply to be the association's president. Chen Song saw that everyone was joking. He also smiled a little embarrassedly. I'll just apply. After all, taking the back door was not something to be proud of. He couldn't say that he had a backer and that the president invited him to join. That would seem more like bragging. Chen Song could not help but sigh. Sometimes, the feeling of not being able to say that you were outstanding was like constipation. You were obviously very good, but you just could not say it out loud. Wang Qian looked at Chen Song's page of nothing and sighed. Brother, don't be discouraged. This is a long way to go. If you really want to join an association, I'll set up one. Anyway, there are a lot of fake associations now. It's not like we lack one or two. While the few of them were chatting, a figure suddenly walked into the emergency doctor's office. After Tan Zhonglin walked in, he happened to see Yanjun. He could not help but smile. Director In, you're here? When Yanjun saw Tan Zhonglin, he was stunned at first. He quickly stood up and said with a smile, Director Tan? Why are you here? Is there anything? Tan Zhonglin smiled slightly. Nothing. I just want to see if Xiaochen is here. When Chen Song saw Tan Zhonglin, he also stood up curiously and said, Director Tan, are you looking for me? Tan Zhonglin looked at Chen Song who was writing and smiled. Xiaochen, are you busy? Chen Song shook his head. No, I'm not busy. Tan Zhonglin could not say that he was here to secretly learn from him, right? For the past 2 days, Tan Zhonglin had been constantly learning and connecting with the Department of Tissue Surgery. His level had improved, but he still felt that he could not find Chen Song's ability to switch between various suturing methods at will. This made Tan Zhonglin a little depressed. After thinking about it, it was not a good idea to work behind closed doors. Since the Department of Tissue Surgery had nothing to do, he decided to ask Chen Song for advice. However, after he came, he felt that it was not very kind. After all, he had recently sent all the patients away and did not introduce them to the second provincial hospital. He was afraid that if he met Li Haitan, he would definitely be scolded. When he came in and saw that the office was full of people, he was stunned. He thought to himself, this is bad. Why is there not a single patient? It was a little different from what he had imagined. At this moment, Tan Zhonglin did not know what to say. After all, he was the director of the hand surgery department in the Provincial People's Hospital and the vice chairman of the hand surgery department branch in Danyang province. If he said that he wanted to ask Chen Song for advice, forget about whether he could say it out loud. How awkward would that be? This was the difference between Tan Zhonglin and Yanjun. Yanjun was a person with strong principles. He would do whatever he liked and pursued. He would not think about his reputation or anything like that. In his opinion, the only thing that mattered was whether he needed to do it or not, and what he should do best. As for his reputation, it was not that important. Otherwise, he would not have said something like ask me for advice to Chen Song in front of Qinyu and Wang Qian. Of course, it was not about who was good or bad, but that everyone had their own ambitions. Tan Zhonglin walked to Chen Song's side and lowered his head to take a look. He happened to see Chen Song's application form. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He was worried that he had nothing to say, and finally found a reason. Oh, what a coincidence. Xiaochen, I just happened to pass by the Second Provincial People's Hospital and was about to come over to tell you to join the Hand Surgery Association branch in Danyang province. Since you've already filled in the form, it saves me a lot of trouble, Tan Zhonglin said with a smile. Chen Song was stunned. This is to apply for the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery branch, not the Danyang province branch. Director Tan, do you want me to fill in another form? Tan Zhonglin smiled. No need. You don't know this, right? Generally, those who join the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery branch can automatically join the Danyang province branch, so this form is enough. Therefore, Tan Zhonglin picked up the application form and pretended to look at the content. He said, not bad. After saying that, he put it away. Chen Song immediately blushed. Not bad? My name is not bad? Or my gender is not bad? Or my ID number is not bad? As he looked at Tan Zhonglin's serious face, Chen Song suddenly realized that the gap between him and them was not only in terms of academic attainments and surgical skills, but also in terms of many comprehensive life skills. For example, his ability to lie through his teeth was at perfect level. Wang Qian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. It was nothing. He was just a little doubtful about life. He looked at the serious Director Tan and said, "Not bad, not bad." "How is it not bad?" He had seen the content written by Chen Song with his own eyes. Other than the name, it was all none. How was it not bad? Could it be because of his honesty? Thinking of this, Wang Qian felt that he should also give it a try. What if? What if he succeeded? After all, Director Tan Zhonglin was the vice chairman of the Dongyang province branch. How could he not be capable? Chen Song said embarrassedly. "Well, Director Tan, I haven't passed the application from the other side yet." Tan Zhonglin smiled and didn't care. "Isn't this a done deal? Chairman Wang and Chairman Chang have personally sent you an invitation. How can it be fake? Besides, you've already filled out the form. I'll just send it to you when I go back. Isn't it just a matter of time before you join the association? It won't affect you at all. By the way, after National Day, I'll get someone to send the certificate of the association to you." Tan Zhonglin's words stunned everyone. Everyone felt that their brains were not that good. Tan Zhonglin. What did he mean? Did he mean that Chen Song did not fill in the form blindly? Was Chen Song really going to join the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery branch? Wang Qian felt that his brain was not enough. He looked at Chen Song with a blank face. Was this Song still the same Song from before? Why did he suddenly feel that he was a little unfamiliar? And Yanjin's brain also went blank. What did Chen Song do? He actually joined the Chinese Medical Association's hand surgery branch directly, and Chairman Wang and Chairman Chang had personally invited him. Others did not know who they were, but Yanjin knew. They were Director Wang Yushan of Shanghai City 6th Hospital and Director Chang Honglei of Beijing Jishuotan Hospital. They were two big shots in the industry and the pinnacle of hand surgery. The two of them had personally invited him, and the weight of it was too great. They could brag about it for a long time. Sherna and Qinyu looked at each other. What had happened? Qinyu looked at Chen Song. His face was full of curiosity and gossip. What did you do behind my back? I'm so curious. What should I do? He blinked his big eyes and looked at Chen Song. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Looking at everyone's expressions, he suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline that was called pleasure. It went to his head a little. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh. You guys just had to force me to show off. Look at it now, how awkward is everyone? Sigh, I just want to keep a low profile. Why is it so difficult? Sometimes, when there was too much talent, it would easily overflow. It was like this. Chen Song looked at Tan Zhonglin and smiled lightly. He said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Tan." Tan Zhonglin waved his hand. No trouble at all. Dongyang Province's Hand Surgery Academy will only shine brightly with you joining. After all, the hand surgery department needs new blood. After being praised by Tan Zhonglin, Chen Song's face turned even redder. Enough, enough. Stop talking. If I continue, I'll go overboard. I'm going to float. Chen Song quickly interrupted. Oh right, Director Tan, why are you here? P.S. First of all, I would like to thank the Alliance leader for the 100,000 yuan reward from Forbidden Zone Twilight Flame. I can't write it tonight. It's a bit sloppy. I'm sorry, but there are only 3 chapters tonight. There are still 3 chapters tomorrow at noon. I'm asking for monthly votes here. It's the end of the month. P.S. By the way, I'd like to recommend a book, Martial Arts Superstars. It's an article about urban martial arts. Those who like it can read it. Actually, Tan Zhonglin had no choice but to come to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to look for Chen Song. As the saying went, many hands added fuel to the fire. Ever since he participated in Xingyu's surgery, the reputation of the provincial hospital's hand surgery department could be said to have reached an unprecedented peak. Tan Zhonglin, who participated in the surgery, did not have the time to enjoy the benefits of this honor. However, the side effects of the honor came first. All kinds of complicated patients came to him, giving Tan Zhonglin a headache. He also wanted to admit it in a dignified manner. However, his strength did not allow him to. Helpless, he could only come to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to secretly learn. When Tan Zhonglin was about to call Chen Song out to explain things, a call suddenly came in. Chief Tan, are you not in the department? Tan Zhonglin picked up the phone and heard the anxious voice of Li Hui, the director of the provincial hospital. Tan Zhonglin's expression changed, and he hurried out of the emergency office. I'm not here now. Director Li, what happened? Li Hui's voice was a little serious. Come back quickly. There's a special patient. When Tan Zhonglin heard that, he was immediately stunned. Recently, he had received too many special patients. He really did not know what kind of special situation it was. Was it a relative of a hospital employee? Or a leader's family? Otherwise, it was a small celebrity or an internet celebrity. In any case, Tan Zhonglin had received these special rescue missions during this period of time. It made him really upset and a little tired to deal with it. What special patient? As Tan Zhonglin spoke, he hurriedly went to the intersection to hail a taxi. Li Hui said seriously, it's a people's hero. Tan Zhonglin was instantly stunned. Li Hui continued, come quickly. We'll talk when you're here. Tan Zhonglin could not help but feel uneasy. A people's hero, what was wrong with a people's hero? When he rushed back to the hand surgery department, he saw a group of people gathered at the door. 2 or 3 family members brought 3 children who were 5 or 6 years old and wearing the same school uniform. Li Hui stood next to the nurse's station. Beside him was a middle-aged man in a white shirt and suit pants. Looking at his style, one could tell that he was a leader. Moreover, his position was definitely higher than Director Li's. When he saw Tan Zhonglin get out of the elevator, Li Hui quickly waved his hand. Director He, this is Chief Tan, the director of the hand surgery department of our provincial hospital. Li Hui pulled Tan Zhonglin aside and introduced him. He's one of the members of the surgical team that took part in Xingyu's treatment some time ago. When the leader heard this, he turned to look at Tan Zhonglin and said solemnly, hello, Director Tan. Although Tan Zhonglin had a lot of questions and didn't know what was going on, he patiently said, hello, leader. The middle-aged man held Tan Zhonglin's hand and stared at him. His eyes were filled with hope as he said in a deep voice, Director Tan, you've worked hard this time. You must save our hero. Tan Zhonglin was at a loss. What exactly happened? The middle-aged leader said, when school ended this afternoon, these children had just finished school. When they were crossing the zebra crossing, a car suddenly went out of control. At that critical moment, the primary school teacher, Guo Zhiyong, suddenly rushed out and carried the children to the green belt on the side. At the critical moment, he saved the children. But when my right hand touched the ground, it was severely damaged by the railing of the green belt. This is our Moniang city's hero. Therefore, the department attaches great importance to this matter. They ask us to do our best to save the hero. At this moment, the eyes of the 5 or 6-year-old children were also filled with sincerity. They said in unison, Grandpa Doctor, please save Teacher Gua. I beg of you. The family members of the children also looked at Director Tan. Director, please. You must save Teacher Gua. If it weren't for him, our children would really, yes. Director Tan, you can even cure Xingyu's hand. Teacher Gua can definitely do it too. Please, Director Tan. Don't worry about all the expenses. Use the best medicine. We will bear the medical expenses. You must treat the patients well. The parents of the 3 children were not stingy with their gratitude. When they saw Guo Zhiyong fly over and throw the children onto the green belt in the surveillance camera, their hearts were already touched. To put it bluntly, the children were their lifeblood. Director He of the Education Department turned to look at Director Tan. Director Tan, Teacher Gua is the hero of our people's teachers. Please. The 3 children's faces were filled with anticipation. Their big eyes were filled with tears as they said in a choked voice, please, Grandpa Doctor. Tan Zhonglin was in his 50s this year, so he was indeed a grandfather. Looking at the 3 children, Tan Zhonglin nodded. I'll go take a look at the patient first. I'll do my best. After saying that, the nurse brought Tan Zhonglin directly to the treatment room. The attending physician, Zhou Yang, was debriding the patient. After Tan Zhonglin came in, he saw Zhou Yang and asked, what's the situation? Is it serious? Zhou Yang shook his head and said in a low voice, Director, the situation isn't optimistic. Tan Zhonglin was stunned and quickly walked forward. When he saw the back of Guo Zhiyong's hand, he was instantly dumbfounded. The bones of his hand were definitely broken. There was no doubt about that. However, that was easy to say. The most important thing was that the back of his hand was badly mutilated. The tendons, nerves, and blood vessels were severely damaged. There were many functional areas on the back of his hand. The tendons, blood vessels, and nerves were densely distributed. Such a large-scale injury would affect his function, and whether he could heal well in the future. It was too far to talk about that. What he needed to consider now was whether he could complete the repair and retain the basic living ability of his right hand. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin's expression changed. He could not help but sigh. With a solemn expression, he said, "Let me take a look." Zhou Yang quickly got up. Tan Zhonglin took the tweezers and carefully examined it. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The more he looked, the more his heart turned cold. This was troublesome. The radial and ulnar nerves were close to rupture. The tendons on the back of the hand were torn. The blood vessels were severely damaged. Seeing this, Tan Zhonglin turned around and asked Zhou Yang, "Have you taken the X-ray and nuclear MRI films?" Zhou Yang nodded and turned on the backlight. "It's all here, Director." Tan Zhonglin looked at the X-ray film of his hand and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although there was a fracture, it was not too serious. However, the situation on the nuclear MRI was not optimistic. At this moment, Tan Zhonglin basically understood Guo Zhiyong's situation. Guo Zhiyong looked at Tan Zhonglin's solemn expression and his heart sank. He asked with a bitter smile, "Director, can my hand be saved?" Tan Zhonglin raised his head and looked at the young man who was about the same age as Chen Song. He did not know what to say. After all, no one could guarantee what the situation would be after the recovery in the future. He took a deep breath and solemnly promised, "We will do our best. We will do our best." When Guo Zhiyong heard this, he suddenly felt warmth in his heart. It was just like when he saw the 3 children on the side of the road and ran away without hesitation. There were some things that had already been done. It did not matter whether he regretted it or not. Maybe it was just an impulse in his mind that made him do it. At that moment, in a split second, he could not be a hero by remaining calm. Guo Zhiyong did not want to be a hero, but at that moment, he could not hold back at all. Everyone had their own professional beliefs. It was as if he heard Tan Zhonglin say that he would do his best. All Guo Zhiyong wanted to do was to be a good teacher and protect his students. Did he regret it? No. When he thought of the 3 children's smiling faces, Guo Zhiyong could not help but smile. Even the bloody back of his hand did not seem to hurt so much at this moment. That's 3 lives we're talking about. When he thought of this, Guo Zhiyong grinned. "Thank you, Department Director." Tan Zhonglin nodded. After checking the patient's condition, Tan Zhonglin organized a discussion in the department. How to treat it. What they needed to do now was to come up with the best treatment plan. Zhou Yang was more familiar with diseases, so he took the lead and said, "I think the most important thing now is to repair the nerves, blood vessels, and tendons on the back of the hand. Besides the main radial nerve and ulnar nerve, the most important thing is to repair the peripheral nerves and small blood vessels in the functional and sensory areas. These need to be rebuilt. The function of the back of the hand depends on these peripheral nerves and small blood vessels. Skin flap transplantation can indeed solve many problems, but the patient still has the possibility of recovery. I think we should keep the skin flap transplantation and do our best to repair the main body." The associate director sighed. Dr. Zhou is right, but the patient's injury is quite serious now. It is a big project to repair the peripheral nerves and blood vessels one by one. It is also a very delicate project. At the very least, we are not very good at this field. It is very difficult to repair the peripheral nerves and blood vessels in a perfect condition. This kind of repair of peripheral nerves and blood vessels was a microsurgery. It was much more difficult than suturing a severed finger. The peripheral blood vessels were rich in branches, and the nerves were even more delicate. The difficulty of repair increased exponentially. Tan Zhonglin listened to everyone's discussion with a solemn expression. They had to do their best. It was best to perform the surgery within 4 hours. After all, long-term ischemia was the final goal, could only be to maintain morphological function by skin flap transplantation. In other words, it looked like the back of the hand. After thinking for a while, Tan Zhonglin suddenly thought of Chen Song. Xiao Chen. How would he handle such a situation? Thinking of this, he quickly got up and sent the photo and video of Guo Zhiyong's wound to Chen Song. Xiao Chen, what do you think of this situation? Chen Song was in the middle of surgery and did not have time to look at his phone. When Tan Zhonglin saw that Chen Song didn't reply for a long time, he became anxious and called him. If he doesn't pick up, I'll call again. No. You're still fighting. Originally, Chen Song was in the middle of a surgery. His phone was placed on the table in the operating theater. A few young nurses were watching Chen Song perform the surgery while Yanjun assisted him. Chen Song frowned slightly when he heard the phone ringing nonstop. Who's calling? The nurse glanced at him. Dr. Xiao Chen, it's Tan Zhonglin. Chen Song was stunned. He hummed and slowed down his movements. Help me answer it. Put it on speaker. The nurse nodded and put the phone on speaker. She approached Chen Song. After the call was connected, Chen Song said, Chief Physician Tan, I'm in the middle of a surgery. What's wrong? Tan Zhonglin was stunned and said embarrassedly, Well, Xiao Chen, I have a patient here. It's quite urgent. Can you take a look at him for me? What do you think? Chen Song hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. When Tan Zhonglin heard this, he was immediately delighted. I've sent it to you on WeChat. Take a look at the photo. After the nurse helped to open WeChat, Chen Song immediately saw Guo Zhiyong's situation. After casually scrolling through it, Chen Song thought for a moment and said to the nurse, Help me tell him that he can be treated. The nurse nodded and turned on the voice message. Chief Physician Tan, Dr. Xiao Chen said that he can be treated. When the nurse said that, the other young nurses and scrub nurses at the side suddenly trembled and glared. There was a cold and faint murderous intent in their eyes as they stared at the nurse who had just spoken. You can't speak carelessly. What do you mean by your family ? Chen Song was also stunned. Although the sentence didn't sound wrong, he felt that there was something strange about it. Chen Song shook his head and continued to suture the tendon in his hand. His fingers danced and moved nimbly. The few young nurses watched with surging emotions. And Yanjun, on the other hand, was completely focused. He stared seriously at Chen Song's suture technique and was deep in thought. You don't care about gossip and only focus on suturing. When Tan Zhonglin heard the nurse's voice, he was instantly delighted. It could be treated. If Chen Song said that it could be treated, then there would definitely be no problem. When Chen Song sutured Xingyu's tendon back then, he had also said the same thing. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin was a little excited. But, when he thought about it carefully, the person who had spoken was a nurse. But what did our Dr. Xiao Chen mean? Forget it, forget it. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin originally wanted to invite Chen Song over, but after thinking about it, he quickly shook his head. Did he not think that there was enough trouble? Today, he was a people's hero. Who knew what he would be like tomorrow? When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin had an idea. Transfer to another hospital. After all, Guo Zhiyong was performing surgery here, and it was the same in the second provincial hospital. Anyway, Chen Song was the chief surgeon. He could just follow him and be his assistant. It was the same everywhere. Moreover, Chen Song was still performing surgery. After the surgery, he did not know how long it would take for him to take a taxi here. If the patient went directly, Chen Song would also be done. Everything would not be affected. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin slapped his thigh and made a decision. After he came out, Director Li Hui and the leader of the education department were still standing there. After hesitating for a while, Tan Zhonglin said to Li Hui, Director Li, I have a rough understanding of the patient's situation, but the best treatment for the patient is not with us. I suggest transferring to the emergency department of the second provincial hospital. The patient can receive effective treatment there. Li Hui was stunned. Why? Director He frowned and stared at Tan Zhonglin. What does Director Tan mean? Tan Zhonglin looked at the two of them and explained, It's like this. The patient's situation is very difficult for us to guarantee the treatment effect. The second provincial hospital has Dr. Chen. He has a better treatment plan. I suggest sending him there. When Yitong heard this, he thought that Tan Zhonglin wanted to shirk the responsibility. He immediately looked a little angry and said in a deep voice, "Director Tan, you're being unreasonable. Comrade Yonghua is the people's hero of Amoniang City. The hand surgery department of the People's Hospital of the province is famous. If you transfer to another hospital at this time, what will others think of us? Will they say that we are heartless to heroes?" When Li Hui saw this, he quickly pulled Tan Zhonglin to the side. "Old Tan, what are you doing at this time?" "Director, he is the deputy director of the education department. Haven't you seen this yet? You have to do your political mission well. You can't be muddle-headed. Also, if you need anyone, just call them over. We're doing it in our own hospital, and it's also our hospital's honor. How can you go to another hospital? At this juncture, the patient must be saved, and it's best to save him in our hospital. If you need anyone's help, just say it. Isn't it just a matter of a word from the leader?" Hearing Li Hui's words, Tan Zhonglin could not voice out his bitterness. Just one word from the leader, and the subordinates would break their legs. Tan Zhonglin now had a deep understanding. Yes, performing surgery in the provincial people's hospital was an honor for the people of the province, the hand surgery department, and even more so, Li Hui's honor. When one reached the level of director of a tertiary grade A hospital in the province, which was the level of a department head, they could come to change their position. It was no longer as simple as being restricted to one institution. They could go to the Health and Welfare Committee, the hospital, the school, and so on. As the saying went, hospitals were made of iron, but directors were made of water. 3 years for you, 3 years for me, and 3 years for muddling along. The directors took turns, and the doctors stood guard. Therefore, while they were in office, who did not want to make some achievements, this way, they could be transferred to a better unit. Last time, when Xingyu's matter was solved perfectly, Li Hui was praised by the higher-ups. Seeing that the provincial people's hospital's hand surgery department was thriving, Li Hui had been smiling for a long time. If this matter was solved perfectly, the Department of Education would definitely commend Guizhiyong's glorious deeds. How could Li Hui not have the honor? When the time came, adding fuel to the fire would be a good thing for Li Hui. Therefore, when he heard Tan Zhonglin's words, Li Hui's first reaction was to reject. If they lacked people, they needed people. If they lacked things, they would give things. Li Hui looked at Tan Zhonglin and said seriously, "Old Tan, as long as you are in the province, this is also your honor. What do you lack now? We will take it. If you need anyone, call them." Tan Zhonglin raised his head and looked at Li Hui deeply. He said seriously, "What if we lack a chief surgeon?" Li Hui was stunned by his words. Li Hui coughed and said with a smile, "Are you kidding? Who doesn't know that you participated in the surgery and helped treat Xingyu? Other than you, who else can be the chief surgeon?" Tan Zhonglin said seriously. He looked at Li Hui and said seriously, "Director Li, we have known each other for so many years. You also know how I am. If I can do it, I will not refuse. If I can't, I will not joke. I am telling the truth. I cannot guarantee this surgery. The only person I can think of now is Dr. Chen from the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Therefore, transferring hospitals is necessary." Tan Zhonglin needed courage to say these words. A director admitting that he was inferior to others required a strong heart. Li Hui was momentarily stunned, but he still wanted to insist. Do you want to come over?" Tan Zhonglin shook his head. "They're undergoing surgery now. It'll be a waste of time to rush over after the surgery and miss the best surgery period. There's no need for that. Let's go over now. It's the best plan to prepare for the surgery at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Not only can it ensure the best treatment plan, but it also won't delay the perfect treatment time. Therefore, this is the best way. Of course, I will also follow along to assist in the surgery." At this point, Tan Zhonglin said seriously, "President Li, I know what you're thinking, but at this time, the patient's life and health are more important than anything else. We are doctors, not other people." Li Hui was stunned for a few seconds before he sighed and said, "Go make the arrangements. I'll explain to Director He." Tan Zhonglin nodded and called the emergency department to arrange for 120 to transport the patient in time. Actually, it was already not easy for Tan Zhonglin to be able to do this. It was handed over to the dean and director who had ulterior motives. If it was for his own honor, he could have treated himself without considering the best treatment plan for the patient. Because even if Tan Zhonglin did it himself and did not do it well, after the surgery was over, the glory would definitely belong to him. The patient's condition was very critical and the injury was serious. They had already done their best. That was positive news, and when Tan Zhonglin encountered this matter, the first thing he thought about was not himself, but how to treat the patient. This kind of quality was the most precious. Even if he had to admit that he was not as good as the other party in front of the dean, he had to give the patient the best treatment plan. The world was bustling for profit, and the world was bustling for profit. Who did not walk around for fame and fortune? This was the true thought of Tan Zhonglin, the director of the hand surgery department who had limited skills but unlimited responsibilities. Did he care about his reputation? Of course, he cared about his reputation. Otherwise, he would not have been embarrassed to say that he had learned skills from Chen Song. However, he could also give up his so-called reputation and lose his so-called honor for the sake of the patient. In front of major issues, he knew that he was a doctor. This was the capital that a director and a doctor should have. Medicine was benevolent, and one must have benevolence in their skills. Those who wanted to practice medicine must first be virtuous. Tan Zhonglin and Guo Zhiyong hurriedly took the ambulance to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. The ambulance had already informed the 2nd Provincial Hospital in advance. After Chen Song's surgery, he did not leave the operating theater and waited for the patient to arrive. After picking up his phone to look at the patient's condition, Chen Song heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had received a gift of gratitude from Wang Yushan and Chang Honglei. The two skills that he had obtained after opening them had come in handy at this time. Peripheral blood vessel anastomosis, advanced, special effect, fine anastomosis. Peripheral nerve repair, advanced, special effect, fine anastomosis. The two skills came in handy at this time. Tan Zhonglin brought Guo Zhiyong to the operating theater in a hurry. He held all the examination results and reports in his hands. Xiao Chen. It's all here. Take a look at the patient and the radiographic films first, Tan Zhonglin said hurriedly. Chen Song nodded and called the patient to the operating table. After the hand was fixed, Chen Song began to investigate. Peripheral blood vessel injury monster, level 40, elite monster. Serious wear and tear has caused serious damage to the blood vessels. Needs to be anastomosed as soon as possible. Peripheral nerve injury monster, level 35, elite monster. Serious peripheral nerve injury needs to be anastomosed. Tendon injury monster, level 35, elite monster. The patient's metacarpal bone fracture was not serious. The most important thing was the repair of the back of the hand. Chen Song's beautiful eyes were unconsciously activated. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly felt a little different. After his vision increased by 50%, Chen Song realized that when he looked at the delicate nerves and blood vessels with his naked eye, he could see them more clearly. This function should not be underestimated. The peripheral nerves and blood vessels were all carefully anastomosed. They were different from the tendons. The tendons were relatively thicker, so it was more convenient for a normal person to use their naked eye. After the examination, Chen Song looked at Tan Zhonglin. Chief Tan, you can reset the patient's metacarpal bone first. I'll prepare the follow-up suture work. Tan Zhonglin nodded. Chiefin, let's do it together? And Yanjun nodded. P.S. Thank you everyone for your support. Actually, everyone is already very supportive. I don't really want to ask for monthly votes, but the author's friend Wu Maxing told me that if I don't ask for monthly votes, I'd be too lazy. So, I decided to give it a try. What if I can burst Wu Maxing's ass? This guy is right in front of us. Brothers, add more firepower and burst him. A doctor's skill level could be seen from the first time he saw the patient. After Yanjun saw the patient's condition, his brain immediately began to work at high speed, constantly thinking about the best treatment plan. He quickly understood the patient's condition. The first thing to do now was to restore the palmar bones. The patient's condition was mainly a dislocation between the metacarpophalangeal joints and a fracture of the phalanx. Tan Zhonglin was very good at dealing with this kind of joint, and Yanjun was not bad either. But, at this moment, the two of them could not help but stagger the position of the chief surgeon and silently prepare to take the auxiliary equipment. Tan Zhonglin looked at Chen Song. "Xiao Chen, you do it." Chen Song was dumbfounded and said awkwardly, "Department Director, you do it." "I am not very good at orthopedics." Tan Zhonglin was stunned. "What a good young man. He's giving me face." However, he sighed. "Xiao Chen, this is not the time to be modest. You do it." Chen Song was stunned. "Department Director, I really don't know how to do it." This time even Tan Zhonglin and An Yanjun were dumbfounded. Was there anything that Chen Song did not know how to do? Tan Zhonglin glanced at Chen Song. Seeing that Chen Song did not seem to be joking, he asked tentatively, "Really? You don't have to care about us. We're not outsiders." Chen Song did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Really, Department Director, I really don't know how to do it. You can restore the fracture. I'll deal with the tendons, nerves, and blood vessels. Let's divide the work clearly, okay?" When Tan Zhonglin heard Chen Song's words, he actually felt relieved and could not help but let out a long sigh. "That's right. You're only 27 years old, okay? No matter how talented you are, there has to be a limit. How can you know everything?" Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin thought of his initial thoughts and could not help but want to laugh. We're all humans. How can there be such a big gap between us? It can only be said that there are specializations in the field. Besides, orthopedics required long-term work experience and surgery accumulation. Xiao Chen was good at tendon and blood vessel suturing. It might be because he had been on the front line for a long time and came into contact with more trauma patients. Suddenly, Tan Zhonglin felt a lot more relaxed. "Director In, come, let's do it." As he spoke, Chen Song observed seriously from the side. Clinical work required a lot of learning. If you did not learn, how could you improve? If the fracture of the phalanx was not displaced, the main method was manual reduction, which Chen Song knew how to do. Now, Chen Song suddenly realized how powerful the technique he had learned from Chief Wang Xianjuan was. However, this kind of open fracture required an incision and internal fixation, such as Tan Zhonglin's Kirschner wire fixation. This method was firm and reliable and was more commonly used in clinical practice. Chen Song, who was at the side handing over the equipment, saw everything clearly. Tan Zhonglin looked at Chen Song, who was studying seriously at the side. He felt a little proud in his heart. Young people should learn more. After all, fixing open phalangeal fractures was a surgery that the hand surgery department often performed. Old Tan had done this kind of surgery for half his life. He was very experienced and skilled. Occasionally, he would even bring it to the annual meeting to try out his skills, and he would win a round of applause. Therefore, Tan Zhonglin was quite confident in this area. Actually, performing surgery was the same as playing basketball or singing. One needed to be in the right state of mind. When the doctor's mental state was good, the surgery would not be bad. Tan Zhonglin realized that Chen Song's confidence was too great when he was watching from the side. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin could not help but show off his operation. And Yanjun's eyelids twitched. When he looked at Tan Zhonglin, there was some respect in his eyes. As expected of Department Director Tan, amazing. Chen Song had to admit that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Department Director Tan's phalangeal surgery was really good, ding. Congratulations, 5% of the title attribute Steel Master has been triggered. Obtain Tan Zhonglin's skill, phalangeal fracture surgery, master level. Phalangeal fracture surgery includes phalangeal reduction, phalangeal fixation, etc., master level. Special effect: 1. Accurate reduction, 2. Firm fixation. Chen Song's face lit up with joy. Oh my god. The Steel Master quest has not been triggered for a long time. It's finally happening. When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but feel happy. Of the two special effects, one was accurate and the other was firm. Both were very effective. This was because the treatment of phalangeal fractures required accurate reduction and firm fixation. It was also necessary to perform functional exercises as early as possible to restore the flexibility of the fingers. The only thing that could influence the outcome of the surgery was an accurate reduction and a firm fixation. The phalangeal fracture surgery ended very quickly. Tan Zhonglin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally show off in front of Chen Song. Ever since he got to know Chen Song, he was refreshed by Chen Song time and time again. He almost forgot that he was the department director of the provincial hand surgery department. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin glanced at Chen Song. And Yanjun, on the other hand, came over to flatter him. Department Director Tan, you're really good at phalangeal fracture surgery. I saw it at the annual meeting last year. I didn't expect you to improve. Again. Tan Zhonglin looked at Chen Song and said seriously, I'm in good condition today. Xiao Chen, I'll leave the rest to you. Chen Song nodded. He understood that the following work was the most important. The orthopedic surgery only took up a little time. It would not affect the surgery on the nerves and blood vessels in the hand. Tan Zhonglin and Yanjun looked at the back of Gui Zhiyong's hand with a worried expression. Even though the back of the hand had been debrided, it was still not in good condition. This was because the ulnar artery and radial artery had been completely ruptured. This was not something as simple as a sentence. Even if all the valid data in clinical reports showed that the survival rate of the hand was still around 1/3 for patients with complete rupture of the ulnar artery and radial artery. But, was it 1/3 high? Some people might think it was very high. In other words, you did not think so. The failure rate of the surgery was as high as 2/3. The artery had been ligated before the surgery. Now, what they needed to do was to anastomose the damaged blood vessels. This was also thanks to the ruptured artery in the hand. If it were anywhere else, the recovery rate might not even be 10%. This was because the blood supply in the hand was extremely rich. The main sources were the radial and ulnar arteries. Other than that, there were also the anterior and posterior interosseous arteries. Of course, there were also some so-called gifted people who looked different from others. They were the so-called amazing bones and martial arts geniuses. Among the blood supply in their hands, 3.7% of the individuals were from the median artery. In fact, medical statistics only represented the majority of people. There were too many people with strange appearances. They were really gifted. Chen Song's deepest impression was a patient with cerebral infarction. Generally, after cerebral infarction, it meant that the brain tissue behind it was necrotic due to ischemia and hypoxia. However, when he was discharged from the hospital, he did an MRI of the head blood vessels and found that there was collateral circulation in the original infarcted area. The compensatory blood vessels restored the blood supply in the infarcted area. At that time, Chen Song was dumbfounded. This was really a so-called medical miracle. Therefore, from then on, Chen Song was full of reverence for the human body. When he saw those who jumped off the building, he would take a detour. What if the person had abnormal bones and jumped off and ran far away? Maybe the person really found it troublesome to climb the stairs. The blood vessels in the hand were in the form of the arterial network or the arterial arch. They formed a channel for smooth communication, ensuring that the hand could pinch, hold, grasp, and hold various functions. The adaptability of the blood supply was very strong. And it was precisely because of the rich anastomosis between the above blood vessels and the good compensatory ability. Therefore, even if the radial and ulnar arteries in the hand were ruptured, there was more than a 30% chance of recovery. Chen Song found that his eyes were really good when handling these delicate surgeries. Looking at the name written on it, Chen Song knew that he definitely could not find the wrong blood vessel. Distal ruptured radial artery, plus, proximal ruptured radial artery, equals intact radial artery. Yes, it was that simple. It was just like the stitching toys in school. Of course, suturing was the most important part of the surgery. Because the suturing of the surrounding blood vessels was relatively thin, it was more difficult to perform. Compared to the large blood vessels in the abdominal cavity, the blood vessels in the hand were too sexy. The 50% vision bonus became more and more important at this time. Chen Song picked up the needle holder and carefully prepared to suture because the blood vessels were too small. The blood vessels were fine, but the nerves needed to be sutured carefully. Therefore, hand surgery was usually called microsurgery. Generally speaking, the magnification of a microscope was 6 to 10 times. Chen Song was used to using an 8 times magnification. This magnification combined with the field of vision was just enough for the operation. At this time, the feeling under the mirror was very important. Chen Song held the needle holder in his hand and suddenly had a different feeling than before. The feeling was indescribable, but it was amazing. He felt that the visibility of the blood vessel walls had improved a lot. What is going on? Chen Song was stunned. He did not have this feeling before, but after putting on the microscope just now, he suddenly realized that this feeling became more and more obvious. Could it be the effect of the 50% vision bonus? When he thought of this, Chen Song suddenly realized that the effect of the eye drops back then was +5 vision, which included many things. The benefits of the 50% vision bonus also included the visibility, resolution, pixels, and so on. This time, Chen Song could not help but be excited. This skill might not be very useful for others, but for doctors, it was a godly skill. There were many delicate operations in surgery. The more high-end the surgery, the higher the degree of refinement. Neurosurgery and intracranial surgery needed to be careful and perfect. At this moment, Chen Song felt that the blood vessel suturing that used to be difficult was not so difficult. Moreover, Chen Song's operation was more delicate and exquisite. This made Tan Zhonglin and Yanjun, who were watching the surgery, suddenly feel a chill down their spines. Because Chen Song gave them the feeling that he was lifting something heavy with ease, the feeling of suturing the surrounding small blood vessels was similar to suturing the main artery. This was a little amazing. After the radial artery was sutured, the ulnar artery was next, and the surrounding small blood vessels, such as the dorsal interosseous artery, and so on. This made the two people at the side a little dumbfounded. Was he really suturing the surrounding blood vessels? Not long after, the blood vessels were sutured. Tan Zhonglin released the ligated artery and quickly checked the blood supply. Looking at the blood on their fingertips, the two looked at each other. Perfect. Chen Song began to suture the nerves. This suture was more difficult. Generally speaking, the sooner the nerves were repaired, the better the recovery would be. Therefore, when Tan Zhonglin was in the hand surgery department of the Provincial People's Hospital, he was in such a hurry to send Guo Zhiyong over. He was worried that the longer the delay, the worse the recovery of the patient's nerves would be. The main method of nerve repair in the hand was nerve suture. This included the overmold suture and perineurium suture. Generally speaking, when the nerve trunk was damaged, epineurium suture was all that was needed. When the sensory and motor branches of the nerve can be separated, perineurium suture should be used. What does that mean? It meant that the nerves were not in one bundle. For example, the ulnar nerve at the back of the wrist was injured. The deep and shallow branches of the ulnar nerve could be separated and the perineurium sutured separately. It's like connecting electrical wires, where the neutral wire and the live wire have to be connected separately. I realize I'm a genius, this example is so vivid. However, the patient's nerves were worn out. When Chen Song pulled the nerve to prepare for suture, he felt a tension. The length was not enough. When Tan Zhonglin saw this, he looked at Chen Song and frowned. He asked, "Xiao Chen, it's not long enough? Do you want a nerve transplant?" Chen Song shook his head. "I'll try. The tension is quite high now. If I can loosen the joint, it might be slightly improved." And Yanjun looked at the severed nerve and was a little worried. "Even if I loosen it, I'm worried that the improvement won't be enough. However, if the nerve was transplanted, the recovery would definitely not be as good as directly suturing. Moreover, it would cause a loss of sensation after the nerve was removed from the donor area. Robbing Peter to pay Paul was a last resort. Anyone with a little money would not do this. It was the same for nerve suture. As long as it could be connected, Chen Song was not willing to destroy the original nerve vein. Chen Song began to carefully separate the two broken ends of the nerves, change the joint position, and perform nerve displacement. After a little change, there was less than 1 millimeter extra. Now, the length suddenly became very awkward. Transplant? There was no need, no transplant, right? Suturing was too difficult. It could be sutured, but it might not be sutured. This was very difficult. Tan Zhonglin was silent. He did not know what to do. What a pain in the ass. It was stuck here, neither going up nor down. He looked up at Chen Song, but he found that this guy seemed to be very satisfied. Tan Zhonglin could not help but look at Chen Song curiously. "Can you suture this?" Chen Song did not look at him. There were only nerves in his eyes. He changed the nerve suture, picked up the needle holder, and started suturing. Needle and thread. Tan Zhonglin was silent. After a long time, he could not help but say in his heart, "Tsk. Why is a man playing with needlework?" And Yanjun saw that Tan Zhonglin's face was full of envy, and his eyes were about to drill into it. Suturing nerves was much more difficult than suturing blood vessels, but Chen Song was not a problem. Finally, it was the tendon suture. At this moment, Yanjun was energized. Recently, he was obsessed with Chen's technique, and he only had eyes for Chen's technique. When he saw that Chen Song was about to suture, he took the initiative to give Tan Zhonglin a look. He changed his position and began to help Chen Song. It was easier to suture extensor tendon injuries than flexor tendon injuries, especially on the back of the hand. This was because in comparison, the possibility of serious adhesion was lower. However, this did not mean that adhesion would not occur. This was because the skin on the back of the hand was thin and elastic. There was a layer of loose connective tissue between the skin and the extensor tendon, and the extensor tendon did not have a tendon sheath and had peritendon tissue. Even so, there was still a level of difficulty. Chen Song was good at suturing tendons, and Tan Zhonglin also knew this. He wanted to know what method Chen Song would choose this time. Chen Song glanced at Yanjun, who was helping, and nodded. Yanjun began to help skillfully. Chen Song began to suture. Yanjun's eyes were focused, and he did not want to miss any details. Tan Zhonglin was curious. What kind of suture method is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Could it be that Chen Song has learned some new suturing techniques? That's not right, this. I've never seen such a suture method before. However, at this moment, Tan Zhonglin's eyes suddenly shrank. He suddenly realized that Chen Song's suture was very magical. This time, old Tan was energized and looked at it carefully. Fortunately, there were many tendons on the back of the hand, and Chen Song had sutured them a few times. However, the more Tan Zhonglin looked, the more confused he became. In the end, he was stunned. Although he did not know what suture method this was, it was really amazing, and the more he looked, the more amazing it was. The more he looked, the more profound and exquisite it felt. However, this feeling was indescribable. Because, he realized that this time, it was different from the last time when Chen Song sutured Xingyu. Chen Song had changed again. And it had become even more amazing. It was so amazing that he could not say anything. Even Tan Zhonglin felt that he could not comment. He could at least understand it the last time, but he could not understand it at all this time. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin frowned and pondered. When he treated Xingyu the last time, Chen Song's suture of the tendons felt like it was at his fingertips. Any basic technique could be used with 2 suture methods for 1 tendon, and 4 suture methods for 3 tendons. It felt like he knew every suture method like the back of his hand. This time, it was as if he did not use any method that Tan Zhonglin could think of was useless, but it felt like he had used them all. The key was that they were useless, and they were sutured so well. This was the most important thing. Tan Zhonglin suddenly thought of a martial arts realm that he had read in wuxia novels when he was young. No move beats a move. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin's expression suddenly changed, and he found it hard to believe. To be precise, he had seen Chen Song suture 4 tendons. The first time, if it was the heavenly sword that showed off its sharpness, who could compete with it? Then, the second time, it was the heavy sword without a sharp edge, and the last time, when he treated Xingyu, it was as if he had casually broken a tree branch to use as a sword. But this time, he did not use a sword at all. He had reached the point where everything in the world was a sword, and no sword was better than having a sword. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin could not help but mumble to himself, F***ck. Heartless, this is too scary. Other people will be impressed after not seeing them for 3 days, but how can you be impressed every time you see them? This is not how you improve your skills. This does not conform to the laws of nature at all. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin could not help but ask carefully, Xiao Chen, your suture, and Yanjun pretended to be profound and said slowly with a sacred expression, Chief Physician Tan, this is called the Chen technique. Tan Zhonglin was stunned. Chen technique? What Chen technique? And Yanjun took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, This is a tendon suture method that Xiaochen developed himself. It's called the Chen technique. Hearing this, Tan Zhonglin was stunned. He widened his eyes and held his breath. You've already established a sect? The next surgery was at the final stage, but Chen Song was not impatient. When Chen Song was in school, a surgeon in his 50s once told them that there was no room for slacking off in clinical work. No matter when dealing with patients, when dealing with diseases, they had to give it their all. The surgery ended not long after. Ding! Suturing rare tendon monster, rare peripheral nerve monster, and rare peripheral blood vessel monster successful. Obtained, 1, experience plus 500, 2, blank skill book, 3, skill point plus 1. After Chen Song saw the system notification, he was stunned. The rewards of the 3 monsters were combined. Did that mean that the rewards would be better? After all, a qualitative change should lead to a quantitative change. Chen Song looked at the rewards and found that they were very ordinary. The only special thing was the blank skill book. It was actually purple. Blank skill book. After use, you can copy a surgical skill and automatically upgrade it to master level. Hint: level 4 surgery cannot be copied. Chen Song was silent. This skill book was amazing. Thinking of this, Chen Song was very satisfied. He secretly learned a skill from Tan Zhonglin in 1 surgery and obtained a blank skill book. No matter how he looked at it, it was a profit. Chen Song walked out of the operating theater with Guo Zhiyong. Tan Zhonglin followed behind Chen Song without saying a word. He seemed to be thinking about something, but no one knew what he was thinking. As soon as they went out, they saw a group of people standing at the door. Xianxia was also in the crowd. He saw Chen Song come out. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he quickly went forward. Xiaochen? How is it? Did the surgery go smoothly? Chen Song nodded. Dean Qin, the surgery was very successful. If it goes according to normal rehabilitation training, the recovery should be very good. After Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he suddenly became happy and said, Director He, are you relieved now? He looked at Chen Song and then looked behind him at Tan Zhonglin, who was obviously in a daze and thinking about something. He was obviously a little worried. He couldn't help but ask, Director Tan, who's the chief surgeon? Tan Zhonglin quickly said, it's him, Dr. Chen Song. After He Tong heard this, he saw that Chen Song was so young. He couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Tan Zhonglin quickly explained, Leader, please don't worry. Dr. Chen Song's tendon suturing technique is the best I've ever seen. Even academician Wan Yushan from Shanghai 6th Hospital favors Dr. Chen Song a lot. By the way, Dr. Chen was also one of the doctors who operated on Xingyu. Tan Zhonglin's one of them was very clever. This meant that Xingyu was operated on by a team. However, Chen Song's contributions were not to be ignored. He could not be underestimated. When He Tong heard, only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He looked at Chen Song and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Young, promising, and full of vitality. Even Director Tan has such a high opinion of Dr. Chen. It seems that I've judged him by his appearance. At this point, He Tong looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and praised him with a smile. Director Qin has done a good job in nurturing and unearthing talents. The 2nd Provincial Hospital will definitely achieve glory under Director Qin's leadership. Mr. Guo is our hero and the model of our education team. Therefore, the hall attaches great importance to Mr. Guo's health. We have to do our best and do a good job this time. The main thing is that we can't disappoint everyone. This spirit of sacrificing oneself for others is, after blabbering for a long time, Chen Song was really impressed. To be able to exaggerate a matter from many aspects, angles, and languages and raise it to a new level, this was really amazing. Otherwise, why would he be a leader? However, then again, no matter what, the organization of saving Guo Zhiyong this time was still very admirable. In fact, no matter what the leader was like, as long as he could really do something good for the people, that was enough. When the 3 children saw Guo Zhiyong come out, they quickly ran over. Mr. Guo, are you okay? Does your hand still hurt? Be careful, don't touch Mr. Guo's hand. Mr. Guo, you're sick. Can I take care of you? Chen Song felt a little gratified when he heard the three children speak like adults in a childish manner. He believed that when Guozhiyong saw this scene, the pain in his hand would be reduced a lot. The family members of the three children stood at the side and bowed to Guozhiyong. "Mr. Guo, we'll never forget your kindness. We're really grateful this time." Guozhiyong blushed a little. He really didn't think too much at that time. It was really an instinctive impulse to pounce on the children to save them. Seeing everyone like this, he said embarrassedly, "It's okay. It's okay. Don't be like this. This." Guozhiyong was just an ordinary person, an ordinary working-class person. He did an ordinary job and had an ordinary life. He was the same as most people in life. However, it was these ordinary people who could stand up at the critical moment and do those extraordinary things. In life, we are all ordinary people. Aren't we also heroes? Guozhiyong had just finished his surgery and stayed in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. The next day, a large group of reporters came to the door and interviewed him. Guozhiyong's deeds were widely reported and publicized. At the same time, the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was also positively publicized. The education department of Danyang Province also awarded Guozhiyong the Hero Teacher Award. On the third day, Guozhiyong was transferred to the hand surgery department of the Provincial People's Hospital because he needed to recover in the later stages. However, the 2nd Provincial Hospital had also become a little famous in the past 2 days, as the director, Xianxia, also received a commendation from the leader. He said that he valued the excavation and training of talents, actively organized the rescue work, and so on. This made Xianxia extremely happy for the past few days. He was beaming with joy and smiled at everyone he saw. He, who rarely came to the emergency department in the past, had been running to the emergency department every 2 to 3 days as if he was walking smoothly these 2 days. When he saw Chen Song, he smiled in satisfaction and nodded. "Yes, a very good young man. Father-in-law Wang, not bad, not bad, he could be put on the list of son-in-law candidates." Tan Zhonglin had been thinking for a long time recently. He even had some insomnia. In his mind, he kept thinking about Chen Song's tendon suture, which was the so-called Chen technique. He could not get over it for a long time. He lay in bed and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It was as if he was possessed. Early the next morning, Tan Zhonglin made a decision. He was going to learn from his master. That's right, this time, he was going to the emergency department to find Chen Song and stay with him for a period of time. Tan Zhonglin felt that Chen Song's Chen technique was really amazing. He had been a hand surgeon all his life and had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance whether it was good or bad. Naturally, he would not be wrong. He felt that the Chen technique was a treasure. After the morning shift, Tan Zhonglin handed over his work and got up to walk to the emergency department. P.S. Well, it's already midnight for the time being. There's still more tomorrow at noon. Everyone, don't go away. Oh right, those who want to add more monthly votes will add 1 update every 500 monthly votes. It's the end of the month. The veteran will work hard. I'll strive for 5 or 6 updates a day. I beg for everyone's support. P.S. Finally, I'd like to thank Guardian Pianover for his 30,000 tip. I'm very grateful. There's also Melancholy in the End of the World for his 10,000 tip. At noon, I'll add more chapters for all of you. I guarantee at least 2 updates and strive for 3. I beg for everyone's support. The next day was the 1st of October. Everyone was waiting for the National Day holiday with peace of mind. They were quietly planning where to go during the National Day holiday. After all, they were too busy on weekdays. They did not have time to rest or go out to play. Now that the National Day holiday was here, even if there were many people, everyone wanted to go out for a walk. After all, they could not take care of their families because of work. Qingyu sat there. Teacher Shi, have you bought the plane tickets? With the arrival of the holiday, Shi Na was in a particularly good mood these days. She smiled. I bought them in advance. Oh, by the way, I brought you a gift when I came. Qingyu smiled and narrowed his eyes. Teacher Shi is the best. After brother-in-law graduates, all of you will be able to enjoy life. Xianxia was going abroad to visit her husband, who was in a postdoctoral research center abroad. She also wanted to bring her children out to see the world and have fun. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. It was not easy for the holiday to arrive. For this, she had changed her shift in advance. She could go out and rest for 5 to 6 days. In fact, these teaching teachers were not old. They were only in their 30s. Although they were used to calling them teachers, they were actually older brothers and sisters. Therefore, Qinyu called Xianxia husband and brother-in-law, and Xianxia called Bingxing wife and sister-in-law. It was actually the same principle. After all, it was not appropriate for you to call her teacher's wife. Sister-in-law was the best. Calling her sister-in-law sounded more intimate. Xianxia looked at Lao Chen and smiled flatteringly. Boss, look. The teachers are going abroad to bring gifts for their students. What are you planning to buy for me? Bingxing glanced at Xianxia. You're earning more than me now. You don't even think about showing your filial piety to your boss during the holidays. You're asking me to buy things. You're an ingrate. When everyone heard this, they immediately laughed. Xianxia was earning a lot now. The key was that he was tired. He had to perform so many surgeries every day. Some time ago, when there were many patients who needed to suture tendons, he performed more than 10 surgeries a day. That was 300 to 400 tendon surgeries a month. One surgery was not much. It was 1 to 200 RMB. That was 30 to 40,000 RMB. But it was really tiring. An ordinary doctor could only perform a few dozen surgeries a month at most, and 3 to 5 surgeries a day at most. Every year, he would perform more than 10 tendon sutures, and he basically had no time for anything else. Every day, he would just live and work by sewing and mending tendons. He would only get off work after 9 o'clock. The intensity of his work could not be said to be low. Thinking of this, Bingxing looked at Xianxia and sighed. He whispered to Xianxia, "Don't work too hard. It's good to be young, but you can't do this. No one can handle more than 10 surgeries a day. If you don't have enough money, take your time." Xianxia nodded and smiled. During this period of time, since the hand surgery department had just started, Xianxia had basically devoted himself to it in order to cooperate with department director in. However, even though he was a little tired, he still gained a lot. At this time, Bingxing took out a few tickets from his pocket and handed them to Xianxia. "Here are 5 tickets to Yang Hot Spring Villa. Now that your situation has stabilized, you can bring your parents over to rest. Oh, and your brother as well." Xianxia looked at the tickets to Yang Hot Spring Villa in his hand. The words VIP 3-day pass were written on them, and he was instantly stunned. Yang Hot Spring Villa was located in the northwest corner of Ammoniang City. There was a natural hot spring there, and every dynasty had a prince's mansion there. After the founding of the country, developers built it into a hot spring resort. It had an ancient style, and it was a 5-star standard hotel that combined leisure, entertainment, dining, and accommodation. These 5 3-day pass tickets included accommodation, dining, and leisure. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. "It's so expensive. Is it appropriate?" Bingxing shook his head and said with a smile, "The pharmaceutical company gave it to me. I don't have time to go. I want to bring my child to climb the mountain. It'll be a waste if I don't go. You can bring your family along." Xianxia did not suspect anything. This was because the pharmaceutical company wanted to build a good relationship with the hospital's doctors. During the holidays, they would give out some travel tickets or something. After all, the pharmaceutical company was rich and had agreements with hotels, villas, and even travel companies. They could buy tickets at an internal price, similar to a group purchase. Xianxia's face lit up. "How embarrassing." Bingxing stretched out his hand. "If you don't want it, I'll take it away." Xianxia quickly stuffed it into his pocket, got up, and walked away. "Boss, how can you take back something that you've given out? You're too much." When everyone saw this, they immediately burst into laughter. Big Chen and Xiao Chen had always been the 2 clowns in the office. Wang Qian looked at Yanjun enviously. Teacher Dean Yanjun said faintly, "Oh, right, little Wang, this time we'll all be working during the National Day holiday. It'll be hard on you. Wang Qian suddenly looked like he had nothing to live for. The peace in the emergency department was short-lived. Soon, the patients came and they threw themselves into the intense work again. There were not many patients recently, so Yanjun did not need to operate separately from Chen Song. Chen Song was the one doing the surgery, and Yanjun watched. Occasionally, Yanjun would do it, and Chen Song would give him pointers. At this rate, he could complete 500 tendon sutures in less than 2 days. During the surgery, a figure suddenly slipped in. Chen Song did not look up, but Yanjun happened to see it. Director Tan? Tan Zhonglin smiled and nodded. Yes, yes. You guys do it. I just came to take a look. The originally casual sentence suddenly made Yanjun feel threatened. This guy might be here to snatch the assistant position. Sure enough, after the first surgery, before the second surgery began, the three of them washed their hands. Tan Zhonglin suddenly said, Director, are you tired? Why don't you take a rest? I can be your assistant? When Yanjun heard this, his heart immediately tensed up. As expected, he was here to snatch his position. Could he let him? No, Yanjun shook his head faintly. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not tired. Director Tan is a guest from afar. I can just watch. Tan Zhonglin was speechless. Chen Song also glanced at Tan Zhonglin curiously. Director Tan, isn't the unit busy? Tan Zhonglin smiled. No, no. At this moment, Li Baoshan suddenly entered the operating theater. When he saw that Tan Zhonglin was also there, his eyes immediately shrank. Why was he here? Could it be? Li Baoshan raised his head and glanced at Chen Song. He thought to himself, this is bad, this weasel pays a New Year's visit to a chicken. He's up to no good. He's even trying to steal people from the operating theater. How can this be? Chen Song is the ultimate treasure of the department. How can you just take him away like that? He heard from the head nurse that Tan Zhonglin had come to the department a few times over the past few days. Thinking of this, Li Baoshan took a deep breath and decided to lay his cards on the table with this old weasel. After walking over, Li Baoshan pretended to be curious and said, Director Tan? Tan Zhonglin suddenly heard someone speak. He turned around and saw that it was Li Baoshan. Director Li. What a coincidence. Li Baoshan sneered. Coincidence? You came to our operating theater and you said it was a coincidence? Li Baoshan nodded. Yes. It's quite a coincidence that we can meet you in our operating theater. Tan Zhonglin blushed. I'm here for an exchange. Li Baoshan was a straightforward person. When he heard this, he said directly, Director Tan, I'm afraid you want to drag our Xiaochen to your province for an exchange. A few young nurses at the side saw that the directors were talking about some secret and immediately pricked up their ears. When they heard Li Baoshan's words, the young nurses immediately looked at Tan Zhonglin with hostility. He wants to snatch our Dr. Xiaochen away. What do you mean your house? It's clearly my house. Okay, now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves. Dr. Xiaochen is going to be snatched away to the province's people. At this time, we have to unite against a common enemy. Unite against a common enemy. We can't let those sluts from the province get away with it. That's right. Bad guy. We can't. Chase him away. That's right. We can't let those people get away with it, the group of young nurses discussed animatedly. They looked at Tan Zhonglin with eyes full of hostility. It was as if they hated him for snatching their husband. When Tan Zhonglin heard Li Baoshan's words, he immediately blushed. Director Li, you've wronged me. If I wanted to poach Xiaochen, I wouldn't have come to the operating theater to do so. Li Baoshan sighed. Sigh. That's hard to say. You've already come to the operating theater. What else can't you do? When Tan Zhonglin saw this, it seemed that he had no choice but to be honest. Li Haitan was now holding on to Chen Song tightly, afraid that someone would snatch him away. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin said directly, Director Li, I'm really here to learn. I'm here to learn Xiaochen's tendon suturing method. When he said this, Li Baoshan was skeptical. Really? Tan Zhonglin, how can I joke about this? Li Baoshan was still a little skeptical. Are you sure you're not trying to poach him? Tan Zhonglin couldn't help but mutter. It would be best if he could be poached. Since then, Tan Zhonglin had successfully joined Chen Song's team and became Chen Song's second assistant. The addition of the second assistant made Chen Song's assistant team a little more competitive. And Yanjun, who was in the main room, finally walked out of the comfortable environment and began to compete with Tan Zhonglin for favor. However, this kind of competition obviously had its benefits. Both sides relied on their own abilities to compete for favor. It was a lot harder to learn. However, and Yanjun, who was in the main room, had a big advantage. After all, he had the support of 3 young nurses and maids. After all, only by keeping Chen Song could they compete fairly. If Tan Zhonglin snatched him away, there would be no point in fighting over him. At this time, Chen Song suddenly realized that it was not good to have 2 partners. 2 people were annoying. Chen Song suddenly missed Qinyu. Did not speak. Did not make a sound. Occasionally, he would shout, "You're really good." Blinked his big eyes. He was also in a good mood during surgery. Most importantly, it was pleasing to the eye. Looking at these 2 jealous old men, Chen Song felt really vexed. October 1st finally arrived. Chen Song was in the first line of duty. Although the emergency department was as busy as a war, at least, it was not that annoying. He finally understood why so many ancient officials died young. It was too tiring. They had to deal with a lot of things during the day and at night. Sigh. There were a lot fewer patients in the hospital on National Day. The number of outpatients was less than half of the usual. However, the emergency department was not easy. In the surgery department, besides Chen Song, there was also Wang Yong. The 2 of them were busy the whole morning. Dr. Yao from the internal medicine department was even busier because the person on duty with him today was Dr. Yan Ming. Dr. Yan was famous for being a hands-off boss in the emergency department. He was more stylish than Li Baoshan. Every day, he would hold a thermos flask and ask for consultation when patients came in. In short, his emergency department was a retirement department. The hospital didn't want to argue with such a person. They just wanted to retire in 2 years. After all, there wouldn't be any big problems with him around. Although Yanming didn't care much about matters, he knew how to protect himself. This was considered a skill in the current context. Now, when any doctor took up a post, the first lesson that their teacher taught them was how to protect themselves. Yao Jiwen and Chen Song came in the same batch. They were postgraduates of the Department of Cardiology of Dongyang Medical University. Like Wang Qian and Qin Yu, they were all staff members. Yao Jiwen was more introverted and didn't like to talk. Usually, when he saw people, he would smile at you. He looked like a shy girl and was also more honest. He was unlucky to have met Yan Ming. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to rest. At about 11 o'clock, Yao Jiwen hurriedly found Chen Song and said worriedly, "Dr. Chen, help me see a patient." Chen Song nodded and followed Yao Jiwen to the resuscitation room. Yao Jiwen said as he walked, "The patient is a middle-aged man, 41 years old. He was sent here by the ambulance for chest pain. Not long after he arrived, he fainted. His condition is very serious." When Chen Song heard Yao Jiwen's words, he keenly captured a few clues. Chest pain. Fainted. Could it be a myocardial infarction? This was Chen Song's first thought. Yao Jiwen continued, "The patient began to show signs of confusion not long after he arrived at the emergency department. The ambulance sent him here and told Dr. Che that the patient was still awake on the way. He just said that his chest was tight and painful. It was like being pricked by needles. Nitroglycerin didn't relieve it. It was normal to do an electrocardiogram." Chen Song was stunned and quickly asked, "Did you do an electrocardiogram when you arrived at the emergency department?" Yao Jiwen nodded. "Yes, and I also checked the troponin urgently. I didn't see any signs of acute myocardial infarction. Also, the troponin level was elevated when I drew blood." When Chen Song heard this, he also frowned. After they entered the room, Yao Jiwen quickly took the electrocardiogram and handed it to Chen Song. "Take a look." Chen Song took the electrocardiogram and found that there were no signs of typical myocardial infarction. The ST level was basically normal, that was strange, Yao Jiwen said. I'm still worried about the heart. I just called the cardiology department for an emergency consultation, but they haven't come down yet. Dr. Yan went up to invite them. Chen Song couldn't help but snort. Both of them knew that even if the electrocardiogram didn't have a typical waveform, the possibility of acute myocardial infarction still couldn't be ruled out. When there was a typical myocardial infarction, the electrocardiogram would indeed have characteristic waveforms such as the ST level. This was easy to understand because normal cardiomyocytes had electrical activity, but necrotic cardiomyocytes had no electrical activity. The mechanism of the electrocardiogram was to capture such abnormalities and display the waveform. However, in the early stages of myocardial infarction, the cardiomyocytes might not be completely necrotic, and the electrocardiogram reaction might still be present. In other words, the electrocardiogram might not necessarily have a typical waveform. In addition, troponin was mainly in the cardiomyocytes. If it increased, it often indicated that the cardiomyocytes were damaged. Chen Song asked, "What's his medical history?" Yao Jiwen said, "The family's oral medical history is basically reliable. He has a history of hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and fatty liver disease. So, we can't rule out the possibility of acute myocardial infarction." Chen Song said, "Oh, you suspect that it's cardiogenic shock?" Yao Jiwen nodded. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived at the resuscitation room. The patient was currently undergoing electrocardiogram monitoring. When Chen Song first saw the patient, he didn't see any special features on his face. Moreover, he was already unconscious and lying on the hospital bed without any movement. The electrocardiogram showed heart rate 120 beats per minute, a little fast. Blood pressure was 8,050 millimeters of mercury, low. A normal person's blood pressure should be 14,060 to 90 millimeters of mercury. 80/50 was low no matter what. If the blood pressure was low, it meant that the patient was in shock. All of the clues were still unclear. Everything pointed to disaster. The patient usually had a history of hypertension, but now his blood pressure was only 80/50. In this case, the blood pressure couldn't meet the blood supply to the brain at all. To put it simply, the heart was like a water pump. It needed to pump blood to the whole body. At this time, the pressure provided by the water pump was not enough, and there was no way to pump water to the head. The brain was very sensitive to ischemia and hypoxia. Once the blood supply and oxygen supply were reduced, the patient would fall into a coma. In order to quickly rule out myocardial infarction, Chen Song performed another electrocardiogram on the patient. Chen Song hesitated. "I'll ask the family about the situation." The patient's family member was his wife. She had a foreign accent. Chen Song asked, "When did the chest pain start?" His wife was obviously frightened. Her words were not logical. "He's usually fine, but he likes to drink. But I can't remember when he felt uncomfortable. It should be yesterday. I didn't pay much attention to it. But today, it was so serious that he couldn't walk. I quickly called 120. Not long after he came to the emergency room, he fell into a coma." As she spoke, she cried as she spoke. She was extremely afraid. Chen Song sighed. He understood. After all, a person who was fine suddenly fainted. Anyone would be nervous. Chen Song understood her, but now was not the time to comfort her. Because myocardial infarction was fatal. If the diagnosis was confirmed, they had to race against time and send him for interventional treatment in time. What was myocardial infarction? It was when the blood vessels of the heart were blocked by the thrombus formed, and blood flow could not be blocked. The heart was actually a muscle tissue. Its movement was completely dependent on the blood supply of the coronary artery. If the heart was ischemic for too long, the cardiomyocytes would gradually die. When enough cardiomyocytes died, the heart would lose its strength. At that time, heart failure would occur, followed by shock, and finally death. This process could only take a few minutes at the fastest. Therefore, once it was confirmed that it was myocardial infarction, the most effective treatment was to immediately, decisively, and open the blood vessels as soon as possible. Whether it was drug thrombolysis or interventional stents, The purpose was to open the blocked blood vessels and restore the heart's blood flow. Therefore, everything was imminent. Xianxia habitually placed his hand on the patient's body. He looked at the pupil and checked the reflex. This was what a surgeon was used to doing. When Xianxia's other hand touched the patient's stomach, Xianxia was stunned. Thinking of this, Xianxia quickly said to Yao Jiwen, "Have you done a physical examination?" Yao Jiwen shook his head. "I didn't have time." Xianxia shook his head and quickly lifted the patient's clothes. He pressed with his hand. The stomach was a little tight. This was not normal. When a normal person was lying flat, their abdomen should be loose. No matter how hard one's abdominal muscles were, their stomach should be soft. Moreover, this patient was already unconscious. Why was his stomach hard? And it was tight. This man was on the plump side. It was obviously not his abdominal muscles. Yao Jiwen also suddenly noticed this situation. He quickly touched it and was instantly stunned. Abdominal tension? Abdominal tension often indicated inflammation in the abdominal cavity. The inflammation stimulated the peritoneum, causing the abdominal muscles to tighten. Therefore, the stomach felt a little tight when he touched it. Could it be that the patient's myocardial infarction caused abdominal tension? At this time, the results of the electrocardiogram were out. The nurse handed it over. Xianxia took it and looked at it seriously. He still did not see the typical pattern of myocardial infarction. Xianxia could not help but ask the family member, "How long has it been since the attack?" His wife was in a daze. "A few hours? 3 or 4. Xianxia looked at Yao Jiwen. "It doesn't look like a myocardial infarction. It's been 3 or 4 hours. If it's really an acute myocardial infarction, there should be obvious changes in the electrocardiogram." Xianxia could not help but ask, "Have you done a chest radiograph and CT? Could there be another cause for the chest pain?" Yao Jiwen took the radiograph. Xianxia looked at it. It was basically normal. This was F*King strange. What was going on? Xianxia's brain was spinning quickly, thinking of all kinds of possibilities. Thinking was thinking, but Xianxia's hands did not stop. He kept checking the patient's abdomen, trying to find more information. Just when he was doing a routine liver percussion examination for the patient, he found that the patient suddenly frowned and showed a painful expression. This shocked Xianxia. What did it mean for an unconscious patient to show a painful expression? There was only one possibility. That meant that Xianxia had indeed hurt him. Yes, this was not nonsense. It was true. Even if a person was unconscious, they would still be able to feel intense pain. A normal person would not have any reaction to liver percussion unless they had a hepatobiliary system disease. Moreover, it was an acute inflammatory disease, such as liver abscess, cholecystitis, biliary colic, and so on. When his wife saw the man's painful expression, she thought that he had woken up. She quickly patted his ear and called his name loudly, but there was no reaction at all. To further test his idea, Xianxia placed his left palm flat on the patient's lower right chest and pressed the gallbladder area with his left thumb. If the patient had cholecystitis, such a deep press would definitely cause the patient severe pain. Because the gallbladder was under Xianxia's thumb. As expected, when his left thumb pressed down, the patient frowned even more and twisted into a ball. Xianxia immediately let out a long breath. The patient was in shock, but the patient was not in cardiogenic shock. It might be septic shock. Cardiogenic shock referred to shock caused by a heart disease. If it was myocardial infarction, then interventional therapy or thrombolysis should be done immediately. However, if the gallbladder infection was serious and septic shock occurred, the treatment would be completely different. Inflammation of the gallbladder and bile duct could also cause chest pain. Although it was rare, it was possible. On the other hand, myocardial infarction could also cause abdominal pain, not chest pain. The human body was very complicated. It was not as simple as getting an illness wherever it hurt. At this moment, the patient was very likely to have a cholecystitis disease. Xianxia said, "Give me the test results." If they made a mistake and missed the treatment opportunity, the patient might die. After taking the patient's test results and reading it carefully, the blood routine indicated that the white blood cells were high, but not too high. However, myocardial infarction itself would cause a high white blood cell count, and so would infection. Therefore, the blood routine alone could not be used to make a diagnosis. Chen Song looked at Yao Jiwen. Replenish the fluid first. Do a lot of fluid. Yao Jiwen also understood the situation at this time. You mean? You're worried about septic shock? Chen Song nodded. In fact, whether it was cardiogenic shock or septic shock, it was the right time to replenish the fluid. As long as the patient's blood volume and blood pressure were increased, the blood supply and oxygen supply to the various organs could be guaranteed. Otherwise, the ischemic and hypoxic organs would starve to death one by one. Inform the ultrasound room for an emergency consultation. Chen Song decisively ordered. The young nurse quickly picked up the phone and started to contact them. To be sure, Chen Song did a detailed physical examination of the patient again. There were not many abnormalities in the heart-lung auscultation. When he read the chest radiograph again, there were no signs of heart failure or pulmonary edema. He did another electrocardiogram, but there were still no signs of myocardial infarction. The patient really did not have myocardial infarction. Chen Song was basically certain, the most objective way to diagnose myocardial infarction in the early stage was to do an electrocardiogram continuously. An electrocardiogram was cheap and convenient. There was no radiation and it could provide great value. It was really a good examination that was hard to come by. The ultrasound room was nearby. After a while, they pushed the machine over. Not long after, the test results were out. The results gave Chen Song and Yao Jiwen a shock. The ultrasound showed that the gallbladder was obviously enlarged. The gallbladder and bile duct walls were thickened. There were also many stones in the gallbladder. The bile duct was also obviously dilated. All these showed that the patient's gallbladder and bile duct were inflamed. Moreover, it was very likely to be acute obstructive suppurative cholangitis. Once the common bile duct was blocked by stones, the bile could not be smoothly discharged from the digestive tract. It was bound to accumulate and eventually lead to an increase in pressure in the bile duct. The bile would flow backward into the blood along with the bacteria entering the blood. There would be obvious signs of sepsis. In serious cases, the patient might go into shock. Chen Song immediately took out his phone and called Zhang Youfu. Zhang Zhixin happened to be on duty. He ran down and skipped. He discussed it with Teacher Bai, who was in charge of the ultrasound. After a comprehensive evaluation of the patient's condition, they clearly considered acute obstructive suppurative cholangitis and septic shock. It was recommended that the patient be immediately transferred to the general surgery department. As long as the bile duct was cut open and the gushing bile was allowed to flow out, the patient's condition would be significantly improved. As for the gallstone problem, they could discuss it later. They could slowly cut it open. After the patient was sent away, Yao Jiwen was drenched in sweat. Chen Song patted his back and found that it was drenched in sweat. Yao Jiwen's eyes were hazy with tears. Chen Song. Say. If I didn't invite you, would he be gone? Chen Song was dumbfounded by his question. Chen Song sighed and did not know what to say. The diagnosis of diseases was too complicated. Who could guarantee that they could make an accurate diagnosis? Chen Song had a cheat, but he could not see through it at a glance. If he did not touch it gently, Chen Song himself could not guarantee. Chen Song looked at Yao Jiwen. It was not his fault. Diseases were ever-changing. The symptoms of different diseases and supplementary examinations often overlapped. If one did not distinguish carefully, it was very easy to make mistakes. Therefore, medical practitioners should tremble with fear as if they were treading on thin ice. At this moment, Dr. Yen came back, with a doctor from the cardiology department. Chen Song sighed and looked at Yao Jiwen. You're very outstanding. At least you didn't run away. Yao Jiwen laughed until he cried. He really laughed until he cried. Tears streamed down his face. I really want to be a good doctor. Chen Song smiled. You're already. Other than comforting him, what else could he say at this moment? Yan Ming hurriedly ran over. Little Yao, where is he? Where did the patient go? Seeing Yao Jiwen cry, Yan Ming was so scared that he trembled. He left? Chen Song sighed, shook his head, and returned to the emergency surgery department. P.S. Thank you for little Ya's reward. Thank you, as a clinical doctor, you really need to tread on thin ice. Any junior doctor needs to constantly train before he grows into a real senior doctor. I was the same in the clinic back then. When I encountered such a situation, I was really at a loss. Chen Dehai carried Yang Jiehui's luggage and kept complaining, "Why do you have so many things? There are so many bags, big and small, what else can we keep in our house?" Chen Dehai saw that his wife was ignoring him and continued, "We are only staying here for a few days. It's not like we are moving here." Yang Jiehui turned around and glared at him, "Chen Dehai, are you done? You have said it hundreds of times along the way. Why are you acting like a girl?" Chen Dehai coughed and stopped talking. Yang Jiehui suddenly turned around, "Hey, let me ask you. Song Air suddenly asked us to buy a house in such a hurry. Is he interested in a girl?" Chen Dehai frowned and nodded, "Yes, I think so." After a while, Yang Jiehui suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "Look, is the money here?" Chen Dehai glared at her, "What are you talking about at the train station?" After that, she carefully touched her bag and looked around. Then, she nodded to Yang Jiehui. "Yes. It's here." Yang Jiehui was relieved, "Why aren't they here yet? Should I give them a call? I have so much money on me. I am panicking." Chen Dehai said, "Ammoniang City is big. It's normal to get stuck in traffic. Don't rush them." When the two of them heard that Chen Song wanted to buy a house, they were shocked. In the past 2 years, Chen Song didn't spend much money after graduation. Their second son didn't need much money for high school. They only saved a few 100,000 yuan. However, when the two of them heard that the house price in Ammoniang City was 15,000 yuan per square meter, they quickly borrowed money from the villagers. Fortunately, the Chen family went from house to house to help and could lend some money. This time, they came to Ammoniang City with a total of 150,000 yuan, which cleaned out the old couple's savings. As parents, no matter how much money they heard from Chen Song, they were still worried. If they could help, they would help. If they couldn't, there was nothing they could do. After all, buying a house wasn't a small matter. Who could take out so much money at once? Yang Jiehui couldn't help but say, "We have less than 10,000 yuan at home. Shouldn't we leave some for our second son? He still needs to go to school." Chen Dehai shook his head, "Let's solve boss's problem first. You know Song Air's character. If he didn't encounter any problems, he definitely wouldn't be in a hurry to buy a house. I think he probably has a girlfriend. Is the girl urging him?" Yang Jiehui nodded. She also felt that it was possible. Second brother will have to spend money after the Chinese New Year. After autumn, we will sell this year's corn. I will be able to get some for the second half of the year. Then, second brother's tuition and living expenses for next year will be paid out. Living like this is just a matter of moving forward step by step. Yang Jiehui had a sharp tongue, but she still listened to Chen Dehai when it came to family matters. After waiting for a while, Chen Song and Chen Luo saw Chen Dehai and Chen Chen. They smiled and walked over to greet them. Yang Jiehui saw her two sons, Chen Song and Chen Luo, walking side by side from afar. Her heart was blooming with joy. Wasn't this what parents wanted? Chen Song walked over and looked at his parents. They didn't change much. Chen Song was tall and big. He worked by the fire all year round. His skin was a little tanned. His arms under his short-sleeved shirt were very strong. Naturally, he didn't have the explosive muscles of a bodybuilder. However, in Chen Song's impression, his father's arms had always been very strong. The Chen brothers were both tall and big like Chen Dehai. Chen Luo was stronger than Chen Song, but Chen Song was still okay. Years of emergency work had also trained his body. His mother, Yang Jiehui, was a typical rural woman. She was diligent and thrifty in managing the household. Although the 4 members of the Chen family weren't rich, they were still happy. Chen Song looked at Chen Dehai carrying so many things and smiled, "Dad, why are you carrying so many things?" Chen Dehai laughed, "Your mother was worried about you. She quickly emptied our house." Chen Luo also laughed, "Dad, this is not fair. Our family's property is all given to brother. What about mine? I have to give my opinion." Chen Luo's words made the family laugh. Chen Dahai slapped him. I'll beat you to death, you brat. After the group of people came out, Chen Song directly took a taxi. He realized that there were too many things to fit in. Helpless, he could only take 2 taxis and drove to Chen Song's rented house. Chen Song booked a suite in the hotel downstairs. The family hadn't gathered for a long time and thought that they could chat at night. Chen Dahai liked to drink a few cups of wine during meals. Chen Song could also drink a little. Chen Luo didn't learn good things from a young age. He stole Chen Dahai's wine to drink. In the past, Chen Song thought that the children in the village were wild. After he came to work in the hospital, he realized that the wild children didn't care about location. For dinner, Chen Song went to Haidaleo. The family happily ate a hot pot. It was comfortable and his parents could also enjoy the thoughtful service. When they came in to wait, the waiter insisted on dragging Yang Jiehui to do a hand treatment. Yang Jiehui had never encountered such a thing. She suddenly blushed and felt embarrassed. She held Chen Dahai's hand and clenched her fists. She was too embarrassed to open her hand. Chen Luo and Chen Song followed behind and said with a smile, "Mom, go and try it." Chen Dahai also laughed, "Go and try it. The opponent is good. Look at your rough hands." In the end, Yang Jiehui walked in under the urging of a group of people. Standing at the door, Chen Song smiled and looked at his mother. This woman had followed his father silently and worked hard for her whole life. When his father was a chef, Yang Jiehui helped in the kitchen. It was a tough job. When Yang Jiehui opened her hand, Chen Song suddenly felt his heart being squeezed tightly. He saw that her small hands were full of wrinkles. There was some dirt between the lines that couldn't be washed clean. There were many wrinkles on the back of her hands. Her palms were rough and yellow with thick calluses. Chen Song suddenly felt a lump in his throat. It was these hands that raised him. He felt that he couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes. "I'm going to the toilet." He turned around and walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Bean-sized teardrops flowed down his face. Chen Luo quickly wiped his tears away and took a deep breath. He took a deep breath and went to the toilet to wash his face. Looking at his handsome and tall appearance in the mirror, he looked 70 to 80% similar to Yang Jiehui. Chen Luo took a deep breath and secretly made up his mind to earn money as soon as possible to be filial to his parents. It wasn't that Chen Luo liked to cry. On the contrary, Chen Luo was very stubborn when he was in school. His temper was just like Chen Dahai's. But at this moment, seeing his mother's hands that she worked hard for her whole life, Chen Luo's heart hurt more than a knife. He didn't notice it before, but now, Chen Song's mind was full of his mother's rough and calloused hands. Chen Dahai stood behind him with a smile in his eyes. "It's been hard on you, my wife." When it was time to eat, Chen Song brought wine. The wine was given by Li Baoshan. Li Baoshan didn't drink the wine given by the patient. Instead, he gave it to Chen Song. The wine was good wine, 20 years old Bifan. This time, Yang Jiehui didn't stop them from drinking. Instead, she looked at the 3 men with a smile and scolded, "This family, you 3 men bully me, a woman." Whenever Yang Jiehui scolded Chen Dahai, he always smiled and didn't talk back. At this time, he even helped. "Yes, Chen Luo. You made your mother angry when you were young. Look at how angry you are." Yang Jiehui suddenly glared at Chen Dahai, "You make me angry every day. Luo Er is more sensible than you." Looking at the electronic ordering tablet, Yang Jiehui didn't know how to use it. But when she looked at the price, her heart skipped a beat. It was really expensive. Chen Song ordered a lot, but in front of others, Yang Jiehui was embarrassed to say it. She could only say, "I can't finish it." "Don't order so much." Chen Song smiled and added a few more features. After the waiter left, Yang Jiehui couldn't help but say, "Song Er, it's so expensive. Order less." Chen Song couldn't help but say, "Aya, Mom, don't worry. We have money now. This time, I'm here to let you enjoy. Let's go to the Hot Spring Hotel tomorrow and stay for 2 days to see the house." Speaking of the house, Yang Jiehui couldn't help but say, "Why are you buying a house?" Chen Dahai also said with a gossipy face, "Is it because you have a girlfriend?" Chen Song shook his head. No, it's because I saved some money during this time and my job is stable. I won't invest the money. It's better to buy a house. Yang Jiehui looked doubtful. She and Chen Dehai had been discussing it for a long time. She always felt that Chen Song had a girlfriend. Her family urged him to buy a house. Chen Dehai felt that the girl was pregnant. In any case, he would buy a house properly. Yang Jiehui cautiously said, Song your father and I gave you 150,000 yuan before we came here. Is that enough? When Chen Song heard this, he was dumbfounded. Dad, Mom, take the money back and return it to him. I'm really not short of money now. When I'm on break from work, I go to the plastic surgery hospital to do plastic surgery. It costs hundreds of thousands a month. I just finished it for a boss. During this period of time, I've saved more than 1 million, so I want to buy a house. When Yang Jiehui heard that, she said, then take the money and renovate it. What doesn't cost money? There's a lot of furniture too. Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, I can earn more than 100,000 yuan every month. Take it back and take good care of yourselves. Don't work so hard in the future. Don't worry about my tuition and living expenses. When my house is ready, you guys can come and stay. When the time comes, you can cook for me and Chen Luo. Chen Luo can also go home. We're all in Ammoniang City, so we can take care of each other. When Chen Dehai heard this, he quickly nodded. Yes, you can come and cook for Tsong in the future. I'll stay at home. Yang Jiehui looked at Chen Dehai. If I leave, who will cook for you? Chen Dehai laughed. I'm a chef. I'm not afraid of this. Yang Jiehui shook her head. Let's talk about this in the future. Your dad and I are still useful now. We don't need to trouble you. Also, we've been in the village for half our lives. We're not used to going out. Your dad is used to staying at home and likes to visit other people. Help us out. Let's talk about it when we're old and useless. Chen Song didn't insist. He just wanted his parents to do what was comfortable for them. But Chen Song still said, Dad, Mom, don't tire yourself out in the future. Take care of your body. You have to be careful when you're old. The meal lasted for a long time. After finishing a bottle of wine, Chen Dehai was about to open the second bottle, but Yang Jiehui stopped him. When they came out of the restaurant, Chen Dehai and Yang Jiehui couldn't help but sigh. The service is really good. The towel used to wipe my hands is always warm. The service staff is really diligent. They even brought me to the toilet. They chatted and laughed as they returned to the hotel. The four of them sat together and bought some sunflower seeds. They turned on the TV and chatted. The night passed by as they chatted and laughed. After Chen Song started working, he didn't return home during the new year. Also, when you're under pressure, your personality will become irritable and dull. Now that Chen Song had improved the Chen family's finances, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. The next day, Chen Song brought his family to Yeyang Villa's hot spring hotel. The family had a good rest. Chen Bingxing gave him 5 tickets. Chen Song didn't know why it was only 5. 4 tickets were enough. Chen Song wanted to give the remaining ticket to someone else. But they all had activities. Chen Song had no choice but to keep the ticket in his bag. He thought that he would come here to have fun when he had time in the future. For the past 2 days, the Chen family of 4 had been having fun. They went out to look at houses during the day and went back to soak in the hot spring at night to watch performances. In the beginning, Chen Dehai was very enthusiastic. He went to the sales department to ask about this and that, thinking about how to brag to his fair-weather friends when he went back. However, after looking at more than 10 houses for a day, Chen Dehai's interest began to fade. However, Yang Jiehui's interest was getting better and better. She was even more professional than Chen Dehai. What lighting, what layout, what feng shui, what. He could talk about all sorts of things with the young lady in the sales department. After returning home at night, Yang Jiehui even followed a storytelling program on her phone and listened to it. The next day, the family went to a newly developed building called Vangxi Yang near Xianxia Square. It was very close to the second provincial hospital and the building had not been completely built yet. There were still some places that were under construction. Although the houses had not been built yet, most of them had already been sold. Chen Song followed the sales lady and pointed at the sand table. At this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Chen Song. After Chen Song heard the voice, he couldn't help but be stunned. This voice had appeared in his life for a long time. It was very familiar. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Song turned around silently. Gang Yan. Chen Song's voice was light. He looked at the familiar person in front of him. He originally thought that it would be awkward after meeting, but he did not expect it to be very simple when he called out her name. Gang Yan did not change. She was dressed in familiar clothes and had a familiar smile. The way she looked at Chen Song was also familiar. This girl was like that. She was magnanimous, dared to love and hate, and said whatever she wanted. Gang Yan smiled. It's really you. I haven't seen you in a long time. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Yes, I haven't seen you in a long time, but you haven't changed at all. Although the two of them had not seen each other for a long time, they naturally became familiar with each other. Gang Yan looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, "Are you going to buy a house? You're rich. Getting married?" Chen Song shook his head. "I don't even have a partner, how can I get married? But I'm going to look for a house. After all, my job is stable. I want to find a place to live first." Speaking of a partner, Chen Song avoided the topic. "You're looking for a house too?" Gang Yan herself was from a Monyang city. Her family was well off. When she went out to eat with Chen Song in school, she often took the initiative to pay the bill. In order to take care of Chen Song's feelings, she rarely ordered expensive dishes. After they broke up, there were various reasons. After all, everyone had their own ambitions. It was not necessarily because of who was bad. It could only be said that everyone had their own pursuits. Gang Yan shook her head. "Well, yes. This place is not far from Eastern University's first hospital, so I came to look for a house." Chen Song was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Didn't the hospital give Jing Ran a house after he came back?" Gang Yan nodded. "Originally, it was said to be a house, but it's an old house and the square meter is relatively small. We're going to get married and have children, so we wanted a bigger house. So the hospital simply gave us a settlement fee, so we came to look." Gang Yan couldn't help but say, "It seems that you were right not to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Now that you've taken the postgraduate entrance exam, it's hard to find a job after graduation. Our classmates are now worried." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Didn't I go back to school? Now you're all senior brothers and sisters." Gang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that the 3 years in the emergency department didn't hit you hard. You're still so naughty?" Chen Song smiled and didn't say anything. Yang Jiewei pulled Chen Luo and Chen Dehai to look at the real estate happily. She talked with the sales lady clearly and logically. How could you tell that she was a villager? Even if she was a village in the city and had several houses. Now she couldn't care less about Chen Song. Chen Song asked, "By the way, you came alone?" Gang Yan shook her head. "I came with Jing Ran." "Oh. By the way, Jing Ran is my husband. We're getting married soon. Remember to come to the wedding." Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. The table of ex-boyfriends? Gang Yan almost burst out laughing. She jokingly scolded, "Get lost, then you'll be sitting alone at the table." Chen Song laughed out loud. The relationship between the two was really good. When they were in university, it was not love at first sight. Chen Song was the class monitor, and Gang Yan was the study committee member. The two were very good friends at first, and then they got along well. Therefore, due to their personalities, the two of them were able to get along. However, Gang Yan was an ambitious person. Chen Song said with a smile, "I thought you were going to get a doctorate. Getting married as a graduate student is different from your original vow." Gang Yan sneered. "At that time, you said that you wouldn't go to graduate school even if you were beaten to death. Aren't you doing it now?" After saying that, Gang Yan sighed. "I was too naive back then. How could life be planned by oneself? Rather than saying that we choose life, it's better to say that life chooses us. In fact, your choice is not wrong. It's just like how I came back to get married and go to work now. Everyone has different circumstances, and life never has a script. There's a difference between imagination and reality. People should do the right things at the right time according to their own situation. Chen Song smiled and did not say anything. Gang Yan could understand this. Compared to her previous strong self, she had changed a lot. Speaking of this, Gang Yan hesitated for a while. Then, she looked at Chen Song and seriously advised, however, when you have a choice, I still think that you should choose the best. I think that your graduate school is really a good choice. After all, you're so outstanding. You can really make some achievements. Moreover, you've been in the hospital for so long. You should know that the hospital's requirements for academic qualifications are still very high. A bachelor's degree is only a resident doctor, but Jing Ran is now the deputy director of the department. I'm not saying how good Jing Ran is, and I'm not showing off. You know me. I just think that academic qualifications are really important sometimes, especially in the field of medicine. It saves a lot of time. Chen Song did not deny it. That was the truth. In the hospital, there were hard conditions for promotion. 5 years after graduation, one could pass the intermediate exam, which was to say, attending physician. Another 5 years after graduation, one could pass the exam for associate chief physician, and another 5 years for chief physician. On the other hand, 2 years after graduation, one could pass the exam for attending physician, 3 years for associate chief physician, and 5 years for chief physician. A doctorate was even more impressive. After graduation, one could become an attending physician. After 2 years, one could pass the exam for associate chief physician, and after 3 years, one could pass the exam for chief physician. How many years did you see the difference? After postdoc Jing Ran came back, he directly became an associate chief physician and deputy director of the department. He was only in his early 30s, but he had already done things that others in their 40s might not be able to do. Why was the threshold of the hospital high? It was because of this, Gang Yan sighed and continued, besides, academic qualifications are not just a proof. You can learn a lot during this period of time and master a lot of skills. The reason why Jing Ran could make conditions with the hospital, such as giving me a house and arranging a job for me, is because Jing Ran's skills are not available in the first hospital of Eastern University. They need such a talent. You didn't go to the school's freshman ceremony last time. A freshman was in a coma and was later diagnosed with pulmonary hydatid disease. This disease can't be treated in Dongyang. If it weren't for Jing Ran and brother Chen who came to attend the school's celebration, the patient would have died. To put it bluntly, the key is skills. If you don't see the outside world, you won't see many surgeries and diseases at all. Chen Song was stunned. Pulmonary hydatid disease? Wasn't that done by Jing Ran and himself? Gang Yan continued, also, look at Jing Ran. The house given by the hospital was converted into a settlement fee of 1 million yuan. How much money can you make in the hospital for 6 years? A junior doctor would be lucky to make 3,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. It would take 3 to 5 years to make a name for yourself. Chen Song looked at Gang Yan. At this time, he suddenly heard someone call, Gang Yan. Gang Yan quickly responded, come, Chen Song. Let me introduce you to my husband. While speaking, Gang Yan turned around and pulled Jing Ran over. She was about to speak, let me introduce you. This is, Jing Ran was stunned, Dr. Chen? Chen Song smiled awkwardly, hello, Dr. Jing. While speaking, Gang Yan was a little confused. What was going on? Do you know each other? Jing Ran was a little excited to see Chen Song. After all, the cooperation with Chen Song back then was memorable. Of course I know him. This is Dr. Chen who rescued a patient with pulmonary hydatid cyst with me at the Provincial People's Hospital. Let me introduce you. This Dr. Chen's surgical skills are very high and skilled. I can't compare to him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to do it at all. Speaking of this, Jing Ran smiled embarrassedly, actually, I bragged to you. Dr. Chen was the chief surgeon at the time, and I helped him. Dr. Chen's skills and talent are far above mine. Hearing this, Gang Yan was dumbfounded and speechless. She looked at Jing Ran as if she was looking at an idiot. I just bragged to you, and you. You disappointing thing, Seeing Deng Yan's expression change, Jing Ran thought that she remembered the eggs of the pulmonary hydatid cyst. Her expression changed instantly. Deng Yan, when I sent that photo, I thought. Dr. Qin gave it to her first. Deng Yan's expression changed again. She glared at Chen Song, her eyes saying, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Chen Song couldn't help but take a step back and look at Jing Ran. "Damn, don't drag me down with you," Jing Ran quickly said. "Actually, Dr. Chen advised me not to send you the photo." Ding. Deng Yan's favorability -5. Chen Song's expression changed. "Well, let's meet another day. I suddenly have something here." At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded. "Help! Save me! Help!" Someone fell down from upstairs. Chen Song and Jing Ran's expressions changed. They couldn't care less about anything else and ran directly in the direction of the sound. P.S. It's midnight now. There's still time at noon. Thank you Boss Ling and Mo Ru for your generous rewards. Thank you. Ever since he started working in the emergency department, Chen Song's heart had always been tense. He had never completely relaxed. Sometimes, when he fell asleep and heard the first aid ambulance downstairs, Chen Song would suddenly turn over and get out of bed. It was better this year. Perhaps he was used to this kind of life. Therefore, the moment he heard the cry for help, Chen Song did not have time to react at all. He ran in that direction. It was the same for Jing Ran. Jing Ran was a thoracic surgeon. He often cooperated with the emergency department to carry out all kinds of rescue work. After so many years, he had also cultivated such vigilance. Perhaps, this was the same as when the police heard keywords like help, robbery, murder. As a medical staff, many times, the word saving lives had become their responsibility. It was the doctor's duty to save the dying and heal the injured. Therefore, for so many years, even if the case of doctors repaying evil with good had never stopped, you would still see all kinds of cases of medical staff stepping forward at stations, squares, trains, and planes. Sometimes, even if life was difficult, there were still some people who were not afraid of it because they had poetry and a distant future in their hearts. This was like Guo Zhiyong stepping forward to save 3 children in a flash. There was no time to think about it. Chen Song and Jing Ran only had one thought in their hearts: save the patient first. They originally thought that the distance was not far, but they did not expect that the person who fell from upstairs was not here, but at the construction site around the sales department. The two of them did not care about the dust flying along the way. When they hurried over, 3 to 5 minutes had already passed. At this time, 7 or 8 people surrounded them. Chen Song quickly shouted, "Get out of the way, we are doctors." With one sentence, the crowd dispersed. At this time, the patient's condition was exposed in front of everyone. Seeing the patient's condition, Chen Song could not help but feel his scalp tingle. He saw a steel bar piercing straight through the neck and through the entire right side of his chest. The bleeding was serious, and his life was in danger. He was firmly nailed by a steel bar that was more than 10 meters long and could not move. Chen Song bent down and looked down. He saw a steel bar penetrating his neck from below, penetrating the entire right side of his chest. The steel bar was different from Zhu Yongwang's. It had a diameter of about 25 millimeters and a length of more than 10 meters. This steel bar was connected to a rock, which pinned the patient firmly, making it difficult for him to move. The entire scene was so bloody and violent that it made one's hair stand on end. At this moment, blood was still gushing out from his chest. Looking at the two of them, their hearts trembled. On the other hand, the injured man was a middle-aged man who was not even 50 years old. He was dressed in overalls and his face was covered in dirt. However, at this moment, his brows were tightly knitted, his teeth were clenched, and his fists were clenched tightly. He did not say a word. This kind of pain was absolutely heart-wrenching, but the man did not make a sound. His tanned face was full of determination, like the image of a tough guy on TV. But Chen Song knew that the tough guy was just an act. But there was no way he could pretend. Who would joke about their own life? Even though Chen Song had been in the emergency department for 3 years, he was still shocked by the situation in front of him. The surrounding workers were also so scared that they did not dare to move. Chen Song quickly said, "Call 119. Jing Ran was stunned. She quickly took out her phone and started to make calls. At this time, Xianxia had to understand how the patient was injured. He had to understand the possible parts of the injury as soon as possible, as well as the things that should be paid attention to during the rescue. After making the call, Jing Ran did not call 120. Instead, she directly called the hospital's emergency department. However, no one picked up. Jing Ran was so anxious that her right hand, which was holding the phone, was trembling. When she heard the beeping sound, her face was ashen. She was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone. Xianxia simply called the 2nd Provincial Hospital's nurse station. Deng Ziyang, the patient is almost 50 years old. He fell from the building and was penetrated by a steel bar. Hurry up and send a car over. The one on duty at the nurse station was Xiaolin. Hearing Xianxia's anxious voice, she quickly contacted the first aid master and ran out of the emergency room with a box in her arms. The one on duty at the emergency department was Wang Qian. After learning about the incident, he quickly contacted the operating theater and did emergency rescue work. Then, he directly reported the matter to Li Baoshan. The entire 2nd Provincial Hospital's emergency department was instantly linked. Even on a National Day holiday like this, it would definitely not affect the rescue work. There were a few professions in this world that never dared to rest. One was a doctor, and the other was a police officer. All police officers, one was a line of defense for people's safety, the other was a line of rescue for people's lives. Not long after the 119 call was made, the rescue work began to be quickly deployed. Xianxia looked at the time. It was 9:15. Without a monitor or any kind of safety guarantee, Xianxia did not dare to take too many unnecessary measures. The only thing he could do at the moment was to stop the bleeding. Xianxia took off his short-sleeved shirt and pressed it on the patient's bleeding wound. Stopping the bleeding with pressure was the only thing he could do now. Everything had to wait for the 120 ambulance to arrive. After the monitoring, he had to consider how to cut off the steel bar. The time was 9:23. The patient's consciousness began to blur slightly. Xianxia estimated that the amount of blood loss had reached about 1,000. Xianxia began to panic. If he wanted to transfer the patient to the ambulance, he had to cut off the steel bar first. However, there were no suitable tools at the construction site, so he needed the help of 119. 9:25 in the morning, the sound of the fire engine finally rang out, and the fire engine drove in. After the crowd was evacuated, the firefighters began their emergency work. After arriving, Xianxia quickly negotiated. Hello. Comrade, I'm Xianxia from the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. The 120 ambulance will arrive soon. Now, what we need to do is to cut off the steel bar below. Firefighter Wei Hong looked at the topless Xianxia and pressed his clothes on the patient's wound to stop the bleeding. His white short-sleeved shirt was completely dyed red. Wei Hong nodded. At this time, the job of the firefighters was to cooperate with the medical workers to complete the rescue. Hello, Dr. Chen. What do we need to do now? Wei Hong was experienced. He knew that the best choice was to cooperate with the doctor and not make a decision blindly. Xianxia made a judgment. We need to prop the patient up, then cut off the steel bar below, and then cut off the steel bar above. Comrade, prepare the things first. The 120 will be here soon. At this time, it was 9:30 in the morning. It had been about 20 minutes since the patient was injured. The amount of blood loss was not very high. A short period of pressure to stop the bleeding had still played a role. At this moment, the patient's condition was still stable. Xianxia waited anxiously for the arrival of the 120. Xianxia did not dare to act rashly as the first aid ambulance had not arrived yet. The process of cutting the rebar was definitely not completely safe. Any danger could endanger the patient's life. In comparison, the current scene looked very bloody and violent. However, the patient was conscious and clear-headed. In other words, the patient's condition was stable. At this time, it was important to avoid causing or aggravating damage to the blood vessels due to random changes. Fortunately, the rebar had pierced through the right side of the chest and not the left side or sternum. Otherwise, it would really be over. At this time, the only worry was whether the rebar had damaged the aorta or the trachea. It could not cause blood to flow into the respiratory tract. Thinking of this, Xianxia could only adjust the patient's position slightly and try his best to make the patient more conscious so that it would be easier for the transport and rescue later. Chen Song comforted him. How do you feel? The man clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Sweat kept coming out of his head. Hearing Chen Song's words, the man struggled to open his eyes. I'm fine. Chen Song nodded. He was not as nervous as before. Well, don't be so nervous now. Relax. We'll need to cut the rebar later. Calm your breathing. Chen Song spoke to the man, hoping to wake him up. 9:35 a.m., the first aid ambulance sped over like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. After the driver, Old Yang, received Chen Song's call, he stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the construction site. Just as the car stopped, the nurse, Little Lin, ran over with the first aid kit. Wang Qian was also carrying oxygen bags and other things, rushing over. At this moment, Chen Song felt at ease. They could start the rescue. Chen Song turned around and looked at the surrounding workers. Have you contacted the boss? One of the workers quickly said, yes. He'll be here soon. 9:40 a.m. The rescue work began. Under the guidance of Chen Song and the others, the patient was raised by the firefighters using equipment. Then, they needed to cut the rebar that was connected to the stone slab on the ground. This process needed to be done very carefully, as the patient's injured part was special. Any violent vibration could damage the internal organs. And because the rebar was rough and uneven, every time the patient raised it slightly, he had to put in a lot of effort. The veins on both sides of the man's temples bulged as he clenched his fists and trembled. What a strong man! The capillaries around his clenched teeth ruptured, and blood flowed out along with his saliva. It was really painful, but from the beginning to the end, he didn't make a single sound. His steel-like willpower was supporting his life. Just as he was about to raise it, the patient's condition did not allow it. Chen Song quickly stopped him. All right, firefighter comrade, do you think this distance is okay? Wei Hong lowered his head and judged the distance. That should be it. Chen Song quickly asked all the medical staff to help the patient and waited for the steel bar to be cut. Time passed by, second by second. The first violent movement would bring about a violent hemorrhage. Be careful. 9:50. The rebar on the patient's back was successfully cut off. Chen Song looked at the 1.5-meter-long steel rod that extended from his neck. There was no way to do a CT scan in this situation. He had to cut it. Thinking of this, the firefighters started to work again. Chen Song held the rebar tightly with both hands, afraid that the cutting process would damage the blood vessels in the patient's neck. The neck was much more dangerous than the lungs, so he had to be careful. Feeling the violent vibration, Chen Song wanted to stabilize himself. The 10 o'clock sun was already very hot. At this time, Chen Song was shirtless under the sun, and sweat dripped down. The originally urgent work was very tiring and laborious, and under high concentration. Chen Song did not dare to relax at all. He had been under the hot sun for almost an hour. However, Chen Song did not seem to feel the slightest bit. Finally, accompanied by a crisp sound. Under the close supervision of the medical staff, the firefighters cut off the steel bar twice. At this moment, the time was locked at 10:03. With the help of Old Yang, the patient was successfully transferred to the trolley and sent to the ambulance. At this time, the patient had begun to look pale due to the large amount of blood loss. Although he was not unconscious, the color of his lips had begun to change. The patient's condition was not optimistic. This was only the simplest. The real danger was opening its bloody mouth step by step, preparing to ravage and swallow the strong soul. Bleeding was no longer the greatest danger. This kind of puncture wound would cause tension and blood pneumothorax, and even cause hypoxia. The heart might face the danger of sudden cardiac arrest at any time. No one dared to relax at all. The numbers on the ECG monitor seemed to be urging them to die. Beeping sounds could be heard. Chen Song felt that his breathing was a little irregular. After being exposed to the sun for a long time and sweating a lot, Chen Song's condition was not very good. On the monitor, the patient's blood pressure was 9,050 millimeters of mercury. His heart rate began to slow down, and so did his breathing. His blood oxygen saturation was less than 85. All the medical staff in the ambulance did not say a word. Time, 10:10 in the morning. The ambulance stopped at the entrance of the emergency room of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. The patient was quickly pushed into the emergency room. At this moment, the man, who was resolute and strong, who had not made a sound from the beginning to the end, who was like a mountain, had fallen into a coma with low blood pressure. The color of his lips had begun to turn purple. Chen Song quickly began to perform emergency treatment on the patient. Chen Song quickly called for fluid replacement and pressure increase, urgent blood test, blood transfusion. Everything had to be done quickly. At this time, a successful colleague was especially important, and when Chen Song was in a hurry to save him, Jing Ran quickly took on this responsibility. Drainage tube. Give me a thoracic drainage tube. Hearing Jing Ran's hurried voice, the nurse quickly prepared. Jing Ran was indeed a postdoc in the thoracic department. A set of closed thoracic drainage tubes was very smooth. At this time, the closed thoracic drainage could completely relieve the hypoxia caused by tension and blood pneumothorax. It could even reduce the state of sudden cardiac arrest. No one was idle. The rescue was carried out in an orderly manner. Time, 10:35 in the morning. The patient's blood pressure rose, and gradually, his vital signs finally stabilized. The second provincial hospital of the emergency department was a green channel. The examination was carried out quickly, chest X-ray, chest CT weight, all kinds of examinations were completed in 10 minutes. The results of the examination showed that the patient's chest had a penetrating wound, tension pneumothorax, and severe esophagus damage. Time, 10:50 in the morning. In a few minutes, all the preoperative preparations were done. The patient was finally pushed into the operating theater. The emergency surgery was about to begin. P.S. 5 chapters for today. Oh right, at the request of the group leader, this book opened the V group, 2,000 fan points, and the leader group, 10,000 fan points. The fan points were added to the group leader and management in a private message. The group number was 6069132206. On one side was the emergency department's frontline, cardiology department, orthopedics department, imaging department, and cardiothoracic department. On the other side was the ICU, operating theater, anesthesiology department, blood transfusion department, laboratory department, and many other departments working together in tacit cooperation. What they had to face next was a fierce battle that could last for more than 10 hours. In the operating theater, Chen Song from the emergency department, Jing Ran from the thoracic department, Wang Qian from the emergency department, and Zhang Xueliang from the orthopedics department waited anxiously for the operation to begin. This was a young rescue team with an average age of no more than 31 years old. This was a high-speed rescue that was related to life and death. The incident happened so suddenly that the second-string doctors were on the way, and the department directors from all departments were about to arrive. In this temporary rescue team, one person had to stand up and become the leader of this surgery. Jing Ran was a little timid. However, he was the only associate chief physician among everyone present. He had to stand up. Escape, your retreat was undoubtedly cowardice toward the Grim Reaper. Your cowardice would not earn the Grim Reaper's favor. It would only earn his ridicule. When he thought of this, Jing Ran gritted his teeth and cheered himself on. Go, Jing Ran. At this moment, whether it was about responsibility or other things, he had to give it his all in this cross-hospital rescue. At this moment, in the operating theater, all the scrub nurses, anesthesiologists, blood transfusion doctors, and laboratory doctors needed a backbone to stand up. There was one person who was going to coordinate the operation. Jing Ran was about to speak when he suddenly realized that Chen Song had taken a step forward. Chen Song turned around and said, "Prepare for tracheal intubation. Prepare for venous access." When the nurses heard Chen Song's words, they quickly got up and began to prepare. Jing Ran did not hesitate and began the next step. A few minutes later, tracheal intubation successful. Venous access established. Chen Song nodded and continued to say seriously, "Prepare for extracorporeal circulation. Extracorporeal circulation machine ready." Chen Song continued to make arrangements in an orderly manner. Prepare blood plasma. Blood plasma in place. Artificial blood vessels in place. The medical team's emergency calls again and again. The medical team's tacit cooperation time and time again. Safety measures were constantly perfected. The resuscitation plans kept coming into effect. Time and time again, he pulled the injured back from the brink of death. Chen Song took a deep breath. Right now, he knew that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. What he was about to face was the most serious rescue operation Xianxia had ever done. This time, he was the core of the rescue team, and he was waiting for Xianxia's orders at all times. No one doubted Xianxia, because now was not the time to be suspicious. Anesthesiologist Lu Jian stared at the familiar face in astonishment. His eyes were filled with a sense of unfamiliarity. Was that Xianxia? Even Wang Qian felt that Xianxia's body exuded a strange smell, which was very different from the usual slightly mischievous junior doctor. All the young nurses noticed that Xianxia had an imposing aura around him: confidence, rigorous, be serious, domineering. That's right, Xianxia wasn't the only person in the depths of Xianxia's soul. A doctor named Bai Chuan was using his lifetime's worth of knowledge and experience to help Xianxia with this rescue operation. Under the shadowless lamp, a smoke-free battle was going on. In front of the operating table, a few inexperienced junior doctors were using their lifetime's worth of knowledge to do their best. In the operating room, medical staff from 7 to 8 departments were ready to do anything at any time. The first step of the operation was to ascertain the condition of the injury. Even if there were video data to rely on, there were many details that couldn't be captured by the machine. Therefore, the next step was to perform a thoracotomy. However, this way, a serious problem was presented to everyone, and that was how to choose the incision. At this moment, the design of the incision was of utmost importance. Not only did it have to ensure the patient's safety, not increase the amount of blood loss, and not damage the surrounding tissues, but it also had to provide the possibility of repairing any major injuries. At the same time, it had to be convenient to remove the rebar that was inserted nearly 50 centimeters into the thoracic cavity. The incision had to ensure all three conditions at the same time. Jing Ran was a little hesitant. What should I do, if it was my teacher, academician Liu? What would he do at this time? This was Jing Ran's habitual thought. When he encountered something that he couldn't solve, he began to think about how he would calmly face the same situation if his teacher was in the same situation. Xianxia turned to look at the radiologist beside him and said, "Turn on the backlight, I'll take a look at the film." The radiologist quickly nodded. At this time, Xianxia began to analyze all kinds of possibilities. Gradually, he began to analyze in his mind and formed a train of thought. Every minute and second was precious. However, there was no medicine for regret. One cut to life, one cut to death. Xianxia had to be cautious. The sound on the instrument was constantly jumping, and the sound of the external circulation machine was constantly rising and falling. Even the nervous breathing of the people around him could be heard. 1 minute and 21 seconds later, Xianxia turned around and looked at Jing Ran, Wang Qian, and Zhang Xueliang. He began to explain the situation word by word, explaining his own plan. He told everyone everything that could be considered, including the anesthesiologist Lu Jian and even the scrub nurses. Xianxia wanted to ensure that this rescue operation was foolproof. There was no big shot, he would be the big shot. According to Xianxia's plan, the operation was divided into 3 stages. The first step was to explore the chest, ligate the blood vessels, and remove the steel. The second step was to repair the damaged organs. The third step was to change the position and repair the fracture. Xianxia picked up the scalpel and began his operation. At this moment, the time was fixed at 11:10 in the morning. The patient's vital signs were stable, his breathing was even, his blood pressure rose, and his blood oxygen saturation returned to normal. At this moment, the operation officially began. When the scalpel cut the skin, he quickly took the hemostatic gauze and prepared for everything. Jing Ran looked at Xianxia's choice and frowned as he pondered. This position. He didn't expect it. Jing Ran's eyes lit up. This way, he could effectively avoid the aorta trunk and ligate the thoracic blood vessels. However, this position was really tiring. How long could Xianxia last? This operation was definitely a tough battle, and it would definitely last for a long time. Xianxia's choice of position made Jing Ran feel awkward and uncomfortable no matter where he stood. He had to tilt his body and cleverly perform the operation. This would speed up the loss of stamina. Soon, as the thoracic cavity was opened, everyone saw the severely damaged thoracic cavity and an extremely bloody scene. Various red names appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Time, 11:30. The red names were: fractured right sternoclavicular joint, fractured clavicle, second rib fracture, and several other fractures in his chest. Next was the damage to the blood vessels. At this time, blood was still seeping out. Damaged subclavian vein, right nameless vein rupture into superior cavity, aortic root laceration, 3 serious blood vessels. The most critical was the laceration at the aortic root. The rebar that penetrated the chest was now close to the aortic trunk. At this time, the wound was tightly pressed by the rebar, and not much blood was gushing out, but it needed to be treated in time, and the right nameless vein entered the upper cavity, close to the heart and the aortic root. There were 3 huge lacerations, the largest of which was nearly 2 cm. All the information told Xianxia that all of this was troublesome. But this was not all. Along with the deeper parts of the rebar, the lung damage was constantly exposed. Right hilum laceration, azygous vein rupture, right upper lung damage, right upper bronchus rupture. Looking at the severely damaged lung, Jingran could not help but thump. Even the doctors behind her were salivating and felt that their breathing was stagnant. Continuing, Xianxia carefully opened the lung. 4 ribs at the back of the right chest were shattered, and the corresponding intercostal arteries were damaged. After the exploration of the chest, Xianxia was very meticulous. With the special characteristics of his eyes, he showed all the surrounding organs and tissues, so that everyone knew what was going on. However, such a serious injury made everyone feel uncertain in their hearts. The difficulty of the surgery could be imagined. The exploration was completed. Time, 11:42. Xianxia looked at Jingran and Wang Qian and said, "Prepare to ligate the blood vessels and remove the rebar. Listen to my instructions." The 2 nodded in a low voice. This process had to be carried out carefully. Rebar was not stainless steel. There were different types of rebar structures on it, and it was a sharp weapon for the delicate human organs. Time passed by minute. This half-a-meter-long rebar had to be removed bit by bit, and it had to not aggravate the damage. This required a pair of incomparably steady hands, a pair of strong and powerful hands. Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked at Jingran. "Be careful, don't worry." He turned to Wang Qian and Zhang Xueliang and said, "Stop the bleeding." Wang Qian had already used up countless pieces of gauze to stop the bleeding, piece by piece. Piece by piece. Hemostatic gauze was piled up on the surgical table as if they were free. At this time, Xianxia also had to take into account the patient's vital signs. Once he found any problems, he had to make timely adjustments. Xianxia turned to look at the nurse. "Continue injecting blood." The nurse nodded and began to transfuse the correct plasma that had been verified many times. Everyone was busy with their work in an orderly manner under the arrangement of Xianxia. At this moment, the door to the operating room opened. Li Baoshan walked in after washing his hands, followed by Taomi and Li Jianwei. The mainstays of the 3 major surgeries of the 2nd Provincial Hospital had all arrived. Everyone turned to look at him. When he saw the 3 department heads, his face immediately lit up. Xianxia hurriedly shouted coldly, "Don't move." Jingran's body trembled. Wang Qian and Zhang Xueliang did not even dare to raise their heads as they focused on stopping the bleeding. At this moment, Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Don't think that Xianxia went overboard. In the face of life, nothing could compare. Hearing Xianxia's reprimand, Li Baoshan was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Taomi and then at Li Jianwei. The 2 of them did not change their expressions. There was no change in their expressions. They also heaved a sigh of relief. When a general was outside, he would not obey the emperor's orders. When a doctor was at the operating table, he could not be distracted. He had to do his best. At this moment, Xianxia was a general who was fighting against the enemy. Li Baoshan and the other 2 put on their surgical gowns with the help of the nurse. They carefully walked to the front and looked at Xianxia in the surgical field. He held the steel bar with one hand and carefully peeled it off with the other. The hand holding the steel bar in his left hand was as steady as Mount Tai. It did not move at all. Li Jianwei was a little surprised. Xiao Chen's hand was so steady. What strong arms! However, 1 minute. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 60 minutes, Li Jianwei was dumbfounded. Was Xianxia not tired? This was a steel bar, not a piece of paper. Even if it was a piece of paper, wouldn't he be tired after holding it for 30 minutes? The key was that he had to ensure that the steel bar in his hand was not biased on the operating table. More than 10 pairs of eyes around them stared at Chen Song. They were touched. The 3 chief physicians had been in for an hour, but Chen Song did not move at all. He was as steady as a bell. The 3 of them were in turmoil. The one who felt it the most was Jing Ran. He was completely convinced by Chen Song's spirit. What kind of perseverance was this? What kind of strength was this? What kind of courage was this? Jing Ran was convinced. He was convinced from the bottom of his heart, at this moment. Time, 1:15 in the afternoon. The 60-centimeter-long steel bar covered in blood was finally slowly removed from the patient's body. Everyone was overjoyed. Suddenly, they felt like clapping their hands and cheering. However, before everyone could be excited, the aorta was ruptured, a gush of blood spurted out. Chen Song reacted quickly. Block it with your hand. Ligate the blood vessels. Give me the suture thread. Prepare to suture immediately. Chen Song spoke quickly. Jing Ran quickly prepared the hemostatic forceps. Wang Qian had already taken the suture needle from the nurse. Chen Song said, ligation. Hemostatic gauze. Jing Ran and Wang Qian's tacit cooperation allowed Chen Song to take the needle holder in time. Chen Song's reaction was very fast. The 3 chief physicians behind him were stunned. This kind of emergency responsibility was an ability that an outstanding senior attending physician must have, and Chen Song had it at this moment. On the operating table, changes were ever changing. If one did not have this kind of ability to adapt, it was easy to be at a disadvantage. Just like marching to war, the battlefield was ever changing. As a general, he must make the most appropriate adjustments in time. And Chen Song undoubtedly had this ability. After he took the needle holder, Yi Zichen nodded. He did not have time to rest at all. He began the intense blood vessel suture work. The artery suture had to be tight and fast. Chen Song's blood vessel suture skills were very profound. Jing Ran was a little worried. She opened her mouth to say something, but she glanced at Chen Song and did not say anything. However, she was still a little worried. After all, Chen Song's hands were so tired just now. Could he stabilize them now? Blood vessel suture was a delicate job. It was not a joke. Not only Jing Ran, but Taomi, Li Baoshan, and the others also frowned. Taomi was about to go forward when she suddenly saw Chen Song starting the suture work. His hands were still very agile. When he sutured, it was tight and orderly, rigorous and agile. Taomi was immediately dumbfounded. It was not that she had never seen Chen Song's suture. She had seen it and knew that it was very good. But this was different from usual. How was it different? Think about it carefully. You were asked to move bricks continuously for an hour. Suddenly, you were given a thread to sew clothes. Could you grasp this strength and dexterity? It was very difficult. However, looking at Chen Song, it seemed that it did not affect him at all. At this time, the 3 chief physicians' eyes were fixed on Chen Song's hands and arms. They were full of shock. After the aorta was sutured, Chen Song immediately began to repair and suture the venous injury. Time passed by minute. It was now 2:00 in the afternoon. The surgery was only 1/3 done. The following work was even more important. Could Chen Song hold on? After the artificial blood vessels were replaced, the next step was to repair the ruptured bronchial and esophagus. Among those present, only Chen Song and Jing Ran were good at this job. The surgery had been going on for 3 hours. However, the rescue work this time started at 8:00 in the morning. Chen Song and Jing Ran had been busy since 9:00 in the morning. After nearly 5 hours of tiredness, Jing Ran's body could not take it anymore. Moreover, the large amount of sweat caused his body fluid to flow out. Jing Ran was a little tired. Chen Song was still fine. His stamina bonus was better, so he was not too tired. Chen Song raised his head and glanced at Jing Ran. Take a rest first. We'll repair the lung contusion later. Jing Ran stared at Chen Song. He did not say much, but he did not leave either. This was because he knew that the injury to the esophagus and trachea had to be repaired separately. It was also a very delicate work. Other people could only help a little. Only Chen Song and himself were good at thoracic surgery. Time continued to pass by. Chen Song, Jing Ran, Wang Qian, and Zhang Xueliang, these 4 young surgical teams had already forgotten the time. Raise their heads to look at the time? No, Chen Song did not dare, and neither did they. The work in their hands never stopped. However, they knew that a long time must have passed. Because the gauze used to stop bleeding was already full of surgical sheets, these gauze pieces seemed to be the only standard for recording time in the eyes of these 4 people. The nurse had already prepared the gauze 3 times, but it seemed that it was still not enough. The 3 chief physicians behind them looked at the team in front of them and felt rather emotional. They were the baton of medicine. These young people would eventually have to take over the heavy burden of medical treatment. And the young people needed a leader in the end. Chen Song played this role today. How old was he? He could do this to this extent. In time, what was the upper limit of the future? 45 minutes later, the trachea and esophagus were successfully repaired. Chen Song took the initiative to change positions with Jing Ran. He raised his head and asked, "Can you do it?" Was Jing Ran tired? However, no matter how tired he was, he still had the energy to wait for Chen Song to be tired so that he could take over. Compared to Chen Song, Jing Ran was much more relaxed. Chen Song actually wanted to suture the wound, but Bai Qiuan had already left. Chen Song's ability to repair lung contusions was limited. At most, he could provide some assistance. Since Jing Ran was a professional, Chen Song could not show off. An orderly division of labor was the prerequisite for a successful surgery. At this time, the total blood transfusion for the patient had reached 2,500 milliliters. Chen Song was very serious. Not only to help, but also to learn. As a doctor, he could never slack off on his studies. Chen Song held his breath and focused on learning Jing Ran's suturing skills and treatment methods seriously. He had to admit that Jing Ran was indeed a postdoc from Fuwai University. This set of techniques really made Chen Song's eyes light up. With his participation, the success rate of this rescue operation increased by a few notches. Time ticked by. The gauze used to stop the bleeding was once again placed on the surgical table. The total blood transfusion for the patient during the operation had reached 3,000 milliliters 17:33 in the afternoon. All the damaged blood vessels and organs of the patient had been repaired. Chen Song looked at the patient's vital signs. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. His life is saved. These 4 words took all the strength in his body. When everyone around heard these words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The young nurse who was preparing the blood bags at the side could not help but cry. Who knew how torturous these 6 to 7 hours were? However, the joy of success was so charming, it touched the heart. Tears of excitement gushed out of their eyes. The female doctor from the laboratory department could not help but turn around and wipe away her tears. Witnessing a group of young people trying their best to save a dying patient with their own eyes, there was nothing more moving than a rescue operation in the operating theater. This was the perfect representation of life. At this moment, the honor belonged to this group of young doctors. As for Chen Song, who was responsible for this rescue operation, he deserved to be called a hero. Unfortunately, this was their job. No matter how outstanding, how hard they worked, how hard they fought, or how great they were, they would not be praised like Guo Zhiyong. This was because this was their duty, to save the dying and heal the injured. Others could not see their efforts. The only reward might be to see the patient's healthy smile. The story of the operating theater was played every day. There were ordinary heroes appearing all the time. It was soul-stirring and tugged at people's heartstrings. They did not ask for much in return, they only asked for a happy smile. Original position, the blood vessel repair and organ repair were completed perfectly. The next thing to do was to repair and fix the fractured part. Li Jianwei, who was behind him, saw that the young people were already tired and did not dare to continue. He walked over and said, "Leave the rest to us. Children." In a word, it was the handover of 2 generations of medical workers. In a word, it was the acceptance of the mission. Chen Song nodded. They really could not hold on any longer. Moreover, the rescue was not to show off. Chen Song did not let everyone pay attention to the chief physicians behind him at the beginning. It was not to show off, it was because they could not help much. They could not be distracted by their arrival. Thoracic surgery was more professional. No matter how good Li Baoshan and the others were, they were limited by their professionalism. What about them? Li Jianwei and the others were the best choice for orthopedic surgery. Chen Song nodded. Okay. The three young men heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the nonchalant "hmm." Even when they heard Associate Director Li Jianwei's words, they did not relax. It was only when Chen Song said this that they relaxed. This was the conquest of strength. At this moment, Chen Song was the real king of this surgery. Jing Ran smiled and took a step back. Suddenly, he staggered and fell to the ground. The nurse at the side hurriedly supported him. "Dr. Jing, are you okay?" Jing Ran smiled awkwardly. I'm fine. I just lost my balance a little." Chen Song smiled and picked up a few bags of glucose from the operating table next to him. "Drink some." Jing Ran smiled and looked at Chen Song and said, "Thank you." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Each of them drank a 250 milliliters bottle of glucose water. It felt so good, they were really exhausted. From 9 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening, they were tired after 9 hours of running around. They did their best for more than 6 hours of surgery and did not drink a drop of water. Lunch was directly emptied. Moreover, no one could stand to be highly concentrated for a long time. Chen Song sat on the chair and looked at the surgery in front of him. His whole body was sleepy. Jing Ran simply sat on the ground where he was. There was no image to speak of. Although Wang Qian and Zhang Xueliang could not compare to the two of them, they definitely did not have it easy. After a few more hours of persistence, at 21:30, this long-distance, difficult, and complicated surgery that took more than 11 hours successfully ended. This surgery involved the technology of the Department of Cardiovascular and Vascular Surgery, the repair technology of the pulmonary hilum and bronchus from the Department of Thoracic Surgery, and the high-difficulty comprehensive repair and fixation technology of the sternum and rib fractures from the Department of Orthopedics. It had a very high requirement for the skills of the entire team. However, it was such a temporarily formed team of young people who chased the Grim Reaper away. At this moment, everyone looked at the four exhausted young people in the distance and applauded. This moment's honor belonged to them, they deserved it. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song and smiled. He seemed to feel that the burden on his shoulders had lightened a lot. P.S. For the time being, there will be more at noon tomorrow. Thank you to Boss Ling's Alliance Master. Thank you to Brother Xian, Icy Kisses, Dream Poet, and Lucinda for the 10,000 tip. Thank you all. Also, I will add more chapters for Lord Gidge tomorrow. These few chapters are more tiring, so to ensure the quality, I did not write too quickly. Finally, thank you all for your support. The veteran will definitely do his best to write this book well and tell everyone about the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of a medical worker. There will definitely be some unpleasant parts in the surgery, but what I want to say is that life is not perfect. If the veteran blindly chases after pleasure, it will definitely be tasteless, but it will be a pity to abandon it. Therefore, I feel that we should work hard to bring everyone into the role of a medical worker and feel the various emotions of a patient's life: happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. To be honest, there were a few times when I wrote it that I cried. Sigh. Speech, salute, finally, beg for monthly votes. Cough, cough, serious face JPG, beg for monthly votes. Beg for nothing. Beg for monthly votes. Make a scene. After the surgery, the patient needed to be sent to the intensive care unit for follow-up monitoring and treatment. This smokeless battle also came to an end. After pushing the patient out of the operating room, the family, the foreman of the contractor team, and a man who looked like a boss were all waiting anxiously. After seeing them come out, they quickly asked, "Doctor, how is it?" Li Jianwei said, "The surgery was very successful, but follow-up observation is needed. He will be in the intensive care unit during this period." The foreman quickly nodded, okay, no problem. It's fine as long as he's fine." A plainly dressed middle-aged woman pulled two children and knelt down with a plop. "Doctor, thank you for saving my man." Her voice was choked with emotion. "Thank you, doctor." The two boys were 17 or 18 years old, and the younger was 7 or 8 years old. Both of them were also kneeling on the ground. When the doctor saw this, they quickly bent down and helped the family up. The patient was not a local. He was a migrant worker. The woman and children spoke a strong northern dialect. It's okay. This is what we should do." Li Jianwei quickly helped the children up and said. Chen Song recalled the patient's strong and resolute face full of unwillingness and determination. Perhaps this family was the man's greatest persistence. He was pierced through the chest by the steel bar, but he did not make a sound from the beginning to the end. Chen Song guessed that at the moment when he fell from the building and was pierced by the steel bar, the man's mind was not about himself, but about persevering in life because there were 3 close relatives that he needed to protect. This belief made him silently persevere and not give up. The greatness of life, the fetters of family, and everyone's everything made this man survive. Chen Song had seen many people and saved many people. He knew that most of the time, the only person who could save oneself was oneself. You had to have a way to live, persevere, endure the pain, grit your teeth, and tell yourself that you should live. The more he studied medicine, the more he found that there were many things that medicine could not explain. High blood pressure could not be explained, diabetes could not be explained, and even a cold could not be explained, let alone life. Life was not only the orderly operation of organs. It was also the lifelong companionship of faith. This man was really as tall as a mountain. Looking at this simple but sincere family, Chen Song suddenly felt that everything was worth it. The patient was subsequently sent to the intensive care unit. Chen Song and Jing Ran came out of the emergency room. Chen Song brought Jing Ran to a familiar old shop. They sat at a barbecue stall by the roadside and ordered a few bottles of beer and a bunch of skewers. The boss looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, eat slowly. This is the first time I've seen someone use a skewer as a chopstick while eating barbecue." Chen Song and Jing Ran didn't have the time to care about that. After eating and drinking like crazy, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. So King awesome, what is there to worry about in life? Drink big bowls of wine, eat big mouthfuls of meat, how delightful, don't laugh, I'm a drunkard. When I'm full, I'll save people. Well, drinking wouldn't help with the surgery. However, today's surgery really made Chen Song feel a little shaken. Jing Ran was a fastidious person. Usually, she would carefully take care of her precious hair. But now, because of sweating, her hair was already in a mess. Blowing in the night wind, she bragged to Chen Song. After a long time, Jing Ran suddenly looked at Chen Song and said, "I feel like I've forgotten something." Chen Song was stunned and his heart skipped a beat. "Me too." The 2 of them looked at each other. "Don't tell me you left the gauze on your chest?" Thinking of this, the 2 of them felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt a little uneasy, because they really felt like they had forgotten something. What was it? Suddenly, the phone rang. Jing Ran saw the caller ID, she immediately laughed. "I was wondering what I've forgotten. I forgot about Gung Yen." Ha 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 ha, Chen Song also suddenly came to his senses. That's right, he had accompanied his parents to look at houses today. Damn it, he had almost left them behind at the sales department. What time was it now? Chen Song dialed Chen Luo's number. The call was quickly connected. Hello? Chen Luo. You guys. Chen Luo asked with concern, "Brother, is the surgery done?" Chen Song nodded and smiled, "Yes. I just finished and saved them. I almost forgot about you guys. I'm like this when I'm busy." Chen Luo laughed, "It's okay, I'm here. With me here, you don't have to worry about mom and dad." Chen Song smiled, "Where's mom and dad?" Chen Luo said with a smile, "Haha, there's roasted whole lamb in the restaurant for dinner tonight. Haha. Mom insisted on taking it away for you, but they didn't let her. She secretly stuffed it into the bag you bought for her. Now there's a mutton smell in it. Haha." After Chen Song heard this, he also laughed awkwardly. Chen Song smiled. He didn't blush because his parents didn't know the rules, nor did he laugh or blame them. People of his generation had never been to a 5-star hotel before. How could they enjoy such an environment? Yang Jiahui was just one of thousands of ordinary rural housewives. She didn't have high standards or extensive knowledge. He only cared about the delicious food tonight and whether he could bring some back for his child. Chen Song didn't care. He was willing to pay for his parents' actions. Just like how many mistakes he made when he was young, his parents always paid for him. Life is actually a reincarnation. When we were young, we didn't know anything. Our parents took care of us, raised us, paid for our mistakes, and sat down to teach us that we shouldn't do so. When we grew up, we felt that we knew more. Our parents knew less and less until they couldn't keep up with the times. They began to be deceived and do things that we thought were ridiculous. In fact, at this time, we should take up the responsibility and obligation to help them. We should use their selfless dedication to raise us, pay for their mistakes, and sit down to chat with them. Chen Song smiled. Chen Luo, accompany mom and dad to the hot spring. I'll take a taxi back. Tell mom that I'll accompany her to buy clothes and a new bag tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song looked at Jing Ran, who was still smiling foolishly. Chen Song was a little stunned. Are you out of your mind? Watching Chen Song finish the phone call, Jing Ran said with a smile, I was too focused on the surgery and accidentally forgot about Gung Yan. How funny. Chen Song was speechless. Was it funny? This guy might be better at surgery, and his IQ might be higher, but his EQ was definitely not good. Jing Ran continued, I told Gung Yan that after the surgery, you dragged me to a barbecue and asked her to come over. I'll introduce the two of you to each other. Chen Song's expression changed again. Jing Ran, you're framing me again. I dragged you to a barbecue? I told you not to contact Gung Yan. First, I advised you not to send photos of pulmonary hydatid worms. Now, I dragged you to a barbecue and asked you to leave Gung Yan aside. Do you have to let Gung He chop me up? Chen Song thought for a long time and decided to leave first. If Gung He brought him here, it would be hard to explain. What if he thought I was taking revenge, saying that I failed to seduce her and wanted to seduce her man? According to this guy's logic, it would definitely make sense. Thinking of this, Chen Song patted his butt and stood up. Dr. Jing, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. You can wait for Gung Yan here. Jing Ran was stunned and a little disappointed. This? Dr. Chen, have a seat. You are my first friend after I came back to Ammoniang City, and also my first surgery partner. Let's drink more, and I'll introduce you to my wife. She is a good person. Chen Song sneered. She was good, but she was good at fighting, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled and said to the boss, Boss, give me a few mutton eggs, beef happy, and 2 skewers of ox eyes, locusts, caterpillars, grasshoppers, and scorpions. Let our capital's doctor try our Danyang specialties. Oh, and make it spicy. After that, Chen Song said to Jing Ran, Dr. Jing, these are all Danyang specialties. You definitely haven't eaten them before. Try it. I have something to do at home today, so I can't accompany you. You and Gung Yan eat more. It's my treat today. After that, Chen Song took out 300 yuan and said to the boss, Uncle Yang, here's the money. Save the extra. Uncle Yang chuckled. All right, little Chen. You're so generous today. The barbecue stall was not far from the hospital. Chen Song often came here, but Lao Chen brought him here. Lao Chen always treated him. Chen Song smiled. I'm leaving. 3 minutes after Chen Song left, a woman ran over in a hurry. When she saw Jing Ran, she scolded angrily. Jing Ran, I waited for you at the emergency room entrance for a whole day. You ate barbecue and drank wine. Do you have any conscience? At this point, Gung Yan was so angry that she threw the bread and milk at Jing Ran. Jing Ran immediately got up and comforted her. I'm sorry, wife. I'm really too tired today. After more than 10 hours of surgery, I'm really exhausted. I just want to find something to eat. Gung Yan stood there with her arms crossed and her head tilted to one side. Then you, don't. You know that I'm waiting for you? Shouldn't you give me a call? Do you even have me in your heart? Jing Ran hurriedly said, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I'll cook for you when we get home. Gung Yan looked at Jing Ran's messy hair and sighed. She helped to tidy it up and felt a little heartache. His anger was real, and his heartache was also real. As a doctor, how could he not understand his own situation? How could she not understand why Jing Ran had carried out high-intensity surgery for more than 10 consecutive hours? But which girl didn't have a little temper? I bought delicious food outside the operating theater and waited for you the whole day, but you came out to eat barbecue and drink with a man. Ignore me, don't call me, how can I? Black belt Gung. Tolerate this, therefore, Gung Yan felt heartache and anger, looking at Jing Ran's haggard face, she rolled her eyes. I'm hungry too. I didn't eat today. I was afraid that you would be hungry and didn't eat anything. I waited for you the whole day. Jing Ran looked at this girl with heartache. She was sensible. For her own sake, she didn't continue to study for a doctorate. Her tutor could guarantee her a doctorate. But Jing Ran's family was urging him to get married, and he wasn't young anymore. After considering many things, Gung Yan gave up on further studies and returned to work, preparing to get married and have children. She wanted to start an ordinary and extraordinary life. Actually, Gung Yan also thought a lot. Chen Song's matter made her change a lot about life and love. If it weren't for Chen Song, Gung Yan would still continue to study for a doctorate. However, that's just how humans are. Everyone you meet and everything you experience will have an impact on your life and your future. Just like what Chen Song said, people would change. After sitting down, she opened the bottle of Tylenol in her hand and handed it to Jing Ran. She glared at him. Why do you want to drink? Drink some milk. Jing Ran was afraid of his wife, or rather, he doted on his wife. Jing Ran said as if he was showing off, let me tell you, this shop is a specialty shop. There are many specialties here. Let's try them. Gung Yan nodded. She was also hungry, so she picked up the skewers and ate. Suddenly, she thought of something. By the way, where's Chen Song? Jing Ran smiled. Something happened at home and he was in a hurry to go back. I wanted to introduce you to each other. Gung Yan snorted. Do I need you to introduce me? We're university classmates. We're in the same class and have a very good relationship. As she spoke, Gung Yan finished the barbecue. Eh? It tastes really good. Jing Ran smiled. Of course. I've eaten a lot. Dr. Chen specially ordered a bunch of specialties for you. He said it was delicious. Gung Yan smiled. This guy still had some conscience. When Jing Ran heard Gung Yan say that she knew Chen Song, he immediately became interested. By the way, honey, what kind of person is Dr. Chen? I think he's very powerful. Gung Yan was also curious. How powerful? Jing Ran's expression changed, and he said seriously, do you know who was in charge of today's rescue? It was Chen Song. He supported the entire rescue team from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for the fact that I was too tired, I would have been the assistant throughout the whole process. Moreover, Chen Song's thoracic surgery is very good. I think he's even better than me. He's really good at choosing the right time and location for the surgery. He's really good at it. Moreover, he took care of the entire rescue work, including the coordination of blood transfusion, examination, and breathing. He's very good at it. During the surgery, I felt like I saw my mentor. Jing Ran recounted Chen Song's story from beginning to end. She sighed with emotion and also felt a bit of admiration. This is the first awesome person I've met since I came to Dongyang City. Gung Yan was silent. She knew very well how excellent Jing Ran was. He was also the #1 figure in the Fuwai postdoctoral mobile station. However, his evaluation of Chen Song was so high. Thinking of this, Gung Yan sighed. When he was in school, he was very outstanding. As the class monitor, he handled everything in an orderly manner. Moreover, his grades were very good. In the few years he was in university, his scholarship was cut off once. The reason was that he gave it to a classmate who had a family accident. During his internship, he was also in Beijing. At that time, he was directly valued by the director and wanted Chen Song to go to graduate school, but... After Gung Yan said this, Jing Ran sighed, but, gold will always shine. But, Dr. Chen is really good. These are all for you. Gung Yan's face lit up, and she smiled. What is this? It's delicious. Jing Ran had already asked around, so he quickly said, this is sheep's egg, this is cow's joy, this is locusts, caterpillars, grasshoppers, scorpions. Gung Yan's face changed, she immediately felt nauseous, and a gust of air rushed up to her neck. She quickly turned around, squatted down, and vomited. After vomiting for a long time, Gung Yan gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Her veins were popping out. Son of a bitch, Chen Song. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent my hatred. When Chen Song arrived at Yang Villa, he suddenly heard the system's notification. Ding. Deng Yan's favorability -2. Ding. Deng Yan's favorability. Chen Song was stunned. What did I do, Sai? Oh, by the way, someone said that the 50 cm steel bar is a bit suspicious. Brother, do you think the steel bar is just cut through the sternum? For safety, it has to be a certain distance away from the body. Chen Song had just reached the door when he suddenly heard the system's notification sound, ding. Congratulations, rescue successful. Suturing of damaged esophagus monster, damaged blood vessel monster, and damaged trachea monster. Received rewards: 1. Pericardial surgery skill pack, 2. Perfect electrocardiogram evaluation. A golden light flashed past, and Chen Song's eyes were nearly blinded by the light. In an instant, Chen Song was stunned. He was so focused on the rescue that he did not think about the mission. Now that he had rescued the patient, it was time to receive the reward. Chen Song realized a problem. The system had learned to be lazy. Originally, each monster had a reward, but now they were all gathered together and gave him a big reward. It should be treating the patient's illness as a dungeon and finally starting to calculate. However, it was obviously a good thing. Although the types and number of items obtained were much fewer, the quality of the items and skills were completely different. The probability of obtaining good items had greatly increased. For example, the golden light at this time meant that it was a perfect skill. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little happy. He opened the virtual screen and saw 2 items in the inventory. One was purple, and the other was gold. Chen Song picked up the gold one first. Clinical evaluation of electrocardiogram, perfect level. Chen Song felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. This was good stuff. The electrocardiogram could see many subtle things. Chen Song even felt that this was the most amazing invention in the history of cardiology. Its appearance directly advanced the process of prevention and treatment of heart disease. Moreover, the price of an electrocardiogram was only about 20 yuan. It was cheap and affordable, and it could see many important clues. Chen Song was a surgeon. Regarding electrocardiograms, well, he was very average. He could only recognize a few common waveforms. For example, ST arched back high myocardial infarction, ST segment depression, myocardial ischemia. If he used the words of the medical examiner, it would be lung type. And now, he had received a perfect skill. Chen Song couldn't hold back the joy in his heart and directly chose to learn. As a basic clinical skill, the interpretation of electrocardiograms was really necessary. An invisible light flashed, and countless pictures of electrocardiograms flashed in Chen Song's mind. Every patient had an electrocardiogram of different stages and different waveforms. The second item piqued Chen Song's curiosity. What was a pericardial surgery skill pack? Ding. Pericardial surgery skill pack. You can choose any type of pericardial surgery and directly upgrade it to master level. Perhaps many people only knew about the heart, but not the pericardium. The pericardium was actually the clothing of the heart. It was a layer of membrane that wrapped around the heart. There was a serous fluid between the pericardium and the wall of the heart, which could lubricate the myocardium and prevent the heart from rubbing against the chest when it was moving. Most of the time, pericardial diseases were very dangerous and life-threatening. To Chen Song of the emergency department, being able to obtain such a surgical skill was pretty good. Moreover, the most important thing was that pericardial surgery was not only a cardiac surgery, but also a thoracic surgery. Chen Song felt that his professional skill score in the thoracic surgery could be improved a little. After receiving 2 skills, Chen Song was really satisfied. He felt that he was not tired at all today. However, good things came in pairs. Ding. Actively organized rescue activities and successfully saved the lives of patients in crisis. Medical ethics test passed. Obtained skill points +3. Chen Song touched his fingers and smiled slightly. Other people became stronger by spending money. On the other hand, he could become stronger just by saving people. After returning to Yayang Villa, Chen Song soaked in the hot spring and ate the lamb leg that his mother had gotten for him. What else could make him happier than this moment? Because it was National Day at Yayang Villa at night, there were all kinds of performances at night. There were all kinds of ethnic minority dances, and there was a bonfire party for ethnic minorities in the picking garden next door. There were all kinds of movies in the cinema, and the swimming pool was open 24 hours a day. The 3-day pass allowed Lao Chen's family of 4 to enjoy an unprecedented surprise. After the party ended, when the gift was delivered to his hand, Chen Song realized that this VIP ticket seemed to be different from others. Chen Song intentionally or unintentionally asked the waiter, "Hello, what's the difference between this pass and the ordinary pass?" The waiter smiled slightly, "Hello, this is a first-class pass. We don't give out a lot." At this time, Chen Song finally reacted. What kind of pharmaceutical company would give out first-class passes for Yeyang Villa? How rich and imposing they were, only then did Chen Song come to his senses. No wonder their hotel was a suite and there was food like roasted lamb at night. This was no ordinary treatment. For a moment, Chen Song thought of Lao Chen's face and couldn't help but smile. Boss Chen was still very good to him. The next day, they did not go to see the house. After the family rested for a day, they prepared to go home. Chen Dehai was ready to go home and vent his anger. He was already feeling a little uncomfortable holding it in. After Yang Jiehui repeatedly reminded him to keep the 150,000 yuan, Chen Song tried his best to persuade her. He almost had to show proof of his assets before she finally gave it back. After thinking for a while, Yang Jiehui took out another 10,000 yuan and gave it to Chen Luo. "Second brother, study hard. Your father and I haven't seen much of the world. You're old enough and know more than us. Mom won't nag you anymore. If you need anything, call us. Don't be as stubborn as your father. If you need anything, call your brother. Boss, if you need anything, help Chen Luo. You're the older brother, you have to be responsible and enthusiastic." Yang Jiehui was better at educating people than Chen Dehai. Chen Dehai was stubborn and not good at expressing himself. Their homework was all taught by Yang Jiehui, who graduated from junior high school. After repeated reminders, the two got on the train home. That night, the brothers drank a lot. Chen Song drank until he was a little dizzy, and Chen Luo started to talk nonsense. "Brother, don't worry. Your brother is not a coward. I'll do what I promised you. I'll buy you a big house in the future. And Mom and Dad, I'll make a name for myself." Chen Luo vomited several times that night. When he woke up the next day, it was almost noon. Chen Luo had a simple meal and went back to school. Chen Song also had to prepare to meet his supervisor, Meng Shi, after the National Day holiday. The National Day holiday was finally coming to an end. After the start of the new semester, Dongyang Medical University's postgraduate students would have a month-long intensive class. Chen Song attended a few classes, but he skipped most of them. However, after the National Day holiday, all postgraduate students would start their housemanship. Of course, Chen Song continued to be an exception. Chen Song's housemanship hospital was the second provincial hospital, which was Chen Song's home base. He only needed to call the housemanship center and he could continue to stay in the department. However, the only difference from before was that he would need to follow his supervisor. He would need to follow his supervisor for 1 or 2 days a week. Therefore, what Chen Song had to do was try his best to adjust his schedule. Following Director Meng Shi was a big deal. Hidden professions were not something that could be triggered easily. A lot of purple skills were enviable. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but be a little curious. How could he improve Director Meng's favorability? Taking out his phone, Chen Song's eyes suddenly lit up. A lot of books appeared on the catalog page. Chen Song could not help but sigh. The power of idiotic netizens was too strong. How to Please a Rich Woman, The Guide to a Rich Woman. On Monday morning, when the shift was over, Li Baoshan brought a piece of news. "Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Our emergency department's talent recruitment plan has been completed. This time, we have brought in a deputy chief physician of the thoracic surgery department and a doctor of the hand surgery department. They may be assigned to work as soon as possible in the next month. At that time, the burden on everyone's shoulders will be lighter." At this point, Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song. "Especially Xiao Chen. It's really been hard on you during this period of time. When our new members arrive, you'll be able to allocate your time. You should also adjust your time a little. After all, you need to learn some real things as a graduate student. You can't just aim for a degree. In the future, our emergency department's cardiology department will still have to rely on you to support it. Your burden is not light. It was rare for Li Baoshan to be happy. Everyone also smiled. Seeing that the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was getting better and better, everyone's mood was also getting higher and higher. Chiefin had been obsessed with the Chen method recently. He did not go anywhere during the National Day holiday. Every day, he stayed at home to buy pig trotters and chicken feet for his wife. He was focused on studying and pondering the Chen method. A few patients came one after another in the morning. Chen Song and An Yanjun walked into the operating theater and began their daily tendon suture. Today, An Yanjun decided to give it a try himself. After all, he had been in seclusion for 7 days. He would definitely have a breakthrough. This time, he had to make Chen Song look at him in a different light. Therefore, after entering, An Yanjun volunteered and said, "Xiao Chen, let me do it. Can you give me some pointers?" Chen Song nodded. Okay. Chen Song opened his mission panel and saw that he had already performed 499 tendon sutures. He was only short of one more to complete the mission of 500 surgeries. At the same time, he could also reach the small goal of the surgery. Chen Song wanted to see what he could get from achieving this small goal. Thinking of this, Chen Song was not in a hurry. He would definitely be able to complete the mission today. After the anesthesia took effect, An Yanjun began to suture. Looking at the damaged condition of the tendon, An Yanjun tried his best to forget the other tendon suturing techniques he had learned in the past. He recalled Chen Song's suturing method and thought about how to proceed according to the patient's condition. Meanwhile, Chen Song stood by the side. During this period of time, Department Director An had been learning, but he still did not have a breakthrough in his tendon suturing technique. Chen Song was also looking for the reason. But after a long time, he could not say anything. He felt that Department Director An's suturing skills were very good, and the suturing method he chose was also good, but why could he not break through to become a master? Chen Song was also very curious. Although it was said that he would be guiding her, medicine was something that could only be achieved through one's own effort. At this moment, the surgery began, and An Yanjun began to suture. Experienced techniques and impeccable sutures. Everything seemed to follow a pattern. Chen Song looked at it carefully. Finally, he vaguely discovered something. Chen Song was overjoyed. He found it. He finally understood what it was. Department Director An's suturing was too disciplined. That was right. It was just that they were too intent on abiding by certain rules and lacked spirituality. This might have something to do with Department Director An's personality. Department Director An was a very principled person, and it was the same when he was in medical practice. He strictly followed the hospital's rules and procedures, and he rarely made mistakes. At the same time, Department Director An was also the same when he was suturing. He had a deep understanding of the suturing method, and he was also making rapid progress in the Chen suture technique. He had even achieved some results. But what was the core of the Chen suture technique? It was to act according to the circumstances. Department Director An's obedience to the rules was because he learned Chen Song's suturing method, not his way of thinking. When he thought of this, Chen Song looked at An Yanjun's suturing and suddenly said, "Department Director An, when you are suturing the last part, try to use the banal suturing method to remove the steel wire knot." "Oh," An Yanjun replied and nodded. After thinking for a while, he started to suture. However, when the double-headed needle went in, An Yanjun was suddenly stunned. Countless clues and inspirations flashed through his mind like sparks flying off a piece of flint. Random. An Yanjun's eyebrows were raised, and a sincere joy filled his heart. He seemed to have found the reason in an instant. For many years, the bottleneck of the scalpel was suddenly overcome. At this moment, he felt that his tendon suturing skills had improved by leaps and bounds. He could not describe it, but this was the feeling. Moreover, he realized that he had a deeper understanding of the Chen suture technique. However, An Yanjun did not let his guard down. At this moment, he finally understood why Chen Song suddenly asked him to use this suturing method halfway through the suturing. It was because the soul of the banal suturing method was here. An Yanjun also suddenly realized his shortcomings. In a flash, he realized that when he was learning how to suture tendons, he had entered a dogmatic box and lacked the ability to skillfully apply various methods. This ability limited him, and if it were not for Chen Song, and Yanjun did not know how long it would have taken him to achieve a breakthrough. Actually, it was fortunate that Chen Song was there. It was really difficult to find such a person, however, and Yanjun suddenly thought of a terrifying thing. Since Chen Song could see through his shortcomings and help him achieve a breakthrough, did that mean that he could completely master any kind of tendon suturing method? When he thought of this, and Yanjun could not help but gulp. When Chen Song first came to the emergency department, he did not know anything about tendon suturing at all. Back then, he was the one who taught him how to suture tendons, and Yanjun could not help but sigh with emotion. However, when he thought about how Chen Song was very talented in suturing skin and blood vessels, and Yanjun suddenly understood. Xiaochen might be very good at suturing and mending, right? At this moment, and Yanjun nodded. Humans were all about talent. Xiaochen had found the right direction. The surgery was over. Chen Song received a system notification that he had not received for a long time. Ding! And Yanjun's tendon suturing technique has reached advanced level under your guidance. Successfully obtained +3 skill points. Now, his skill points had reached the 20 mark. With 20 skill points, even if he encountered a complicated case, Chen Song would have the ability to deal with it. At the very least, he would not be at a loss. In the morning, Department Director An was called for a consultation. Another patient with a finger injury came to the emergency department. However, the patient's condition was slightly more serious. His finger bone was fractured and needed to be fixed. After the relevant examinations were done, Chen Song began to arrange for the surgery. They were about to break the 500 surgeries mark. At this slightly glorious moment, Chen Song decided to let Qinyu, the little bootlicker, to liven things up. Tan Zhonglin had been in a good mood recently. He had been practicing the Chen method for the past few days. Every day, he could not extricate himself from the ocean of pig trotters. Who knew what he had experienced in the past few days? As the saying goes, the edge of a sword is sharpened, and the tendon method is learned from pig trotters. The bitterness of suffering was the best among men. He had eaten too many pig trotters. He had a deep understanding of tendons. The only thing that made old Tan criticize was that the cost was a little high. As the price of pig trotters increased day by day, the pocket money in his pocket became less and less. After settling the matters in the department with great difficulty, Tan Zhonglin decided to go to the 2nd Provincial Hospital to look for Director and to show off his skills. He wanted to compete with An Yanjun from the first branch and fight for the position of Chen Song's first assistant. Tan Zhonglin was secretly pleased when he thought of An Yanjun's surprised expression when he saw him using the Chen method. As they spoke, they arrived at the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Fortunately, the nurses of the 2nd Provincial Hospital had recently gotten used to this provincial director who came to visit. Tan Zhonglin first went to the office to take a look and realized that Chen Song and An Yanjun were not there either. Tan Zhonglin smacked his lips and sighed. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The two of them must have gone for surgery. Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin decided to take a look at the operating theater. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly bumped into An Yanjun who had just returned from a consultation. Tan Zhonglin smiled. Director An, how have you been? And Yanjun also smiled kindly. Yes, Director Tan looks good. It seems that you have rested well during the National Day. Tan Zhonglin nodded and smiled. Director An's skin has been better recently. And Yanjun was stunned. Eh? You don't say, Director Tan, your skin has been good recently. Their hearts skipped a beat. Had he eaten too many pig trotters recently? Had he replenished too much collagen? However, this was a secret weapon. He would use it to show off later, so he naturally could not say it. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Tan Zhonglin suddenly asked, "Where's Xiao Chen?" And Yanjun shook his head and asked the nurse, Xiao Lin, where did Xiao Chen go? Xiao Lin, a patient with hand trauma came just now. Dr. Xiao Chen picked him up. Now, he should be in the operating theater. Their eyes lit up. This was their chance to act tough. All of them looked at each other and smiled warmly. However, his heart was filled with drama, and Yanjun had just broken through. and his aura was majestic. Tan Zhonglin's understanding was profound, and he was vigorous despite his age. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the operating theater, which was the operating theater of the emergency department's hand surgery department. When they came in, they saw that Chen Song and Qin Yu were fully focused on the surgery. The two of them were afraid of disturbing Chen Song, so they walked over carefully. After walking to the back, he suddenly found that it was a patient with a hand injury and a fractured finger. He needed to do finger bone fixation. Didn't Chen Song not know how to do it? Thinking of this, Tan Zhonglin looked at Yanjun in confusion. And Yanjun also shook his head, not quite understanding. Last time, Chen Song said that he did not know how to perform phalangeal surgery. Why was he doing it with Qin Yu now? Thinking of this, the two of them were curious. They did not say anything and watched Chen Song start the surgery with full attention. The technique of phalangeal fracture was very important because there were nerves, blood vessels, and tendons around the phalangeal bone. If it was not handled well, it was easy to damage some of the nerves, blood vessels, and tendons inherent to the phalangeal bone. This was very disadvantageous to the recovery in the later stage, especially after the tendon was damaged. It would form serious tendon adhesions in the later stage, which was not conducive to the recovery of finger function. This was because it was very important to choose the approach for phalangeal surgery. Chen Song had already carefully made an S-shaped approach through the gaps in the upper joint of the fracture. At this time, what needed to be done was to lift the surrounding skin flap, then pull open the dorsal aponeurosis to reach the fracture. It was very difficult to be proficient in this process without long-term training. However, Tan Zhonglin was surprised to find that Chen Song's incision method was accurate and fast. He already had the style of a master. At this moment, the two of them were dumbfounded. Did Chen Song not know how to perform phalangeal surgery? Tan Zhonglin's heart skipped a beat. He carefully recalled the situation when Chen Song let him perform the surgery. Suddenly, Tan Zhonglin thought of a terrifying thing. Could Chen Song be modestly declining to save his dignity? Was he deliberately giving him a chance to perform so that he could get out of this embarrassing situation? When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin's face turned red. Look at Xiao Chen. How high was his ideological awareness and moral character? How could he actually think that Xiao Chen really did not know how to do it? Tan Zhonglin, oh Tan Zhonglin, you are actually inferior to a young boy in his 20s. The more he thought about it, the redder Tan Zhonglin's face became. At this moment, Yanjun glanced at Tan Zhonglin thoughtfully. With this glance, old Tan's face turned red from his forehead to his belly button. However, when he looked carefully, the difficulty of phalangeal surgery was still relatively high. After all, the incision method was only the first step. The key and difficult points in the treatment of phalangeal fractures were, not only did they have to achieve accurate reduction, but they also had to achieve firm fixation. They also had to perform functional exercises as early as possible to restore the flexibility of the fingers. And for open fractures, open reduction and internal fixation should be performed. Reduction was the most important thing. Tan Zhonglin observed and thought carefully. After Chen Song quickly and accurately reduced the phalangeal bone, he took the Kirschner needle and carefully began to fix it. This set of operations was smooth and natural. How did this look like something a junior doctor would do? This was the demeanor of a master. When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin could not help but sigh. As a person, he still had to be humble. Tan Zhonglin, who had just wanted to show off his skills, could not help but sigh. He had learned something. And that was, in the future, when Chen Song said that he did not know how to do it, he had to smile modestly. After the fracture was restored, Chen Song began to suture and repair the tendons, blood vessels, and nerves. He did it step by step in an orderly manner. Qin Yu's cooperation could be said to be very tacit. Not long after, the surgery was completed. Chen Song stretched and looked at the 666 in Qin Yu's big eyes. Chen Song was very satisfied. When he was about to turn around, he suddenly saw Tan Zhonglin and Yanjun standing behind him. He was stunned for a moment. Why, are you here? Tan Zhonglin smiled awkwardly. We're here to learn Xiao Chen's tendon suture. And Yanjun also nodded quietly. How could he not panic? He thought that Chen Song was only good at suturing and mending. He did not expect him to know how to perform finger fracture surgery. This was too much of a blow. Tan Zhonglin smiled awkwardly and said, "Xiao Chen, your finger fracture surgery is really good." Chen Song looked at Tan Zhonglin and felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had secretly learned from him, so he was still a little shy. "It's okay, Department Director Tan taught me well. I learned a lot from Department Director Tan's surgery last time. That's why I can perform today's surgery." Chen Song was telling the truth, but in the two people's ears, it was a different story, and Yanjin suddenly remembered Tan Zhonglin's surgery and realized that Chen Song was indeed 70 to 80% similar. Even Tan Zhonglin was stunned. "Are you kidding me? I learned from you for so long. Every day, I ran to the second provincial hospital until my legs almost broke. I bought so many pig trotters, but I only learned a little. You watched one of my surgeries and learned my finger fracture surgery?" When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin felt that he had suffered a great loss, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he learned with his own strength. What else could he say? When he thought of this, a hint of desolation suddenly filled his heart. "P.S. I'll be going out tomorrow because I have something to do. I don't have the noon slot anymore, but I'll make it up at night." "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Finally, I'd like to thank Old Cow 88 for the 10,000 reward." "Thank you." Tan Zhonglin and Yanjin followed Chen Song out of the office. The two of them, who were originally ambitious, were now like frosted eggplants. They originally thought that they could show off their skills and make Chen Song look at them in a different light. But after they came, before they could even say a word, Chen Song had already shown off his skills. Tan Zhonglin was about to sigh when he suddenly glanced at Yanjin. He immediately came to a realization. That's right. How can I compare myself to Chen Song? He was here to learn the tendon suturing technique, and Xiao Chen was the researcher of the Chen technique. And Yanjun and he should be under the same teacher. How could he compare a disciple to a master? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Besides, finger fracture surgery was a common skill in the hand surgery field. It was completely reasonable that Chen Song knew it. As for Chen Song learning from him, that was his skill. He did not even have the time to teach him, but Chen Song had already learned it. The Chen technique was much more precious than the phalangeal fracture surgery he performed. Young Chen did his best to teach him this technique, and this kind of honest attitude was something worth learning. After all, medicine was a subject based on experience. Everyone had their own experience and unique opinions. Communication could promote each other's progress. Chen Song's selfless attitude made Tan Zhonglin admire him from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, Tan Zhonglin still had not fully understood the profoundness of the Chen technique. It was really a profound suturing technique. Compared to Xiao Chen, he was basically asking for trouble. After thinking about it, Tan Zhonglin suddenly felt that as long as he could defeat Department Director and the pork trotters he ate for the past few days would not be in vain. After making up his mind, Tan Zhonglin suddenly felt refreshed, and his mood became cheerful. However, the only thing Tan Zhonglin was curious about was why Department Director was so calm now. Could he be sure that he could defeat him? When he thought of this, Tan Zhonglin could not help but feel a little nervous. Tan Zhonglin had not felt this kind of nervousness for decades since he graduated from university. Qingyu always felt a little uncomfortable when he walked in front of the two department directors with Chen Song. After all, how could a junior doctor walk in front and a department director walk behind him? But she watched as Chen Song walked in front of him openly while Department Director and Department Director Tan walked behind him obediently. It was a strange feeling. Most importantly, she was standing beside Chen Song, which made her seem rude. However, every time he unconsciously slowed down and wanted to let the two department heads go first, Chen Song also slowed down. When Chen Song slowed down, the two people behind him also slowed down. Qingyu is crazy. What's wrong with these directors? However, with the two department heads present, she did not dare to say or ask. Could it be that Chen Song had something on them? Thinking of this, Qingyu's eyes lit up. His big eyes were full of fancy gossip and curiosity. Ding! 500 tendon sutures completed. Reward obtained, Tendon Rehabilitation Guide. Ding! Small clinical goal mission, 500 surgeries completed. Reward obtained, Jing Ran's gift. Looking at the two gifts, Chen Song subconsciously slowed down. Tendon Rehabilitation Guide? This is easy to understand, but I can't use it for the time being. However, it's definitely something good. The second thing, Jing Ran's gift? Jing Ran's gift. After opening it, you can randomly obtain one of Jing Ran's basic skills. Chen Song was delighted. It turned out to be a mission to gain benefits. When he remembered that these missions were all obtained from Jing Ran, Chen Song guessed that if he completed the mission, he could gain most of Jing Ran's skills. When Chen Song thought of this, he casually activated it. Ding! Opening Jing Ran's gift. Obtained basic skill, thoracic puncture, master level. Chen Song was speechless. Why is it such a simple, non-technical, entry-level skill that I also have? Thoracic puncture was one of the most commonly used clinical skills. Chen Song learned it not only 8 to 10 times after he went to the hospital, but even now, it was a skill that he used every 2 to 3 days. Chen Song's thoracic puncture was quite good. He was often invited by doctors from the pulmonary department for consultations to help with some difficult thoracic punctures. Of course, most of the thoracic punctures could be handled by doctors from the pulmonary department. However, it was better for some special patients to have the help of doctors from the emergency department or surgeons. Chen Song's thoracic puncture was also quite famous. He often had the Department of Science and Education arrange for interns to perform thoracic puncture lectures. After all, surgeons had some understanding of human anatomy and thoracic diseases. Chen Song's thoracic puncture was already an advanced skill, and it also had a safety special effect. Therefore, to be honest, Chen Song still felt that it was a little useless to obtain such a skill. However, it was better than nothing. He would just treat it as leveling up. Ding! It has been detected that you already have advanced thoracic puncture, automatically upgraded to master level, and the special effect is retained. Thoracic puncture, master level, special effect. 1. Precise positioning. 2. Ultrasound positioning. 3. Safety. When Chen Song received the system notification, he was instantly dumbfounded. The system is definitely my biological son, it's so good to my father. Can there be such a wonderful operation? When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but feel happy. Although it was only at master level, it already had 3 special effects. It retained its own special effect, safety, and added 2 new special effects, precise positioning and ultrasound positioning. For any skill, the master rank was the biggest difference between the 2 ranks. Because the distance between master level and perfection was too long, it would cause one to constantly improve one's skills and allow one's surgery to have a certain characteristic. When all the special effects were present, one's skill would be close to perfection. Chen Song's thoracic puncture was the result of combining the skills of Chen Song and Jing Ran. To put it bluntly, master level meant that one had a sufficient understanding of the surgery and was able to produce 2 special effects. It was a good harvest. It seemed that he had to supervise Jing Ran's learning progress in the future and strive to improve his skills. Today, there were 2 more tendon sutures. Chen Song did not want to go, but Tan Zhonglin and Yanjun insisted on dragging Chen Song along. Qinyu was dumbfounded when he saw this. Out of curiosity, Qinyu also went along. But, the scene of the surgery was beyond her expectations. For the first surgery, department director An was the chief surgeon, and Tan Zhonglin assisted him. Chen Song noticed that department director An seemed to have become enlightened after his breakthrough today. His skills improved by leaps and bounds, and he was able to learn Chen Song's technique well. Chen Song could not help but nod. He sighed from the bottom of his heart and said, "Not bad, department director An is really good. I think this suture is already passable." After An Yanjun heard Chen Song's evaluation, he was instantly overjoyed. There was a smile on his face, and even his gaze when he looked at Tan Zhonglin was filled with a sense of superiority and pride as the eldest son of the eldest son. On the other hand, Tan Zhonglin was so angry that he blew his nose and glared. He insisted on showing off his skills. After waiting for the second surgery with much difficulty, he did not say anything and started to work. It had to be said that the older, the wiser. Department Director Tan's tendon sutures had already achieved a great breakthrough compared to before, and the Chen technique was also starting to look good. Chen Song continued to nod. The 3 of them smiled. A man's happiness was so simple, he could have so much fun just by suturing a tendon. Qinyu looked at the 3 of them and suddenly felt that they were extremely childish. It was like children in kindergarten competing to see whose toys were better, whose handwriting was prettier, and whose homework was neater. He snorted, but, when he thought about it, how could Chen Song be so amazing? He actually made 2 department directors compete for his favor. With great difficulty, Chen Song finally managed to get away and arrived at the first hospital of Eastern University before 5 o'clock. When he arrived at the cardiac surgery department, he found that everyone was busy working. His little mentor, Director Meng, was not in the office, but Gu Huai, who had competed with him in suturing, was. Chen Song quickly walked over. "Hello, Teacher Gu." Gu Huai turned around and was slightly stunned when he saw Chen Song. It had been more than a month. To be honest, Gu Huai could not remember Chen Song clearly. After all, he had only met him once. "You are." Chen Song looked at Gu Huai and smiled. "Teacher Gu, I am Director Meng's student." Gu Huai immediately reacted and his expression was a little exaggerated. "Oh. You are that, who. Chen Song sighed. This exaggerated acting, it would be best if he could be more careful. It seemed that the lesson of the last failure was not tragic enough. Thinking of this, Chen Song secretly decided that he would not go easy on him next time. Others would remember losing once, but look at Xiaoyan. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. How well said, you forgot in the blink of an eye. Chen Song quickly smiled. Yes. I am that who, this. Teacher Gu, is Teacher Meng not here? Gu Huai turned around and looked at Chen Song. Yes, she is in the operating room. You can wait for her or go to the operating room to find her. Chen Song thought about it and decided to wait in the office. After all, not everyone could enter the operating room. If Tan Zhonglin did not often come to the second hospital for surgery, he would not be so shameless. Chen Song was a fart in the first hospital of Eastern University. Naturally, they would not let an outsider in. Bored, he casually picked up a book to read. After waiting for less than an hour, around 6 o'clock, Mengshi returned. Chen Song quickly got up. Hello, Teacher Meng. Mengshi looked at Chen Song, took off his mask, and nodded. After sitting down, he crossed his long legs and sat in a comfortable position. It was a little tiring to perform 3 consecutive surgeries in the afternoon. Take a seat. Chen Song nodded and thanked him. It was almost time to get off work, so there weren't many people around. As soon as he sat down, he felt that the weather was still a little hot. Mengshi reached out and unbuttoned his white coat. It was so tight that it was a little stuffy. Mengshi asked, is class over? Although Chen Song didn't go to class, he did go to class according to the procedure. He blushed and told the truth. Yes, after the National Day holiday, I started to officially follow a teacher. Oh, Mengshi replied. Director Guan of the postgraduate department told me about you. He said that you are in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. You're already working, right? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. He was really a little incompetent as a postgraduate student. Other people would go to wherever the teacher was, and Chen Song had to go to work, so he could only choose this compromise. Yes, but Teacher Meng, I'll try to come as often as possible. Mengshi was deep in thought. After a few minutes of silence, he looked at Chen Song and said, I'll give you 2 choices. The first is that you don't have to come. You can go to work. Just put my name on it, and I won't interfere with your behavior. After all, your situation is special. You're already working, and you're old. I don't have any requirements for you. Just graduate smoothly and don't cause me trouble. Chen Song was stunned. Because he had a hidden profession, he naturally couldn't be so reckless in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly shook his head. Teacher Meng, I really want to learn from you. I'm very interested in cardiac surgery. At the same time, I really want to learn something from you. I'm not just trying to get a diploma. Mengshi smiled faintly and nodded thoughtfully. Then it might be a little harder. After a moment, he suddenly said, then, come and perform surgery with me every day after work. We'll make arrangements for special circumstances. Mengshi said, there are more surgeries in the first hospital of Eastern University. It's basically impossible to get off work on time. Come and learn from me every day and get started as soon as possible. After Chen Song heard this, he nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Teacher Meng. Chen Song understood Mengxi's meaning and felt a little emotional. Mengxi really fulfilled a sentence. He could rely on his face to make a living, but he chose to study medicine. This sentence at least meant that Mengxi was really a good person. His nightlife was spent in the operating theater. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, it was quite sad. After work, work still had to continue. Instead of saying that it was work, it was more like an intermission. When Ge Huai saw Mengxi return, he quickly walked over. Chief Meng, you're back. The emergency department sent a patient with acute chest pain. Mengxi quickly got up. Where is he now? Did you do an electrocardiogram? Did the emergency department really give a diagnosis? Chen Song couldn't help but look askance at Mengxi's questions. These were all things that the emergency department needed to do in advance. Gu Huai quickly said, we did an electrocardiogram, but there is no typical ST segment elevation. We also checked the heart biomarkers. The troponin is abnormally high, and the patient has typical symptoms of myocardial ischemia. Now, we're thinking that it might be a non-ST segment elevation acute coronary syndrome. Mengxi said, let's go. Take me to have a look. Gu Huai quickly walked out while Mengxi buttoned up his coat as he walked. He muttered in his heart, this white coat is too small. I'll ask the head nurse to get me a bigger one tomorrow. Xiao Chen, come with me. Mengxi suddenly thought of Chen Song and looked askance at him. At this moment, Chen Song was already behind him. Mengxi could not help but nod and say nothing. When he arrived at the ward, he found the patient lying on the bed with an electrocardiogram machine placed beside the bed. Mengxi did not say anything. He picked up the electrocardiogram just now and looked at it. After reading it, he frowned slightly. He was a little puzzled. The patient was a young man dressed in a salesperson's clothes. At this moment, he was grimacing and clutching his chest. Beside him should be a colleague. Mengxi lowered his head and asked the patient, why do you feel uncomfortable? The man frowned with a pained expression. I feel like my chest is burning. It's intermittent and intermittent. It's a little difficult to breathe. It's a little uncomfortable in front of my chest, back, and shoulders. Mengxi nodded. How long has it been? How did you induce it? The man said, this afternoon, when I was eating with a client, I drank a little too much. I went back to sleep at noon and felt a little uncomfortable when I woke up. I hurriedly went to the small clinic downstairs and the doctor gave me a few nitroglycerin tablets. After I took one tablet for the first time, it eased, and I didn't take it seriously. But, it started to act up again an hour ago. It's useless to take it again. Moreover, the chest tightness is getting worse, so I took a taxi to the emergency department. Now it doesn't feel that bad. He directly said to Chen Song, Xiao Chen, you know how to do an electrocardiogram, right? Do another one. Doing an electrocardiogram was an ability that an emergency doctor, or even every doctor, had to have. After 3 years of training in the emergency department, Chen Song was more familiar with the signs of lead 1 to 6 of the human body than he was with the 4 keys of the computer keyboard when he played League of Legends in university. Basically, as long as you were in a good position, he could tell at a glance where you were sticking to, regardless of whether you were wearing clothes or not. That was because the most common disease in the emergency department was myocardial infarction. This kind of patient had an acute illness and could have a situation at any time. Therefore, after Chen Song went to the second provincial hospital, he spent half a year doing electrocardiograms and reading electrocardiograms. At this time, the electrocardiogram machine was placed at the side. It was obvious that the patient had just done another electrocardiogram. At this moment, the 3 of them were staring at the electrocardiogram machine as it slowly stabilized and highlighted the report. Mengxi, on the other hand, kept thinking about the electrocardiogram just now in her mind. She felt that she had seen it somewhere before, but she could not remember where. She had a vague impression of it. Without ST segment elevation, it did not necessarily mean that it was a non-ST segment elevation acute coronary syndrome. The electrocardiogram was a screening. It screened all the diseases through an examination. After the screening, it could be targeted for further diagnosis and treatment. In fact, sometimes the patient's disease was like an application question. It needed to be judged with logical thinking. If a patient came and had chest pain, all the reasons that could cause chest pain should first appear in your mind. Then, through your experience, examination, tests, imaging data, and so on, you could verify or exclude them one by one. That was the diagnosis and treatment process of modern medicine. Speaking of which, if Western medicine was like that, how was Chinese medicine's diagnosis and treatment process? Perhaps everyone thought that Chinese medicine was mysterious, but in fact, Chinese medicine was also a kind of logical thinking ability. It was not so-called nonsense. People in ancient times did not know much about the inside of the human body, and the physiological and biochemical tests were not mature. Even if the patient came, they could not operate on him. After all, in that era, the infection might be gone once the surgery was performed. That was normal. Chinese medicine, on the other hand, studied the relationship between the external performance of the human body and the internal pathology. And his diagnosis and treatment process was to look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. This meant that many famous doctors were experienced and knowledgeable. They could make a diagnosis by looking at the patient's words, actions, facial expression, tongue shape, and so on. After hundreds of years of summarization of cases, the ancient people formed the diagnosis of traditional Chinese medicine. Through looking, smelling, asking, and feeling the pulse, one by one, he would be able to find a suitable pathogenesis. From there, he would be able to diagnose and treat the disease, achieving the goal of knowing the big picture from a small clue. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of the ancients. As soon as the electrocardiogram came out, Xianxia was about to pass it to Mengshi. But when he held it in his hand, he suddenly froze, because this electrocardiogram was a little different. First, the J-point of leads V1-6 on the chest was lowered by 1 to 3 mm, the ST segment was inclined upwards and downwards, and then the T wave was symmetrical and pointed. Secondly, the QRS wave was normal and not wide at all. Finally, the patient's AVR lead had a slight ST segment elevation. After Xianxia carefully read it again, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xianxia's face changed. He continued to think about it carefully. It was very likely. A few seconds later, Xianxia combined the patient's condition, age, and other comprehensive considerations and thought of the possibility of the patient. Turning around, Xianxia quickly turned around and handed the electrocardiogram in his hand to Mengshi. Mengshi took it and looked at it. She could not help but frown. It was not much different from just now. Could it really be NSTACS, non-ST segment elevation acute coronary syndrome? Xianxia originally thought that Mengshi, as a foreign female doctor, would have some understanding. But looking at her, she seemed to be a little hesitant. He suddenly became a little anxious. Thinking of this, Xianxia said directly, "Teacher Meng, I think the patient's electrocardiogram is very similar to De Winter syndrome. We must arrange for further examination as soon as possible to facilitate further treatment." There was no hesitation. Now was not the time to hesitate because this electrocardiogram belonged to the superacute phase of ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. It was also known as De Winter syndrome. After Xianxia said this, the two of them were suddenly stunned. After Ge Huai heard this word, he paused a little. It was a little familiar, because this kind of electrocardiogram was rarely summarized in the country. It was the Rotterdam cardiologist De Winter and others who retrospectively studied the electrocardiograms of 1,532 cases of acute coronary syndrome with proximal left anterior descending branch occlusion. They found that 30 patients did not have typical ST segment elevation. So after the study, they found several special electrocardiogram waveforms and then published it in the form of a paper in the New England Journal of Medicine. This was the so-called De Winter syndrome. However, this syndrome had only appeared for a short time. There were not many references to it in the domestic literature, so many doctors did not know much about it. And when Mengshi was reminded by Xianxia, her expression suddenly changed. De Winter syndrome? Yes, it was very similar. It was very likely. Thinking of this, Mengshi quickly took the electrocardiogram sheet and continued to compare it. The more Mengshi looked, the more shocked and flustered she became. She turned to look at Ge Huai and quickly said, "Dr. Ge, quickly give the medical advice and complete the relevant examination." Get ready to sign, as soon as possible. If the diagnosis was confirmed, then it would be a timely coronary intervention treatment to open up the infarct-related blood vessels. It was imperative to rescue the surviving myocardium. At present, the indications for thrombolysis of myocardial infarction were mainly defined by the extent of ST segment elevation and whether there was a new complete left bundle branch block. Although de Winter syndrome was complete or subtotal occlusion of the proximal anterior branch, the electrocardiogram did not meet the indications for thrombolysis. In theory, thrombolysis might have a therapeutic effect, but at this stage, it was still used for super indications. Looking at the STEMI guidelines in recent years, there was no mention of this type of patient. What did it mean? When receiving treatment for any disease, it had to be according to the indications of treatment. And this kind of de Winter syndrome was not included in the indications of thrombolysis treatment, so if there was a problem, it was the doctor's responsibility. However, medical treatment was the development of traditional Chinese medicine. Who could guarantee that there would not be a problem? As a doctor, they had to use the scalpel in their hands strictly. When Gu Huai heard this, he quickly got up and began to make all kinds of arrangements. Time passed by minute. Chen Song, Meng Shi, and Gu Huai were busy. When the coronary angiogram data was received, the three of them suddenly looked serious. It was true, it was really de Winter syndrome. Since the diagnosis had been confirmed, the next step was to urgently arrange for interventional surgery treatment. Meng Shi hurriedly led the team to quickly start the treatment of the patient. Not a minute or second was wasted. At 11 o'clock, the patient's surgery was finally completed. The surgery was successful. A fresh life had received perfect treatment just like that. The three of them could not help but feel emotional. At this moment, Chen Song's ears rang frowny face sting. Meng Shi's favorability plus 15. Now that the patient was saved, the three of them finally relaxed. Chen Song also breathed a sigh of relief. If the patient was treated with thrombolysis according to non-ST segment elevation acute coronary syndrome, it might also be effective. However, the word might was really not suitable to be used in the medical field, because what might brought about was often the uncertainty of life. As medical staff, they had to make the best choice. They had to give the patient the most suitable diagnosis and treatment plan. They did not want to delay the patient's diagnosis and treatment because of the doctor. Of course, perhaps a few years or decades later, people might look back and think that our current treatment plan was vulgar and very backward. There might even be a lot of mistakes, but this was already the best we could do now. The long river of history developed slowly like this. Any field was constantly improving through negation and negation. The medicine of every era was the most precious essence and wealth of that era. He used the most sincere knowledge to protect the health of people. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Song was slightly stunned, so this was how to obtain favorability. It seemed that, in the future, his great cause of gaining favorability would have to start by conquering Chief Physician Meng. Thinking of this, Chen Song relaxed a little. He seemed to understand how to gain favorability in the future. After Meng Shi came out, she seemed a little tired. She walked to the chair outside the operating theater and slowly sat down. At this time, she breathed a sigh of relief, but she still had lingering fears. When Chen Song and Gu Huai saw this, they also sat down with her. Everyone was a little tired. Emergency but orderly resuscitation was more important than anything else. After all, there were no fat people in the emergency department. Meng Shi took a deep breath. Almost, just a little more, because of her negligence, or should it be said that her ability was limited. It could cause irreversible damage to the patient. Meng Shi was a person who was very strict and almost harsh on herself in her work. She was a person who pursued perfection in the diagnosis and treatment process. What she was most afraid of was that because of her shallow knowledge, when she treated the patient, she would cause all kinds of adverse consequences to the patient because of her own reasons. But today, such a thing almost happened to her. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed Meng Shi became. She even decided to go back tonight and add another task to read more of the new guide. So what if she was a little tired? His job was to deal with the Grim Reaper. And our bargaining chip is knowledge, but the other party's bargaining chip was the patient's life. The more knowledge we have, the more chips we can use against the other party. Thinking of this, Meng Shi glanced gratefully at Chen Song, turned around, and said seriously, "Chen Song, Chen Song subconsciously looked at Mengxi. Teacher Meng? Thank you. Mengxi took off his mask with a complicated expression in his eyes. Chen Song was stunned. He shook his head and said nothing. How could Mengxi be blamed for this? He had no right to do so. He knew very well what level he was at. It was nothing more than a coincidence that his electrocardiogram was perfect and he happened to encounter such an incident. Who could guarantee that the next time he encountered something else, he would be able to handle it well? Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Actually, if his luck was always this good, at least he could save more people and save more lives. Doctors had their limitations to begin with. You're not perfect, you can't learn all the knowledge. You can only use all the knowledge and skills you have to do the work you should do to the best of your ability. Why was it said that doctors were under a lot of pressure? Because life was too heavy. We can't move it. Looking at the fresh lives flowing away in front of us, looking at the family members crying bitterly, looking at the relatives who were speechless with tears streaming down their faces, that kind of guilt and helplessness was indescribable. Every time this happened, we would feel regretful and vexed. If only our skills were better, our standards were higher, and the system was more perfect. How good would that be? But we can't change the things in the outside world. What we can do is to buy the latest and most expensive guidebooks and keep spurring ourselves on, forcing ourselves to constantly improve our abilities. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this life. Medicine is developing, and our knowledge can only be slowly innovated and improved. Limitations, they're everywhere. Why should he blame others? Think about yourself. How well have you done? Medical resources are limited. We'll try our best to save as many as we can. That's enough. Chen Song looked at Mengxi and sighed. This is medicine. When Chen Song said this, Gu Huai and Mengxi were stunned for a while before they breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this is medicine. It was already past 11 o'clock. After everyone packed up, they were ready to get off work and go home. Mengxi suddenly looked at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, where do you live? Let me give you a ride. Chen Song was stunned and shook his head. It'll only take me 10 to 20 minutes to walk back. Teacher Meng, you should go back and rest. Mengxi did not insist and turned to leave. At this time, Chen Song's stomach grumbled. Only then did he realize that he had not eaten. Damn it, he would starve to death sooner or later. The next morning, after the shift, Chen Song suddenly learned that the hospital had organized a meeting for the new housemen. After Chen Song went there, he met Qianlin again. The Housemen's Center mainly talked about some of the housemen's trials and the things to pay attention to. There would also be regular assessments, so everyone should be prepared. Then, in the next week, they would need to undergo pre-post training on the basic operations of the 4 major puncture cardiopulmonary resuscitation. After that, they might have to arrange for the transfer of departments. However, it was convenient now. There were mobile apps for everything. Chen Song also downloaded a National Medical Electronic School bag for himself. There was some information about housemen on it. After the meeting, when Qianlin saw Chen Song, he could not help but say, Chen Song, you're so awesome. You didn't even go for a single day of the 1-month course. Do you know how many times you were called? Chen Song was stunned. I'm already a research student. They still have to call me? Qianlin nodded. Nonsense, who would go if they didn't call you? In the last few days, the first thing the teacher did before class was to call you. And the first person he called every day was you. Chen Song was instantly speechless. Then why didn't you tell me? Qianlin sighed. I didn't notice the first few times, but when I finally remembered, it was already too late. They said that if you didn't show up for the 3rd roll call, your grades for that class would be cancelled. I thought that since you're already gone, why bother? When Chen Song heard this, he was instantly dumbfounded. What the F***ck should? I do. Will the postgraduate students drop out because they failed a class? Department Director Meng's favorability had just started. I can't just let it go like this. After thinking about it, Chen Song decided to talk to Department Director Guan of the postgraduate department. After he parted ways with Qianlin, he quickly called Guan Wei. The call went through in a short while. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Teacher Guan, I have a favor to ask. Wasn't I at work? I didn't go to those classes, and I only found out later that the teacher failed them. and it seems like it's more than one class. Can you arrange something for me? Do I need to take a makeup exam or something? Guanwei heard this and smiled. It's okay. I will talk to those teachers about your situation. You don't have to worry about your grades. Principal Qian also specifically asked me to take good care of you, so don't worry. When Qin Song heard this, he was instantly happy. Cough, cough. Thank you, Teacher Guan. After hanging up the phone, Qin Song finally heaved a sigh of relief. But a few minutes after he hung up the phone, another call came in. Dr. Chen, I'm Fu Zhihui from the Housemanship Center. A woman's voice was heard. Chen Song was stunned. Of course, he knew Fu Zhihui. She was from the Xianology department, and she had even asked him for a consultation. Oh. Teacher Xiao Fu, nice to meet you. Chen Song still had to inform the Housemanship Center if he did not want to go for his rotation. After all, a county official is not as good as a manager. He can't keep troubling the department director and the hospital director, right? Fu Zhihui smiled. It's okay, Dr. Chen. You don't have to call me Teacher Xiao Fu. We are colleagues in the same unit, so you don't have to be so polite. Chen Song smiled. It's easier to have someone in the government. I have to build a good relationship with the direct leaders. Teacher Xiao Fu, you have to give me a chance. Fu Zhihui entered the hospital a few years earlier than Chen Song. She majored in the neurology department, but her husband was now the backbone of the orthopedics department. So, for the sake of her family and child, after a discussion, Fu Zhihui decided to transfer to an administrative position. Coincidentally, the hospital had just set up a housemanship center, so she was transferred here to manage the housemanship work. After all, they were of the same age, so there was not much difference between them. So, they spoke casually. Fu Zhihui said, Dr. Chen, I am looking for you for a serious matter. Isn't there a week-long pre-job training for basic operating skills next week? I contacted the Science and Education Department, and they gave me a name list. I saw that your name is on it. Why don't you just stay as the training teacher and continue to be in charge of thoracic puncture? Dr. Chen, what do you think? Chen Song nodded. Of course, no problem. Teacher Xiao Fu, you can arrange it. Fu Zhihui nodded with satisfaction. Then, I will have to trouble you, Dr. Chen. After saying that, she chatted for a while and hung up the phone. Chen Song did not have much to prepare for thoracic puncture. Every time an intern came, the Science and Education Department would always ask him to be the able-bodied man, so he was already used to it. However, in the past, he had Li Shijian to occasionally work with him. Now, it was all his work, and those old doctors did not have the time. Moreover, there was a ready-made template for thoracic puncture stored in his computer. When the time came, he just had to bring the students to do it on a simulation. It was not a big deal at all. However, Chen Song suddenly realized that he had to update his PowerPoint presentation when he went back tonight. Because after his thoracic puncture was upgraded to master level, he had some new understandings and insights. Especially some precise positioning techniques, he would share them with everyone when the time came. As for keeping secrets, being a doctor was the least suitable profession for keeping secrets. After all, if you teach one more person, you can save countless more people. P.S. Everyone, go to bed early. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you will find that there are still 2 more chapters. Today, I had to go out for some matters, so I am not done yet. I will stay up all night. Everyone can read it tomorrow morning. Also, thank you to Boss A Pit in the Sky for the reward. I specially ran over from QQ reading. I am really grateful. Also, thank you to Lulu for the reward. I will try to update as much as possible today, but I am not sure how much. I will try my best. P.S. 2 books for friendship. One book is about the military, the strongest arms merchant. Become the strongest arms merchant. The other is Salted Fish's strategy to save yourself. Become a short video self-media to reach the peak of life. For the rest of the time, he continued to work as usual. The only difference was that after work, he had to follow Professor Meng to perform surgery. This way, his time was even more tight. Every day, he woke up early and slept late. When he returned home, he basically fell asleep. Chen Song couldn't help but admire Meng Shi. How could this 30-year-old doctor from Karolinska Institute do such a thing? While other girls were squandering their beauty, she wrapped herself in a white coat and stuffed herself into the operating theater. Chen Song rarely saw Mengshi put on makeup. Even if she did, it was very simple and light. She simply put on lipstick. But even so, she was still very beautiful. Compared to Qinyu, Mengshi was more like a mature, independent, and charming woman. Unfortunately, this woman married herself to medicine. Thinking of this, Chen Song actually felt a little lucky. It was a good thing that such a woman married into medicine. Otherwise, there would be another femme fatale in the world. Compared to Qinyu, who liked big clothes, Mengshi preferred to wear slim-fit clothes. Every time she took off her white coat, Chen Song couldn't help but steal a few glances. That figure was very seductive. The long day shift on Wednesday was relatively long. The only thing that could relieve his worries was to tease Qinyu, the little bootlicker. Thinking about it carefully, Chen Song realized that his life was really good. The second provincial hospital had Qinyu, the little bootlicker. Jixing Plastic Surgery Hospital had Su Rou and Su Kuang. The Department of Cardiovascular Surgery of Eastern University First Hospital had Mengshi. Alright, Professor Meng didn't have a nickname yet, so it was temporarily empty. As a result, Chen Song realized that studying medicine was actually quite good. Staying in the hospital wasn't bad either. Only his left and right friends were at home. Which place was more comfortable than the hospital? A resident doctor was a resident doctor. Anyway, he was already single. What was there to be afraid of? Chen Song saw a piece of news some time ago. A certain doctor's wife cheated on him while he was the chief resident. After seeing this news, Chen Song was shocked. He was terrified for a long time and felt very upset. He began to feel lucky that he was single. At least he didn't have to worry about being cheated on. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a young girl suddenly came crying while hugging her stomach. She was young, around 17 or 18 years old. She was in the prime of her youth. Accompanying her were her parents. The child had just started her third year of high school. For the sake of her studies, her family had arranged for her to live in school. Danyang No. 16 High School was one of the best high schools in Danyang City. It imitated the military management of Hebei Hingshui High School and was very strict. After the parents brought the child over, they were very anxious. Doctor. The child has already acted up several times today, and every time it hurts, it's very intense. What's going on? This time, Chen Song learned from Yao Jiwen's experience and gave the child a detailed physical examination. He listened to the heart and lungs and even checked the abdomen. There was a slight pain in the lower right abdomen, but it was not very obvious and there was no rebound pain. Chen Song was suspicious. Could it be acute appendicitis? Chen Song asked about the patient's medical history in detail. How long has it been this time? How painful is it? The little girl was not in so much pain at this time, but she said with lingering fear, it has been several times in the past month, and each time it hurts for more than 2 hours. After a while, it slowly subsides, and it doesn't hurt now. Chen Song continued to ask, has it happened before? The little girl nodded. No, it just started recently. It has hurt 4 or 5 times in the past month. It's very frequent, and it's more common at night. Today, during class, it suddenly hurt, and then the teacher contacted my family. Chen Song's first reaction was to take a CT scan, but just as he thought of this, Chen Song suddenly became vigilant. I can't do a CT scan, what if she gets pregnant? Thinking of this, Chen Song looked down at the little girl and asked, has your period been regular recently? The girl was slightly stunned. Her expression changed and she said, it's not regular. I've never been regular. Chen Song's heart thumped. Little girl, do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a history of sexual life? Hearing Chen Song's words, the two parents were a little frightened, and their expressions changed. When the girl saw this, she quickly said, no. I don't have a boyfriend, and I don't have a sexual life. Her words were fierce. Chen Song had to be careful. This age was very worrying, so a urine pregnancy test had to be done. Even if the girl told the doctor that she did not have a boyfriend and did not have a sexual life. However, Chen Song definitely did not believe it, because patients often lied. this was not rare. Most importantly, the girl's words were fierce, and her parents were by her side. Even if the girl had a sexual life, she would definitely not dare to say it, because she was only a high school student. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not look at the girl, but looked up at the parents and explained seriously this. We can't rule out other possibilities now. For safety reasons, I suggest that you take a urine test first. Let's check the pregnancy test first. After the girl's mother heard this, although her expression changed, she still nodded quickly. Okay. Okay. Doctor, sorry to trouble you. We will actively cooperate with all the examinations. The child is in her 3rd year of high school, and we don't want her to be delayed for too long. Also, check everything that can be checked. B-mode ultrasonography and so on. Actually, the little girl's mother was already panicking. What if? What if she was really pregnant? Parents did not know what children were doing in school these days. How long had she been staying in school? Thinking of this, the mother suddenly panicked, and her hands trembled. She knew that a woman's pregnancy could be seen through an ultrasound, so she even reminded Xianxia. She was also worried that her daughter would think too much, so she was more subtle. Although the girl was unwilling, she could not dissuade her mother, so she had to be dragged for the examination. The girl's father wanted to follow, but her mother glared at him. Wait here, I'll accompany her. Because it was an emergency, the results came out quickly. The urine pregnancy test results were negative. It was really not a pregnancy. It was good that it was not. The parents finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, Xianxia noticed that the girl also heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia could only cooperate and breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next step was to diagnose the cause of the patient's abdominal pain as soon as possible. Under the strong request of the parents, they did an abdominal ultrasound and gynecological ultrasound. However, the girl's mother quietly walked into the office and asked Xianxia, Dr. Chen. How can you check if our daughter has a history of sexual activity? I suspect now. No. I'm worried about her. She's in her 3rd year of high school, and she's only been staying in school for 2 months. Don't really have any problems. Xianxia thought for a long time but could not think of anything. You're really making things difficult for me. If I know the secret, I'll be awesome. The girl's mother saw that Xianxia could not do anything, so she went out to discuss with her husband. She felt that it was safer to let the child sleep at home. It was tiring, but the emergency bedside ultrasound came quickly, and there were no obvious problems. The appendix, gallbladder, kidneys, and ureter were all fine. The liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, and kidneys also looked normal, considering that the girl did not have a history of overeating, and the pain was not mainly on her left side. It should not be acute pancreatitis. Could it be appendicitis? Acute attack? Appendicitis could not be detected by ultrasound unless it was a long-term chronic inflammation that had not healed and had formed a severe abdominal inflammatory mass. Xianxia continued to ask about the disease in detail. Do you feel metastatic abdominal pain? It starts from the upper abdomen, then gradually moves to the umbilical cord, and then to the lower right abdomen? The girl seemed to have a problem with Xianxia, and she was not in a good mood when she spoke. Xianxia was a little helpless. When her mother saw this, she suddenly said, Nini, speak properly and cooperate with the doctor. The doctor will treat you well, right? The girl shook her head. There's no such situation. Xianxia thought about it and said, let's do an abdominal CT scan to see if there's any possibility of appendicitis. The girl rolled her eyes at Xianxia and sneered, can you do it or not? One moment you do this, the next moment you do that. Are you trying to cheat my family's money? Her parents quickly apologized. I'm sorry, doctor. Actually, we've been wanting to do a physical examination for the child for a long time. Just treat it as an examination. Fortunately, her parents actively cooperated, and the examination could continue. No matter how unwilling the girl was, she was still dragged by her parents to do an abdominal CT scan. After the CT scan, they did not find any major abnormalities. It was not acute appendicitis, nor were there bile duct stones, cholecystitis, cholangitis, pancreatitis, intestinal obstruction, gastrointestinal perforation, and so on. Now, they were also confused about the cause of the abdominal pain. There were only a few reasons for this kind of severe abdominal pain. The only possibility now was a problem with the digestive tract. For example, gastric ulcers, duodenal ulcers, and so on. Peptic ulcers were a very common cause of abdominal pain. However, if they were to do a gastroscopy, Xianxia was very worried that the girl would not cooperate. Moreover, he really could not diagnose what was going on. At this moment, the girl's father's phone rang. He got up and went out to make a call. When he came back, he hurriedly sent the test results and the video to the other party. He also asked Xianxia some professional questions. After Xianxia explained, the man took the phone and walked out. After a few minutes, the man walked over and said, "Doctor, can you help us check a gastroscope and a colonoscope? It's like this. During this period of time, the child has been suffering from abdominal pain. I also consulted my doctor friend in the capital. He is an expert in the digestive department. He suggested that I do a gastroscopy and colonoscopy to see if there are any changes." Gastroscopy appointments in the emergency department were still relatively convenient. Gastroscopy appointments in the digestive department would definitely require a queue number in the gastroscopy room. However, it was more convenient in the emergency department, but the fees would also be more expensive. Xianxia looked at the girl's condition and suggested that she go to the gastroenterology department for an inpatient examination. He could also reimburse some of her expenses. However, when they heard that she was going to be hospitalized, the girl's parents immediately refused. The other party didn't seem to care about this little bit of money and just wanted to get a diagnosis as soon as possible. Gastroscopy was more difficult. At first, the girl was more resistant. Later, due to her parents' abuse of power, she reluctantly agreed to do it. The gastroscopy results were out. There was a little superficial gastritis. Other than that, there were no major problems. However, this was definitely not the cause of the abdominal pain. If it was a gastroscopy, the girl could still reluctantly accept it. However, the reaction to a colonoscopy was intense. When the girl's mother thought of the colonoscopy, she quickly discussed it with her father. The two of them suddenly decided to do it. However, before that, the girl's mother found a female doctor in the gastroscopy room who was preparing to do a colonoscopy. She whispered a few words and secretly gave her some red packets, hoping that she could take a look at the colonoscopy, to see if there was any damage. The colonoscopy was out. There were still no obvious abnormalities. There was no enteritis, no lesions in the colon, and no tumors. Although there was nothing unusual, the girl's mother was clearly a little angry. The reason for her anger did not seem to be because of the abdominal pain, but because of the female doctor's report. "Your girl might have had it, but I can't guarantee it. After all, there are still a lot of damages caused by various reasons, so you don't have to worry too much." After the examination, the girl's parents were still angry. However, at this moment, the girl suddenly had abdominal pain again. She held her stomach and cried out in pain. In the observation room, Xianxia was also at a loss. It could be said that they had done basically all the examinations that could be done. However, there was no abnormality at all. This was too illogical. Abdominal ultrasound, gynecological color ultrasound, abdominal CT, gastroscopy, and colonoscopy were all done. There was no problem with abdominal pain. There was only so much in the stomach, and the entire digestive tract was only so long. The gastroscopy could see the upper part of the digestive tract, and the colonoscopy could see the lower part. Could it be that there was a problem with the part that could not be seen in the middle? That was the digestive tract, jejunum and ileum. There was no way to see that. Could there be a problem there? Capsule endoscopy? Right now, Xianxia really wanted to know just what kind of demon was behind all this. He had not encountered such a strange abdominal pain in a long time. However, looking at the girl's current state, Xianxia felt that it was unbearable. Capsule endoscopy could see the entire digestive tract. It was to let the patient swallow a camera the size of a capsule. The camera would walk around the gastrointestinal tract and keep taking pictures. It would transmit the data to the computer and finally come out through the feces. If there was a problem with the small intestine, jejunum or ileum, capsule endoscopy would be helpful. However, this examination was very expensive. The second provincial hospital's endoscopy room could do it, but it would cost a few thousand. If it was a hospitalized patient, it could be reimbursed, but for this kind of emergency, it was difficult. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly turned around and realized that the girl's mouth was twitching and her eyes were lifeless. This time, Xianxia was shocked. What was going on? However, this situation came and went in a hurry. It passed very quickly. This signal shocked Xianxia. He suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at the girl and the woman. "Excuse me. Does your family member have epilepsy?" The moment he said that, the two of them quickly shook their heads. No epilepsy. Xianxia continued to ask, then, does she have any history of trauma? Her head? The girl's father suddenly came to a realization. Yes, she did. In July, she fell while riding her bicycle during the summer vacation and hit her head. At that time, she was dizzy for a few days. The MRI and CT of her head said that she was fine. She might have a slight concussion. Xianxia quickly said, "I'm now thinking that your girl's behavior might be epilepsy." The moment he said that, the woman was shocked. Epilepsy was not a good disease. That was epilepsy. To put it bluntly, it was a disease that was despised and laughed at in the countryside. If anyone had an epilepsy in their family, if word got out, it would be difficult to find a partner. Therefore, the woman was scared out of her wits. "Doctor, are you kidding? How can epilepsy cause stomach pain? Isn't that convulsing and foaming all over?" Xianxia shook his head. "I'm just suspecting it because there's a type of epilepsy that mainly shows abdominal pain. When an epileptic seizure occurs, it might be accompanied by an autonomic seizure. In medicine, it's also called diencephalic epilepsy. The specific types can be headache, abdominal pain, limb pain, fainting, or cardiovascular seizures. So, after doing so many tests, I suggest that we do an electroencephalogram to try and find the reason." The girl's parents were very sensible and quickly agreed when they heard that typical epilepsy was indeed convulsions, impairment of consciousness, and foaming at the mouth. Everyone knew that. However, atypical epilepsy might show abdominal pain because the brain's abnormal electrical discharge might be related to the nerves in the abdomen, leading to abdominal pain. Although such cases were rare, they had happened before, otherwise, it would not be written in the textbook. Therefore, when Xianxia saw that the girl had a seizure, he suddenly thought of this possibility. It was a very rare case, so Xianxia's interest was greatly piqued. The parents brought the child directly to the electroencephalogram room and pulled an electroencephalogram. Compared to an electrocardiogram, an electroencephalogram was done slower. However, Xianxia estimated that if it was epilepsy, it would definitely be discovered. This was because the girl had already had a few seizures today, and there was even a small one just now. Soon, the results of the electroencephalogram were out. Xianxia looked at the waveform and did not know how to interpret it. The doctor in charge of the examination said, "Dr. Chen, do you see it? These 3 seconds of slow wave synthesis, and bilateral symmetry and synchronization. This is the typical electroencephalogram manifestation of a small seizure." Hearing this, Xianxia was immediately delighted. He finally found the reason. An electroencephalogram examination was decisive in the diagnosis of epilepsy. And now, the truth was out. Li Yan from the examination department was a little surprised. "This is the first time I've seen such a patient." Since the reason had been found, Xianxia called the neurology department and asked for a consultation. After Zhang Lingyun heard about this special case, she hurriedly ran down. "Xiao Chen, in all my years, I've only seen such a patient when I was in school. I didn't expect to see it again." Zhang Lingyun was a little excited. After being diagnosed with epilepsy, the girl's parents did not care about her studies. They hurriedly asked for leave and went to the neurology department to complete the hospitalization. Procedures. P.S. Write until 2 or 3 o'clock, about 15,000 words. Please support. I hope that you can help the veteran in the Battle of Honor. Thank you. At 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday, Xianxia walked to the Houseman Center after his shift was handed over. There was a thoracic puncture training this morning. The scheduled time was 9:30. Xianxia took the USB and went upstairs early to prepare. No one had arrived yet. Chen Song went over to insert the USB drive into the computer and saw Fu Zhihui come in and place a sign-in form on the table. She said to Chen Song, "Dr. Chen, you're here so early? Isn't the emergency department busy?" Chen Song smiled. "Teacher Fu gave me the task. Of course, I have to do it well." Fu Zhihui smiled, then turned and left. In fact, this kind of teaching was not voluntary work. There was a small amount of money. For Chen Song in the past, 100 or 200 yuan was true love. Naturally, he could not miss a cent. One after another, students came in. When they saw Chen Song, they were a little surprised. After all, everyone was in the same class. They often saw each other during class meetings, although Chen Song rarely attended classes. But, the impression of a handsome person would not be too bad. After seeing Chen Song, a few houseman girls said curiously, "Chen Song, you're so enthusiastic?" Ho Tian said with a smile. Chen Song was stunned and smiled. "This? I can't be absent." When a few girls heard this, they immediately laughed. "You're not embarrassed?" "That's right. You haven't been absent for a long time." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "It's different." "Oh right, that's the sign-in sheet. Let's sign it first." At this time, Qian Lin and a boy walked in. When they saw Chen Song, they also smiled. "Eh? Damn, you're actually here. I was still thinking about whether to call you or not." Chen Song smiled and took the sign-in sheet. He looked at everyone. All 12 people were here. "Let's get ready to start." Thinking of this, Chen Song looked at everyone and nodded slightly. "Okay, close the door. Let's start." Qian Lin was taken aback. "Teacher isn't here yet. How can we start?" Chen Song smiled and opened the PowerPoint on his computer. The screen showed, thoracic puncture, speaker, Chen Song. Chen Song looked at the students and said with a smile in his eyes, "Today, I'm everyone's teacher Chen. I'll bring you the basic operations and precautions for thoracic puncture. Get ready." At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. "I'll go." F***CK. Really? Pooh. The group of people stared at each other, their eyes almost the same size. He looked at Chen Song in disbelief, full of shock. Qian Lin was even more incredulous. Chen Song smiled and said kindly, "Call me Teacher Chen from now on." Everyone burst into laughter. However, Chen Song quickly said, "All right, everyone, quiet down. Let's start today's thoracic puncture lesson. First of all, we should understand what the purpose of breast piercing is. One is for diagnosis, and the other is for treatment. Let's start with these two aspects and introduce breast piercing," Chen Song explained very carefully. As they were of the same age, everyone was more active and open-minded. Naturally, there were more questions. Moreover, Chen Song explained the profound in simple terms. He combined his own understanding and also explained many things that were not in the textbooks. Thoracic puncture was used more in the clinic. As it was not a particularly difficult operation, the doctors in the department were more at ease. In fact, to put it bluntly, the word guts was all about surgery. It was difficult at the beginning, but it was much more convenient after starting. As for the procedures, such as disinfection, draping, all the punctures were basically the same. The important things were safety precautions and the concept of sterility. After the explanation, Chen Song watched everyone do it and gave some suggestions. Then, he talked about some of the latest domestic and foreign reports on thoracic puncture and the precautions. Basically, the knowledge points covered a wide range, from basic knowledge points to important knowledge points, and then to the newest knowledge points. Chen Song talked about it seriously. There were also some special cases, special techniques, and so on. In fact, they did not need to be memorized and learned in one go, but they needed to have an impression. With regards to everyone's questions, Chen Song basically answered everything he knew. Most importantly, everyone suddenly realized that no matter how tricky the question was, Chen Song could always give a reasonable explanation. This was extremely frightening to think about. Chen Song was their classmate. He was so awesome. Thinking of this, everyone naturally addressed Chen Song as Teacher Chen. "Teacher Song." The class was very fast. Everyone could be said to have returned from a rewarding journey. It was the first time they realized that classes could be so lively and interesting. As for Chen Song, after everyone left, he suddenly stopped the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, you have seriously taught and solved doubts. You have passed the medical ethics test. Obtained, skill point +1. It was a small reward, but it made Chen Song very happy. At the very least, it meant that what he did was not a waste. Chen Song pondered in his heart. If he wanted to get the reward for this medical ethics mission, he might need to get the sincere gratitude of others. This year was the first time the 2nd Provincial Hospital recruited housemen from society and institutions. There were more housemen. Other than Chen Song's batch of postgraduate students, there was also a large group of social housemen. Therefore, in order to facilitate the freshman training in an orderly manner and not delay the work of all the doctors, the Houseman Center naturally could not train only one doctor. There had to be a rotation. Everyone's time could be swapped. This way, it would not affect the normal work of the doctors. Xianxia was the former director of the thoracic surgery department. No matter what, the Houseman Center had to invite him. Even if he did not have time, they had to invite him. What shocked Fu Zhihui was that Xianxia actually agreed. Was the deputy director of the breast surgery department very free? Actually, the Houseman Center did not like to use these doctors who had administrative positions. They were more troublesome, had a lot of things to do, and liked to nitpick. Chief physician sure was the best in this field. The entire hospital had heard of this. However, since Xianxia was willing, they would not reject him. After all, he had 2 to 3 years of experience in the thoracic surgery department, and he knew enough about thoracic puncture. The Houseman Center thought about it and decided to let him come. Therefore, they let Xianxia and Chen Song take turns to train. 1 day each. This was also convenient. On Tuesday, Chen Song went to work, and Xianxia was in charge of the thoracic puncture training. Xianxia was in a good mood today. He even deliberately changed into a clean white coat and touched his hair with some wax. He looked much more energetic. He took the USB flash drive and went to the thoracic puncture room of the Houseman Center early. He made all the preparations and waited for the training to begin. Let me tell you, Chen Song's lecture is very good. I've heard other people talk about thoracic puncture before, but it's nothing compared to Chen Song's. The most important thing is that he's handsome. Is it really that exaggerated? It's even more exaggerated than that. Yesterday, more than 20 of us asked him questions, but we couldn't get him down. He knows everything. I think that when it comes to thoracic puncture, Chen Song is the best. I'll listen to you. Chen Song doesn't have a girlfriend yet. He's a staff member of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Now, he's sent out for postgraduate studies. He's handsome, has a good unit, and is a good person. Good luck. The housemen were chatting happily. They were not here for the training today. They were just here to continue listening. It was just like attending classes in university. Whichever teacher was good at teaching, was handsome, and attracted fans, there would be a lot of people coming to listen to his class. In fact, many of the people who came to participate in the houseman training were already postgraduate students. It was just that after postgraduate students graduated, they did not get a houseman's license. Nowadays, to be a doctor, one needed a houseman's license. This was as important as the qualification of a licensed doctor. Without a houseman's license, one could not be promoted to an intermediate position. To put it bluntly, if you did not have a houseman's license, you could not be considered an attending physician. Therefore, many people came to participate in the training. However, at this time, the ratio of male to female medical students could be seen. Among the 10 people, 7 were girls and 3 were boys. Therefore, in medical schools, boys were relatively easy to find a partner. After the group pushed the door open and entered the thoracic puncture room, they suddenly saw a man standing inside. This man. His oily hair was trying to hide the fact that he was bald. His new white shirt was trying to hide his protruding belly. He looked very oily. Suddenly, the people who were about to sign in hesitated. This person should not be Chen Song, right? This is Chen Song? So, abstract? Even the few people who came yesterday were dumbfounded. No. I don't know Chen Song, my classmate. How can this be Chen Song? The few of them reluctantly signed and looked at Xianxia curiously. Since he was already here, he couldn't just leave. Seeing that everyone was almost here, Xianxia smiled and opened the PowerPoint presentation. He put on a smile like Daniel Wu. Well, welcome to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. I'm Xianxia. Today, I'm here to talk about the operation and precautions of thoracic puncture. Perhaps everyone doesn't know me very well, but you'll get to know me after a long time. I used to be the director of the thoracic surgery department in our hospital. Later on, I kept reforming. I went to the breast surgery department, so when it comes to explaining thoracic puncture, I think I should be the most suitable person in the 2nd People's Hospital, right? At this point, Xianxia laughed in what he thought was a humorous manner. Thoracic puncture is used a lot in clinical practice, and it's very important for medical workers. Everyone is a future doctor, so it's really necessary to master such a skill. I'm usually quite busy, but after receiving the houseman's invitation, I felt that this matter was more important, so I came. Starting now, Xianxia's information was left behind by Li Shijian at that time. At that time, Li Shijian often trained with Chen Song in the thoracic surgery department, so he prepared all the information. Xianxia was now prepared to be the director of the Houseman's Center. Because of the breast surgery department, if the old director did not retire, he would not be able to go up at all. Moreover, he did not really want to do clinical work now. 3 years as the director of the thoracic surgery department, 3 years of idling. How could he live such a hard life? It was comfortable to be the director of the Houseman's Center and be in charge of hundreds of students. What Xianxia said was very standard, just like the grading standards. It was very standard and very official. Everyone listened quite well. However, those who heard Chen Song's explanation yesterday suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. There was no difference if there was no comparison. Sometimes, the level of a clinical doctor could be seen from the things they explained. Some people's words were meaningful, while others were dry. However, when they thought about how he used to be the director of the thoracic surgery department, everyone still felt that he should be quite good. Perhaps he was just not good at explaining. Therefore, they listened patiently. After he was done, Xianxia looked at everyone. Are there any other questions? At this moment, someone asked, Teacher Sure, the British Thoracic Association's guidelines for pleural diseases in 2010 point out that for malignant pleural fluid, the volume of fluid drawn for therapeutic thoracic puncture should be determined according to the patient's symptoms at the time. The volume of fluid drawn at a single time should not be 1,500 milliliters. What you said just now was that it should not exceed 700 milliliters for the first time and 1,000 milliliters for the next time. As for cooperative respiratory diseases, it should not exceed 600 milliliters for the first time and 1,000 milliliters for the next time. Once this question was asked, most of the people present were stunned. This question was awesome. It sounded like it was an expert. That was because the 5th, 6th, and 7th editions of internal medicine wrote that it should not exceed 700 milliliters for the first time and 1,000 milliliters for the next time. However, it seemed like no one asked this question. Xianxia was stunned. This was a good question. He pointed at a girl in front of him and asked, What do you think of this question? The girl hesitated for a moment. I'll use the 8th edition of internal medicine. As soon as this was said, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, they burst into laughter. Xianxia also smiled and said, Because too much fluid drawn too quickly will lead to recurrent pulmonary edema. Therefore, we are relatively more conservative than foreign countries. The girl was stunned. Then, aren't we afraid of 1,500 for the first time abroad? Is the difference between our country and foreign countries because of our conservative views? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Every guideline has its own specialized knowledge. It's a theory derived from a large number of cases and evidence-based medical research. I think we should respect the guidelines. At this moment, a girl suddenly raised her hand and said, Teacher Sure, actually, there is a source for this value, and it's not a fixed value. Physiology tells us that the average lung volume of an adult male is 5,000 milliliters. Of which, the lung capacity is 3,500 milliliters and the residual air is 1,500 milliliters. From this, we speculate that the volume of the thoracic cavity should also be about 5,000 milliliters. Then, the unilateral thoracic cavity should be about 2,500 milliliters. For a patient with a large amount of pleural effusion, we can draw 1,000 milliliters in one go. 25 is quite a large amount. If we draw 1,500 milliliters in one go, unilateral, it will be 35% of the unilateral thoracic cavity's volume. This is basically a gap that can't be crossed. According to evidence-based medical statistics, it's an indisputable fact that Europeans and Americans are tall and large. Correspondingly, their thoracic cavity's volume is also larger than ours. Therefore, it's understandable that their upper limit for a single fluid draw is higher than ours. The real meaning of the guidelines is not to emphasize this value. This is just a critical value. In fact, in our clinical practice, this 700 milliliters and 1,000 milliliters can't be fixed because every patient's age, body size, and condition are different. We can't just use these two numbers. It's more important to observe the patient's condition at all times. At the same time, it's the same abroad. The guidelines are a relatively wide range. As a doctor, we should observe the patient at all times and adjust the dosage. The girl's voice was not loud, but it made everyone in the room quiet down. These words were thorough and clear. She explained the meaning of the chest puncture fluid draw value. In an instant, everyone in the room understood and suddenly felt enlightened. So that's how it is, even Xianxia suddenly felt enlightened. Well said, so that's how it is. Xianxia could not help but ask, this student, well said. Her understanding is on point. The girl actually did not want to say it, but she could not help but say it. Naturally, she did not expect such a big reaction. Seeing that everyone around her was looking at her with a shocked expression, she suddenly blushed. Actually, I didn't say it. It was Teacher Chen who said it. The girl said with a look of embarrassment. Then, she pointed to the students beside her. Ask them, they know it too. A few students nodded. That's right, Teacher Chen said it before. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was Teacher Chen? That Teacher Chen, even Xianxia was at a loss. Who was Teacher Chen? It sounded familiar. After the girl said that, everyone around her looked at her. Professor Chen, that Professor Chen, even Xianxia was very curious. Professor Chen? Which specialist are you talking about? The girl shook her head awkwardly. Professor Sure, no, Professor Chen is Chen Song, the one who talked about chest puncture yesterday. Xianxia was stunned. Chen Song, what a familiar name. Suddenly, Xianxia remembered Chen Song, who competed with Li Shijian for the position. Was he the junior doctor in the emergency department? Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but smile. Well, not bad. What Professor Chen said makes sense. This is a kind of clinical thinking ability. Everyone should read more literature and think more about it in the future. Of course, thoracic puncture is a kind of operation. You can't just read about it from books. You need to strengthen clinical practice. Everyone, practice well. Xianxia did not take Chen Song seriously. Theory was theory, and practice was practice. Clinical work was not an armchair strategist. No matter how good Xianxia was, he was not comparable to a junior doctor in the emergency department. Therefore, to be honest, Xianxia did not take Chen Song seriously at all. Everyone started practicing. At around 11 o'clock, Xianxia's phone rang. Hello? Chief Physician Sure? I'm Zhang Yan from the gynecology department. A female voice came from the other side of the phone. Xianxia paused for a moment. The relationship between the gynecology department and the breast department was not bad. After all, there were patients who did not have milk after giving birth, or they had mastitis, and so on. Therefore, Xianxia smiled. Oh. Professor Zhang? What's the matter? Zhang Yan was a little anxious. It's a doctor. Our department just received a new patient. The patient is a 28-year-old female. She is 8 months pregnant. She suddenly showed weak fetal movement in the 3rd trimester. After Chief Physician Zhang and a few specialists finished their consultation, they found that Ms. Chen's fetus should be suffering from a rare spontaneous chylothorax. According to the ultrasound, about 250 milliliters of viscous pleural fluid accumulated in the fetus chest. Now, we need to perform a puncture under the ultrasound. The situation is quite dangerous. We need you to come down for a consultation and take a look. Xianxia was stunned. Spontaneous chylothorax? I'll go down and take a look. To be honest, Xianxia did not want to go because he did not know what spontaneous chylothorax was. However, he had no choice but to go. He had already been asked to go. Director Zhang of the gynecology department. That name was extremely famous in the hospital. Let's talk about it when we get there. At this time, in the gynecology ward, the ultrasound was next to the bed. The three gynecology department directors gathered together and looked at the results of the ultrasound with solemn expressions. Zhang Yan hurriedly ran in. Director, I called Director Xianxia. Zhang Jinfeng was taken aback. Xianxia, can he do it? Why don't you call the people of the province or the cardiothoracic department of Eastern University Hospital for a consultation? The other two directors said, let him come down and take a look first. The situation isn't very urgent now. If we can't handle it, we'll contact them again. Zhang Jinfeng also nodded, but he still said, Xiao Zhang, call the thoracic surgery department of the first hospital of Eastern University. It's closer there. Arrange for a specialist to come over as soon as possible. Zhang Yan quickly nodded. At this time, the patient, Xianxia, looked terrified. She was on the verge of breaking down. Her voice was choked with sobs. Doctor, you must save the child. It's really not easy for me to have a child. Xianxia's husband, Wei Junming, sighed and paced back and forth in the ward. He was anxious. The two of them had gone through a lot of trouble for this child. After 4 years of marriage, they had been unable to get pregnant. They had tried all kinds of methods and thought of all kinds of techniques, but in the end, there was no way to get pregnant. With the help of the gynecology department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, they finally succeeded in getting pregnant through artificial methods. After the pregnancy, the family could be said to be overjoyed. After all, the wife was finally pregnant. Who wouldn't be happy? It could be said that this baby was not easy to come by. Therefore, the couple cherished this little life that was about to be born. However, seeing that the date of birth was getting closer and closer, Xianxia suddenly felt that the fetal movement had significantly weakened recently. This frightened Xianxia. She quickly went to the local hospital for an ultrasound examination. The ultrasound showed that there was a lot of fluid in the right side of the chest of the fetus. The local doctor had never seen such a situation and suspected that it might be a congenital abnormality. He suggested that Ms. Chen should either give up on the abortion immediately or go to the big hospital in Ammoniang City for treatment. Such bad news could be said to be a serious nightmare for this family. It had not been easy for them to wait for a child. Just as they were about to be born, they encountered such a situation. Xianxia almost could not take it. She quickly called her husband, who was on a business trip, back and drove directly from the county to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Such bad news caught the young Xianxia and Wei Junming off guard. The couple, who wanted to have children, was unwilling to give up just like that. The gynecology department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was still very good. It was very famous in Dongyang Province. The gynecology department's director, Zhang Jinfeng, was respectfully known as the child-giving guanyin. Zhang Jinfeng was the backbone of the gynecology department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. In the beginning, he paid attention to the gynecology and obstetrics department. As early as 2006, he had built it into a national key department. In the 21st century, he keenly discovered that there were more and more infertility patients. He directly opened up half a floor in the department to build a reproductive center. This wise move had solved the problem of infertility for countless families. Until now, the director's office, the doctor's office, and even the ward were hung with countless silk banners. The reputation of child-giving guanyin, Zhang Jinfeng, had also spread. When Xianxia and her husband, Wei Junming, arrived at the hospital, Zhang Yan, who received the doctor, quickly performed an ultrasound on Xianxia again. In the end, he still found that there was a large amount of fluid in the right side of the chest cavity of the fetus, and the fetus's heartbeat was getting weaker and weaker. Zhang Yan had never seen such a situation before. She could not make up her mind at all. She directly let the other party handle the hospitalization and let the director make the decision. After she was taken into the ward, a few gynecologists quickly organized an emergency consultation. After the discussion was over, Zhang Jinfeng knew what was going on. This was a rare disease. It was very rare to see a case of spontaneous chylothorax. Xianxia's voice was choked with sobs as she said with a sobbing tone, "Director Zhang. How did this happen? The child. Can the child still be saved? We really want a child. I beg you, Director Zhang." As she spoke, Xianxia was about to kneel down and kowtow on the hospital bed. Zhang Jinfeng stood there in a very imposing manner. His words were extremely calm, making people feel at ease. This was really a fat old lady with an aura. There was a domineering aura between her eyebrows. "This, Xiaoyang, you don't have to worry. Let me explain the situation to you. The fetus should be suffering from the rare, spontaneous chylothorax, and not a congenital deformity. So, you can rest assured. Congenital deformities were more troublesome, but if it was a disease, it was still possible to cure it. After all, a congenital deformed child would be irresponsible to the child after it was born, and it would be a heavy blow to the family. So, when a gynecologist encountered a congenital deformed child, it was very difficult to deal with. Whether it was out of humanitarian spirit or humanistic concern, it was difficult to make a choice." Zhang Jinfeng continued, "What does spontaneous chylothorax mean? Let me explain. About 250 milliliters of viscous pleural fluid has accumulated in the chest cavity of the fetus. The strong pressure from the pleural fluid has compressed the fetus's lung tissue very small. The alveoli can't even develop, and the heart is pushed to the side. That's why this situation happened. In other words, because of the pleural fluid, the child is now facing a dangerous situation." At this moment, the doctor who was doing the ultrasound suddenly realized, "Director, the situation is not good. Now the fetus's heartbeat is becoming less obvious. I'm worried that if this continues, it won't be long before heart failure occurs. We have to deal with it immediately." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. In the face of such a dangerous situation, if the pleural fluid was not removed in time, the fluid would accumulate and the fetus might die of heart failure in the uterus. Once the fetus went into labor naturally, the child's heart might not be able to withstand the pressure of the uterine contraction, resulting in a stillbirth. Even if the birth went smoothly, the fetus's lungs would not be able to expand and it would die of hypoxia. In short, the situation was very critical. P.S. It has been more than 2 months since the book was published. It has been a month since it was published, and 550,000 words have been updated. An average of 20,000 words per day. After every chapter is updated, I like to lie in bed and read everyone's comments. To be honest, I'm very happy. But, because I've been staying up late recently, especially last night, I wrote until 3 a.m. As a result, when I woke up this morning, I felt extremely flustered. My back even felt a little uncomfortable. I hurriedly went to the hospital to do an electrocardiogram. Fortunately, there were no problems. It might be a temporary myocardial ischemia. I took some medicine and rested for the day. So, I wrote until 11:45 a.m. today. I've just finished 3 chapters, and I really don't dare to stay up late. I'll write again tomorrow. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone for their support. This veteran is really scared. I won't stay up late in the future. I won't stay up late. I won't sleep past 12 am. P.S. Finally, I'd like to thank Alliance Master, Silent Kindness, Guardians, Fire Dance, Love Heart, and Hall Master, Householder 21. The 3 of them have given me 10,000. I'll write more tomorrow morning. Thank you. End of chapter 297. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.